The seemingly ordinary bottle of green soda, yet your innocent girlfriend is trying to force you to drink it. Because if you drink it, your vitality foundation will be completely destroyed. Just as you squint your eyes, watching her pretty face which can't hide her panic, a cold, unfamiliar mechanical voice explodes in your mind without warning. Ding. Blood-eroding venom detected. Devour comes with poison immunity. Do you want to devour? You smiled a smile that sent chills down anyone's spine. You tilted your head back and downed the blood-eroding venom in one gulp, then seized your terrified girlfriend and pressed your lips firmly against hers, forcefully shoving the last mouthful of blood-eroding venom down her throat. MMMPH. As she desperately gagged and retched, a pale blue stream of data flashed frantically across your retinas. Acquired SSS grade talent, Devour. Vitality has surpassed 100 points. Chapter 1, I care about you more than anyone. At the school gate, the athlete's march echoed softly. Ju slumped to the ground, staring in confusion at the banner hung by the school in front of him. First Combat Academy, Summer 2027 Combat Championship. I was clearly still fighting in the ring just a moment ago. How did I suddenly end up at the school gate? Ju hurriedly pulled out his phone to check the time. Time had rewound to half an hour ago. In 2027, creatures from the Earth's core launched a full-scale invasion, ushering in the global high martial era. It was right in the middle of the school's combat championship, when they were selecting top contenders. Ju had already stepped onto the stage to fight. He should have had victory in the bag, but unexpectedly, his physical condition took a sudden turn for the worse, and his vitality plummeted. His opponents seized the opportunity to launch a fierce attack, and Ju lost consciousness. When he woke up again, he found himself in the scene described at the beginning. Ju stood up and brushed the dust off his clothes. Ju, have you thought it over? Just give up. A voice came from behind him, abruptly interrupting his train of thought. Ju was a bit dazed as he turned to look. He saw a stunning figure gracefully gliding toward him. Her figure was shapely and well-proportioned. She carried an expensive leather handbag in one hand, and her twin ponytails bounced lightly from side to side with each step, making her already adorable face seem even more playful. It was his girlfriend, Luna. This scene had just happened a moment ago. Come on, let us skip this match. I'm really worried about you. I'm afraid something might happen to you. Let us go eat hot pot. Luna cooed, wrapping her arm around Ju as she tried to lead him out of the school grounds. Hearing this, Ju furrowed his brow slightly, his mind racing with thoughts. Today's match held extraordinary significance. It was to select the top seeds for the college entrance exam bonus points tournament. The school took this extremely seriously and had pulled out all the stops. Each winner would receive a 50,000 yuan prize. Thanks to his outstanding grades, ranking first in the humanities across the entire school and 20th in vitality, he had finally secured a precious spot. The outcome of this match would directly impact his future, whether he would attend a regular university or war academy. It's important to note that all 50,000 students admitted to War Academy nationwide each year, without exception, were all seeded players in the combat championship during high school. Most importantly, the War Academy does not accept students who have repeated a year. If he didn't even take the stage in such a crucial competition, he would not only lose this opportunity, but his refusal to compete would also cost him his ticket to a future career in the martial arts. It's okay, I still want to give it a try. Just like in his previous life, Ju stood his ground as he discussed it with her. Don't you have any sense of reality? Linus' vitality is so much higher than yours. Where do you get the confidence to step onto the stage and compete against him? Be reasonable, let us not do this. Luna tugged hard on Ju, leaving him no room for negotiation. Linus' family is so rich it makes perfect sense for him to train in martial arts. But how much money does your family have? Can you even afford to train? Don't be so out of touch. Come on, I'm hungry, take me out to eat. Ju, who was being dragged along, immediately furrowed his brow upon hearing Linus' name. Lin, his opponent in the upcoming match, was also Luna's rumored love interest. Last week, Luna and Lin had snuck out late at night behind his back, got completely drunk, and both skipped school for a day. When Ju found out, he angrily broke up with her. He might be starved for love, but there was no way he could tolerate being cheated on. A couple of days ago, after the combat championship matchups were announced, Luna had come to him on her own, swearing on her parents' lives that nothing had actually happened between them, that it was all just a misunderstanding. Ju believed her after all, she'd sworn a solemn oath on her parents' lives. But now, at this sensitive time leading up to his match against Lin, she kept trying to stop him from competing. If Luna and Lin are up to something, this is the critical moment. I'm sorry, wenching, but this time I have to stick to my guns. I have to at least give it a try, Ju said firmly. It's true that Lin's vitality is higher than his, but it's all propped up by vitality elixir. His vitality is flimsy, and he lacks real combat experience. In their match in his previous life, Ju had the upper hand if it hadn't been for that abnormal condition. All right. Luna winked playfully, pulled out a bottle of soda, and handed it to Ju with a smile. Since you're so set on participating, I won't stop you. Good luck. Just like the first time, Ju smiled as he took the soda and twisted off the cap. Ju cherished this bond deeply. Having grown up alone since childhood, he had never experienced the warmth of family, so he craved emotional comfort all the more. Although Luna sometimes threw little tantrums or acted a bit sulky, overall she was still pretty. Ding! A crisp notification sound suddenly rang out in Ju's mind. The system has detected blood-eroding venom from the blood-eroding beast in the soda. The poison corrodes the body's vitality. If an antidote isn't taken promptly, it will permanently damage your foundation. Devour grants immunity to poison. Do you wish to devour? Ju froze for a moment, then looked down at the green soda bottle in his hand. Corrode vitality? This perfectly matched the strange things that had been happening to him during the upcoming match. What's wrong? It's almost time for your match. Hurry up and finish it so you can get ready to go on stage. Luna flashed a sweet smile, though there seemed to be a hint of urgency lurking beneath it. Ju furrowed his brow slightly, a wave of unease welling up inside him. He handed the soda back to her, appearing calm on the surface, but his inner world was already in turmoil. No, she wouldn't harm me. How could she possibly do that? There's no reason for it. All his attention was focused on that bottle of water. He didn't even have time to think about the mysterious system prompt that had suddenly appeared in his mind. Come on, drink up. You're facing Lin next, and he is so strong. Drinking this will be like us fighting side by side, Luna said in a coquettish tone, unscrewing the cap as she spoke and holding the bottle up to Ju's lips. Ju narrowed his eyes at her but didn't open his mouth. Her behavior was so out of character. Not only was she praising another man right in front of him, but she was also blatantly trying to stop him from competing. Now, with the possibility that the water was poisoned, he couldn't help but be suspicious. You're supposed to take the first sip of something good. You made that rule. Ju locked eyes with her, gently pushed the soda away from his lips, kept his smile, and said calmly, I'm not thirsty. I just finished drinking. You're the one competing. You drink it. Luna cooed as she held the soda up to Ju's lips. Just take a sip, otherwise I'll be so sad. Luna wore a playful grin and tried to force it down his throat. Ju's expression darkened instantly. He snatched the soda from her hand and asked, Did Lin tell you to do this? Luna's family wasn't particularly wealthy. Items like this abyss beast were usually brought back from the abyss world and came at a hefty price. Someone must be pulling the strings behind her. A warrior, wealthy, with a conflict of interest with him, and connected to Luna. Putting it all together. It could only be that second-generation martial artist Lin. Hearing this, Luna froze, her face involuntarily betraying a look of shock. Then, she snapped out of it and retorted hastily, What are you talking about? What Lin? What does this have to do with Lin? You're talking nonsense. Are you accusing me of poisoning it? Huh? Are you crazy? You're so weird. Luna appeared angry on the surface, but behind the scenes, cold sweat was pouring down her back, and with a vacant look in her eyes, she quickly turned away. Strange, why would he ask that? Could he have found out? Impossible. Lin stole this poison from his father, and only the two of us know about it. Ju stared at her back, breathing in short, trembling gasps. Her flushed cheeks betrayed her agitation, her hasty speech revealed her panic. Her illogical rambling, her anxious gaze, and her flimsy, self-contradictory excuses only served to reinforce Ju's suspicions. The light gradually faded from Ju's eyes, leaving them dull and lifeless. His heart was filled with pain and confusion. If she didn't love him, why hurt him? Was this all she had to offer after 3 years together? Are you sure you want me to drink this? Ju snapped his head up, fixed his gaze firmly on her eyes, and asked abruptly. He wanted to make sure she was still willing to pull back from the brink. Luna paused, weighing her options. As long as he drinks it, whatever happens has nothing to do with me. Hospitals can't even detect this poison. Dying in the ring is perfectly normal. Who would ever suspect he was poisoned by Abyss World? I gave him a chance to withdraw from the match. Don't blame me, blame Lin for offering such a high price. Blame martial arts for being such a money pit. Blame Lin for being too talented. Blame yourself for being useless. Drink up. Finish it quickly so you can go compete. I care about you more than anyone. Luna's tone softened again as she took the bottle from Ju's hand and pressed it to his lips. Hearing this, Ju gave up all hope. What was there left to hold on to with someone who harbored such murderous intent toward him? He might as well consider his sincere feelings thrown to the dogs. Ju snatched the bottle away and silently chanted in his mind, "Devour." Devour activated. Ju raised the soda and drank it in one gulp, tilting his head back. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Luna held her breath, watching Ju nervously. Phew! When Ju swallowed the very last drop of soda, Luna actually let out a long sigh of relief. Not a single drop left. A smug smile involuntarily spread across her face. Ju, however, was no longer gentle. His expression was as cold as ice. Devour successful. Name, Ju. Talent, Devour SSS. Level, unawakened. Devour progress, 100% 100% available. Vitality, 45.75 points. Evolution threshold, 25. Current Devour progress is full, ready to upgrade. Upgrade? Upgrade. Ju said numbly, deep within his heart. Upgrade successful. Tier 1 Devour progress, 0% 0% available. Vitality, 100 points 100 points. Evolution threshold, 0. Suddenly, a surge of energy swept through his body like a raging tide. His muscles instantly brimmed with power, vitality surged through him like a burning flame, and his body grew hot from this immense force. Yet Ju's heart remained utterly cold. Ju's face first flushed red, then gradually returned to its usual somber expression. Luna, standing nearby, gasped in shock at Ju's unusual state. Could the poison be taking effect? So soon? A flicker of panic crossed her eyes. She instinctively took a step back and stammered, "Are you okay?" I have something else to do, so I'll be going now." Just as she was about to turn and flee, she suddenly felt her arm being yanked tightly, and she was pulled backward. Her eyes widened instantly. MMMPH. Ju had forced a kiss on her. The mouthful of soda Ju had left in his mouth poured straight down her throat. Luna felt as if her scalp were splitting open. Her mind went completely blank, followed by a surge of intense panic. He still had poison in his mouth. What the hell are you doing? Luna broke down. She shoved Ju away with all her might, dropped to her knees, frantically clawed at her throat, and vomited violently. Did you like it? Ju crouched down, gently comforting her, his eyes brimming with tenderness. I care about you more than anyone. Chapter 2, High Martial Era. You think this is a game of house? Match 9, Zack wins. The final match, Lin vs. Ju. Upon hearing this announcement, please take the stage immediately and prepare for your match. The campus PA system blared. You. Luna's face was as pale as paper as she glared venomously at Ju. Then, as if she'd just thought of something, she left Ju behind, jumped to her feet, and ran deep into the school grounds. Ju watched her coldly, his eyes devoid of even a trace of affection for her. In the sky, a light drizzle did nothing to dampen the students' enthusiasm. The school playground's bleachers were packed to capacity. The arena had been set up on what used to be the soccer field, raised 1 meter above ground level with no guardrails along the edges. A track separated the arena from the bleachers, and on the other side of the track stood a ring of gradually rising spectator seats with no roof to shelter them from the rain. On the VIP stand, school administrators were also watching the match out in the open, getting drenched by the rain. Ju approached the ring. Soon, a referee came over to verify Ju's identity and motioned for him to step onto the platform. Just as Ju was about to step up, he suddenly spotted Lin talking with Luna not far away. Luna tilted her head back and put something in her mouth. Her mood seemed to ease slightly, but when she inadvertently locked eyes with Ju, her gaze once again revealed undisguised ferocity. Lin followed Luna's gaze and spotted Ju as well, immediately curling the corners of his mouth into an amused smile. Ju chose to ignore them completely and, without hesitation, stepped onto the ring. The referee stepped into the center of the ring, standing tall and announcing in a booming voice, "The final match of this campus combat championship is about to begin." His words were like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, instantly sending ripples through the crowd. At the same time, Lin strode onto the ring with long, confident strides, and the female audience below instantly erupted into waves of screams. "Lin! Lin! Lin! Go, Lin! You'll always be the brightest star in my heart. Lin, you're so handsome, you're the king of the ring. Lin, you're the strongest. Go, Lin! Take him out in one move." Lin was treated like a celebrity, the center of everyone's attention. He held his head high and, basking in the glory, waved to the younger female students and female classmates in his grade who were cheering him on. His face beamed with a confident smile, as if victory were already in the bag. Luna stood below the stage, her face as pale as paper. Although she had just taken the antidote, she could still clearly feel her vitality slowly declining. Without the antidote, if her vitality continued to drop, eventually even her heart would be deprived of vitality. What a potent toxin! Thinking of this, she glared intently at Ju on the stage, grinding her teeth so hard they clattered, filled with nothing but hatred, not a trace of remorse. And now, introducing the contestants. The referee walked between the two, flipping through the contestants' profiles in his hand, then announced loudly, "Ju from Senior 3, Class 1, Vitality 75, versus Lin from Senior 3, Class 3, Vitality 82. This match should be a good one. The two are evenly matched. With vitality under 100, every 1-point difference in vitality results in a 5% difference in combat power. And you call that evenly matched?" Lin's vitality ranks in the top 10 in the school. The administration specifically arranged this matchup. It's obvious who's going to win. If that is the case, won't Lin win in 3 moves or less? Not necessarily. What do you mean? I'd guess he'll win in a single move. Amid the raucous atmosphere, the crowd was almost unanimously convinced that Lin would win. Lin shot Ju a sidelong glance, the corners of his mouth curving upward as he laughed contemptuously. "Just admit defeat. A scum like you isn't even worthy of my attention." Though he spoke these words, he was inwardly puzzled. Why hasn't the poison taken effect yet? Lin was extremely cautious by nature. He would only act when the success rate was as close to 100% as possible. Although his vitality was higher than his opponent's, he had still resorted to the underhanded tactic of poisoning him. "Stop wasting my time," Ju said with an air of impatience. He had heard his opponent's taunts once before in his previous life. He could recite them by heart. Lin was astonished at how his opponent could remain so arrogant despite such a vast disparity in vitality. With that thought, he drew a flexible sword from his waist and pointed it directly at Ju. The moment the flexible sword appeared, it instantly captured everyone's attention. The sword was an intense, deep black all over. Even light falling on its surface seemed to be swallowed up, and anyone who lingered on it for even a moment would feel as if they were being sucked in. Even more bizarrely, when bathed in sunlight, the blade absorbed the light and faintly refracted a white glow around itself. Lin really does have a relic, and it looks like it's of a high grade. Holy crap, I thought he'd pulled out his belt. It's so soft. Can you even fight with that? It's probably just for show. You idiot, that's a grade 7 alloy. The blade is soft to the touch, but it cuts through iron like butter. You don't know a thing. Looks like it wasn't cheap. He's really loaded. Even the officials on the viewing stand couldn't help but take a second look. The Lin family is truly wealthy. A warrior clan, of course they're rich. That white glow, it's probably a grade D relic. That's right. Even though it's the lowest grade relic, it's not something just anyone can own. Then why even bother fighting? No matter how good the sword is, you still have to know how to use it. Lin, just finish him off already. Stop messing around. Wang Wen shouted loudly at this moment. She wasn't even bothering to put on a show anymore. Then, her gaze turned to Zhu. He stood there unscathed, showing not a single sign of distress. Why? Luna was utterly baffled. He swallowed so much poison, why did he seem completely fine? Having heard Luna shouted Lin, Zhu was now certain that Lin was definitely involved in poisoning him. Since that was the case, he wouldn't hold back anymore. Lin tilted his head back to look down at Zhu and said, "Kneel and admit defeat, and I'll spare your life." With overwhelming advantages in popularity, vitality, and relic, Lin had every reason to be arrogant. "What are you barking about?" Zhu furrowed his brow and said impatiently. Lin's eyes widened in disbelief, and he shouted angrily, "What did you say?" Zhu repeated calmly, "What are you barking about? If you don't want to die, you should. Beat you to death." Zhu cut him off. Lin sucked in a sharp breath, then shook his head with a smile. "I'll give you one more chance. Ref, this asshole's been barking non-stop, are you going to do something about it?" Zhu pointed at Lin and complained to the referee, his face full of indignation. The referee cleared his throat and shouted, "This is a duel between two opponents, life or death, no surrender. If you step out of bounds, you lose. Since you're classmates, stop at a single strike. Let the match begin." The atmosphere in the ring instantly grew tense, with everyone's eyes fixed on the two men. The opponents clasped their fists in a traditional salute, then each assumed their fighting stances. "Since you..." Lin was just about to speak. "You really are a pain in the ass." Zhu couldn't be bothered with his nonsense. Like a cheetah, he sprang into action in an instant, pushing off with both feet to close the distance on Lin, then unleashed a powerful punch. "Can't you just let me finish my sentence, damn it?" Lin trembled with rage, his face flushed crimson. He hadn't expected Zhu to attack so suddenly. With no time to wonder why the poison hadn't taken effect yet, he had no choice but to quickly draw his sword to parry the blow. But it was already too late. In the blink of an eye, Zhu was right in front of Lin, just as Lin's sword was beginning to rise. Lin had no choice but to hastily extend his other hand and block the punch with a fist. Zhu's gaze toward Lin was cold and resolute, as if he were looking at a dead man. There was not a trace of pity or hesitation in that gaze, only endless indifference and murderous intent. Thud. The two fists collided, emitting a dull thud. Zhu's punch was incredibly fierce, directly deforming Lin's fist so severely that a bone-chilling crack of breaking bone echoed instantly. On the side of Lin's arm that had thrown the punch, the rear end of his humerus shattered his scapula, and the jagged bone fragments pierced through the skin on his back. Lin didn't even have time to cry out. He was sent flying backward 3 or 4 meters and slammed heavily onto the ground. One move, one kill. The entire arena fell instantly silent. Zhu's vitality was far higher than Lin's. The officials in the VIP stands all rose to their feet, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. What was going on? Why was Zhu's vitality so high? While everyone was in a daze, Zhu didn't stop. He strode quickly to Lin's side and raised his foot to stomp directly down on his head. The sole of Zhu's shoe loomed larger and larger in Lin's eyes. Ignoring the excruciating pain in his arm, he quickly shouted, "I give up." Thud. The referee didn't intervene. There's no such thing as giving up in this match, as he just stated. If you don't want to fight, either make your opponent stop or roll off the stage yourself. Shouting "I give up" is too humiliating, it's something a warrior would never do. What is the high martial era? What is the arena? Do you think this is a game of make-believe? The moment Lin shouted "I give up," the crowd's enthusiasm plummeted, and a wave of boos swept through the venue. Many female students looked embarrassed, and they all looked down on Lin's actions with disdain. Shouting "surrender" or "I give up" during a martial arts duel is the greatest disgrace for a martial artist. This was their very first lesson upon enrollment, a belief deeply rooted in their hearts, like an unshakable cornerstone. Ju stomped his foot, knocking his opponent into a daze, then picked up the sword from the ground and said casually, "Not a bad sword." Lin convulsed in agony, momentarily unable to grasp what Ju meant. Thud. Ju stomped on his face again and said leisurely, "It's a nice sword." This time, Lin understood Ju wanted that sword. Do you even know how much it's worth? Just because. Thud. Ju stomped on his face once more. Lin's once proud high nose was now level with the rest of his face. Ju felt no pity whatsoever. Even if it weren't for the sword, the mere fact that Lin had poisoned him would have been enough to ensure he'd never get back on his feet. "It's a nice sword." Ju pressed his foot down hard on Lin's face, then after a long moment, said softly, "One last time." Lin saw intense murderous intent in Ju's eyes. He had not the slightest doubt that if he said no one more time, Ju would truly kill him. In the high martial era, killing someone in a tournament arena was not against the law. And at that moment, how could Lin possibly have a chance to climb down from the stage? Ju lifted his foot and pressed the sword against Lin's neck. The blade began to dig into his skin with force, and arteries snapped with a pop, and blood began to spurt. Lin panicked instantly and cried out, "Don't kill me! I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you! Spare my life!" Upon hearing this, Ju turned to look at the referee. The referee nodded, signaling that he would vouch for the exchange and that it was valid. Killing to seize a treasure is different from exchanging a treasure for one's life. The former not only invites the vengeance of the victim's family but also means the treasure isn't legally yours. The latter, however, is a gift offered by the victim's own mouth, witnessed by everyone, making you the legal owner of the sword in the eyes of the law. Lin had even lost the relic. In less than a minute. Lin has three major advantages: vitality, popularity, and the relic had all vanished without a trace. Ju looked up at Luna in the distance and kicked Lin toward her below the stage. Ju wins. The referee grabbed Ju's hand and announced the result loudly. The entire field fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 3, My Family is in Trouble. After more than 10 seconds of silence, murmurs of discussion gradually began to rise from the crowd. Holy shit, holy shit. I'm so uneducated, all I can say is holy shit. That sword got confiscated. What a score. But the real point is this: Lin actually got taken out in one move. Lin's vitality was so much higher than his, yet he still got taken out in one move. Lin is such a loser. Damn, Ju is so cool. Luna froze. She stared blankly at Lin at her feet. He had long since lost consciousness. His handsome face was now severely disfigured, swollen like a pig's head, and blood had stained half his shirt red. How did it come to this? Ju's vitality wasn't even higher than Lin's, so how could he take him out in a single move? Ju was clearly poisoned, so why is he still fine? She'd been counting on Lin, a rich kid, but now his chances of getting into the War Academy were practically zero. Luna looked at Ju, standing triumphantly on the stage, and felt a twinge of regret. No, that can't be. Training in martial arts is expensive. With Lin's family being so wealthy, he is bound to get into the War Academy in the end. Ju is just a poor kid who happened to secure a spot in the bonus round. Does he even have the money to train? Besides, he is currently poisoned with a deadly toxin and has no antidote. He is doomed sooner or later. Thinking this, Luna felt a little better. She then accompanied the school nurse to take Lin to the infirmary. As she left, the look in her eyes as she glanced at Ju still held a hint of ferocity. The students' chattering and gossiping swelled like surging waves, each one higher than the last, catching the attention of the school's higher-ups. On the viewing platform, the leaders shifted slightly to form a semicircle, each with a grave expression, as if an invisible pressure were hanging over them. I never expected it. This kid's actually quite interesting. Du's lips curled slightly upward, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Deputy Du frowned and said in a deep voice, Du, the college entrance exam for the martial arts track focuses heavily on vitality. Ju's vitality is too low. Isn't giving him a spot in this bonus competition a bit of a waste? For this combat championship, the school had carefully selected the top 20 students in vitality from among those who had already met the cutoff for the humanities track of the college entrance exam to compete for these 10 spots in the bonus round. On the surface, the competition appeared to be a fair contest, but in reality, the matchups had been pre-arranged by the school. The winners and losers were essentially predetermined. The purpose of holding the combat championship was merely a symbolic incentive and a warm-up for the top contenders before the bonus round. But no one expected the final match to produce such an upset. The dean of students said thoughtfully, "Is it possible that Ju has made a major breakthrough recently? Judging by the match results, Ju's vitality must be significantly higher than Lin's, otherwise, it would have been impossible to knock him out with a single move." Vice Principal Du snorted derisively and retorted, "How is that possible? The school conducted a standardized vitality test 2 weeks ago. Are you suggesting that Ju's vitality rose by more than 10 points in less than 2 weeks? And it looks like it's even higher than that." Without external stimuli, a high school student's vitality typically increases by only 1 to 2 points per month. Even with the use of drugs like the vitality elixir, the maximum monthly increase is 5 points at most. Could the test results be inaccurate? A teacher in the audience cautiously suggested. For a moment, the administrators fell silent. There had never been any reports of vitality tests being inaccurate, but no one could guarantee that the results were 100% accurate. Who would dare to make that guarantee? Deputy Du lowered his head in thought, then suddenly turned to Ju's homeroom teacher, furrowing his brow as he said, "Joe, didn't you notice anything unusual about Ju's vitality test results?" Someone had to take the blame. Since he was the one in charge of organizing the vitality tests, could he possibly take the fall himself? Caught off guard by Vice Principal Du's sudden question, Joe stammered, I didn't notice anything particularly outstanding about this student during regular physical fitness tests. He was just average, so." Vice Principal Du's face hardened. He shot him a glance and snapped, "Dereliction of duty." Hearing this, Joe felt half his spirit drain away. He didn't know what to say. The boss had made his judgment. How could he possibly argue? It wasn't really his fault, though. Ju vitality ranked 20th in the entire school, not a bad score, but his performance was just average, with nothing particularly outstanding. Plus, since the students had never participated in any competitions before, who would question the test results for no reason? In that case, let us go with the competition results. If Ju won, there must be a reason for it. No matter how high Lin Vitality's score is, if he performed like that in the bonus round, he won't earn any extra points. Du made the final decision. Before the college entrance exam bonus round, all teachers must take good care of the seeded competitors. Their performance in the bonus round will have a significant impact on their martial arts entrance exams. Everyone must take this seriously. Du used the word must twice in a row to emphasize the importance of the matter, and after speaking, he glanced at Joe. Joe almost burst into tears. It's over. He's taking the full blame. He made up his mind, from now on, he would make sure to give Ju plenty of special treatment as much as he possibly could. Congratulations to Ju. Next, in accordance with the Combat Championship's order of appearance, I will announce the roster for the college entrance exam bonus points tournament. The referee stood in the ring, looking at the list in his hand, and read aloud. Senior 3, Class 6, Zhao Zihan, Vitality 88. Senior 3, Class 1, Luna, Vitality 80. Senior 4, Class 4, Jian Zihan, Vitality 83. 5 Zihan entries with vitality scores between 85 and 90 omitted here. Senior 3, Class 5, Zach, Vitality 87. Senior 3, Class 1, Zhu Z. Ju, Vitality 75. Each of you will receive a reward of 50,000 yuan. I hope you'll all keep up the good work. I wish you all the best in the bonus round. A week from now, bring glory to our school and win rewards for yourselves. Although the referee announced that Ju's vitality was 75, not a single one of the school leaders believed that figure. Just look at the way he took down his opponent in a single move. Ju's vitality was definitely over 85. It might even be as high as 90. All would be revealed only when the martial arts section of the college entrance exam began. At the awards ceremony, Du personally presented the award to Ju. Congratulations. I hope you'll keep up the good work. If you ever face any difficulties in the future, feel free to speak up. Let us aim to make a spectacular leap forward in the martial arts exam. Du patted Ju on the shoulder and offered some heartfelt, polite encouragement. Just as he was about to turn around for a group photo, Ju grabbed his sleeve. Du, my family is struggling financially, and I can't afford to train. Could you recommend a place for me to practice? Ju asked with a smile. You're the one who asked me to suggest something, so I'm not going to lie. He doesn't hold back when showing off, but he doesn't hesitate to play the victim when it suits him. Du was taken aback and thought to himself, you can't even tell I'm just being polite? How dare you bring this up right here and now? Where the hell am I supposed to find you a place to train? You've got money, now go get a gym membership. Why should I recommend a place for you? Do you think I can't see through your little scheme to freeload? Though he thought this, he still said, let us take the photo first, and we'll talk about it later. Du smiled and gave an ambiguous reply, then turned to take the photo. Du, my family is really struggling. I'm saving my bonus for college tuition. I can't afford certain luxuries. Ju looked aggrieved and persistently tugged at Du's sleeve, refusing to let him turn away. If I don't seize this opportunity now, what if you change your mind later? Du was at a loss for words, worn down by Ju's persistence, and immediately regretted being so polite. He finally snapped, fine. I'll take care of it. Let us take the photo first, just the photo. Once Ju heard Du's definitive words, he stopped pestering him. We'll talk about it later, and alright, I'll take care of it mean very different things. The former offers no guarantee he can handle it, however he wants afterward, while the latter is a firm promise. As the principal of the school, he does have some integrity. The school's gym has plenty of training equipment, but you need a membership to get in, and at $5,000 a month, it's simply unaffordable. Come on, everyone, let us all shout awesome. The photographer called out. Awesome. The crowd shouted in unison. Click. The shutter clicked. The award ceremony came to a close. Rays of sunlight were beginning to break through the clouds. Chapter 4, The Reason We Must Work Hard. After the rain, the sky cleared, and the air was thick with stifling heat. Due to this year's educational reforms, the martial arts entrance exam was scheduled for the summer vacation. Technically speaking, Ju and his friends had already graduated from high school and were no longer considered high school students. In essence, they were paying to rent the school premises to prepare for the exam. Similarly, to comply with procedures and more importantly, to save money, the school no longer provided dormitories, so Ju had no choice but to find a cheap rental off campus. As soon as Ju finished taking the group photo, he rushed back, eagerly taking stock of what he gained from the event. At this combat championship, Ju had reaped a bountiful harvest. He'd come away with a fortune. Not only did he win the rewards, but he also cut ties with that trashy girl. First, his vitality had reached 100 points. Last year, the cutoff score for a top-tier war academy was 106 points. With just 1 month left until the martial arts college entrance exam and factoring in the bonus points from this competition, his chances of getting into a top-tier war academy are extremely high. Second, there's Lin's sword. This sword is of exceptional quality. Even his teacher had just marveled at it. It's forged from a grade D alloy. Though it's only an entry-level alloy, its value should not be underestimated. In Jiaxiong, a third-tier city, grade D alloy equipment is extremely rare. This series of alloys possesses strength far surpassing that of titanium alloy, along with exceptional toughness and weight, capable of greatly enhancing combat effectiveness. Ju gently ran his fingers along the blade, feeling its icy touch, as a fierce resolve welled up within him as if he could already see himself wielding this sword and wreaking havoc on the battlefield. Finally, and most importantly, the system. Ju couldn't wait to try talking to the system. "Hey, system. Here." The system's voice rang out in Ju's mind. "Why are you inside my body?" Ju cut straight to the ultimate question on his mind. "I was entrusted with this task, I cannot say more. Please forgive me. Ask again, and I'll shut down." The system's reply was concise and decisive. Ju rolled his eyes. Though he felt some resentment, he decided not to pry further into the mystery of the system's origins. He had his own reasons for having to train hard. Losing the system's assistance would undoubtedly be a huge loss. When he was very young, he had experienced an invasion by creatures from the abyss world. Those terrifying scenes were still vivid in his mind to this day. The abyss beasts' hideous faces, their sharp fangs, and the image of his parents being chewed to pieces right before his eyes had haunted him in countless nightmares. Revenge. Ju clenched his fists tightly, vowing silently to himself. Wasn't the purpose of all his hard training along this journey simply to seek revenge? One day, he would exterminate every one of those malevolent creatures to avenge his parents and to prevent other children from suffering the same fate as he had. With that thought, Ju looked at the photograph on the table. In the photo, his parents were holding him as a baby. It was such a heartwarming sight. Unfortunately, none of that existed anymore. And all that remained of his memories of his parents was this single photograph, found among the ruins. Ju's eyes dimmed slightly, and a sense of helplessness welled up inside him. This path was far too difficult to walk. Every single point of vitality gained through martial arts training came at a tremendous cost. Why did so many people stall in their progress before becoming warriors? Was it because they didn't want to train hard? The nation was promoting martial arts on a grand scale. Becoming a warrior granted privileges. Whether in business or politics, the higher one climbed, the more important martial prowess became as a benchmark. Who wouldn't want to train hard? Who wouldn't want those privileges? But training is incredibly expensive. Take Lin, for example. He hasn't put in much effort himself. He spends his days eating, drinking, gambling, and chasing women. So why is his vitality higher than mine? He bought his way to that by spending money on vitality elixirs. One vitality elixir costs 100,000 yuan and boosts vitality by 1-2 points. Who among ordinary people can afford that? Who would be willing to spend that much? You say not to buy them and rely purely on your own cultivation? Ju is one of the hard workers. He pushes himself to the limit every day, running, doing pull-ups, and push-ups until he is exhausted. But after a whole month, he only gains 1-2 points, and sometimes not even 1 point. Trying to climb the ranks solely through training just doesn't work. But now it's different. We have the system. As Ju thought of this, a glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes. System, what abilities do you have? Ju raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes brimming with eagerness and anticipation. Currently, there are 3 abilities. 1. Display the hostess' current status in real time. 2. Display the opponent's vitality status in real time. 3. Provides the ability to convert Devour progress into vitality and restore vitality to full capacity. Additional functions will be unlocked as the system levels up. Ju had already experienced all 3 abilities. The first function was like having a high-precision, portable vitality monitor. He could assess his own condition at any time and adjust his tactics accordingly during combat. Function 2 is like having a real-time vitality report on your opponent. It undoubtedly gives you the upper hand in battle. Function 3 is even more incredible. Simply by devouring, you can convert it into vitality. And the most mind-blowing part is that after conversion, you can even restore your vitality to full. Doesn't that mean that within 100% Devour progress, if you convert just 1% of the progress each time, you'll have 100 chances to restore your own vitality? Ju's eyes widened, and a surge of elation filled his heart. Detected that the host is daydreaming. Friendly reminder from the system, the minimum conversion requirement is 10%. The system mercilessly poured cold water on his excitement. Upon hearing this, Ju was taken aback for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle. 10 times isn't bad at all. If I'd known, I wouldn't have rushed to level up earlier today. That's 10 chances to restore my own condition. That's probably enough to use one of Lin's recovery opportunities or maybe even none at all. What a waste. Zhu shook his head slightly, a hint of regret crossing his face. Lin owes me $1 million. I've got that down. Are there any requirements for what I can devour? Zhu's gaze grew focused once more. You can only devour the bodily tissues of abyss beasts of the same tier or higher than yourself. If you devour a lower tier abyss beast, progress isn't guaranteed to increase. The system replied. Zhu furrowed his brow and fell deep in thought. Before the arena match earlier that day, he had devoured the bodily fluids of a blood-eroding beast. At that time, devour progress didn't seem to be divided by tiers, so he could max out his progress directly. Now that his devour progress was at tier 1, devouring another tier 1 abyss beast wouldn't yield as much progress as before. So the question arose, where should he go to find abyss beast meat? On his way back earlier, Zhu had stopped by the farmer's market but hadn't found a single stall selling abyss beast meat. Although abyss beasts had once invaded Earth, they'd been driven back years ago by Earth's high-tech relics. Even if abyss beast meat were available on the market now, it would have been brought back from the abyss world by humans. It would certainly be extremely expensive. How is that any different from spending a fortune on vitality elixir? Hostess erroneous thinking detected. This system must correct you. The system's voice sounded again. 1. Overall, abyss beast meat offers better value for money than vitality elixir. 2. It costs the host nothing to enter the abyss world and eat the meat. 3. All medicines have some toxicity. Meat is non-toxic. 4. Stop. The system was still rattling off examples non-stop when Zhu hurriedly interrupted. System, I understand all that, but the key question is, where am I supposed to find abyss beast meat? Zhu felt a bit lost. The table was set, the chopsticks were out, but where was the food? The money he'd saved up before was negligible currently, including the 50,000 yuan that had just been deposited. He had roughly 50,000 yuan on hand. Zhu had no intention of saving it. Money had to be spent where it mattered most. Currently, the system does not provide any information beyond the 3 functions mentioned above. Well, he couldn't spend the money. Zhu pursed his lips in resignation, a wave of frustration welling up inside him. Additionally, a reminder to the host, the system is not a license to slack off. Please keep a close eye on the evolution threshold. Vitality is currently exchanged at a 1-to-1% ratio with devour progress, and the host can only increase vitality through devour. If the increased vitality exceeds the evolution threshold, you will most likely kick the bucket. Upon hearing this, Zhu's expression instantly turned grave. He quickly summoned the information panel and fixed his eyes on the display. Stage 1 Devour Progress, 0%. 0% available. Vitality, 88 points 100 points. Evolution Threshold, 0. In other words, if Zhu continued to train now, he wouldn't increase his vitality, he would increase his evolution threshold. When he wanted to level up, the amount of vitality gained could not exceed the evolution threshold. Zhu mulled over this information repeatedly, and the weight on his mind grew heavier and heavier. No matter how you looked at it, the key was still having abyss beast meat. After pondering for a while, Zhu decided to consult his homeroom teacher, Zhou. He took a deep breath and dialed the number. A slightly impatient voice came from the other end of the line. Who is it? Zhou, it's me, Zhu. Sorry to bother you during mealtime, but I was wondering where I could buy some abyss beast meat. Zhu got straight to the point. What do you need abyss beast meat for? Zhou's voice carried a hint of confusion. A friend asked me to check for him. Zhu's eyes darted around as he made up an excuse on the spot. A pawn shop. Seeing that Zhu wasn't being specific, Zhou didn't bother to pry further and simply gave a brief answer. Zhu's heart leapt with joy, and he hurriedly thanked him. Come by my office first thing tomorrow morning. I need to talk to you. Zhou's voice was serious and earnest. Got it. Zhu hung up the phone, finally feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. Chapter 5: The Pawnshop. Night. Hospital. Dad, avenge me. I want him dead. Lin lay in a hospital bed, his head and body completely wrapped in bandages, but the eyes peering out from beneath them were as fierce as a venomous snake's, and his teeth were chattering. Enough! Don't make a fool of yourself. Nate snapped loudly. In a martial arts tournament, injuries were inevitable. He'd been through it himself. Now that he'd lost the match, he was plotting revenge behind the scenes. If he got caught, not only would he end up behind bars, but the other martial artists in the family would be dragged down with him. You old bastard. Your son's in this state, and you still say things like that? You're a scumbag. A woman standing nearby had already cried herself into a state of exhaustion, but upon hearing Nate's words, she began frantically tugging at his clothes, clawing and hitting him. It's all because you spoiled him. Nate shoved the woman down onto a chair, then pointed at Lin, spitting as he raged. Vitality was so much higher than his opponent's, and yet he was taken out in a single move? Does he have martial arts skills? Has he tempered his bones? Or does he have a relic? You good-for-nothing piece of trash. He has a relic, our family's flexible sword. Lin stammered. What? Nate flew into a rage. He pointed at Lin but was momentarily speechless. After a long pause, he forced himself to calm down and asked, besides the flexible sword, what else did you steal? And nothing, that's all. Lin replied guiltily. If you ever set foot in my treasure chamber again, I'll skin you alive. Nate, furious, flung his sleeve aside, shoved the young nurse standing nearby, and stormed out the door. You old hag. With my son in this state, where are you going? The woman cried so hard she could barely catch her breath and collapsed onto the floor. Mom, I want you dead. I want you dead. Lin raged like a mummy rising from the dead, causing the entire bed to shake. The woman wiped away her tears, as if she'd made a decision. She stood up and comforted Lin. Xiaofeng, just focus on getting better. Leave this to Mom. I'll definitely avenge you. There, don't be angry anymore. I want him dead. I want him dead. Hurry up and go kill him. Hurry up. Lin screamed hysterically, blood seeping through the bandages on his face and body. All right, I'll make the arrangements right away. Don't be angry, just focus on getting better. Mom will take care of it right now. At a loss, the woman hurriedly agreed. Hurry up! Lin roared. Wiping away her tears, the woman turned to the nurse standing by and ordered, take good care of Xiaofeng. If anything happens to him, I'll have you killed. And as for what you just heard, if a single word of it gets out, you know the consequences. Yes, ma'am. Don't worry. The young nurse, startled by the order, quickly nodded in agreement. Xiaofeng, what about Mom? Hurry up. The woman was usually seen by others as extremely aloof, but in front of her own son, she had no temper at all. Frightened by Lin's near-frenzied state, she could only reluctantly give in and hurried out to take care of things. Young Master Lin, is there anything you need? After the woman left, the young nurse and Lin were left alone in the room. The awkward atmosphere prompted her to speak up. Where's Luna? Where's Luna? Lin continued to lose his mind. Earlier that day at the school infirmary, when the school nurse told him he might not be able to take the martial arts exam, Luna had vanished. Who is Luna? The young nurse was taken aback by the question. It's your dad, it's your ancestor, you fucking idiot, hurry the fuck up and hand me my phone, #it you piece of shit. Lin was acting like a madman, having completely lost his mind. The young nurse didn't dare disobey. The hospital had assigned her to this post and required her to take good care of Lin, otherwise, she wouldn't be granted permanent status. With no other choice, she had to swallow her pride and put up with his tantrums. Young master, here. The young nurse found the phone among the clothes on the rack and handed it to Lin with trembling hands. Lin glared at the young nurse, roughly snatched the phone with his uninjured hand, and dialed Luna's number. What's this? Why didn't you poison Ju? Are you two setting me up? Lin cut straight to the point. On the other end of the line, I told you, I really did poison him. At the time, I took a sip myself to dispel his suspicions, and I got poisoned too, didn't I? I watched him finish it right before my eyes. Then why wasn't he poisoned? Is he immune to poison? Did his immunity talent awaken, huh? Lin was panting heavily, clearly not believing Luna's story. Martial talent can only be awakened upon reaching the martial realm once vitality reaches 100 points. There are only two ways to enter the martial realm, either through a unified program organized by a high martial era university, or through an organizational arrangement by a public institution or large state-owned enterprise. Obviously, Ju couldn't meet either of those requirements, so how could he possibly have activated the martial realm awakening talent? I swear on my parents' lives if there's even a single word of a lie in what I just said. Fuck off. What do your parents matter? Where were you after I got hurt? Huh? Where were you? My mom got sick. I'm going home first. Why didn't you just say your mom died? You heard I couldn't take the college entrance exam and just bailed, didn't you bitch? I didn't. Do you think I wouldn't pay to have you killed, huh? You're not even worth 100,000 yuan, you hear me? Lin roared like a wild beast. The young nurse standing nearby was so terrified her legs were shaking, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Lin, you were still calling me dad last night, weren't you? Try calling me by my first name again, you bitch. What do you want to do? Just say it. I want Ju dead. Get in touch with number 3 right now. I want Ju dead. After hanging up, Lin violently hurled the phone at the young nurse's face and snarled, if you dare let word of today's incident get out, you know what LL happened to you. In my eyes, scum like you aren't even worth a damn dog. The phone struck the young nurse's mouth, and blood slowly began to trickle out. She clenched her lips tightly and picked up the phone, but as she looked down, tears still streamed down her face despite her best efforts. Upon learning the location where Abyss Beast meat was being sold, Ju immediately left the house and set off without delay for the pawnshop. Gongfa Pawnshop. Standing in front of the door, Ju looked up at the antique signboard and slowly read it aloud. Before coming, he had done some research on purpose. A pawnshop was actually just like the auction houses he knew from novels, only with more specific rules. Since it was an auction, the price would inevitably be high. That was unavoidable, but he had to get that Abyss Beast meat. On the way there, he grabbed a quick bite at a roadside stall, only to discover that his Devour progress hadn't increased in the slightest. According to the system, even if he devoured a giant tiger, it wouldn't boost his progress at all. The Devour ability only worked on Abyss Beasts. Since he couldn't enter the Abyss world at the moment and didn't have the ability to do so anyway, he had no choice but to spend money. Ju reached out and pushed open the pawnshop's heavy door with all his might. The door hinges emitted a dull thud. As far as the eye could see, the hallway was lined with bank counter-like windows on both sides. Quite a few people sat in chairs in front of the windows, their expressions varied, quietly discussing business with the staff behind the counters. Ju kept his eyes straight ahead and walked directly toward the service hall at the very back of the pawnshop. Hello, how may I assist you? A young woman in a neat uniform greeted Ju with a smile, her tone professional. She wore a navy blue suit dress. The top was tailored to fit her perfectly, its flowing lines highlighting her professional and capable demeanor. Her white blouse was as pure as snow, peeking slightly from the neckline, and her name tag was neatly pinned to her left chest. The hem of her skirt fell just below her knees, and her mid-heel leather shoes tapped against the polished floor, producing a soft, rhythmic sound. But Ju had no mind to admire her at that moment. I'd like to ask if you have any Abyss Beast meat or other body parts here? Ju cut straight to the chase, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency and longing. The young woman paused for a moment, then glanced at Ju and said with a smile, minors aren't allowed to participate in the auction. Chapter 6, A Chance Encounter. I'm an adult. Ju said awkwardly, presenting his digital ID on his phone. It was no wonder she misunderstood. Ju was still wearing his high school uniform, and anyone would have been skeptical. Please wait a moment, let me check for you. Once the young woman confirmed he was of age, she began typing rapidly on the computer in front of her, her fingers dancing across the keyboard like nimble butterflies. Abyss beast meat was indeed a rare commodity in a third-tier city. This young guy in front of her, still wearing his school uniform, didn't he look like he had any real clout, no matter how she looked at him. But out of professional courtesy, the young woman still carried out the search diligently. Ju took the opportunity to survey his surroundings. The place he'd just entered was a somewhat crowded passageway, where the constant flow of people created a slightly cramped atmosphere. However, the moment he stepped into the lobby, he found himself in a completely different world. The hall was vast, its soaring ceiling seemed to reach into the depths of the night, yet it was illuminated by a massive chandelier hanging above, bathing the interior in bright light as if it were broad daylight. Countless beams of light cascaded down, spilling onto the mirror-smooth marble floor, which reflected a dazzling glow, resembling the shimmering surface of a lake. Looking around, the elegant columns exuded a sense of solemnity, their carvings delicate and exquisite. At the counter in the distance, the wood grain exuded the patina of age. Other staff members, also dressed in business suits, bustled about under the lights, while in the corners of the hall, rustic furniture and decorations were arranged, adding a touch of mystery to this modern space. Thank you for waiting. I just checked, and there's an auction tonight at 8 p.m. that might have items you're interested in. You can scan this QR code to get the details. The young woman pointed to a photo of a QR code hanging on the wall and added, if you decide to participate in this auction, please pay a 20,000 yuan deposit so we can issue your bidding eligibility certificate. After the auction concludes, the deposit will be refunded in full unless you default on payment. Upon hearing this, Ju couldn't help but smile wryly to himself. He had a total of 50,000 yuan on him, losing 20,000 before even seeing the items meant it was uncertain whether the remaining money would be enough. He furrowed his brow, a look of conflict etched on his face. I'll take a look at the materials first. I'll handle the bidding formalities if necessary, Ju said politely. Sure, please take your time. The young woman replied politely as well, her face still adorned with a professional smile. After Ju scanned the QR code with his phone, a web page immediately popped up on the screen. He quickly registered and logged in using his phone number, then eagerly began browsing today's auction information. The theme of today's auction was Treasures from the Earth's Core. The items were rich and varied, primarily consisting of minerals, plants, and animals from the Earth's core, as well as relics and equipment. Grade F alloy ore 10 kg, Grade E alloy ore 2 kg, Vitality Vine 3 plants, Own Tempering Bamboo half a stalk. Ju's finger kept scrolling down the page as his eyes searched eagerly for his target. Healing Fish 1, Tier 1. Its meat is delicious, it can accelerate the healing of physical injuries and is also suitable as an ornamental fish. Just those few lines of description were enough to make Ju's mouth water. Delicious meat. Ju murmured softly, then quickly clicked on the link to check the starting bid. 23,000. Ju sucked in a sharp breath, inwardly gasping in shock. This little fish costs tens of thousands. Is it made of gold? With a starting bid of 23,000, how much will it go for in the end? Ju shook his head and was just about to turn away when his footsteps hesitated. It would be such a waste to give up this hard-won opportunity so easily. Why not give it a try? Maybe no one else will bid on it. With that thought, Ju gritted his teeth, walked up to the service desk, paid a 20,000 yuan deposit, received a bid card, and resolutely entered the auction hall. Although the auction hadn't started yet, most of the seats were already filled, and the majority of bidders were seated, quietly waiting for the auction to begin. Ju found his seat based on the number on his pass. On the table lay two bid cards, one red and one green, with numbers matching his seat number. During the auction, he simply had to raise the bid card to place a bid, and someone would record it to avoid any confusion later. As for what the red and green bid cards meant, he'd just have to wait for the auctioneer to explain. After taking his seat, Ju, feeling bored, looked down and started playing with his phone. Oh my, Mr. Lin, what brings you here today to bid? Ju heard someone sitting in front of him whisper. Through the narrow gap between the two chairs, even that brief glimpse of the man's profile was enough to reveal a face plastered with a fawning, obsequious smile. I heard there were some good items, so I came to take a look. The man addressed as President Lin spoke in a detached tone, exuding an air of superiority. What could this shabby little place possibly have that would catch your eye? The fawning man continued to smile ingratiatingly, then, as if remembering something, added, "It was just last time that D-grade alloy sword they got from who knows where that you snapped up for a high price. What else could there possibly be worth anything?" Upon hearing this, Ju raised an eyebrow. It couldn't be that much of a coincidence, could it? Thinking this, he reached down and ran his hand over the flexible sword at his waist, which had been coiled into a belt. "Don't you fucking mention that sword to me?" Mr. Lin suddenly lost his temper, his voice brimming with rage. "Oh my, Mr. Lin, who has upset you?" The sycophantic man hurriedly asked cautiously, a look of fear on his face. "That stupid son of mine, he stole that sword to enter a competition, and then someone else snatched it right out from under him. Just thinking about it makes my liver ache with rage," Mr. Lin said through gritted teeth, the muscles in his face twitching slightly. Upon hearing this, Ju curled the corner of his mouth. Talk about running into the wrong person at the wrong time. With that thought, his body instinctively shifted downward a little. It would be hilarious if the other guy turned around and saw him. Although he wasn't sure if the other guy would recognize his face, it was always better to be safe than sorry. "Who dares to steal from your family? Do you want me to find someone to take care of him?" the sycophant said menacingly, looking every bit the lackey. "No need. I've already found the right person. I'll have him lose a leg. There aren't many who dare to mess with my Lin family, at least not on Jiaxiang's turf." Mr. Lin's gaze was icy, his tone brimming with menace. The two men ahead continued chatting and laughing as if no one else were there. Nate, Vitality 282. Zeke, Vitality 190. An assassination would be tough. Ju watched the backs of the two men ahead, his gaze turning cold as he quietly activated the voice recording function on his phone. "Oh, you're being too modest. You can't just say not many, that means there are none," Zeke said ingratiatingly, then leaned in close to Nate with a menacing look and tone. "One leg is too lenient for him. Leave this to me, I'll make him vanish completely. It'll be over and done with." Nate turned to look at him. After hesitating for a moment, he nodded and said, "All right, I'll leave this to you. Remember, whether it succeeds or not, this has nothing to do with me, Nate. Also, I must get that sword. You can rest assured. As for that vitality elixir supply." Zeke trailed off, stammering, "If this works out, I'll give you a supply of 50 vitality elixir capsules at cost." Nate knew exactly what the other guy was up to, so he readily offered his bargaining chip. The Lin family was the sole supplier of vitality elixir in Jiaxiang City, so this promise was easily kept. "Wow, thanks, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, I'll handle this properly. Just send me the other party's information." Zeke quickly glanced at his phone, waiting for the information he needed. "Nope. You'll have to go to the school and find out for yourself." Nate shook his head. Zeke was taken aback for a moment, then nodded, "Yes, yes, yes." The two conspired loudly, oblivious to those around them, and then Zeke got up and left to take care of business. But Ju had recorded the entire exchange on his phone. Since someone was looking for trouble, he had to deal with them before anything happened. Ju narrowed his eyes, staring intently at the slightly disheveled top of Nate's head peeking out from behind the chair in front of him, and lowered his head to think of a plan. Chapter 7, The Treasure at the Center of the Earth. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats as soon as possible. The auction is about to begin. It wasn't just Ju, the people around him were equally drawn by that crisp voice and looked toward the stage. There stood a woman, dressed in a magnificent red cheongsam with a high slit. Through the slit, her slender, jade-like legs were faintly visible, glowing with an alluring sheen under the lights. Her figure was graceful and her curves exquisite, as if she were a classical beauty stepping out of a painting. Her gaze was bright and resolute as she scanned the room and walked gracefully toward the podium, each step striking a chord in the hearts of the audience. I am Cam, the auctioneer for this session. Today's theme is treasures from the Earth's core, and all items up for auction come from Abyss World, covering a wide range of categories including animals, plants, and minerals. The bidding process will follow our standard procedure, with both paddle bidding and verbal bidding available. For today's auction, green cards will indicate fixed bid increments, while red cards may be used for direct verbal bids. Kim tilted her chin slightly upward, her crimson lips parting ever so slightly. Her clear, melodious voice like heavenly music echoing through the hall detailed the auction rules, helping bidders like Ju, who were attending their first auction, grasp the basics. The time has come. I now declare this auction officially open. Please bring out lot number 1. No sooner had Kim finished speaking than staff members below the stage carefully carried up a glass display case. Inside the case was a single, solid piece of ore. The ore was entirely black, but under the spotlight, it shimmered with a fantastical array of iridescent colors, as if it held boundless mystical power. It appeared that the auction items were presented in the order listed on the official website. Ju opened his phone to double-check and confirmed that the item he had his eye on was lot 26. The first lot is a grade D alloy ore, weighing 10 kilograms. It is the forging ore used for grade D relic equipment. This item is relatively lightweight and can be used to forge small relic items or jewelry. It also holds some collectible value. The starting bid is 20,000, with increments of 2,000. Verbal bids must be no less than 3,000. Now, please begin bidding. Kim's voice was full of enthusiasm as her gaze swept back and forth among the bidders, waiting for the first bid. No sooner had Kim finished speaking than someone raised a paddle. All right, this gentleman bids 2,000, that's 22,000. Any more bids? All right, this gentleman raises his paddle 24,000. All right, that gentleman bids 26,000. Kim guided the bidding, her tongue moving with remarkable agility as she tallied everyone's bids and the item's cumulative price. Kim, vitality 5. Ju probed curiously. He hadn't expected the other party's vitality to be so low. Yet such an important role as auctioneer had been entrusted to an ordinary person. It seemed that not all jobs required vitality as a prerequisite for employment. The price of the ore quickly reached 34,000. Although Abyss World minerals were currently scarce on the market, they weren't exorbitantly expensive. Their value was still nowhere near that of gold. This item was limited by two factors: first, its light weight insufficient to craft into a small to medium-sized relic, and second, its low grade, which failed to spark much interest. The frequency of bids dropped noticeably. The current highest bid is 34,000. Any higher bids? This is a truly rare item. Kim tried to keep the bidding going, but it was clear no one was willing to go any higher. So, after a 3 count, the hammer fell. The 10-kilogram grade D ore was ultimately snapped up by an unassuming middle-aged woman for 34,000. Many other lots appeared in between, giving Ju a rough idea of the value of Abyss World items. Simply put, regardless of the category, items from Abyss World generally cost around 10 times as much as similar items on the open market, though there are, of course, exceptions. Generally speaking, for every level an item rises, its price increases by a factor of 5 to 10. Of course, this can vary depending on the item's size and rarity. Throughout the bidding on multiple lots, Nate, who was sitting in front of Ju, hadn't placed a single bid, which gave Ju a vague sense of foreboding. Soon, the auction reached lot 19. A jet-black dagger was brought out on a tray by an auctioneer. Ju could clearly feel the stares of those around him intensify. Next up is lot 19, our grand finale. I'm sure many of you are here today specifically for this item. Without further ado, let me introduce this lot to you. Kim made a point of putting on white gloves, raised the dagger to eyebrow level, and announced in a resonant voice. The last D-class relic auctioned here was a flexible sword, which sold for 500,000. As I'm sure you all know, although this D-class alloy dagger is smaller in size, its weight differs from that flexible sword by only 1 gram. The series alloy is an essential weapon for warriors. The starting bid is 300,000, with increments of 20,000. Verbal bids must be in increments of at least 50,000. Bidding is now open. Upon hearing this, Ju couldn't help but stare blankly. He knew the flexible sword was valuable, but he hadn't expected it to be this expensive. 500,000 in a novel, that might not even buy half a glass of red wine, but in reality, how many years would an ordinary person have to go without eating or drinking to save up that much? A complex mix of emotions welled up inside him. He was both amazed by the value of these items and deeply saddened for the people at the bottom of society, just like himself. 400,000. A bidder not far to Jew's right rear immediately raised a red card and called out a bid. True to form, this was the highlight of the auction. Someone had already added 100,000 right off the bat. All right, this gentleman has verbally bid 400,000. Are there any higher bids? All right, this gentleman at 420,000, 440,000, 460,000. Kim's voice grew more animated as her eyes darted rapidly through the crowd, anticipating the next higher bid. Soon, the price was approaching 500,000. 600,000. That's my final bid. If anyone has a higher offer, I'll withdraw. It was the same man sitting just behind Jew on the right, the one who had bid first, who had just called out 600,000, a full 100,000 more than the price of his own soft sword. It seemed he was determined to win at all costs. Kim's south eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled. This auction was going even better than the last one. At that moment, the people around them began to whisper among themselves. Isn't the Zhao Xiaoyu from the Zhao family? One person asked in a hushed voice, a look of surprise on his face. Yeah, that's him, the head of the Zhao family. I didn't expect him to show up. Looks like we're out of luck today. Another person shook his head in resignation. If you want it, just bid another 20,000. He said he wouldn't keep bidding, didn't he? Someone voiced their doubt. Come on, the Zhao family is one of the three major families of Jiaxiang. Do you dare snatch food from their mouths? The person next to him glared at him. Fine, forget it. The man said grudgingly. Although auctions are inherently a matter of financial strength, once the price reaches a certain threshold, bidding further risks offending someone. The crowd below murmured among themselves, but no one dared to bid again. First, the other party wielded significant local influence, and no one dared to cross them. Second, the current premium on the relic was too high in many people's eyes, it wasn't worth the price. Just then, a green paddle was raised in front of Ju. Mr. Lin has raised the bid to 620,000. Are there any higher bids? Kim saw Nate raise his green card and announced in a booming voice. At that moment, Nate narrowed his eyes slightly, looking smug and completely unconcerned about his opponent. Chapter 8, the suspense finally ends. Mr. Lin, you were the one who won the D-grade alloy soft sword last time. Will it be you again this time? 620,000. Is there a higher bid? Kim's smile stretched from ear to ear. She looked as excited as if she won the lottery. It seemed her commission today would be quite substantial. Who is that? Someone asked in confusion. Damn, Nate, you don't recognize him? The person next to him looked at him in surprise. It's the Lin family, one of the three great families. The man realized what was happening and his face betrayed his shock. Wow, no wonder he dared to bid. Looks like these two are at each other's throats. Another person remarked. They're so damn rich, the crowd exclaimed in unison. 700,000. Zhao Xiaoyu continued to raise the bid. Nate slammed his fist on the table, stood up, turned around, and pointed at Zhao Xiaoyu, shouting, You said you weren't going to bid anymore. Just kidding, he. Zhao Xiaoyu replied humorously, his casual tone laced with a hint of teasing. Instantly, everyone in the hall burst into laughter, and the atmosphere became lively all at once. Please take your seat, Mr. Lin. I suppose this item is in such high demand that it's understandable for someone to bid higher. The current bid is 700,000. Is there a higher bid? Kim turned her gaze to Nate, expecting him to bid again. Mr. Lin? Ju grinned. This little girl had figured out the pattern. She was targeting these two to milk them for all they were worth. 1 million. Nate completely lost his cool and roared. But the moment he shouted it, he regretted it. The Metal Gear was great, but the price was way too inflated right now. He'd be stuck with it. After all, this wasn't his real goal for today. Alright, 1 million. Any higher bids? Anyone else? If not, Mr. Lin has it. Kim continued to stir up competition among the crowd, urging bidders to call out higher prices to drive the auction to a higher final price. This was the role an auctioneer played during such events. But at that moment, Nate wished more than anything that Zhao Xiaoyu would let out another roar. Don't even ask, there's no more cash here. Zhao Xiaoyu sneered loudly, his eyes brimming with contempt. Say that again, you son of a bitch. Nate instantly flew into a rage, slammed his fist on the table, jumped to his feet, and rushed over to punch Zhao Xiaoyu. The feud between the Lin and Zhao clans, the two major families, seemed to be old news to everyone present. No one stood up to intervene. Calm down. Just as Nate left his seat and reached the corner, a figure suddenly appeared, reaching out to block his path. The figure was tall and imposing, exuding a strong sense of intimidation. Get lost. Nate was determined to fight and reached out to shove the stranger aside. Nate was a second-rank spirit realm warrior with a vitality of 282. An ordinary person would be sent flying by his seemingly casual push, but this time, it didn't budge the other man an inch. Rex, vitality 491. Zhu's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't expected such a powerful warrior to appear here. 4th rank, King Realm, that placed him among the top ranks in the entire province. When the crowd saw the newcomer, they all gasped in shock. Rex, the number 1 warrior in Jiaxiang City, was also the city's only 4th rank powerhouse. He stood before them like a towering mountain, radiating a chilling aura of authority. Please calm down, Mr. Lin, and do me a favor, will you? Rex's voice was soft, yet it boomed like a muffled thunderclap in everyone's ears, commanding respect without a trace of anger. Oh my, Mr. Jean, I'm so sorry I didn't recognize you. Oh my, I must be blind. The moment Nate recognized the man, his expression changed drastically, his eyes filled with terror. He hurriedly raised his hand and slapped himself hard across the face. The crisp sound rang out particularly jarringly in the silent auction hall. Go back to your seat. Rex gave a slight nod of his chin, his gaze cold and indifferent. Yes, yes. Nate, like a startled rabbit, hurriedly bowed and scraped, slinking back to his seat like a cowering child. In the face of overwhelming power, the weak dare not offer the slightest resistance. The head of a prominent local family now looked like a child who had done something wrong. The authority of a powerful figure was like an invisible mountain, crushing the other man until he could barely breathe, instantly turning him into a meek and obsequious clown, unable to utter a single word of defiance. A high-rank warrior as terrifying as... And just as Zhu looked back at Rex, the man had already vanished without a trace, as mysterious and elusive as a ghost. Looking at Nate, sitting upright and composed in the seat ahead, Zhu was speechless. So this is the power of a high-rank warrior. Zhu clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with a fiery light of hope. After this little incident, not only Nate, but even Zhao Xiaoyu kept a low profile and dared not cause any more trouble. The D-grade alloy dagger was ultimately snapped up by Nate for a ridiculous price of 1 million, and the auction continued in an orderly fashion. Soon, it was time for lot 26. Zhu instantly sat up straight, his gaze fixed intently on the display stand. Under the hall's lights, everyone's attention was instantly drawn to a massive glass tank being carefully carried by several staff members. When the tank was set down steadily on the display stand, the sight inside made everyone gasp in astonishment. A completely white fish swam slowly through the water. It appeared to weigh about 4 Jin and emitted an eerie glow. The fish had no scales, and its smooth skin reflected a strange texture under the lights. But what was most chilling was that its head bore a face strikingly similar to a human's, a sight that sent a cold shiver racing from the soles of one's feet straight to the heart. At first, the fish swam very slowly, as if exploring this unfamiliar environment. Each of its movements carried a mysterious rhythm that involuntarily lulled observers into a trance-like state. When the fish finally came to rest, it settled gently on the bottom of the tank, remaining completely still. Its eerie silhouette and tranquil posture cast an odd atmosphere over the entire hall. Next up is lot number 26, the healing fish. This fish has exquisite flesh, a rare, top-quality ingredient even in 7-star hotels. Furthermore, its meat has medicinal properties that accelerate the healing of one's own injuries. Its efficacy is comparable to 1/10 of a Regan elixir, making it a boon for low-level warriors and unawakened. Rumor has it that the healing fish is one of the ingredients in the Regan elixir. Since it was transported from the number 7 core entrance, which is relatively close to Jiashan, my father was fortunate enough to acquire it. Although it is small in size, its rarity makes it highly valuable. The starting bid is 23,000. The minimum bid increment is 2,000. Verbal bids must be no less than 3,000. Bidding begins now. As Kim gave his introduction, he didn't forget to cast a discreet glance around the room, a hint of warning in his eyes, as if reminding everyone that his father was still present and that they'd better not cause any trouble. Meanwhile, Ju felt a bit anxious inside, blaming Kim for hyping up the lot so much. What if too many people got tempted to bid? When Kim signaled that bidding was open, Ju quickly raised his green card to get a little thrill out of it. Okay, this gentleman has bid 2,000. And alright, 27,000, 29,000, 31,000. As Kim's crisp voice rang out, bids kept coming in. Ju let out a soft sigh. His heart, which had been hanging in the balance, finally settled. Chapter 9, Stalking. People around them continued to bid, and the price quickly reached 45,000. It turned out that a low starting bid didn't necessarily mean the item was of little value. There had been many items earlier with very low starting bids, yet their final selling prices were shockingly high. 60,000. Nate raised his red paddle to bid, his eyes revealing determination and resolve. He was dead set on winning this one. 70,000. Zhao Xiaoyu immediately followed suit, a defiant smile playing on his face, as if he were deliberately trying to outbid Nate. 80,000. Nate said through gritted teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging. 90,000. Zhao Xiaoyu Wun Ti let up, his eyes brimming with mockery. 100,000. Nate shouted it out loud, a hint of anger in his voice. He had come to this auction today specifically to bid on this fish, intending to use it to treat his son Linus' injuries. But while he was wealthy, Nate was no fool. A 4-gene therapeutic fish was worth no more than about 50,000 at most, and the price had now ballooned far beyond that. If it weren't for the upcoming college entrance exams and his urgent need to treat Linus' injuries, he wouldn't have been so invested. Although the healing fish wasn't as effective as Regan elixir, the exorbitant price of 1 million per pill plus the requirement to pre-order 6 months in advance had ultimately forced him to give up on it. 120,000. Zhao Xiaoyu said calmly, a smug smile playing on his face. 200,000. Zhao Xiaoyu, don't you fucking go too far. Nate was completely beside himself. His eyes were bloodshot, and his face contorted with rage. 300,000. Zhao Xiaoyu called out calmly, the corners of his mouth curving upward as if he intended to go all the way with his opponent. When that price was called out, everyone was stunned. These two must be out of their minds. Even if you're rich, you shouldn't waste money like that. Nate was grinding his teeth, cursing Zhao Xiaoyu under his breath for being so reckless. Facing such a dim-witted opponent was the worst luck he'd ever had. 320,000. Nate shouted, his voice trembling. 330,000. Zhao Xiaoyu continued to bid. 500,000. Arg. Nate was shaking with rage, scaring the people next to him so much that they hurriedly left their seats. 600,000. Zhao Xiaoyu opened his water cup, gently blew on the steam, and said calmly. Nate let out a long sigh. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he relented, I'm out. Indeed, spending 600,000 on a single fish, no matter how rich your family is, you shouldn't waste money like that. Besides, it was obvious the other guy was just trying to spite him. If he kept raising the bid, the other guy would almost certainly keep matching it. How high would this go? He'd just have to come up with another plan. The people around them looked at Zhao Xiaoyu as if he were a fool, silently marveling at how foolish and wasteful he was. But Zhao Xiaoyu's expression didn't betray a single hint of unease. He remained completely composed, as if he weren't the one getting ripped off. Only he knew what was really going through his mind. Ju, however, looked extremely gloomy, his eyes filled with resentment and helplessness. Watching the very thing he needed most fall into someone else's hands right before his eyes, that feeling of powerlessness was truly infuriating. Alright, congratulations to Mr. Zhao for winning this lot at the high price of 600,000. Kim couldn't even be bothered to count down. She quickly brought down the gavel, as if afraid Zhao Xiaoyu might change his mind. An excited smile spread across her face, as if she could see stacks of cash fluttering toward her like little birds. She caught a real sucker today. Sales figures were looking pretty good. Seeing that Liao Yuhan won the bid, Nate didn't linger. He stood up and left. Zhao Xiaoyu also left the room in silence, his gaze toward Nate filled with greed. Zhu let out a soft sigh, feeling utterly helpless, and quietly slipped away as well. The bustling metropolis under the cover of night unveiled a different kind of dazzling spectacle. Countless lights of varying colors shone through the windows of skyscrapers. Neon lights flowed like a river of color, tracing all manner of dazzling patterns and shapes. The lights from the constant stream of traffic on the streets merged into a long river of light, while the sounds of car horns and engines intertwined, playing a vibrant urban symphony. Without money, what good is this system? Zhu mused self-deprecatingly. After getting his deposit back, Zhu stepped out of the pawnshop and saw Nate standing by his car, smoking, while a pawnshop employee was helping him load the items he won at auction into the vehicle. Zhu shook his head, pulled out his phone to check the time, and hoped there was still a bus running. Just then, a stranger's phone conversation nearby caught Zhu's attention. He didn't catch everything that was said, but he faintly heard the words, "President Zhao ordered Nate." Zhu's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that Zhao Xiaoyu was out to get Nate? Was there an opportunity here? Zhu narrowed his eyes, lost in deep thought, his mind torn with conflict. He scanned his surroundings but saw no sign of Zhao Xiaoyu. And at that moment, Yu was in Zhao Xiaoyu's hands. Zhu looked in Nate's direction. Nate had already started the car and was driving away slowly. Zhu didn't have time to think it through. He quickly hailed a taxi. "Driver, follow that car up ahead." Since he couldn't find Zhao Xiaoyu, he'd follow Nate. If Zhao Xiaoyu was planning to take care of Nate, he could use Nate to track down Zhao Xiaoyu. Throughout the ride, Zhu sat in the back seat, glancing left and right, looking ahead and behind, feeling incredibly tense and anxious. After all, Nate was a second-rank spirit realm warrior, while Zhu hadn't even entered the warrior realm yet. The disparity in their strength was vast. If Nate discovered him, his life would likely be in danger. "Where exactly are you going?" The driver, seeing Zhu acting so furtively and asking him to follow the car ahead, couldn't help but grow suspicious. "My sister's been deceived by that scumbag. I need to find proof of his infidelity so she can give up on him." Zhu blurted out a lie on the spot. The driver paused for a moment, glancing at Zhu through the rearview mirror. "Alright, buddy, let this cabbie give you a hand." With that, the driver stepped on the gas and sped off. "Hey, don't follow too closely," Zhu hurriedly said. "Oh." The driver slowed down. The city was shrouded in night, its neon lights dazzling and dazzling. A yellow and green taxi, like a ghost, weaved through the bustling traffic, trailing far behind the shiny black minivan ahead. Vehicles came and went on the streets. Zhu's older brother kept his eyes fixed on the road ahead, his hands firmly gripping the steering wheel. His expression was focused and alert, and he adjusted his speed from time to time to ensure he maintained an appropriate distance from the car in front, neither losing sight of it nor drawing its attention. Like an agile fish, every time another vehicle cut in between them, Zhu's heart would skip a beat. He would quickly assess the situation and look for an opportunity to catch up again. As the two vehicles drove deeper into the suburbs, the city's clamor gradually faded, replaced by the low hum of engines and the sound of rolling tires. "If only I'd been as responsible as you back then, my sister wouldn't have." The driver focused intently on driving while engaging in an even more earnest conversation. Zhu didn't respond, keeping his eyes fixed on the car ahead. The two cars drove toward the suburbs, one in front of the other. Chapter 10. Do you realize you're breaking the law? Is that car behind us Zhao Xiaoyu following us? Nate's driver kept glancing at the rearview mirror. He noticed them back in the city. They'd been weaving in and out, occasionally honking and flashing their high beams, making way for him without actually passing. "Doesn't he have his own damn car?" Is he chasing me in a taxi? Nate rolled his eyes. But this road leads to the Villa District. Do people who live there even take taxis? Nate's driver looked puzzled. Maybe he's heading out of town? Nate's curiosity was piqued. This road didn't end at the Villa District, it connected to other cities. This road leads to Jining. Most people leaving the city would just take the highway. The driver offered a different perspective. Be careful. Zhao Xiaoyu isn't quite right in the head, he might actually be chasing me in a taxi. After Nate said that, the two of them burst out laughing in the car. Meanwhile, Zhu, in the car behind them, was pulling out his phone to check the map. They were now nearly 20 kilometers from the city center. This road led to a villa complex 5 kilometers away. Zhu glanced back and saw no other vehicles following them, there were only these two cars on the road now. Having followed all the way here, it was unlikely that the car ahead hadn't noticed him by now. If Nate made it home safely, Zhu naturally wouldn't have any further plans and would have to turn back the way he came. Could it be that Zhao Xiaoyu didn't want to take action after all? Had he misheard something? Zhu fell deep in thought. Perhaps he read too many novels and was always expecting unexpected twists. But before Zhu could dwell on his doubts any further, he saw from a distance that Nate's car ahead had suddenly been blocked. Further ahead, several cars were lined up in a row across the middle of the road, completely blocking the way. A chance. Zhu's eyes lit up. He quickly told the driver to pull over, paid him, and got out. Driver, I'll give you an extra 100 yuan. Please drive back 1 kilometer and wait for me a bit, I'll be right back. Zhu had also thought about the return trip. He couldn't possibly run back the 10 or so kilometers after this was over. Besides, things might not go exactly according to his plan. If the opportunity didn't arise, Zhu certainly wouldn't act rashly and put himself in danger. Don't worry about a thing. Just seeing how you, as an older brother, care so much for your little sister, I'll make do with a little less today. Back in the day. Zhu cut him off immediately. The driver spent the entire ride telling Zhu how he used to bully his little sister when he was a kid, how much he regretted it, and how it was now too late to make amends. Zhu understood, but didn't want to listen. Go for it. With a great older brother like you, your sister is sure to see the error of her ways. This older brother with a story of his own didn't forget to cheer Zhu on before leaving. Zhu quickly sent him on his way and hid far away in the bushes by the roadside to watch. He had barely hidden when two more cars pulled up from behind. The two cars pulled up behind Nate's, parking sideways to block his escape route as well. It looked like they were in cahoots with the people causing the traffic jam up ahead. The engines cut out, and Zhao Xiaoyu's group got out of their cars, walked over to Nate's car, and knocked on the window. Hey, Zhao Xiaoyu, what are you up to? Robbing and murdering people? Do you even know you're breaking the law? Nate rolled down the window and looked at Zhao Xiaoyu with a bewildered expression, unable to fathom the other man's line of thinking. With security cameras everywhere these days, and given that he was a second-rank warrior, the other side wouldn't stand a chance against him unless they brought a hot relic. Besides, private possession of hot weapons was illegal in this society if he reported it to the police afterward. No matter how high-ranking a warrior they were, they'd have to go to jail. Nothing much. I just want to spar with you. Zhao Xiaoyu said nonchalantly. A street fight? A fucking street fight in the dead of night on the highway? Are you out of your mind? Nate rolled up the window without a second thought, not wanting to waste his breath on the guy. Smash! Zhao Xiaoyu shattered the car window with a single punch, grabbed the window frame with both hands, and yanked the door off its hinges. Nate froze for a full 3 seconds, then got out of the car, gritting his teeth and cursing, Zhao Xiaoyu, you son of a b, what the hell is wrong with you? I'll FCK you up. As he spoke, he landed a punch on Zhao Xiaoyu's face, knocking him to the ground. Zhao Xiaoyu fell to the ground, clutching his face, but the corner of his mouth turned up as he said softly, all right, you made the first move. I accept your challenge. Let us get this fight on. Are you out of your mind? Who wants to fight you in a ring? Nate shot him a dismissive glance, his face brimming with impatience. He hopped into the car, now missing its door, and was about to release the parking brake. Something was off about this guy. He kept insisting on a ring fight. It was most likely a trap. Nate thought to himself, desperate to get out of this trouble spot as quickly as possible. You can leave if you want, but leave the dagger behind. An elderly man slowly walked up to Nate's car, his gaze cold and stern, as he gently pressed down on the hood with one hand. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Nate's eyes widened with rage. He slammed his foot on the gas pedal. The engine roared to life, and the rapidly spinning tires instantly sent billowing plumes of smoke up from the asphalt, yet the car didn't move an inch. Nate's eyes widened as a wave of intense shock washed over him. He saw the old man in front of the car pressing down on the hood with one hand, crushing it like crumpled paper. The rear of the car gradually lifted off the ground, its rear-wheel drive tires no longer touching the pavement, leaving it completely immobilized. A third-rank warrior. Beads of sweat broke out on Nate's forehead. Relieved, he let go of the accelerator, stormed out of the car, and shouted at Zhao Xiaoyu, "Come on, come on. You wanted a fight, didn't you? Come on, I'll beat you to a pulp. And you actually summoned a third-rank warrior, you've really got some guts." As he shouted, he waved his arms about, his face contorted with rage. The elderly man slowly released the hood which Nate had pressed down until it was warped and beginning to smoke, and walked steadily over to Nate's side. In a steady voice, he said, "A verbal agreement has been made, and the arena is set. There's video evidence. Both combatants shall use this location as the arena. Stepping outside these boundaries means defeat." After speaking, he extended a finger, pointing first at the rows of cars lined up in a straight line on the road, then at the mountainside on one side and the guardrail on the other, indicating that this was the arena. Nate, however, paid no attention to the old man. He reached out and tapped Zhao Xiaoyu on the chest, saying indignantly, "What gives you the right to talk back to me? I'm over 30 years older than you. Vitality, are you out of your mind? Why are you such a loudmouth?" Zhao Xiaoyu impatiently pushed Nate's hand away, his brow furrowed and a look of disgust on his face. "What did you say?" Nate's eyes widened as he stared at Zhao Xiaoyu in disbelief, unable to believe what he just heard. "Why are you such a big mouth?" Zhao Xiaoyu repeated, his tone even more impatient. Okay, you want my dagger, right? Then you just shut up, will you?" Zhao Xiaoyu was already extremely impatient, a hint of irritation flashing in his eyes. Nate was so furious his teeth were chattering. He roared, "No, I'm asking you, what the hell is your bet?" "Oh, I'm betting my life," Zhao Xiaoyu said nonchalantly, as if discussing something trivial. "Go to hell. What's your life worth anyway?" Nate cursed furiously, his face contorted with anger and contempt, then turned and walked away. "What if I bet on that fish and add 400,000 on top of that?" Zhao Xiaoyu said leisurely, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. Chapter 11, In the Name of Fish and Knives, let us settle this in the arena. Nate stopped in his tracks, whirled around abruptly, and looked at Zhao Xiaoyu in confusion, his mind racing with doubts. How can he be so confident? Does he guarantee he'll beat me? The spy I sent to his company reported just the day before yesterday that his vitality is only 250. There is no way that fake I've planted over a dozen spies in his company. There is no way he could be taken them all out at once. Nate was plunged into deep hesitation. He really did want that fish, otherwise, it would be very difficult for Lin to take the martial arts exam. The War Academy's policy of not accepting repeat students would mean his family would lose a promising warrior. But if they fought, his opponent was clearly well prepared, and that swaggering confidence was definitely a trap. What should he do? Are we fighting or not? Zhao Xiaoyu roared, unleashing all his vitality. Nate could feel it now. 250. Spot on. I've just acquired a relic, but I don't want to take advantage of you. Are you game for a bare-chested duel? Nate was certain his opponent might have a high-tier relic, since that was the only way they could beat him, so he played a clever trick by demanding they fight without relics. Both were second-rank warriors. Their current vitality was fixed, while other variables included the number of bone tempering sessions, the intensity of their stance training, martial skill proficiency, and relic tier. Setting relics aside, Nate had all the other factors covered too. How much stronger could his opponent really be? A vitality difference of over 30 was more than enough to make up for everything. The only variable was the relic. If his opponent possessed an ultra-high tier relic, he might not be able to take him down after all. Although the likelihood of Zhao Xiaoyu possessing an ultra-high tier relic was minuscule, as unlikely as a family in a poor mountainous region suddenly owning a luxury sports car. But it can't be ruled out 100%. What a wimp. Even his name screams wimp. A teenager standing behind Zhao Xiaoyu flicked his bangs, which reached the tip of his nose, and said leisurely, his eyes brimming with scorn, "Zhao Gandhi, you little bastard. Your name has got some guts. Who do believe that a real person's name?" Humiliated by Zhao Xiaoyu's son, Nate felt a surge of uncontrollable rage and lashed out with a curse. "My brother's name is specifically meant to crush you." Relying on the fact that his side outnumbered the other and held the upper hand, Zhao Gandhi brazenly pointed his finger at Nate's nose and spoke with arrogant defiance. "You fucking." As he spoke, Nate wanted nothing more than to crush that little brat to death. Both sides can forego using relics. Shall we fight? The old man stepped forward, blocking Nate's path, his tone leaving no room for argument. Zhu stood nearby, watching the situation unfold. The loud voices of the argument drifted faintly into Zhu's ears. Nate, Vitality 282. Zhao Xiaoyu, Vitality 250. Not much of a difference. Nate's vitality was indeed significantly higher than Zhao Xiaoyu's. Where did Zhao Xiaoyu get his confidence? Could it be that Zhao Xiaoyu had some other trump card besides the relic? Zhu frowned, his mind full of doubts, as he watched from a distance. Fine, Zhao Xiaoyu. If you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. To be on the safe side, Nate popped a vitality elixir into his mouth. A hint of resolve flashed in his eyes as he clasped his fists in readiness for battle. Wait, who said I'm the one fighting you? Zhao Xiaoyu turned his head and said, a mocking smile playing on his face. What? Nate was startled, a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. Your opponent is this old man. The elderly man standing nearby, his hands clasped behind his back, chuckled, a hint of confidence in his eyes. Oh my god, you finally got a brain, you percented hashtag. You dare set me up like this? Nate was genuinely furious and cursed at Zhao Xiaoyu, pointing his finger at him. Second rank versus third rank, is there even a point in fighting? What chance does he have of winning? Earlier, Zhao Xiaoyu had simply kept urging Nate to accept the challenge, but he hadn't specified that he himself would be the opponent. Nate had let his guard down for a moment. Although duels and arena matches are typically between opponents of the same rank, Nate had already accepted the challenge and stepped onto the arena. The duel was now official. Fine, I admit it. You win. Nate waved his hands, deciding to cut his losses. His tone was full of resignation, his mind set solely on going back to beat up Lin to vent his frustration. Giving up already? You were acting so tough just a moment ago. Zhao Xiaoyu teased, a smug smile spreading across his face. Fine, I admit defeat. But Zhao Xiaoyu, you better watch your back, I've got my eye on you. Nate pointed to his own eyes, then to Zhao Xiaoyu's, gesturing back and forth a few times, before taking the dagger from his car and tossing it to his opponent. Just as Nate was about to walk away, he was stopped by a third-rank warrior. Wait a minute. The old man reached out to block Nate's path and immediately said, the match hasn't even started yet, how can you talk about conceding defeat? Nate frowned. What's your deal? He already handed over everything, yet the old man still wouldn't let it go. Did he want Nate dead? Nate's heart began to race, his eyes brimming with wariness. Please proceed to the center of the ring to prepare. The old man bowed slightly, elegantly making a please gesture. I'm ready, you had hashtag. Nate's eyes widened in rage as he launched a fierce kick. With a momentum as overwhelming as a tidal wave, the sheer force made the air whistle. The old man, however, stood as steady as a rock, his reaction as swift as lightning. Just as Nate's foot was about to make contact, the old man swung a punch without hesitation. The punch was as fast as a gale, striking precisely at the sole of Nate's foot. There was a loud thud. Nate was sent flying like a soccer ball, slammed 6 or 7 meters away in an instant. After landing, Nate rolled backward a few times and turned to run, moving at an astonishing speed. Zhao Xiaoyu snapped out of it and shouted, "Don't let him get away. If he backs out of the fight, we've got grounds to call the police." Zhao Xiaoyu's goal wasn't the knife, he wanted Nate dead. But he couldn't just take his life, he had to get him onto the ring first, so it would be legal. When he held the upper hand, the ring's life or death pledge was undoubtedly the cheapest way to deal with his opponent. There was absolutely no need to risk breaking the law by carrying out an assassination. Now, he had to force his opponent onto the ring. The third-rank warrior hadn't yet stepped onto the ring and clasped his fists. The duel wasn't officially underway. There are rules to follow. Dozens of people from both sides surged forward like a tidal wave. Even Nate's driver gave chase, leaving only a few empty cars parked alone at the original spot, unattended, serving as the rear guard. At that moment, the woods were completely silent. Suddenly, a figure darted out of the shadows of the trees like a cheetah. Under the streetlight, Zhu's face suddenly came into view. Excitement and nervousness flickered in Zhu's eyes as he thought to himself, "What a chance." With that thought, he sprinted without hesitation toward Zhao Xiaoyu's cars. Which one was it? Zhu quickly reached the 2 cars that had arrived later and pulled open the door of one of them. Nothing. When he opened the door of the second car, he finally spotted a large object wrapped in red cloth on the back seat. Zhu's heart began to race uncontrollably. It felt as if it were about to leap out of his throat. He reached out and gently pulled back the red cloth, revealing a fish tank. And inside the tank was the very fish he'd been longing for. Zhu couldn't help but smile, his eyes sparkling with joy. Without a moment's hesitation, he was about to smash the fish tank and devour it right there. Just then, footsteps suddenly echoed from the distance. "Damn it, you bunch of idiots. You didn't send anyone to watch the cars, you all went off chasing them." Zhao Gandi's furious roar rang out. Chapter 12, Tell My Dad I'm No Coward. Halfway through his chase, Zhao Gandhi realized all his men had followed him. Fearing someone might intercept the fish he'd been longing for, he quickly led his men back. "Young Master D, who dares to steal our stuff?" one of his men asked cautiously. "Stop your fucking nonsense. Go check on the fish right now. I'm having fish tonight, fish." Zhao Gandi's eyes bulged with rage as he roared at the top of his lungs. Several men strode toward the car, their footsteps like the drumbeat of doom. Zhu's heart instantly leapt into his throat. It's too late. Zhu looked anxiously out the window, watching them draw closer and closer. He steeled himself and decided to take a chance. He reached out and slammed his fist hard against the fish tank. Thud. The glass tank remained completely intact. This has to be some damn Chinese-made bulletproof glass. Have bulletproof glass prices dropped so much now that they're being used for fish tanks? Hey, I just heard a noise. Let us go check it out. One of them shouted. Zhu had nothing to lose either. He swiftly drew his flexible sword from his waist. Let us see if this alloy series can shatter bulletproof glass. Without hesitation, Zhu swung his sword directly at it. With a clang, a clean corner was sliced off the bulletproof glass fish tank, and water and fish poured out through the gap. Healing fish detected. Devour? Gulp, 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 hurry up. Zhu said urgently, reaching out to grab the hideous healing fish. Without a second thought, he opened his mouth and shoved it inside. Suddenly, a strange suction force surged from the palm of his hand, and the healing fish in his grasp turned into a small dried fish at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's not just your mouth that can devour. Does that mean this kind of devour can be used on your hands as a relic? Zhu's heart was pounding, but he didn't have time to think it through. Who's there? Just then, a kid with yellow hair had already hurried over to the car and spotted Zhu. Seeing that he'd finished devouring, Zhu reached out, yanked the red cloth covering the fish tank, and quickly pulled it over his head to hide his face. Then he opened the door on the other side and ran off without a second thought. The blonde-haired kid was stunned. He hadn't gotten a clear look at Zhu's face, but an inexplicable sense of fear welled up inside him. He then screamed at the top of his lungs. "Help! Little Red Riding Hood is stealing something!" The sound echoed through the silent night sky. People nearby heard the shout and quickly gathered around, drawn by the commotion. Zhao Gandi's heart sank, and he knew immediately that this was bad. He shoved the blonde-haired boy aside with all his might, leaped onto the car roof, and saw a man as strange as Little Red Riding Hood, yet as mysterious in build as the big bad wolf dashing away. Glancing back at the fish tank inside the car, he saw that a corner was neatly missing, and the tank was completely empty, not a single fish in sight. "My fish!" Overcome with grief and anger, Zhao Gandhi let out a long, heart-rending howl to the heavens. Without another word, he took off in pursuit of Little Red Riding Hood, completely ignoring the dried fish under the car seat. A fierce chase unfolded along the mountain road. The intermingling of footsteps and shouts shattered the tranquility of the mountains. Zhu frantically tied the red headscarf around her head. It fluttered slightly in the wind, swaying like a lit match. The people behind her couldn't help but exclaim, "This feels exactly like the big bad wolf disguised as Little Red Riding Hood to sell matches." Zhu didn't dwell on such nonsense. She turned her head toward the bottomless cliff on the outer side of the path, and a strong sense of helplessness welled up inside her. But at that moment, she had no other choice. There was no way back. She could only throw caution to the wind and sprint frantically down the road ahead. Among her pursuers, a clever one thought to chase her by car. Suddenly, the roar of an engine filled the air as a car raced toward him like a wild beast. It drifted mid-course and brought Zhu to a screeching halt. "Give me back my fish!" Zhao Gandhi, who had been chasing him, glared with eyes wide and face flushed, bellowing furiously as he launched a vicious kick at Zhu. Zhao Gandhi, Vitality 110. Zhu glanced at the interface and thought to himself that getting tangled up with this guy was definitely not the best move. So, without hesitation, he threw a punch that landed precisely on the other man's foot. Using the recoil to his advantage, he quickly backed up several steps to create distance, showing no intention of lingering in the fight. He turned, leaped over the hood of the car blocking his path, and prepared to make another run for it. "Hey, he is applying what he learned. Block him off." Zhao Gandhi was furious to see his opponent directly use Nate's strategy from earlier. Shouting loudly, he hurriedly got into his car and ordered his men to continue the chase. At that moment, his mind was filled with doubts. Where exactly had the other guy hidden the fish? Zhu turned to look at the car speeding toward him, realizing in his heart that this couldn't go on. He glanced once more at the terrifyingly steep slope beyond the guardrail and clenched his teeth. If the other guy caught him, his chances of survival were slim. Since that was the case, he'd risk it all. So he decisively scaled the roadside guardrail and slid down the steep slope like a tumbling boulder. Holy crap! Zhao Gandhi hurriedly got out of the car, grabbed an iron bar from the vehicle, climbed over the guardrail, and looked down anxiously. Thanks to the rain earlier that day, the air was clear, and with the moon shining brightly after the clouds cleared that night, visibility was decent. But looking further down toward the bottom of the mountain, it was still pitch black. He couldn't see a thing, except for a small plume of dust billowing upward. Damn, is this fish really that good, worth jumping off a cliff for? That thought filled Zhao Gandhi's mind, and his face betrayed a look of surprise and confusion. "Tell my dad I'm no coward." Zhao Gandhi suddenly turned to Huang Mao beside him, his eyes flashing with determination and resolve. "What?" Huang Mao was completely taken aback by the remark. Before he could even process it, Zhao Gandhi had already leaped off the cliff. He jumped. Everyone was instantly stunned, their mouths agape, their faces filled with shock and panic. Chaos reigned under the moonlight. "Run! Go on, run!" Nate was finally caught by his pursuers. He heard a furious shout from behind, followed immediately by a vicious kick that sent him crashing to the ground. "Zhao Cao, you had hashtag, if you've got the guts, just kill me." Nate's eyes bulged with rage as he let loose a torrent of curses. Zhao Cao was panting heavily, struggling to steady his breath. Pointing at Nate, he said, "You want to die, huh? Get in the ring." "Why are you running?" "I'm not getting in the ring." Go ahead and beat me to death. Nate showed no fear, continuing to curse furiously, his eyes revealing utter determination. Getting in the ring means certain death, staying out means a glimmer of hope. You set me up first. At worst, I'll just take a beating in the ring. What are you going to do about it? You fucking. Zhao Xiaoyu was furious, his teeth chattering as he charged forward, ready to beat Nate to a pulp, desperate to tear him to shreds. But the moment he realized Nate wasn't stepping into the ring, he knew that if he went all out, he'd be guilty of murder. I can't kill you, so I'll cripple you. At worst, I'll do a few years in prison. Fuming with rage, Zhao Xiaoyu pulled out a machete and brandished it at Nate in a threatening gesture. Stop! Nate's driver arrived just in time and reached out to stop him. Panting heavily, he caught his breath and said, "Show mercy where you can. Mr. Lin still has a daughter. Mr. Zhao, think about it, you have 2 sons of your own. You can't bring this down on them, can you?" Zhao Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and stared at the man, beginning to weigh his options. Nate not only had a good-for-nothing son, but also a daughter who was anything but. His daughter was a bona fide peak 3rd-rank warrior, currently a junior at Taihe War Academy. Upon graduation, she would return to Jiaxiang as a section-level official. If she broke through to 4th rank, she'd be a bureau-level official. That alone would be enough to secure Nate's position as the head of one of Jiaxiang's 3 major families. If the other man died in the ring, even if his daughter were a general, she wouldn't be able to do anything to him. But now that the other man had thrown caution to the wind and refused to step into the ring, he really had no way to force him. The whole thing was being recorded on video. At most, he could expose him afterward, making it impossible for him to attend important events with any dignity in the future. With that in mind, Zhao Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said, 1 million. Deal. Nate, nearly numb from being taken advantage of, accepted without hesitation, gritting his teeth. In just one day, nearly 2 million yuan had been spent like that. All for nothing. Chapter 13, Passive Secret Art. Zhao Xiaoyu gave a light snort and led his men away. As for the money, he wasn't worried that Nate wouldn't pay. It was all on video anyway. If Nate refused, he didn't care. At worst, he'd make sure Nate could never make a living again. He thought he could use this opportunity to eliminate Nate, but he never expected the other guy to run away before even stepping onto the stage. No fight, no kill. What could he do? In the high martial era world, where the spirit of martial arts is paramount, sometimes a promise is worth more than one's life. He seethed with rage, yet felt powerless, his heart filled with resentment. As for Nate, his nostrils flared with rage. Feeling wronged, he picked up his phone to make the transfer, then got up and followed Zhao Xiaoyu. The car was still over there. He couldn't just walk away from it, could he? After all, the deal had been sealed. If the other side kept pestering him, he'd have a solid argument to fall back on. Nate silently vowed to himself that he would find a way to get his revenge. Although today's loss stung, he knew this was the best solution for now. He could only hope for a future opportunity to make Zhao Xiaoyu taste the bitter pill of being double-crossed. The 2 groups, who had been shouting threats of violence just moments ago, were now walking one behind the other down the road, neither saying a word. Meanwhile, Zhu and Zhao Gandhi had been sprinting through the mountains and forests for over 20 minutes, entering a desolate wilderness. As they slid down the hillside moments ago, they realized it wasn't actually as steep as they'd imagined. After all, as martial artists, they were exceptionally agile, so aside from a few minor scrapes, they were unharmed. It was now deep into the night, and all was silent. Fortunately, the bright moon hung high in the sky, casting a silvery glow that allowed them to barely make out the path beneath their feet. They had now reached the middle of the mountainside. Zhu was sprinting ahead, with Zhao Gandhi hot on his heels. "Give me back my fish." Zhao Gandhi's heart was filled with anger and resentment. All he could think about was reclaiming the fish he'd been longing for. They chased each other frantically across the moonlit wilderness, their footsteps and heavy breathing intertwining to shatter the night's stillness. Zhu was speechless. He hadn't expected his opponent to be such a dimwit. If this were in ancient times, he might actually have been a formidable warrior. "Stop right there. Give me back my fish, and I'll spare you, but only if I cripple one of your legs first." Zhao Gandhi swung his staff, his running form bearing a striking resemblance to Sun Wukong. Zhu paid him no mind at all. The two were evenly matched. In fact, his opponent was even slightly stronger, and Zhu's only thought was to get out of this trouble-ridden place as quickly as possible. Not far away, a third-rank warrior was on guard. If he were caught, the outcome would surely be dire. With that in mind, Zhu quickened his pace. The two chased each other through the mountains for over 10 minutes, yet Zhao Gandhi seemed to have boundless energy and remained hot on his heels. Zhu was thoroughly fed up. He thought to himself, "This can't go on." With that, Zhu spun around abruptly and slashed with his sword. Zhao Gandhi was no pushover either. His reaction was lightning fast, and he raised his iron staff to meet the attack. Clang! The iron staff snapped cleanly in half, as if it were a sheet of paper being sliced. Alloy series. In the moonlight, Zhao Gandhi looked at the pitch-black, razor-sharp relic in Zhu's hand and felt a wave of dread wash over him. With no time to dodge, the sword having just severed the iron staff slashed toward Zhao Gandhi's face. Zhao Gandhi quickly ducked his head, and the blade cleanly sliced through his stylish bangs. Zhao Gandhi was terrified inside. Thankfully, he dodged just in time, otherwise, he'd have lost his head. Since his skull hadn't been tempered yet, taking a direct hit from the series alloy would have meant game over. Zhu didn't give his opponent a single chance. As soon as the sword strike passed, he violently kicked out, landing a solid blow squarely on Zhao Gandhi's chest. Zhao Gandhi couldn't dodge in time and was sent stumbling by the sudden kick. Immediately afterward, he planted his feet firmly, quickly stabilizing his stance. Leaning slightly forward with his hands raised slightly to absorb the impact, he managed to come to a steady halt right at the edge of the cliff. Zhu was secretly startled. He furrowed his brow slightly, looking at Zhao Gandhi's strange posture with puzzlement. That kick had been a full power strike. Someone like Lin would have been sent flying backward. Although Zhao Gandhi had high vitality, he shouldn't have been able to regain his balance so quickly. Moreover, his posture was bizarre. Zhu had never seen anything like it before. What kind of stance is that? Could it be a martial art technique? Never seen it before. This is the pillar stance. I've already mastered the basics, and not only that. Before Zhao Gandhi could finish boasting, the rain-soaked soil beneath his feet, which had become quite loose, gave way. He slipped and tumbled down the mountainside from halfway up the slope. Whoa! Zhu instinctively reached out to save him, but it was too late. Looking down, he heard a roar coming from the pitch-black valley floor. "Give me back my fish." It turned out he was fine. Zhu didn't linger any longer, fearing that the other party might have pursuers on their way, especially Zhao Caoyu, a second-rank official, and the third-rank elder. In this remote wilderness, if he fell into their hands, his chances of survival would be slim. With that thought, he hurried off into the distance. At this late hour in the deep mountains, it was a corner forgotten by the world. Chilly moonlight spilled down like sheer gauze, draping the mountains and forests in a mysterious silvery glow. A winding path appeared and disappeared among the trees, and in the distance, the faint murmur of flowing water could be heard. The towering trees stood tall and straight, casting mottled shadows. The leaves rustled in the gentle breeze, and from time to time, a rustling sound came from the thickets, perhaps small nocturnal animals scurrying about in search of food. In this tranquil setting, Zhu didn't know how long he'd been running. When he felt it was safe enough, he darted into a small cave nearby. Thank goodness for his rigorous training, otherwise, after running for so long, his lungs would probably have exploded. Zhu steadied his breathing and summoned the system interface. Ding! Detected host Devour consuming an entire healing fish, unlocking the healing fish entry in the bestiary and acquiring a passive secret art. Passive secret art, self-healing beginner. Self-healing greatly restores the host's self-healing ability. Recovery from serious injuries that previously took 100 days now takes only 30 days, and after 30 days, you'll be as good as new. Zhu's eyes lit up. A sudden sparkle flashed in his previously weary gaze. Although it would take 30 days to fully recover, who would intentionally injure themselves to the point of broken bones? With this self-healing ability, even ordinary superficial wounds could heal extremely quickly. Thinking of this, he shone his phone as flashlight on the wounds on his body. He saw that the blood at the wound sites had long since dried up. The bright red wounds had formed scabs, and the scabs were nearly fully formed. Keep in mind that for an average person, it takes about 1 to 2 weeks for a scab to fully form though. Of course, this can speed up or slow down depending on the severity of the injury. But with this self-healing ability, superficial abrasions can heal in just a few minutes. Plus, since this is a passive skill, it shouldn't consume any vitality. That's right, passive arcane skills don't consume vitality. As if reading Ju's mind, the system offered a helpful reminder. So it turns out you need to fully devour an abyss beast to unlock it. I wonder what the arcane skill for the Blood Eater is. Ju's curiosity grew even more. Passive arcane skill, self-healing beginner. Tier 1 Devour progress, 10% 0% available. Vitality, 22 points 100 points. Evolution threshold, 75 points from activating the bestiary. He hadn't expected devouring a single fish to yield so little progress. This stood in stark contrast to what had happened earlier that day, when devouring just a few drops of the Blood Eater's bodily fluid had filled the progress bar. This level is getting harder and harder to advance through. Fortunately, the evolution threshold has increased a bit, so it's still manageable. Ju looked out at the pitch-black surroundings. Exhausted beyond belief, he decided to rest for a moment before moving on. With the cover of darkness, even if the enemy came searching, they wouldn't be able to spot him. With that in mind, Ju dozed off, fully clothed. Chapter 14, What the hell did my son do? Did you do this? Zhao Xiaoyu stared at the shattered fish tank and what had become a dried-up fish, his eyes bulging with rage as he pointed at Nate and roared. Are you out of your mind? Do I have time to do something like this? Nate didn't back down, cursing furiously, his face flushed crimson, his heart filled with anger and resentment. Zhao Xiaoyu then pointed at Nate's driver and said, Then it must have been you. I'm innocent. I wasn't the last one to leave. The driver hurriedly denied it, looking panicked as he waved his hands frantically. I don't care. Pay me another 1 million. Zhao Xiaoyu, who had been looking forward to eating fish tonight, wasn't having any of it. The agreed-upon item had vanished before it even reached him, so the other party had to cover the loss. However, as he looked at the dried-up fish, Zhao Xiaoyu fell into deep thought. Are these fish that fragile? Do they dry out just from being dehydrated? Are you out of your mind? What the hell does this have to do with me? Who knows if you did this on purpose? Nate was on the verge of losing his mind. Mr. Lin, please step into the ring. The third-rank warrior made the please gesture once more. Damn it, here you go, take it. What the hell did I do in my past life to deserve this? All sorts of reasons here and there, all sorts of excuses left and right. 3 million just vanished like that. No matter how rich you are, you can't take that kind of fleecing. Nate reluctantly pulled out his phone and hurriedly transferred the money, grinding his teeth so hard they were about to shatter. All he could think about was how to get revenge afterward. Zhao Xiaoyu heard the transfer confirmation sound, picked up the dried fish, and led his men away. Maybe this thing would rehydrate if put in water. Another score, heh. Zhao Xiaoyu was overjoyed inside, not noticing in the slightest that someone seemed to be missing. Ju was curled up inside the cave, fast asleep. His snoring was thunderous, echoing through the silent cave and sounding exceptionally loud. When he opened his eyes again, sunlight was already streaming in through the cave entrance. It was broad daylight. Holy shit! Ju jolted awake, scrambled to his feet, his eyes brimming with alertness as he quickly scanned his surroundings. His heart began to race uncontrollably. He'd been so exhausted last night that he'd fallen asleep without even realizing it. Now, glancing at his phone, he saw it was noon. Panic washed over Ju. He had to get back to the city immediately. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and, while there were still a few bars of battery left, quickly opened the map app. According to the map, he was 18 kilometers from the city. There was no way he could run back in time, so his only option was to head to the nearest national highway and hitch a ride. Ju didn't hesitate. Following the direction on the map, he walked toward the highway while keeping a watchful eye on his surroundings. He walked cautiously the whole way, his gaze constantly scanning the area, afraid that some danger might suddenly appear. Fortunately, he didn't encounter any pursuers along the way. Before long, Ju reached the highway, but he remained cautious and hid in the grass outside the guardrail. He silently calculated in his mind, he wouldn't flag down any luxury cars, only cheaper ones, to avoid running into enemies by chance. Ju didn't know whether Nate was alive or dead, but it never hurt to be cautious. Besides, he'd also crossed Zhao Caoyu's gang if he were recognized and dragged back. Last night's escape would have been for nothing. With that in mind, he quickly pulled the red scarf off his head and stuffed it under the guardrail. Just as Ju was marveling at his luck, a taxi slowly pulled up. Ju hurried out to flag it down. "Hey, buddy, how do you end up here?" The window rolled down. It was actually the same driver from last night. "They spotted me and dumped me in a mountain ravine. It took me ages to make my way out," Ju said offhandedly. "Get in the car." The driver motioned for Ju to get in. It turned out that last night, the driver had waited for Ju for over an hour as agreed. When he still hadn't shown up, and he'd just received another fare nearby, he'd gone to pick up that passenger instead. It was the scene of a car accident. Two people were standing by a car with smoke billowing from the hood, and their destination was the Villa District. After dropping them off and heading home, as luck would have it, he picked up another fare this morning also in this area. He'd driven a few grass-stained, blonde-haired kids to the Villa District, and on his way back, he ran into Ju. "Bro, how's it going? Did you find any evidence on that scumbag?" the driver asked curiously. Ju shook his head wearily. "He went into the woods with a bunch of people." "What a shameless guy." "Don't worry, bro, next time I run into anyone from that Villa District, I'm raising my fare on all of them." Ju really didn't feel like making up any more lies, so he decided to cut the small talk short. He gave the driver the address of his school and dozed off in the back seat. Ouch, ouch. Zhao Gandhi lay on the ground, moaning in pain. Last night, he could have gone home to enjoy the air conditioning and eat some fish, living a blissful little life. But now he'd fallen off the mountain and spent the night lying in this desolate wilderness, nearly bitten to death by mosquitoes. "Little Red Riding Hood with the D-grade alloy sword, I'll make sure you die a miserable death." Furious, Zhao Gandhi slammed his fist into the ground, but the vitality energy surged through his body, aggravating his wounds and causing beads of sweat the size of beans to roll down his face. "Ouch, ouch. I knew it, I just couldn't sleep soundly last night. I kept feeling like something was missing. Where's my son, Gandhi?" Zhao Caoyu furrowed his brow, his face full of confusion. In the past, Zhao Gandhi would come to wake him up every morning, but only now did he realize he hadn't seen Zhao Gandhi at all since returning home last night. After getting home last night, he'd thrown a lavish banquet, gotten completely drunk, and slept straight through until now. "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao." A few young thugs with grass-stained clothes and bodies covered in bruises stood in the villa's foyer, calling out urgently. "What's going on?" Zhao Caoyu's heart sank. He hurriedly pulled on his clothes and rushed out of the bedroom. He muttered to himself, "It can't be Nate coming to cause trouble, can it? Young Master D is missing." The men said frantically, their bodies trembling slightly. These henchmen had been chasing Ju alongside Zhao Gandhi yesterday. After seeing Zhao Gandhi jump off the cliff, they frantically searched for a way down the mountain, conducting a thorough search all night long to no avail. They just hailed a taxi that morning to rush back from the mountains. Their bodies were covered in bites from wild mountain mosquitoes, and their lips were so swollen that they trembled slightly as they spoke. "That gave me a heart attack." Upon hearing that it wasn't Nate coming to cause trouble, Zhao Caoyu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but his slow-to-react mind caught up a beat later, and he hurriedly pressed, "How did he go missing? Who did this?" "Little Red Riding Hood." "What?" It was now afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the campus trees, casting dappled shadows, while a gentle breeze brought a touch of coolness. After getting out of the car, Ju dragged his weary body to school. Between the round trip and the 100 he'd been given last night, he now had exactly 50,000 in his hand, not a penny more. Setting aside the whole fish incident, it still stung to part with that money. No sooner had he entered the classroom than, before he even had a chance to catch his breath, Joe called him to the office. "I told you not to come see me first thing in the morning." Why do you wait until the afternoon? Joe frowned, his face full of displeasure. They clearly agreed on this over the phone yesterday. Seeing Ju covered in dirt, he couldn't help but ask, "Did you go fishing?" "I'm sorry, Joe. Something came up." Ju lowered his head, his face full of guilt, and didn't mention anything else. Seeing how sincerely Ju was apologizing, Joe didn't feel right pressing him further. He let out a soft sigh, then flicked the 2 points cards lying on the table. "You did well yesterday. The school gave these to you as a bonus. Take them." Ju's eyes were instantly drawn to the 2 points cards, and his face lit up. One was a premium cafeteria points card, granting him access to the same high-quality meals as the teachers. The other was a gym VIP points card, granting him access to any equipment at any time, along with guidance from a dedicated physical education teacher. It seemed Du was a man of his word after all. These rewards would undoubtedly be of immense help to Ju in his future training. Chapter 15, History of the Earth's Core. Ju thanked him profusely, his face beaming with joy. "You should be grateful for the school's nurturing. Once you've made something of yourself, don't forget the school." Joe shook his head and said earnestly, "Rest assured, I certainly won't forget the school's guidance, and I certainly won't forget yours, Joe." Having grown up on his own since childhood, Ju had learned to be a master of flattery just to get by. Hearing this, Joe was deeply flattered. He couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth turn up slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction. "Joe, how's Lynn doing?" Ju asked suddenly. Joe paused briefly, picked up the teacup on the table, took a sip, and said slowly, "I heard he was injured quite badly and was taken home by his family." "Is he okay?" "I didn't control my strength yesterday, and now I really regret it." Ju's real intention was to find out about Lynn's condition and gauge the school's stance. He feigned a look of remorse on his face, as if he were genuinely feeling guilty about his actions, making it seem completely genuine. Upon hearing this, Joe's mouth twitched. "Didn't quite control my strength, huh?" You stomped right on his face. Anyone who didn't know better would think you two had a blood feud. "It's fine, don't worry about it. Just focus on your studies. If anything happens, I'll step in." Joe blew on his teacup to cool it down, letting his smugness show for a moment. Then he looked up, locked eyes with Ju, and said solemnly, "You have a very good chance of getting into the War Academy. You must seize this opportunity to change your future. If you run into any trouble, let me know. Give it your all in the bonus round. You must take control of your own destiny." Joe's expression was serious as he solemnly admonished Ju. "Teacher, are there any vacant apartments in the school's staff housing complex? My current place is a bit far away, and my lease is about to expire. The landlord won't let me stay any longer." Ju hurriedly voiced his predicament. "You told me to say that. How does that saying go? When it's time to show off, don't hold back. When it's time to play the victim, don't hesitate." Joe had just taken a sip of water and nearly choked. Staring at the tea leaves in his cup, the corner of his eye twitched. "Man, you're not holding back at all. Can't you tell I was just being polite?" I'll ask around for you," Joe replied noncommittally. "But my lease expires today. Maybe I'll just sleep in the classroom for now. If you happen to find something suitable, please let me know," Ju said with a straight face. After running into Nate and Zeke's plot yesterday, they were clearly out to get him, and knowing his own strength was still weak, Ju was well aware he absolutely couldn't go head-to-head with them. His current place was no longer safe. He had to find a new place to stay. If he had to pick the safest place, the residential compound for public institution employees was the obvious choice. First, it was right next to the school. Second, security within the compound was excellent. No one would be foolish enough to act tough in the Warriors' territory. You all go ask right now." Joe set down his cup, shook his head helplessly, and smiled. He muttered to himself, "I'll never be polite to this kid again. He doesn't understand pleasantries at all." Ju's heart was filled with gratitude toward Joe. He also realized that although he might be pushing his luck, he simply had no other choice. After saying goodbye to Joe, Ju returned to the classroom. Luna and Ju were in the same class. Her seat was just to Ju's left and slightly ahead of him. When she saw Ju walk into the classroom, her eyes widened, her gaze filled with shock. Why isn't he dead yet? He was clearly poisoned. I even had a reaction. How is this possible? With that thought, Luna quickly looked down and began typing a message to someone on her phone. Ju chose to ignore Luna completely. Even glancing at her once would be a loss on his part. Sunlight streamed through the window into the classroom. On the blackboard, which had just been wiped clean, the fine dust particles created a Tyndall effect in the light, dancing like tiny elves, a sight that captivated Ju. If only this world didn't have so many twists and turns. Ring, ring, ring. The bell rang, signaling the start of class. At the same moment, the teacher walked in with steady strides. He wore brown-tinted glasses. His hair, combed back, shimmered slightly in the sunlight, with a few unruly strands curling at his temples. He wore a slightly faded, old brown suit, the hems of which were slightly worn but pressed perfectly flat. In his hand was an enamel mug with a small chip on the white rim, revealing the black metal base beneath. This was a history class. Although the humanities section of the college entrance exam ended over a month ago, we still have the martial arts section to take. However, we've just received a notice from the Education Bureau that 2 additional exams have been added to the martial arts section, 1 written and 1 oral. They aren't difficult, but they're very important. We're setting aside a class period for this material isn't in the textbook, so everyone must take thorough notes. The history teacher tapped the blackboard forcefully, his expression stern. As early as the founding of the nation, the entrance to the abyss world was discovered, and the state-established Bureau 749 launched an investigation into it. Currently, 45 entrances to the abyss world have been discovered worldwide, with as many as 9 located within our country alone. This is the significance behind the establishment of the 9 national military special zones. This might appear as a fill-in-the-blank or multiple-choice question. Make sure to write it down. The history teacher's voice echoed through the classroom as students picked up their pens and quickly jotted down notes in their notebooks. There are currently as many as 174 known abyss beasts, and that's not even the full count. Furthermore, a small portion of these abyss beasts match the descriptions of creatures found in the classic of mountains and seas. The nation conducted 17 expeditions into the portals before finally discovering the abyss world. Initially, governments worldwide kept this matter confidential to prevent panic, but starting in 2012, when creatures from the Earth's core launched a full-scale invasion, the truth was fully exposed. Only then did the nation begin openly cultivating talent for the high martial era, which is why martial arts high schools and universities have been established across the country. You must memorize these figures. They may appear in multiple choice or fill-in-the-blank questions. As the history teacher spoke, he wrote key figures on the blackboard. The students listened intently, their pens moving ceaselessly across their papers. It took only 1 month for human high-tech forces to completely crush the surface uprising of the creatures from the Earth's core. Our country quelled the incident in just half a week and helped dozens of other nations repel the invasion. This will definitely be on the exam. Definitely, absolutely. Write it down. The history teacher emphasized. Humans also began actively entering the abyss world for research, but they soon discovered that a large number of high-tech products were unusable there. No signal, no satellite positioning, all high-tech becomes low-tech. In environments with strong magnetic fields and intense interference, low-tech is no better than cold weapons. Most crucially, using thermal weapons attracts giant sandworms and hordes of magic dragons, a lesson learned at the cost of countless soldiers' lives. This is a must-know for the exam. You absolutely must remember it. The history teacher's voice unconsciously grew somber as he spoke. Suddenly, the history teacher asked, if the exam asks, given that we possess advanced high-tech, why did we still develop the high martial era? Can we just answer with those 3 points I just mentioned? Can we? The students exchanged glances, knowing the answer was definitely no. As for why it wouldn't work, they'd have to wait for the teacher to provide the standard answer. The history teacher spun around dramatically, pointed at the class, and said, "This question is very likely to come up in the interview. I'll explain it. You listen and take notes. Keep your eyes on me. Get ready to take notes. The number of entrances to the Earth's core is constantly increasing, and the situation in the abyss world remains unclear. If we cannot penetrate the abyss world, master it, and control it, then we'll be left with no choice but to passively endure attacks. Therefore, developing the high martial era is a proactive choice we've made. It's also an inevitable choice. It represents an irreversible trend in the course of history, and it aligns with the philosophical principle in Marxism-Leninism that we must view issues from a developmental perspective. The history teacher spoke at length, and the students spent the entire class frantically taking notes. The sound of pen tips scratching across the paper sha filled the air. Ding dong. The bell finally rang. All right, everyone. This lesson is crucial, so be sure to take it seriously. If you have any questions after class, come see me in my office. We'll have a mock exam during the next history class, and the material from today's lesson will be on the test. Be sure to review thoroughly. Class dismissed. Ju, get out of here. Someone wants to see you. The moment the teacher stepped out of the classroom, Luna suddenly stood up, turned to look at Ju, and said in a commanding tone. Ju didn't want to deal with her and pretended not to hear. Seeing that Ju was ignoring her, Luna's temper flared instantly. Don't say I didn't warn you. If you don't go out now, when that person comes looking for you in the classroom later, you'll lose face. Ju let out a soft sigh, rested his head on his hands, and leaned back. If you tell me to come in, I'll come in. If you tell me to leave, I'll leave. You're such a big shot. Chapter 16, Does anyone and everyone think they can come looking for trouble? Holy shit, Brother Ju is awesome. The male students around him, who caught on instantly, immediately started cheering loudly. What does that mean? Luna looked completely confused. She didn't understand the meaning of the phrase, but judging by the reactions of those around her, it didn't seem like a compliment. She silently resented her own lack of education, feeling at a disadvantage for being uneducated. Are you going to leave or not? Luna, furious and embarrassed, shouted with a flushed face. I haven't even come in yet. How am I supposed to leave? Ju looked completely baffled, acting as if he genuinely didn't understand what Luna was talking about. Holy shit, Ju is so freaking awesome. The guys around them were laughing so hard they were doubled over, some were even slapping the tables, and the cheering grew even louder. Luna was so furious her face turned bright red. She pointed a trembling finger at Ju's nose and snarled, You'll regret this. One of Ju's closer friends teased him with a laugh, Hey, Ju, you'll regret it if you don't go out. I'm so scared I'm about to wet myself. Ju played along, putting on a terrified expression as he clutched his crotch with both hands, joining in on the joke. Another wave of laughter swept through the room. Luna stomped her foot in anger and turned to run out of the classroom. So she still has some dignity after all. Ju snorted lightly, watching her retreating figure with utter disdain in his eyes. Bro Ju, why does it feel like you've become a completely different person? The guy from earlier was sitting at the corner of Ju's desk, looking at him curiously, his eyes full of confusion, as if he were re-evaluating a stranger. I've been reborn. Ju didn't want to explain too much, but he told the truth anyway. Seriously, how come your vitality is suddenly so high? Cole had watched yesterday's match. Ju had claimed his vitality was 75, but he wouldn't have believed it for the life of him. Judging by the way he finished the opponent in a single move, his vitality had to be at least 90. Ju gave Cole a light pat on the shoulder, staring at him intently, and said, Cole, hang in there. The college entrance exams are just a few days away. Let us both do our best to get in. Hearing this, Cole knew Ju meant well, and a warm feeling washed over him. A look of concern then appeared on his face as he continued, Bro Ju, what is going on with you and that girl? Are you two having a falling out? Yeah, we're not together anymore. Ju didn't deny it. His tone was flat, as if he were discussing something that had nothing to do with him. She's just a piece of work. When you two were dating, I didn't want to say anything, but now that I'm telling you, don't get mad, okay? I really can't stand her. Damn it, the other day I saw. Cole's face twisted with disgust as he ranted angrily. Ju waved him off, not wanting to hear any more, a hint of coldness in his eyes. No matter what she was like now, she had nothing to do with him anymore, and he didn't care what happened to her. Ever since the poisoning incident yesterday, Ju had come to her senses completely. No matter how much you love someone, if that person tries to kill you and you can still forgive her, then you must be mentally twisted. Ju admitted she'd been a bit of a suck-up before, but that was out of devotion to the relationship. But now she realized that for some people, falling for her was nothing but cruelty to herself. Seeing Ju's cold demeanor, Cole assumed she still hadn't let go of Luna. He let out a soft sigh, shook his head, furrowed his brow and thought for a moment, then continued, I heard she's on good terms with our school's number 3. Number 3 is also sworn brothers with Lynn, they're all part of the same club. You'd better be careful, that woman is definitely not someone to mess with. Hearing this, Ju fell deep in thought. The third in command referred to Qian Zihan. Her family was somewhat wealthy, and she possessed considerable vitality. She ran amok at school, bullying classmates under the guise of martial arts. The school turned a blind eye to her behavior, claiming that since they were all warrior trainees, they dared not fight back, so if they got beaten up, they had only themselves to blame. But most students didn't come from well-off families, and recovering from even a single injury took a long time. Everyone dared not speak up, even though they were furious, which only fueled the other side's arrogance. In the end, they even formed some brotherhood club at school, which rose to become the third-ranked group on the vitality rankings. Lin, meanwhile, took the seat of the fourth in command. In the past, Ju wouldn't have dared to get into any trouble with them. But things are different now. With the system on his side, what's the point of living a life of timidity? Ju smiled and thanked Cole for the reminder, then lowered his head to seriously review his interview questions. It was the class's long break, and since the next class was a high-intensity physical training and martial arts session, everyone was making the most of the time to relax. Many students were either napping with their heads on their desks, reviewing interview questions, or fooling around with classmates in the classroom. Virtually no one had gone out to train. Ju looked at the interview questions and fell deep in thought. Although the liberal arts college entrance exam scores had already been released, students who hadn't applied to the martial arts program weren't coming to school at all. They were simply waiting for the start of the academic year at their liberal arts universities. However, the number of current applicants was still quite high, a full 100 or more, accounting for a quarter of the graduating class. In the end, only a handful would actually be admitted. This year, over 10 million students registered for the college entrance exam, but there are only 50,000 spots for martial arts majors nationwide. The admission rate is well over 200:1. And this rate has been achieved even as the nation continues to expand enrollment. There are 56 universities nationwide offering martial arts programs, but only 5 are considered top tier: the Imperial Capital War Academy, the Magic Capital War Academy, the Southern Alliance War Academy, the Taiha War Academy, and the Shuangshan War Academy. Ju's goal is to gain admission to one of these 5 top war academies. It goes without saying that the better the university, the greater the boost it provides to a student's development. Moreover, the nation's requirements for warriors are becoming increasingly stringent. Not only that, but there have been significant adjustments to the scoring system for the liberal arts and martial arts tracks. For students taking only the liberal arts track, the score remains unchanged, comprising the combined scores of the humanities, sciences, and physical education. However, once a student registers for the martial arts track, new rules apply. For the academic track, students must first meet the first-tier college admission cutoff. Under these circumstances, its weighting drops to 40%. The remaining 60% of the martial arts score consists of 2 parts: 50% is vitality, and 10% is the interview score. In previous years, the martial arts exams were held consecutively with the academic exams on June 7, 8, and 9. But starting this year, not only has the academic exam been moved up to after the May Day holiday, but the martial arts exam has also been postponed by 1 month to allow more students ample time to prepare. All things considered, this year's martial arts exam cutoff score will only go up, not down. Bang! A loud crash. The classroom door was suddenly kicked open with great force, causing the entire room to shake. "Who asked you?" A booming voice rang out like thunder. Ju snapped out of his reverie, his brow instantly furrowing into a deep chuan shape as he looked toward the classroom door with a puzzled expression. Standing in the doorway was a burly man with long hair and a menacing expression, while Luna stood beside him, wearing a smug look with a glint of schadenfreude in her eyes. "This guy means trouble." Luna pointed at Ju and said to the burly man, "It's him." "So you're the one named Ju, huh?" The burly man strode quickly over to Ju, glaring at him menacingly, as if he were about to devour him alive. Ju looked up at him, his expression calm, but he said nothing. Luna's lips curled up in a smug smile as she said, "Well? Scared now? You were pretty cocky just a moment ago. Say something. Are you mute? Did Sister Ching tell you to get out and you went deaf, you little punk?" The burly man roared, refusing to let it go. Seeing this, Cole hurried over and said to the big man, "Zhuangzi, what are you doing?" The big man didn't move, but simply craned his neck to look at Cole. He flicked his bangs aside, revealing a fierce glare as he stared at Cole and said, "Who the hell are you?" After saying that, he jutted his finger toward Cole's nose and snarled, "He's in trouble. We in the Brotherhood want to teach him a lesson. This isn't your business, get lost." Zhuangzi lived across the hall from Cole in the same apartment complex, and they got along reasonably well. Cole had intended to stand up for him, but the other guy didn't give him the time of day. "All right, cut it out. Class is about to start." Cole was a loyal friend and intended to help Ju. "Get lost." Zhuangzi shoved Cole to the ground. Seeing everyone around him staring, he got a rush from the attention and, growing even more arrogant, pointed at Ju and shouted, "Get the hell out of here. Let us settle this one-on-one. Want to settle this in a fight? What's the stakes?" Ju crossed his arms over his chest, staring coldly at his opponent. Zhuangzi, Vitality 76. Does everyone just think they can pick a fight with me? I'll bet your life. Zhuangzi had no intention of reasoning as he spoke. He reached out to grab Ju by the hair. Ju narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them, and kicked the other man squarely in the stomach. The burly man hadn't expected Ju to strike so suddenly, and the other's speed left him with absolutely no time to react. Boom! The burly man was sent flying, smashing into the tables and chairs behind him before collapsing to the ground. Ju stepped forward, grabbed the man by the hair, yanked him to his feet, and slammed his knee hard into the man's face. Thud! 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 3 consecutive blows shattered the big man's nose, which caved inward, transforming his face into Lin's. Ju crouched in front of the burly guy, mimicking the thuggish manner he just displayed, craning his neck to look at him. He shook his head and said, "Who the hell do you think you are?" Chapter 17, the thrill of showing off and ending up with the same face. The classmates around them were stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. They never imagined Ju would dare to get physical with him like that. You're having fun beating him up, but what if he calls for backup? With the martial arts exam coming up, why did you have to provoke him? Cole also froze in place. He never expected Ju to actually lay a hand on him. He intended to defuse the situation, but now there was absolutely no way to clean this up. Ju reached out and pulled Cole to his feet. He wasn't as deep in thought as these classmates were. As far as he was concerned, if he could beat them, he'd fight, if not, he'd run. Since the other side wasn't upholding the spirit of martial arts, why should he be the fool who played by their rules? He'd clearly given them a chance to challenge him to a fight earlier. They were the ones who refused first and then struck first. Ju felt he was completely in the right. No one could say otherwise. As for being afraid of trouble coming his way, trouble doesn't disappear just because you're afraid of it. The more you fear it, the more it clings to you. Compromise has never been an option for solving problems. Besides, the laws of this world have provisions for self-defense. As long as one is subjected to unlawful aggression, one can take any necessary action to stop the aggressor without restriction. In other words, if the other party threatens his life, he can fight back and kill them, and their deaths would be justified. Of course, if the other party truly wanted to kill him, a formal challenge would undoubtedly be the best way because it's legal, but that would depend on whether they had the ability to do so. Luna stood to the side, equally surprised that Ju dared to strike first. After all, this wasn't a boxing ring, it was a private feud, so there were far more factors to consider. At first, she was stunned, but then a wave of complex emotions welled up inside her. Lin's demand was for Ju to die, and after contacting Qian Zihan, the latter decided to teach Ju a lesson first. She thought she could use Erzuanzi's backing to teach Ju a lesson, but she hadn't expected him to be so unyielding. She stood there dumbfounded for a moment, then suddenly grew smug, saying sarcastically, "Erzuanzi is the number 3 man's right-hand man, you're in big trouble now." "The biggest trouble I've ever had is knowing you." Ju showed her no leniency whatsoever, speaking in a firm tone. "What did you say?" Luna's eyes widened as she asked angrily. "You know full well what heinous things you've done. Now you're siding with kids from another class to bully a classmate of ours. Is there shit in your head?" Ju cut to the chase with sharp words. Hearing this, the students around them began to look at Luna with strange expressions. I. Luna trembled with rage, yet found herself at a loss for words. If Ju were a weakling, these high-minded arguments would naturally seem laughable, but that wasn't the case. Ju wasn't just tough in attitude, his strength was also not to be underestimated. Luna was left speechless by his retort. "Stop resorting to these petty tricks. If you really want to kill me, I'll give you a chance. You and me, a life or death duel on the ring. Do you dare accept?" Ju's eyes flashed with intense murderous intent. Humph. Luna's hair stood on end under Ju's gaze. Without a second thought for the unconscious Erzuanzi, she turned and fled out the door. Although the school's published vitality stats showed that hers was indeed higher than Ju's, the fact that both Lin and Erzuanzi had been taken out in a single move made it clear that the school's statistics weren't exactly accurate, were they? Luna knew her own limitations, even though she always claimed publicly that Lin lost because he wasn't in the zone at the time, and that Ju had deliberately ambushed him. Zhuangzi had also come to by then. He got up and ran toward the door, not forgetting to hurl a threat as he reached the doorway. Ju slammed his fist on the table, startling the other guy so much that he fell flat on his face in the hallway outside the door. This comical scene drew a burst of laughter from the classmates in the classroom. After this battle, Ju's image in the eyes of his classmates instantly soared. Many years later, when these classmates had become fathers and mothers themselves and were teaching their children martial arts, they couldn't help but bring up the thrill of Ju's show-off move that landed right on target. But that's a story for another time. The class representatives reported the damaged desks and chairs in the classroom to the homeroom teacher. The outcome was inevitable. Erzuanzi bore full responsibility. Whoever starts the trouble takes full responsibility. That's the rule. Soon it was time for martial arts class, and the students got up one by one and headed to the dojo. The martial arts hall was located north of the school building, separated from it by a ring-style playground. Yes, the very place where Lin had been mercilessly beaten. The group slowly crossed the playground. At that moment, an intense battle was taking place on the ring, with the sound of fists and feet cracking against each other, and the person who'd been knocked down having their face stomped on with a loud thud. The group was used to this and didn't stop to watch. Before long, they arrived at the martial arts hall. Looking up at the hall, they saw that its massive doors were made of heavy solid wood, intricately carved with exquisite patterns: swords, spears, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, forks, maces, staffs, clubs, whips, maces, hammers, claws, truncheons, and star-shaped clubs. Every carving was rich in detail. On either side of the main gate stood 2 massive stone pillars, also carved with exquisite patterns of unidentifiable origin. As they slowly pushed open the heavy doors, a vast space came into view, roughly the size of a soccer field. Inside the hall were simple yet practical training equipment, including sturdy punching bags, balance beams, and strength training machines. Next to the training equipment, various unopened relics are neatly arranged, including long swords, spears, and broadswords. On the walls hang inspiring martial arts mottos and portraits of famous warriors. Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang, and the martial arts instructor blew his whistle to gather the students, officially starting the lesson. "Real combat is the fastest way to boost your vitality," the martial arts instructor declared loudly. "Today I'll be teaching you boxing. Boxing is the most direct and efficient form of close-quarters combat in confined spaces. It's easy to learn, can be applied in your regular training, and is extremely helpful for improving your vitality. Report. A student raised his hand and called out. The martial arts teacher tilted his head back slightly, signaling that the student could speak. Teacher, I want to learn Jeet Kune Do. The student bluntly expressed his true feelings. Jeet Kune Do is an advanced martial art. You'll have the chance to learn it once you get into college. For now, focus on the basic boxing techniques. They're simpler and more practical in the early stages of your training. After saying this, the martial arts instructor seemed to remember something and added, don't waste your time searching for related courses online, they're all scams. True martial arts are practical for real combat and aren't made public. You must be very careful to distinguish between them. Everyone formed a circle, surrounding the martial arts instructor in the center as he imparted his knowledge. In this class, we'll focus on 3 key areas: basic stances, basic footwork, and punching techniques. First, let us discuss the basic stance. Face forward with your chin slightly tucked in, and adopt a sideways stance. This effectively reduces your target area. Position your feet with the right foot forward and the left foot back. Bend your left arm so that your fist guards your cheek, and your forearm protects your ribs. Similarly, use your right fist to guard your cheek, with your right arm held across your chest. Distribute your body as center of gravity across the first joints of the big toes of both feet, with the ball of your right foot touching the ground and your left foot resting on its entire sole. The martial arts instructor explained while demonstrating, his movements crisp and precise, full of power and grace. Next are the basic footwork patterns. When moving forward, slide your right foot forward, followed by your left foot. During this process, be careful not to jump, and make sure to lift both heels. When moving backward, first slide your left foot backward, followed by your right foot. The martial arts instructor continued his demonstration, and the students watched and learned. Some even chose to record the session. Finally, the punching technique. When throwing a right punch, rotate forward as you strike. Shift your weight to the toes of your right foot and rotate counterclockwise, using the power from your waist to drive your body forward and deliver the punch, coordinating this with the shift of your body as center of gravity. After throwing the punch, quickly retract your fist and return to the starting position for self-defense and vice versa. After finishing his explanation, the instructor began checking each student's form one by one, constantly correcting mistakes. These 3 points weren't difficult. By simply following along, everyone quickly got the hang of it. Half an hour later, seeing that everyone had practiced enough, the martial arts instructor announced the start of sparring practice. Next, we'll spar in pairs to simulate real combat. Don't hold back, but make sure every move follows the techniques we just covered and maintain proper form. This was also the fastest way to achieve the desired learning outcomes. Ju looked at Cole, who, startled, quickly paired up with a random classmate nearby. Everyone had just witnessed Ju's ferocity firsthand. Admiring him was one thing, but sparring against him was quite another. With 41 students in the class, Ju found himself left alone. Seeing Ju standing by himself, the martial arts instructor kindly suggested, "Let us spar." Chapter 18, Who us Ju? Me. Seeing that Ju was just staring blankly at him without saying a word, the martial arts teacher spoke again. "I'll only use 30% of my strength. How about that?" "Okay." Ju agreed without hesitation upon hearing this. Half an hour later, Ju's face was covered in bruises, his eyes fixed intently on the martial arts teacher, as if flames were burning in his gaze. "Your skills are quite impressive. Keep it up, I have high hopes for you." The martial arts teacher, sporting a pair of black eyes, slowly lowered his guard and praised Ju. But deep down, he had already cursed Ju countless times. Everyone knew that although this was supposed to be live combat training, they all tacitly agreed to use only half their strength. After all, the college entrance exams were just around the corner, and no one wanted to get injured and jeopardize their future. The martial arts teacher had originally intended to stop at the first sign of contact. But he never expected that Ju would go all out from the very start, like a raging beast. The martial arts teacher was merely a first-ranked junior warrior. Defending while using only 1/3 of his strength was incredibly difficult. As the fight went on, he stopped holding back. The more he fought, the more cathartic it felt, and the more excited he became. Ju was beaten to a pulp, and the classmates around them gradually stopped their own sparring sessions to watch the martial arts teacher's one-sided demolition show. It wasn't until Ju coughed up a broken tooth that the martial arts teacher suddenly snapped back to his senses, awkwardly ending the match with words of praise. Ju could tell that the martial arts instructor had been holding back at the start of the match. But how could he make rapid progress without engaging in real combat? That's why he went all out to force his opponent to fight for real. Although he'd been beaten badly, the skills honed through this no-holds-barred, real-world combat were in a completely different league from those flashy, superficial moves. Soon, the martial arts class's sparring session came to an end. The students continued practicing on their own in the dojo until school let out in the afternoon. These students, who were about to take their martial arts exams, were all highly self-disciplined and required no supervision from the instructor, so the martial arts teacher left early. Ju found a special punching bag, treated it as the martial arts teacher, and wildly threw left and right hooks at it. The classmates around him, seeing this, instinctively kept their distance. Ju didn't care in the least. At this moment, how could he possibly have the energy to worry about how others saw him? He had no control over what others thought of him, only the improvement of his own strength was tangible and within his grasp. While Ju was training hard, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the half-knocked-out tooth was healing at an astonishing rate under the effect of the passive secret art self-healing. Although it was both itchy and painful, at least his appearance wouldn't be marred. While the image others held of him wasn't his own, it was just as important as improving his own strength. Ding! The martial skill boxing has been identified as having reached the beginner level. Added to the panel for easy reference. Martial skill, unranked boxing beginner. Note, the host can only learn one martial skill at a time. Subsequent different martial skills will automatically merge. Upon hearing this prompt, Ju's eyes lit up instantly. He was now a martial artist. Advanced martial arts are divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow. His boxing skills were so rudimentary they didn't even qualify as a formal tier, but at least he now possessed his own combat technique. Although he carried a D-grade alloy soft sword, it wasn't effective in every situation. For example, in a cramped, confined space, using a sword not only fails to enhance his combat effectiveness but actually increases his vulnerability to attacks due to the blade's length, making it more trouble than it's worth. A sword is essentially a relic designed for mid-range combat. If the distance is too short or too long, its advantages are significantly diminished. Boxing, however, perfectly compensates for this weakness. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. A low rumbling sound emanated from Ju's abdomen. He looked down at his stomach, a hint of resignation crossing his face. Ever since his meal before attending the auction last night, Ju hadn't had a single bite to eat. Now, after undergoing high-intensity training, if it weren't for his exceptional physical conditioning, he would likely have fainted long ago. He brought up his interface to check his status. Martial skill, unranked boxing beginner. Passive art, self-healing beginner. Tier 1 Devour progress, 10% available. Vitality, 17 points 100 points. Evolution threshold, 9. His current vitality was only 17 points, a figure that was indeed rather low. However, it was reassuring that his evolution threshold had already risen to 7 in less than a day. With just 3 more points to reach the 10-point threshold, he would meet the system's requirement for a minimum of 10% Devour progress to upgrade. Once that happened, Ju would be able to upgrade at any time, not only raising his vitality cap to 110, but also instantly restoring his health to full. With this in mind, Ju trained with even greater enthusiasm. He thought to himself that after school, he would definitely use the premium cafeteria points provided by the school to treat himself to a hearty meal at the cafeteria to reward his hungry stomach. Who asked Ju? Just as Ju was lost in his delightful daydreams of delicious food, a roar rang out. Ju turned his head and saw 6 student-looking figures with dyed yellow hair standing at the entrance to the martial arts hall. Their eyes were menacing as they glared fiercely at the people inside. Ju let out a soft sigh and shook his head in exasperation. He was absolutely sick of this cliché plot where, as soon as you beat the small fry, the big shots show up, and as soon as you beat the big shots, the old-timers appear. he might as well take them all out at once. With that in mind, Ju raised his hand high and shouted, "Me, me, me." Then he strode quickly toward the group, clenching his fists so hard they cracked as he walked. The leader of the group saw Ju striding toward them alone and brazenly, glanced at his buddies, and couldn't help but laugh. "You, of all people." Bam! Before the blonde-haired leader could finish his sentence, Ju landed a punch right in his face. His body spun an exaggerated 180 degrees in midair before slamming face first into the ground. "Come on, you over here." After making sure the man was unconscious, Ju pointed at another guy standing nearby and said defiantly, No, not me, it's us, our boss wants to see you." The blonde-haired guy Ju was pointing at didn't have much vitality. He usually relied on numbers to intimidate others. Seeing their little boss knocked out in a single blow, he lost all his earlier swagger. When Ju pointed at him, he was so scared his legs started shaking, and he stammered as he spoke. The guy who'd been knocked out with a single punch was the one with the highest vitality among them. If even he'd been taken out that easily, what was the point of him trying to act tough? "What does he want with me?" Ju shouted, pointing at the unconscious man on the ground. He's not our boss." The other guy shook his head like a rattle in sheer terror. Their conversation was completely out of sync. Just as expected, if he didn't root them out completely right away, they keep coming at him in wave after wave, hounding him all the way through college. "Where's your boss? Where's your boss's boss? Where's your boss's boss, that ancient ancestor in seclusion?" Ju grabbed the man by the collar and demanded furiously. He's in the bathroom." The man's face turned bright red from the tight grip on his collar, but he still didn't dare to move. "Lead the way." Ju tossed the man to the ground and strode out in long, swift strides. "This way, please. Watch your step." The other few blonde-haired kids successfully defected. With people like them, reasoning doesn't work, but as long as you show enough strength, they'll behave better than dogs. The students in the training ground who witnessed this scene couldn't help but swallow hard. Cole saw what was happening over here. After much deliberation, fearing that Ju might get the short end of the stick, he hurried off to find a teacher. The other female students, meanwhile, gazed dreamily at Ju's retreating figure. "So handsome. Wow, how come I never noticed how handsome Ju was before? Yeah, it's like he's a completely different person all of a sudden. So cool. I've decided Ju is going to be my idol from now on." Exactly. He is way better than Fongran. Luna also stared blankly at everything that had just happened. Listening to the admiring comments from the girls around her, she felt a mix of emotions. Just when she thought Lin was great, Ju blew him out of the water. Just when she thought Erzwang was strong, Ju blew him out of the water. Just when she thought the club was awesome, Ju sent them to raid someone's house. How did that former lapdog turn into a wolfdog in just the last couple of days? And a poison-immune wolfdog at that. Why didn't he act like this sooner? Why did he have to be a sycophant back then? Luna gazed at Ju's retreating figure with a complex expression, her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her shirt. At that moment, Ju's image in the students' minds had undoubtedly risen to a whole new level. Many years later, when these students, now fathers and mothers, were teaching their children martial arts. Chapter 19: The Battle in the Restroom. Inside the restroom, smoke swirled thickly. 5 hoodlums were immersed in the thrill of smoking heavenly smoke. One of the underlings, squatting on the toilet, looked up at Xian Zihan, who was squatting across from him, and said, "Brother Zihan, how do you think we're going to take him down later?" Upon hearing this, Xian Zihan replied while wiping himself, "Taking him down isn't the point. The key is to make him hand over the spot in the bonus round." Xian Zihan had received Lin's message relayed by Luna, but he was thinking even further ahead. Before finishing off Ju, he could easily squeeze every last bit of value out of him first. Ju not only had 50,000 yuan, but also a crucial spot in the bonus competition. The list for the bonus competition didn't require the school to submit a unified application. Once he secured the spot, he could easily find a way to trade it privately. Once he had all that in his hands, it wouldn't be too late to figure out how to take him out. He had to maximize his gains. With such a precious spot, do you think he'll give it up easily? The blonde-haired guy sitting across from him said with some concern. Qian Zihan held the immortal energy wand in one hand and a book titled Pillar Training in the other. Hearing this, he didn't even look up, replying indifferently, "Then we'll keep fighting until he gives it up." All his henchmen were now eyeing Pillar Training with envy, their eyes brimming with desire. But Qian Zihan had set an exorbitant price of 50,000 yuan for just 1 hour of viewing, and he wouldn't allow photocopying or photography, so they had no choice but to give up. A cultivation technique like Pillar Training could only be learned at the War Academy after admission, and it had always been kept strictly confidential. Qian Zihan's copy was a handwritten recollection transcribed from memory by a relative of his who had attended the War Academy. Even so, this manual had greatly enhanced Qian Zihan's combat prowess. He had risen from ranking outside the top 30 in his grade last semester to now being among the top 10 in the entire school, and had even qualified for the bonus points tournament, a clear testament to the immense supportive power of Pillar Training. Of course, at this stage, practicing Pillar Training requires consuming a massive amount of vitality. Those without substantial family wealth simply cannot afford it, which is why this technique hasn't become widespread in high schools. Even Lin couldn't beat him. Do you think it's possible his vitality is higher than Lin's? The younger guy squatting on the toilet began wiping himself as he asked the question. After all, he still wasn't entirely sure. Zhuangzi was his sworn brother, and having just been beaten up by Zhu, he was naturally furious and wanted to avenge his brother. But when he saw the extent of Zhuangzi's injuries, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. His nasal bone was completely shattered, and all 6 of his front teeth had been knocked out. With such brutal tactics, was Zhu really as weak as Lunan had claimed? Qian Zihan spoke in a calm, measured tone. "Impossible. I know exactly how strong Lin is. Even with a relic, I wouldn't dare say I could beat him for sure, yet Zhu took him out with a single punch. If Zhu really had that kind of strength, his vitality would have to be at least over 100. Do you think that's possible?" In the 16 years since First Combat Academy was founded, there have been only 5 students with vitality over 100, all of them martial arts champions from Jiaxiang City. In the past 2 years, no genius with such high vitality had even emerged. Many students admitted to the War Academy barely met the second-tier college cutoff, around 90 points in vitality, which is a far cry from the key university cutoff of around 106 points. If Zhu's vitality really were over 100, he wouldn't even need to participate in the bonus point competition. Nearby universities would offer him direct admission, and he wouldn't even have to take the college entrance exam. But clearly, that's not the case here. After drying off, Qian Zihan began pulling on his pants, carefully tucking the book into his shirt pocket. Could it really be that Lin was too careless, combined with Zhu's sneak attack? Hearing Qian Zihan's words, the younger brother felt a little more confident. He couldn't help but glance at the book before pulling up his pants and saying, "It has to be that. We'll find out in a minute when we teach him a lesson. Weaklings don't deserve any extra points." Qian Zihan's lips curled into a smirk as he said this, his eyes flashing with a menacing glint. "Big brother, Zhu's here." One of the underlings rushed in frantically from outside the restroom. "What's the rush?" Qian Zihan said impatiently. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhu walked in. "Who's looking for me?" As soon as Zhu entered the restroom, the pungent stench made his head spin. Pinching his nose, he turned to leave. "Let's talk outside." Just as he reached the doorway, a kid with blonde hair reached out to block the door. "We'll talk right here." Qian Zihan lit a fairy stick and, staring at Zhu, said slowly. He was clearly used to the smell in here. Zhu neither understood nor respected his peculiar quirks. "Make it quick. Hand over the spot in the bonus round, give us 5,000 each in protection money, and you can go on your way. We won 'cause any more trouble." Qian Zihan put on an air of magnanimity, yet his demands were utterly unreasonable. "Did you hear me? Say something, UF sharp at INGB ### road. You want to die? Think winning one match makes you some big shot, huh? Want me to cripple you today? If you don't hand over that spot today, don't even think about walking out of here. And the money 5,000 each. Don't tell me you don't have it. You just got 50,000 handed over, quick. 10 of us, 50,000 total. We're giving you a chance here, don't blow it. The thugs surrounding them, emboldened by their numbers, grew increasingly arrogant, their noses practically in the air. The timid, cowering demeanor of the few blonde-haired kids who led Ju here earlier had vanished. As if they found someone to rely on, their chests puffed out unconsciously, their eyes flashing with defiance. One by one, they curled their lips and raised their voices, saying, "You think you're so tough? Go ahead and hit me again if you've got the guts." One of them deftly locked the bathroom door with a key, then slipped it into his pocket. Ju remained unfazed, his eyes fixed on Xianzihan as he said, "If it's a one-on-one fight, I'll take you on. But a brawl? Isn't that a bit beneath you?" Xianzihan crossed his arms, his face full of disdain, and said arrogantly, "Are you stupid? I've got a whole bunch of brothers here. You want me to fight you one-on-one? You've got two choices today. Either hand over the spot and the money like a good boy, then get the hell out. Or we'll take it by force and leave you lying in that toilet bowl. Take your pick." As he spoke, he pointed his finger toward the toilet bowl. Ju frowned and shook his head. "It really stinks. I can't stand it anymore. Does your toilet at home smell nice?" "Ha ha ha." Xianzihan burst out laughing. His laughter echoed through the restroom, sounding particularly grating. His henchmen joined in, roaring with laughter as they doubled over. Ju shot him a cold glance and said, "I was talking about your bad breath." "What did you say?" Xianzihan's eyes widened instantly, his face contorted with rage. He jutted out his index finger and pointed it fiercely at Ju's nose, snarling, "Don't push your luck. Do you think I won make you pay for this today?" Before he could finish, there was a thud, as Ju, without warning, kicked Xianzihan squarely in the stomach. "Since you won step into the ring, then step into the pit instead." At such close range, Xianzihan had nowhere to dodge and took the kick head-on. But strangely enough, relying on muscle reflexes, he swiftly pulled one leg back to brace against the ground. After his body swayed slightly from side to side, he quickly regained his balance. Ju's gaze grew sharp. Pillar stance. Chapter 20, It's over, I'm about to be planted. Zhao Gandhi had also demonstrated this technique before and even flaunted it in front of him. This technique truly makes one as steady as an old dog. "I want it." Xianzihan raised his head, a mocking smirk curving his lips. "Humph, so you really do rely on sneak attacks. No wonder Lin fell at your hands. Kid, don't get too big for your britches just because you've got a little skill." Upon hearing this, Ju's lips curled slightly upward, and a fire of determination ignited in his eyes. "You'll find out who's really getting cocky in a second. You fucking dare to ambush me? Beat him up. Kill him." Seeing that Ju had struck first, the henchmen surrounding him instantly turned into a pack of enraged dogs. Howling, they swarmed him, raining a barrage of punches and kicks down on Ju. But Ju wasn't about to go down without a fight. His eyes hardened as he quickly raised his left hand to shield his head, blocking a sneak attack from a blonde-haired guy on his left. Immediately afterward, his right fist flew like a cannonball, slamming fiercely into the blonde guy's face. The blonde-haired guy hadn't expected Ju to dare fight back when his opponents had such an overwhelming numerical advantage. Completely caught off guard, he was hit squarely on the bridge of his nose by Ju's punch, and tears instantly welled up in his eyes from the pain. Having landed a successful blow, Ju had no intention of lingering in the fight. He quickly withdrew his right hand to shield his head once more, while his left hand transformed from a guard into a straight punch, striking the blonde-haired guy directly in front of him, the same one who had been locking the door and shouting earlier. The punch sent his head reeling. Ju's footwork constantly shifted his position, keeping his center of gravity stable at all times to avoid losing balance from overexertion. "Fuck you." A guy with green-dyed hair behind him took advantage of the opening created by Ju's punch and swung his leg toward Ju's back, his blind spot. Ju had just thrown a punch to the right, but his peripheral vision keenly detected the sneak attack from behind. He swiftly pulled his right hand back, grabbing the opponent's kicking leg, and immediately slammed his right elbow like a hard iron hammer down hard toward the opponent's kneecap. Crack! A crisp sound of breaking bone rang out as the green-haired man's knee buckled backward. Jew had actually snapped it clean in two. Due to a momentary lapse in concentration and the fact that his vitality was several dozen points lower than Jew's, the green-haired man was left completely helpless. He didn't even have time to cry out before Jew dragged him and shoved him into a nearby pit. "Kid, are you looking to die?" Xian Zihan, seeing this, was furious beyond control and refused to stand idly by any longer. He let out a loud roar and took a step forward, gathering his strength. Seeing this, the henchmen around him hurriedly stepped aside. Xian Zihan swung his fist straight at the back of Ju's head. As he threw the punch, he shifted his weight with both feet, instantly settling into a stable fighting stance to maintain his balance and leave himself room for a follow-up attack. Whether in terms of raw strength or combat experience, he was indeed far superior to the henchmen surrounding him. Ju sensed a gust of wind coming from behind and, acting on instinct, quickly ducked to avoid it. After reading his opponent's move, he kicked diagonally upward with his right leg from his crouched position, aiming for Xian Zihan's chin. The junction between the jaw and the skull is extremely fragile and contains a large number of motor nerves. Since none of them had undergone skull bone tempering yet, a strike to this area could easily result in serious injury. Xian Zihan drew his breath deep into his lower abdomen and steadied his stance training. But clearly, his stance training wasn't fully mastered. He couldn't apply it flexibly. Faced with Ju's direct, bottom-up attack aimed at a vital point, his stances actually served to expand his vulnerable surface area infinitely. Sure enough, Xian Zihan clasped his hands together and pressed down hard, attempting to block Ju's incoming kick. But with his hands facing a downward strike, he couldn't generate any force, and Ju's kick broke through his defense, striking him squarely in the chin. There was a loud crack, the sound of Xian Zihan's jaw snapping, and his entire body was sent flying backward, crashing into the pit behind him. Although the other henchmen saw Xian Zihan get kicked away, they still relied on their numerical superiority and, like a swarm of fearless ants, continued to charge fearlessly toward Ju. However, in the face of absolute vitality suppression, any move was nothing more than empty posturing. Vitality, 10 points, 100 points. Although Ju's current vitality was relatively low, his vitality cap was high. When assessing a person's strength, the primary factor is the vitality cap, the 100 points value displayed in parentheses on the stats panel. Current vitality simply represents the amount available for use. As long as it doesn't drop below 0, one can continue fighting. For every point of vitality cap, combat effectiveness increases by 5%. When no one has mastered martial arts or undergone bone tempering, having 10 more vitality points than your opponent is practically a one-sided slaughter. Among those present right now, aside from Xian Zihan, everyone else has a vitality cap below 75. Ju's 100-point vitality cap gives him a full 125% higher combat power than someone with a 75-point vitality cap. To put it more vividly, a 100% combat power advantage means the opponent has absolutely no chance to fight back. A 125% advantage goes without saying. It's as if the opponent is about to lose their very hands. Of course, this is just a rough analogy. Furthermore, before becoming a warrior, combat power can be calculated this way based on vitality, but once you become a warrior, the outcome of a battle is no longer determined solely by vitality. Therefore, combat power derived from vitality is no longer the primary method of comparison after becoming a warrior. However, judging by the current situation, the level of vitality largely dictates the course of the battle. In this moment, the battle is dominated not only by the superiority of vitality but also by the superiority of techniques. Another blonde-haired fighter charged forward, swinging his left fist haphazardly. Ju remained unflustered, steadily blocking with his right fist while his left fist, like a bolt of lightning, delivered a rapid downward hook to the blonde fighter's right jaw. The blonde-haired guy didn't even have time to react, let alone block, and was immediately knocked to the ground by Ju's single strike. This is the power of techniques. This is the benefit of studying hard. A good technique allows you to maximize the use of your vitality. Ju used the boxing techniques he had just learned to face his opponent. As the fight continued, he grew more proficient with the techniques, and his punches became increasingly powerful. Meanwhile, Qian Zihan struggled to his feet from the ground, clutching his chin with both hands, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had already mastered the basics of stance training. In his mind, he was invincible against anyone below level 90, and could hold his own against anyone at level 90 or above. Of course, that was assuming his opponent didn't know the stance training. But Zhu clearly didn't know the stance training, so why was he so easily defeated by him? This defied all logic. Qian Zihan's mind was filled with confusion and shock. He simply couldn't figure out why this was happening. Stop! Qian Zihan's jaw was already shattered, but he was still in a state of numbness caused by adrenaline, so the pain hadn't yet reached the point of breaking him. Hearing his command, the thugs surrounding him all stopped what they were doing. Only then did they come to their senses and take in the situation clearly. 4 or 5 of their own had already gone down, while Zhu didn't have even a scratch. No one had expected Zhu to be this formidable, and they all felt a chill run down their spines. Especially the few blonde-haired guys who led Zhu here earlier. They were reminded of the fear they felt when Zhu had cornered them and demanded, "Where's the boss?" "Hi-hu, hey, you can go now, no more fighting," Qian Zihan mumbled indistinctly. Worried that Zhu might not have understood, he made a dismissive hand gesture, signaling that Zhu could leave. They'd been beaten and didn't want to play anymore, yet they were still clueless enough to pretend they were letting him off the hook. Zhu walked slowly toward Qian Zihan and said calmly, "Let us get this over with. You guys can't use this restroom anymore. Also, 5,000 yuan in compensation per person. You can go on your way, and I won't cause any more trouble." Zhu put on an air of magnanimity and made what seemed like a reasonable demand. Upon hearing this demand for territorial concessions and compensation, Qian Zihan's innate spirit of defiance suddenly awoke. He pointed at Zhu and shouted to his henchman, "Hangita, kill him!" Although the others couldn't make out what Qian Zihan was saying, they instantly understood his intent from his demeanor and gestures. After a moment's hesitation, they steeled themselves and charged forward once more. Zhu's lips curled slightly as he assumed a fighting stance to meet the challenge. "I gave you guys a chance to fight one-on-one earlier, but none of you had any martial spirit. You just resorted to a brawl. Now, even if you want to back out, it's too late." Zhu's back foot slammed into the ground, propelling him forward to close the distance on the nearest blonde-haired guy. His right hook struck the man's lower abdomen like a bolt of lightning. Unable to block in time, the man doubled over in pain. Zhu seized the moment to grab the guy by the neck, drag him to another pit, and slam him down hard. This was the third person to be planted in a pit. Immediately afterward, Zhu spun around, wrapped his arm around the next guy's neck, and yanked him into another pit nearby. The fourth. Besides Qian Zihan, there were 5 others present, all bearing injuries of varying severity. When they saw that Zhu was actually eager to make them fight over the stalls, they instantly panicked. Realizing they were no match for him, they turned to run out. But the door was locked. Where was the key? The group looked around for the person who had just locked the door. Only then did they realize that the guy with the yellow hair was currently planted headfirst in one of the stalls. "It's over. We can't get out. We're going to get planted too." Chapter 21, The Toilet Redemption Fee. The crowd was tightly packed at the restroom entrance. Their bodies were pressed so tightly together that they didn't even have room to shift their legs slightly, let alone lift a foot to kick the door. A fierce desire to survive raged through their hearts as fist after fist pounded furiously against the locked door like a downpour, in a final, futile struggle. Zhu walked over at a leisurely pace. The light from the restroom ceiling fell from behind his head, shrouding his face in shadow, while his towering silhouette loomed over the crowd. Everyone looked up, their vision filled with that dark shadow descending like a storm cloud. In that instant, they all felt as insignificant as ants, and a suffocating pressure swept over them like a surging tide, crushing them until they could barely breathe. Panic and helplessness filled their eyes as they huddled tightly together, cowering in the corner. Their bodies trembled as they cried out in a quivering voice, "Don't come any closer. 10,000 in redemption fees per person." Zhu paused slightly, slowly raising his hand which resembled the claws of an abyss beast and gradually clenched his fingers, emitting a faint click-click sound. His eyes, glowing with an eerie green light, caused the crowd's bodies to shudder involuntarily. What the hell is that? The crowd froze, completely baffled by the meaning of rescue fee. Ju offered no explanation. He simply reached out and grabbed a person as if snatching a chick, landed a punch that instantly knocked the person senseless, then shoved them headfirst into an empty pit nearby before turning his gaze to the next person. The crowd immediately shuddered. Now they fully understood, judging by Ju's demeanor, if they didn't pay him, he was truly determined to plant them in that hole. What a pit ransom! He certainly knew how to coin a phrase. The crowd didn't even stop to think about how much 10,000 yuan was. They frantically pulled out their phones to make the transfer. Ju played along by pulling up his mobile payment QR code. Luckily, he decharged his phone during martial arts class, otherwise, this would have taken much longer. 10,000 yuan received, 10,000 received, 10,000 yuan received. He easily pocketed 40,000 yuan. After warning the few who paid not to use this restroom again, Ju motioned for them to leave. As for how they get out, that was none of his concern. Ju turned to look at Qian Zihan, who was hiding behind the partition between the stalls, and walked slowly toward him. Hey Hang Han Hayu, what do you want? Seeing Ju walking toward him, Qian Zihan was so scared he backed into the corner, spread his arms wide, and braced himself against the wall. Hey Hang Yi Hi Hi Ho He You Won. You can leave now. Smack! Ju landed a hard slap right across his face. Are you brain dead? You lost, so why are you still whining? You have two choices today: 1, give up your future right to use the bathroom, pay the toilet ransom, and crawl out; the other, let me take the ransom by force and make you stay crouched in the toilet. Take your pick. Ju mimicked Qian Zihan's earlier arrogant and domineering demeanor as he clearly laid out the terms. Hearing these words, Qian Zihan felt like his lungs were about to explode with rage. You said 5,000 at first. Qian Zihan said sheepishly. You didn't even pay the 5,000. Now the price has gone up. Hurry up, stop dithering. Ju said impatiently. These thugs all came from incredibly wealthy families. They demand 5,000 without batting an eye, as if they had no concept of money at all. What if I asked them for over 10,000? Over 10,000? They made me pay 50,000 all by myself. Now I'm only asking each of them to pay 10,000. That's not unreasonable. Fine, I'll give you the money. Qian Zihan was filled with reluctance but had no other choice. She gritted her teeth, though she couldn't actually bite down, and decided to hand over the money first to save face. The way things looked, if she didn't do as Ju said, she might really end up thrown into that disgusting pit. How could she ever hold her head high in front of everyone again? Even though she was filled with 1,001 reservations, she had no choice but to swallow her pride for now. The humiliation she suffered today, she would surely repay tenfold in the future. 10,000 yuan received. Upon hearing the transaction confirmation, Ju slapped Qian Zihan hard enough to send her sprawling, and said angrily, You're messing with me, aren't you? Qian Zihan covered her face, fell to the ground in a seductive pose, and said plaintively, Hey Han Ha, we waha it's 10,000, that is right, isn't it? They gave 10,000, and you, the boss, are also giving 10,000? Ha? Ju refused to accept such an unreasonable approach. Hey Hang how much do you want? Ju held out both hands, holding up one finger on one hand. Seeing this, Qian Zihan let out a breath, so it was 2. But before he could react, Ju's 2 outstretched fingers began to cross. 100,000. Qian Zihan's family was wealthy, but this was taking it too far. How many times could you eat, drink, gamble, and visit brothels with 100,000? Who wouldn't feel the sting of that? Just as Qian Zihan began to hesitate, Ju suddenly spread his fingers apart again. He realized it could actually be 110,000. Watching Ju change his hand gesture to magically add 10,000 out of thin air, Qian Zihan was so furious he was practically spitting. How could he be so shameless? Seeing Qian Zihan dithering, Ju's gaze turned icy. He immediately strode forward, intending to execute his signature neck grip move. Hey give. Qian Zihan hurriedly pulled out his phone to scan the QR code. He was going to get that money back sooner or later anyway, so he might as well have Ju hold on to it for now. Amount credited, 110,000 yuan. Smack! Ju landed another resounding slap. Where's the ransom for those 5 people in the pit? Qian Zihan froze on the spot. They're already in the pit, what's there to ransom? Why are you coming to me about their ransom? They can't pay from down there. You cover it first, hurry up. Ju raised his hand, another slap poised to strike. Qian Zihan burst into tears. In all his life, he never endured such humiliation. Suddenly, he felt that lying in that pit might not be such an unbearable fate after all. With no other choice, he tremblingly pulled out his phone to make the transfer, but he only had 40,000 yuan left in his points account. He give me a discount. Smack! Ju landed a hard slap across his face and said angrily, you still dare to go he? I said give me a discount. Qian Zihan said, sounding aggrieved. Teach me stance training. Ju wasn't an unreasonable person. Upon hearing this, Qian Zihan instinctively covered pillar training in her chest pocket and hurriedly said, how I can't teach you. Ju took one look and immediately knew what she was covering. Hand it over. He snatched it from her, flipped through a few pages, nodded in satisfaction, and continued, this counts as interest. You owe me 10,000. You have 3 days to pay it back, or I'll make you eat shit. Upon hearing this, Qian Zihan couldn't help but gasp. For a moment, she couldn't even tell who the real villain was. As soon as Ju finished speaking, he turned to leave. Once he confirmed the 50,000 transfer had gone through, he violently shoved open the door which the blonde-haired thugs had smashed to pieces and strode out of the restroom. Suddenly, he wasn't so averse to people picking a fight with him anymore. He discovered a little trick to make money. From now on, those who came looking for trouble might just become his money gods. At the thought, Ju's lips curled into a grin that stretched from ear to ear. Meanwhile, Qian Zihan was looking all aggrieved as he pulled out his phone to call for backup. Ju suddenly poked his head out from the restroom doorway again, startling Qian Zihan so much that his hand shook and his phone fell into the toilet bowl. Next time, feel free to send an even more badass boss to give me trouble. I'll pay 100,000 per visit, bring it on. With that, Ju turned and walked away. He didn't want to linger a single moment longer in the stench of the restroom. Leaving behind the chaotic scene and Qian Zihan, who had already fainted from crying, he strode off. And the phone call that was still connected in the toilet bowl. Hello? Hello? Say something. Chapter 22, Mrs. Lin's Conspiracy. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the entrance to First Combat Academy. It was just after school let out for the afternoon. Students poured out of the campus like a tide. The clatter of voices and laughter mingled, instantly transforming the once quiet school entrance into a bustling scene. With the liberal arts college entrance exams over, the school no longer enforced mandatory evening study sessions. Students were free to spend their evenings as they pleased. However, most students who didn't eat at the school cafeteria would return to the school playground for training after dining off campus. At that moment, a sleek black sedan was parked quietly directly across from the school gate. Bathed in sunlight, the car's body shimmered with a subtle, dignified sheen. The windows reflected a faint glow, making it impossible to see inside. Students and parents bustled back and forth all around it, yet the car remained motionless. Inside, a well-dressed woman in luxurious designer clothes sat in the driver's seat. Wearing sunglasses and exquisitely applied makeup, she stared straight ahead, one hand firmly holding a small box as she reached across to the passenger seat. Here are 3 capsules of Vitality Elixir. You'll get 3 more once the job is done. The man in the passenger seat was also wearing sunglasses. His neat, short haircut made him look exceptionally sharp, though a scar running from the corner of his right eye to the corner of his mouth gave him a somewhat unsettling appearance. A black suit hugged his muscular frame tightly. The muscles beneath the fabric seemed to harbor boundless strength. The extraordinary aura he exuded made it clear at a glance that he was no ordinary salesman or barber. His face remained expressionless as he reached out slightly to take the Vitality Elixir from the wealthy woman, asking briefly, "Where's the photo of the target?" "Not yet." The wealthy woman tapped the steering wheel with her slender fingers and replied calmly, without a hint of haste. The man didn't press further, giving her time to explain. Sean, you've been working with Nan Tian for quite some time now. You must not reveal what I'm asking you to do this time to Nan Tian, understand? The wealthy woman still didn't look at him, but her tone was slightly warmer as she spoke. Rest assured, Mrs. Lin. Sean replied briefly, without adding anything else. We'll be heading to the target's home shortly. You'll act on your own judgment, but I have 2 requirements. The wealthy woman held up 2 slender fingers. Take his life. Take his sword. Understood. Sean nodded. After giving her instructions, Mrs. Lin had nothing else to say. She kept her gaze fixed ahead, as if waiting for something. For a moment, an awkward silence filled the car. Before long, Mrs. Lin's cell phone rang. The caller spoke first. Hello, Auntie, I'm at the school gate. Where are you? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin turned her head toward the school gate, her gaze scanning the crowd of students for the person in question. Beep, beep, beep. Mrs. Lin spotted the girl, honked the car horn, and hung up the phone without saying a word. Shortly afterward, a female student opened the car door and sat in the back seat. Hello, Auntie. Luna said politely. Xiao Wang, I called you here because I have a question for you. Mrs. Lin kept her eyes on the road ahead, her tone calm and detached. Luna, whether out of habit or because she felt flattered, replied even more politely, Auntie, please feel free to ask whatever you need. What's your relationship with Lin? Mrs. Lin asked bluntly, paying no attention to the person in the passenger seat. Luna was taken aback. She hadn't expected the topic to come up so suddenly. She was momentarily at a loss for words as she began to ponder the situation. Could it be that Lin is incapacitated, and his mom wants to find him a wife as soon as possible? Should I say yes or no? If I say yes, there is no future in being with him. I'd just be living off his family's wealth. If I say no, his family is pretty wealthy, maybe they'd be willing to pay for my college tuition. Say something. Mrs. Lin, growing impatient, demanded harshly. Luna jumped in fright and blurted out instinctively, we're a couple. A couple? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin immediately frowned and said coolly, are you really a couple? Yes. Luna replied with absolute certainty. In countless novels and TV dramas, wealthy mothers-in-law are won over by brave and strong-willed daughters-in-law. Luna knew the formula well. If you're really a couple, why haven't you asked how Lin is doing even once since we got in the car? Mrs. Lin pursed her lips and shook her head. The moment Luna heard this, her mind went completely blank. That's right, such an important question. Why hadn't she thought to ask? She instantly made a bad impression on her mother-in-law. Just as Luna was about to make an excuse, Mrs. Lin cut her off. Don't be nervous. I didn't ask you here today to talk about that. Mrs. Lin took off her sunglasses, rested her hand on the center console next to the gearshift, and turned to look at Luna. You know Jew, right? As soon as Luna heard this, her mind went blank again. Why were all her questions such trick questions? Her mother-in-law was asking about her ex-boyfriend. How was she supposed to answer that? Even the plots in TV dramas weren't this mind-bending. I don't know him. Luna chose to play dumb, replying calmly and confidently. Upon hearing this, Mrs. Lin's expression immediately darkened. She simply couldn't understand how a high school girl these days could be so repulsive. With such an immature mind, yet always pretending to be so calculating, didn't she find her own behavior disgusting? Since I know the name Jew, I know everything about him. Lie to me one more time, and you're out. Mrs. Lin wasn't going to spare her any courtesy. She turned away and put her sunglasses back on, unable to bear the thought of looking at Luna even once more. Women know women best. What's this innocent act from a slutty vixen? And she's dating my son? As if she's even worthy. Lin really does have terrible taste, just like his father. As soon as Luna saw how furious the other woman had become, her mind went completely blank. She didn't know what to do. She was completely at the other woman's mercy. Auntie, please don't get mad. I was just joking. Luna giggled, completely exposing her lack of brains. Ha 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 ha. Mrs. Lin laughed a few times, then suddenly stopped. After taking a deep breath, she looked at Luna again. I went along with your joke, now you have to do the same for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to laugh anymore, okay? Okay. Luna nodded her head rapidly, like a chick pecking at grain. Take me to where Ju lives, Mrs. Lin said bluntly. Before Luna could reply, she added, if you dare say you don't know, I'll slap you. Mrs. Lin's tone was extremely harsh, and without waiting for Luna's response, she started the car. Luna's inner defenses completely crumbled. She didn't care what Lin's mom was going to Ju's place for, nor did she care in the slightest about Ju's safety. The main issue was that her first impression on her future mother-in-law seemed to be terrible, and she was no match for her in a battle of wits and courage. What was she supposed to do? Luna looked at the back of the driver's seat with a worried expression and sighed deeply. It seemed she had no choice but to go along with her completely. Perhaps there was still a chance to turn things around. Yes, that's what she'd do. Chapter 23, The Cafeteria's Deluxe Meal. After dealing with Qian Zihan, Ju was walking along the campus path. Looking at the balance in his mobile banking account, Ju was as happy as an 18-year-old kid. 260,000. Of that, 50,000 was a school bonus, 40,000 was the rescue fee from the blonde-haired kid, 120,000 was Qian Zihan's rescue fee, and 50,000 was the rescue fee Qian Zihan had advanced to the new recruits who'd fallen into the trap. In just 2 short days, looking back, suddenly had I become the dominant force myself? Ju checked the system panel again. Martial skill, boxing beginner. Passive secret art, self-healing beginner. Tier 1 Devour progress, 10% available. Vitality, 2 points 100 points. Evolution threshold, 10. He couldn't help but marvel fighting was way more satisfying than training. His evolution threshold had risen by 1 point after just one fight, reaching 10. According to the system's requirements, he could level up for every 10% of Devour progress, but only if his evolution threshold also reached 10 points. The evolution threshold is like the body's endurance threshold. If the vitality gained from leveling up exceeds what the body can handle, the consequence is an explosion. Right now, my vitality is high enough to level up to 110 at any time. That's practically last year's key milestone, isn't it? Plus, I've pocketed 190,000 yuan, not to mention the 10,000 yuan Qian Zihan owes me. That's right, Lin still owes me 1 million. I'll get all that back sooner or later. 1.01 million. I never imagined that, at this very moment, I'd be a secret millionaire. Next time he goes to the pawn shop, as long as he doesn't run into idiots like Nate or Zhao Xiaoyu, Ju is confident he'll be able to pick up some goods. And the even greater prize is this copy of Pillar Training in his hands. Ju pulled out Pillar Training and glanced at it a few more times. It was all handwritten, but the handwriting was neat and easy to read, and there were a few illustrations drawn passably well. Still, it was better than nothing. Ju knew full well that the power of stance training should not be underestimated. After all, he'd already experienced it firsthand twice. During his fight with Zhao Gandhi, he clearly remembered landing a kick on his opponent, yet Zhao Gandhi was able to deflect the force with remarkable ease and quickly regain his balance, as if his feet were rooted to the ground. Qian Zihan was the same when attacked. She demonstrated the ability to use stance training to deflect force and stabilize her center of gravity. Ju silently analyzed the situation in his mind. So far, the primary functions of stance training he had witnessed were deflecting force and quickly stabilizing one's center of gravity. These two alone were undeniably valuable in real combat. As for whether there were other functions, Ju decided he'd find out by practicing at the gym that evening. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Just then, Ju's stomach let out a protesting sound. Ju pulled 2 points cards from his pocket. One was a gym VIP points card gleaming with a luxurious sheen, and the other was a premium restaurant points card, also radiating a luxurious glow. He tapped his phone, lighting up the screen. It was just dinner time. With a cheerful heart, Ju headed to the school cafeteria. Meanwhile, class advisor Joe was being hurriedly dragged toward the restroom by Cole. On campus, the restroom behind the martial arts field was the only place with the most lax rules and the only place where one could smoke fairy sticks. As a result, this spot had naturally become a favorite hangout for the school as troublemakers. I'm really at a loss with this Jew. ID just told him to focus on his exams, and the very next thing I know, he is getting into another fight. Joe ran his fingers through his signature receding hairline. The bald patch in the middle was particularly noticeable, his face etched with worry. He had just dealt with Zhuangzi's case of vandalism and disorderly conduct, and now he received word that Ju had arranged a fight with a few school troublemakers. He felt nothing but helplessness. Although these students had already taken their liberal arts college entrance exams and, strictly speaking, were no longer enrolled students, as long as they remained on campus, they should uphold their duties and maintain their image as students. Joe, you can't really blame Ju entirely for this, the other side started it. Cole tried to defend Ju. That may be true, but fighting is never acceptable. The martial arts exam is just a few days away. If those guys don't know their own strength, the consequences could be disastrous. Joe's face betrayed his concern. His class originally had two top students, Ju and Luna, both of whom were expected to gain admission to the War Academy. If one of them were to be absent for any reason, his bonus would take a significant hit. Seeing this, Cole stopped arguing. He felt as though Joe's words were also a gentle rebuke directed at him, so he silently lowered his head, leading the way without another word. The two quickened their pace, both praying they'd arrive as soon as possible, hoping Ju hadn't been seriously hurt. However, when they arrived at the restroom, the scene before them left them speechless and completely dumbfounded. Everyone was stuck headfirst in the toilet bowls, and one person was even lying on the edge of a bowl, fast asleep. The two were bewildered. They were at a loss. What on earth were they doing? Why were the bizarre behaviors of the post-25 generation becoming increasingly baffling? They were all wearing school uniforms. Which one was Ju? Joe and Ju began pulling them out one by one. Cole pulled one out and was about to rule him out based on the color of his hair, but then, thinking it might have been freshly dyed, he took another careful look. Ugh, I'm sure that's not him. Hey, don't shove him back in there. 5 minutes later, the two finally finished checking. None of them were Ju. No way! Cole exclaimed in shock, pointing at the bottom of the pit. He wasn't washed away, was he? Hearing this, Joe couldn't help but gasp. After a moment's thought, he found a relatively clean-looking guy with yellow hair, kicked him awake, and asked, "Where is Ju?" The young man with yellow hair jolted awake. Seeing it was a teacher, he instantly burst into tears. "Ju, he is not human. He is a devil, teacher, save me." Hearing this, Joe and Cole were both startled. What does that mean? Were these blonde-haired kids planted by Ju? Explain yourself clearly. What exactly happened? Joe kicked away the blonde-haired youth who was trying to cling to his leg and demanded sternly. The blonde-haired kid wiped away his tears, only to find they were smudging more as he did so he wailed, "We just wanted to chat with Ju, but he attacked us right away and demanded money. He said if we didn't give it to him, he'd deplant us." Wah. You mean you were all planted by Ju? Joe looked utterly incredulous and instinctively reached to grab the boy by the collar to demand a confirmation, but thankfully managed to hold back. Yeah, he did it all by himself. Teacher, you have to expel him to avenge us, wah. After confirming the details of the incident, both of them were stunned. There were 10 people in the bathroom, including Qian Zihan, who ranked in the top 5 in the entire school. Did Ju take them all down by himself? How was that possible? Joe shook his head in disbelief, then kicked the other guy with shit yellow hair awake to double-check. The answer he got was exactly the same as what the first shit yellow-haired guy had said. Joe sucked in a sharp breath. Joe hurried out of the bathroom, gasping in shock. Ju's vitality reading was 75. But judging by yesterday's match, there might be some margin of error in the reading. But even if there was an error, how could it be off by several dozen points? Even if he overestimated Ju's vitality, say, 85, that would already be the absolute maximum. But how could someone with a vitality of just 85 possibly take down 10 enemies whose vitality was roughly the same as his? It made no sense, logically or emotionally. It completely defied common sense. Joe rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. He simply couldn't fathom Ju's vitality being 100. How could a child from such a poor family possibly have a vitality higher than those students who regularly consumed vitality elixir? Without practicing stance training or other techniques designed to boost vitality, it was absolutely impossible to possess such a high vitality. This had nothing to do with natural talent. His brows were tightly furrowed, deep furrows etched across his forehead like the Chinese character Chuan. His gaze wandered back and forth among the people lying motionless on the ground. In his mind, he constantly weighed various possibilities, trying to find a reasonable explanation, but his thoughts were as tangled as a ball of yarn. No matter how he tried, he couldn't untangle them. It wasn't just Joe Cole, too, was deeply immersed in shock, unable to pull himself out of it for a long time. His eyes were wide open, his gaze fixed intently on the people lying haphazardly on the ground. Among that group were a few who, relying on the numbers of their gang, had once bullied him, yet he had never dared to fight back out of fear. But now, Ju had beaten them all into a state where they were completely helpless, lying on the ground like fools. Cole felt a mix of emotions. A sense of vindication surged through him like a raging tide, and the humiliation he had once endured seemed to be washed away in that moment. But at the same time, deep shock hung over his heart like a heavy, dark cloud. This sense of vindication and shock were intertwined, vindication laced with shock, shock mixed with vindication, complementing and reinforcing each other, advancing in waves and spiraling upward. The two hurriedly contacted the school nurse. Before long, the school nurse rushed over with a stretcher. Together with the nurse, they carefully lifted the injured onto the stretcher and watched as the medical staff carried them away. Once everything was settled, the two stood where they were, looking at each other in silence. "Teacher, I can't get through to Ju." Cole clutched his phone tightly and shook his head helplessly. A hint of worry and confusion flashed in his eyes as he tried dialing again, but the same unavailable tone still came through the receiver. Hearing this, Joe snapped out of his reverie. He raised his hand to brush back the sweat-soaked strands of hair clinging to his forehead, let out a soft sigh, and said, "Never mind. We'll deal with it later." A hint of weariness lingered in his voice. At that moment, they were both so stunned by this sudden series of events that they were at a loss. And all fingers were pointing at one person: Ju. Afterward, each with their own complex emotions, they turned and walked in different directions, heading home. Along the way, their minds kept conjuring up every possible scenario. But in the end, they dismissed each one. Chapter 24, Yeah, I did it. It felt great. Currently, although the school dormitories were out of use, the cafeteria couldn't be shut down. With such a large number of students and faculty on campus, getting proper nutrition for 3 meals a day was crucial. Relying on takeout and other fast food was clearly detrimental to their health. There were 2 types of cafeterias, the premium cafeteria and the regular cafeteria. The premium cafeteria offers a rich buffet, including all kinds of seafood and meats, and is primarily used by school administrators and teachers. The regular cafeteria, on the other hand, mainly serves the majority of students. Although it's also a buffet-style setup, there is a noticeable gap in food quality and variety compared to the premium cafeteria. The regular cafeteria isn't exactly bad. It's definitely better than pig feed, anyway. Not that pig feed is bad, it's better than some unscrupulous takeout places. At least it's not poisonous. Students with ample financial resources can opt to set up a points account at the premium cafeteria. Students from families with slightly better means either eat at home or choose to have an extra meal at the regular cafeteria. Those without the means just fill their stomachs at the regular cafeteria as long as they stay alive. That's enough. Ju walked into the cafeteria, saw the shoulder-to-shoulder crowd, stepped aside, and curiously checked out today's menu at the regular cafeteria. Students waiting in line to get their meals chattered away, discussing today's menu. What's on the menu today? Today's a big deal. We've got a tough dish. How tough? Chicken breast mixed with soybeans. Damn, that's tough. Hurry up, or it'll all turn to mush in a minute. Let us go. First Combat Academy is unlike an ordinary liberal arts high school. Because the students' training regimen is so intense, their appetites are 1 to 2 times larger than those of typical teenagers their age. That's why the cafeteria operates as a buffet, allowing students to eat as much as they want. However, tuition alone isn't enough to cover the school's operating costs, and government subsidies aren't sufficient to provide everyone with sumptuous meals at every sitting. Consequently, the cafeteria meals consist mainly of staple foods, the cheapest vegetables, and protein-rich items. That's right, soybeans are on the menu every single meal. Meat is a rare treat. Students are lucky if they get it once a week. Ju had been eating this way for the past 3 years, but now, looking at his classmates, he felt a pang of sympathy. Just then, a burst of giggling and commotion came from behind Ju as 2 girls, in the midst of a game of tag, accidentally bumped into him. The cake one of the girls was holding instantly crumpled upon impact, sending cream flying everywhere. Unfortunately, some of it splattered onto Ju's clothes. "Are you fucking blind?" The girl, seeing her cake ruined, looked up and immediately started yelling at Ju. Ju frowned but said nothing. He'd been standing perfectly still by the side of the aisle. He wasn't blocking the way, and he hadn't moved a muscle. Even a staged accident wouldn't have been this clumsy. "Do you have any idea how much this costs?" Seeing her cake squashed out of shape, the girl lost all appetite. Furious, she flung it at Ju's feet and glared at him, her chest heaving with each breath. "You're the one who bumped into me." Ju decided to try reasoning with her anyway. A deathly smile curled at the corner of the girl's mouth as she said through gritted teeth, "Why didn't I just run you over?" Well, there was no point in trying to reason with her. Ju raised an eyebrow, folded his arms, and stared coldly at her. "Hey, Xian, what's going on?" Another girl, who'd been watching the scene unfold for a while and who'd been chasing and roughhousing with Xian, stepped forward and asked the obvious question. "I can't eat the cake now, he ruined it." Xian's face was flushed with anger as she glared at Ju and shouted furiously, "This piece of cake costs 2,000 yuan, enough to buy your life. How are you going to pay me back?" Upon hearing this, Ju was utterly taken aback. It wasn't the price of the cake that surprised him after all. He'd even eaten a fish worth 600,000. What surprised him was that, in this day and age, how could there still be such a weirdo in the world? Shifting the blame for her own mistake onto someone else. Why did he always run into these unreasonable troublemakers? The campus was huge. There really was every kind of person under the sun. That's Ju. I know him. He's in class 1. He's a poor kid, an orphan. He doesn't have any money. The girl standing next to her shot Ju a contemptuous glance and said to Xian, "So being an orphan gives you special privileges? Then I want to be an orphan too." Xian wouldn't let it go. "Get down on your knees and apologize." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Ju by the collar. Ju brushed her hand away and glared at her coldly. "Wah!" Xian pointed at Ju and laughed to the girl beside her. "Oh, so he has got a temper after all." The girl beside her also covered her mouth and laughed, a hint of sympathy in her eyes as she looked at Ju. "Do you know who my boyfriend is?" Xian tilted her head and looked at Ju with a forced smile. "No." Ju shook his head honestly. "Do you know Qian Zihan? The third in command of the Loyalty Society, my boyfriend." Xian pointed her thumb at her own nose and said with a smug expression. Hearing this, it suddenly clicked for Ju. No wonder. Birds of a feather flocked together. "Scared?" Xian lifted her chin and asked smugly. "Scared. I'm so scared I've peed my pants." Ju nodded along playfully. "Ha ha." The girl standing next to her couldn't help but laugh at Ju's humor. Xian could clearly tell Ju was toying with her. She took a deep breath, pointed at Ju, and said again, "Hurry up and get down on your knees to apologize." "I'm sorry," Ju said, covering his ears. Hearing this, Xian immediately felt smug and unconsciously jutted out her chin. "You know fear." "I'm sorry, I really should have told you sooner." "You're in desperate need of discipline," Ju added. "What did you say?" Xianxian's eyes widened instantly as she stared at Zhu in disbelief. How dare you talk to me like that? Do you even know how to write the word death? You idiot! Zhu retorted. Xianxian froze for a moment. She thought about it did sound like die-by, but she still felt like she'd been insulted. You fatherless bastard! Xianxian screamed. Smack! Xianxian's face instantly lurches to one side, and a bright red handprint instantly appears on her fair skin. You dare hit me? Xianxian snapped out of it, turned her head, and stared blankly at Zhu. The girl standing nearby was so startled she covered her mouth with her hand. You fucking dare hit me, you bastard! Smack! Smack! The only response she got was a double crack. Xianxian lost her balance and sat down on the ground, her eyes vacant, clearly still in a daze. The girl next to her yelled at Zhu, How dare you hit a girl? Yeah, I did. And it felt great. Want to give it a try? Zhu glared coldly at her, refusing to be held hostage by moralistic pressure. Zhu didn't care if others mocked him, though that was, of course, a lie after all. This was all just setting the stage for the thrill of showing off. But when it came to insulting his parents, he couldn't tolerate it for even a second. Whether you're a boy or a girl, if you have no manners, I'll take it upon myself to discipline you on your family's behalf. And you want to be an orphan? How could you even say something so heartless about having no parents? You wait. Xianxian put on a brave face and spat out a threat, but big tears kept streaming down her cheeks. If you're counting on Qian Zihan to come to your defense, then I won't wait. He probably won't be getting out of bed anytime soon. Zhu shook his head and snorted lightly. What did you say? Hearing this, Xianxian's face was filled with shock. Why wasn't he afraid of Qian Zihan at all? What did he mean when he said Qian Zihan wouldn't be able to get out of bed? Zhu didn't offer an explanation. He continued, If you can round up some people, I'll be at the gym tonight. Got it? Zhu spoke softly with a smile, then, without further explanation, turned gracefully and walked away. Seeing Zhu acting so arrogantly, Xianxian was furious. She quickly pulled out her phone and dialed Qian Zihan's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is turned off. Sorry. The subscriber you dialed is powered off. Xianxian suddenly had a bad feeling. Come on, don't worry about it. Let us go eat first. The girl next to her was taking it in stride. Xianxian rolled her eyes as if this wasn't a slap in the face to her. At that moment, she had no appetite. She crouched down, burying her face deep in her arms, and tears welled up in her eyes. Some of the girls gathered around recognized Xianxian and came over to ask what was wrong. After learning the reason, they all stepped in to comfort her. I'll make him regret this. Xianxian lifted her head, pulled out her phone, and dialed another person's number. Chapter 25, The Premium Restaurant. Zhu walked to the cafeteria service counter to activate his premium restaurant points. After finishing, he prepared to head to the premium restaurant. On the way, he ran into Xianxian again. Mr. Zhu, we made a deal, we're meeting at the gym tonight, no exceptions. If you dare not show up. Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. Zhu nodded, then pushed Xianxian aside and walked straight ahead. You're definitely going to regret this. Oh, right. Zhu turned his head to cut her off, offering a friendly reminder, it's 100,000 per challenge. Qian Zihan knows the rules, make sure whoever you bring is ready to pay up. Xianxian's eye twitched at those words. You must be crazy for money. Zhu ignored her and walked away. Xianxian, don't pay him any mind. He has never seen that kind of money. 100,000? He'll never even see 100,000 in his whole life. A girl standing nearby chimed in. Another girl agreed, exactly. Some poor kid thinks he can train in martial arts and talk about 100,000? What a brazen liar. Let us not stoop to his level. I bought a steak, let us eat it together. I treated myself to a box of salmon too. He'll never be able to afford that in his whole life. Why bother arguing with a poor kid? I've got some lamb skewers here, let us make him green with envy. Ju listened to the conversation behind him, his eye twitching uncontrollably. These students at school who don't study and just waste their days are truly laughable to the point of outrage. A few skewers of lamb are supposed to make me drool? I'm really at a loss for words. Xian looked at her close friends gathered around her, then glanced at Ju's back, her eyes betraying deep contempt. That is, until she saw him swipe his points card to enter the premium restaurant. Holy crap, how did he get into the premium restaurant? Aren't only teachers and administrators allowed in the premium restaurant? Does Ju have connections? What connections? He is just an orphan, the kind whose whole family is dead. I think students can get in with points too, besides administrators and teachers. A points membership costs 6,000 a month. Lin signed up for one, I know. Ju? Would he really spend that much? Where did he get the money? The girls around her chattered away, but Xian felt a mix of emotions. No matter how Ju got in, whether through family connections or money, he was in. With his entry, all the mockery directed at him just moments ago had become completely irrelevant. No way, he must be faking it. Xian didn't believe Ju could actually afford to dine at a premium restaurant. Although her family wasn't exactly wealthy, she still received 5,000 a month in pocket money and was considered part of the upper class at school. She couldn't even bring herself to buy a points card, so what gave Ju the right to eat at a top-tier restaurant? With that thought, Xian ran out of the cafeteria. Xian, where are you going? Xian. Fearing Xian might do something reckless, the other girls hurried after her. After washing his hands at the sink inside the cafeteria, Ju walked into the premium dining hall. The place wasn't exactly large, it was less than a tenth the size of the regular cafeteria. But the row of tables ahead was laden with a dazzling array of delicacies. Chicken, duck, fish, and meat, nothing was missing. Fruits, vegetables, eggs, and dairy, everything was there. Ju's stomach was growling so loudly it sounded like a bell. So he quickly grabbed a serving tray from the side and followed the teacher in front of him to line up for his meal. Ever seen a steak bigger than your face? Take 3 slices. Ever eaten a whole salmon longer than an adult's arm? Take 1. Ever gnawed on a leg of lamb thicker than your own calf? Grab 1. Tender, juicy roast chicken, grab it and go. Ju calmly collected his meal. Martial artists always have huge appetites. The teacher in front of him seemed to love lamb. He piled 3 huge lamb shanks into his tray, which even impressed Ju a little. At that moment, Xian and the others, peering in through the glass window, turned green with envy. They looked at the meager portion they spent a fortune on, then at the mountain of food Ju had piled up. Instantly, their own food seemed to lose its appeal. How pathetic you look, like you've never eaten before. One girl teased defiantly, and the others chimed in. But once they calmed down, deep down they admitted to themselves, they wished they could be that carefree, too. Martial artists can't be picky, even the girls don't eat like ordinary people, taking small, slow bites and eating politely. If you want to eat with grace, then don't practice martial arts. This is a sacrifice that martial artists must make. Although the ingredients the little fairies were holding at that moment were small and delicate, they were merely a change of pace to help them eat their rice. They still had to eat several bowls of soybeans. Otherwise, where would they get the strength to practice martial arts? Xian gritted her teeth, glared fiercely at Ju, stomped her foot, and ran off in a huff. Xian, where are you going? Xian. The little fairies quickly wiped their mouths and filed out one after another. Meanwhile, Ju was completely oblivious to what had just happened. The teacher walking ahead of Ju turned around and saw him clutching a full food tray with a chicken in his mouth. He paused in surprise. He pushed up his glasses and recognized Ju. Ju, is that enough to eat? Is there anything else you'd like? I'll get it for you. After all, Ju was a seeded competitor in this tournament with a promising future ahead of him, so the teachers naturally kept Ju's instructions in mind and took special care of these top contenders. Ju released the chicken from his mouth, letting it fall into his food tray, and said politely, "Thank you, teacher." This is plenty for now. If I need more, I'll get it myself. With that, he went off to find an empty table. The teacher kept nodding in approval, praising him, so polite, and such good manners, he's got a bright future ahead of him. Under the soft lighting of the dining hall, the table was filled with delicacies Ju had carefully selected. This was the first time in his life he'd eaten at a buffet. It was also the first time in his life he'd eaten such a sumptuous meal. Ju was starving and didn't have time to think about much else. He quickly picked up a large steak with his chopsticks. The steak's surface glistened with an alluring caramel brown sheen. With one bite, the juices from the tender beef gushed out, and his teeth met the crispy crust with a faint crunch. As he chewed, the tender texture and rich aroma of the beef swept over him like a surging tide, while the spicy notes of pepper danced perfectly on his tongue, delivering wave after wave of flavor. That bite was pure bliss. Ju reached out again and grabbed a whole salmon from the table. The tender, orange-red belly had already been sliced open. The fat marbling on the fillets was as fine as snowflakes, shimmering with an alluring sheen under the lights. With one bite, the delicate, silky fish flesh instantly melted on his tongue, and that fresh sweetness like the first breeze off the sea at dawn gently caressed his taste buds. This is truly the best. He grabbed the large leg of lamb. The golden, crispy skin of the leg of lamb gave off an irresistible aroma, with spices like cumin and chili evenly sprinkled over it, resembling a scattering of stars. I gently tore off a piece of meat. The strands were still coated with glistening fat that shimmered enticingly under the light. As I put it in my mouth, the crispiness of the skin stood in stark contrast to the tender, juicy lamb inside. First came a satisfying crunch, followed by the rich aroma of the lamb spreading throughout your mouth. With every bite, it's as if you can feel the sunshine and gentle breeze of the grasslands. The intense flavor is simply intoxicating. I can't take it anymore. I'm just going to gnaw on the roast chicken right off the bone. With its glossy skin and enticing aroma, the whole roast chicken has a bright, reddish sheen. The meat is tender and flaky, and the scent of spices has long permeated right down to the bone. Tearing off a piece of chicken and popping it into his mouth, the crispiness of the skin perfectly complements the tenderness of the meat. First comes the crisp sound of the skin crunching between his teeth, followed by the tender, smooth texture and rich aroma of the meat. The spices blend perfectly, leaving an endless aftertaste. The protagonist sits alone at the table, immersed in this world of culinary delights. The surrounding hustle and bustle seems to fade away at this moment. He is accompanied only by the delicacies on the table. Every bite was an intimate encounter with deliciousness. Every chew was a wonderful enjoyment of life. As Ju ate, tears began to stream down his face. Ding! Chapter 26, Devour. You can return to vitality. After the meal, Ju burped contentedly, still wanting more. He wanted to eat more, but he simply couldn't fit another bite. Ju slumped lazily into his chair, letting his body sink slowly into its soft cushion, while his thoughts drifted far away. Recalling the events of the past 2 days, it all felt like a damn dream. Before yesterday's match, he had been just an ordinary person, surviving in a society rife with cheating. Some are born into boundless wealth, while others can alter the course of an ordinary person's life with a single word. He was just one of the masses. No illustrious family background, no extraordinary talent, living like an NPC. If it weren't for the Tongzi Bao, would he still be scrambling for soybeans in an ordinary restaurant today? No. He might already be dead. Ju slowly sat up, his eyes narrowing slightly. He shuddered at the thought of what would have become of him if the events of his past life had happened again. He might have been declared by the school nurse as just another casualty on the fighting stage, left unnoticed and forgotten in the morgue, silently awaiting the cycle of reincarnation. But does reincarnation truly exist in this world? Even if it did, perhaps he wouldn't want to set foot in this mortal world again. If you really want to thank me, let me try some of that delicious food too. Ju was taken aback. You want to experience the taste of this food as well? All right. Devour. Devour activated. The beef is tender, the salmon is melt in your mouth, and the lamb isn't gave me it all thumbs up. Ha ha ha. Ju was amused by Tong Zibo's humor. Suddenly, he felt something strange. He could clearly sense his vitality rising throughout his body. His condition was recovering. No, this didn't feel like the self-healing secret art. He wasn't injured, and the self-healing secret art couldn't restore vitality, at least not according to the description. Tong Zibao, look at the panel. Ding, Devour complete, burp. Here comes the mini panel. Tier 1 Devour progress, 10% available. Vitality, 30 points 100 points. Evolution threshold, 10. Zhu stared at his current vitality, which had already recovered to 30, and froze in shock. He clearly remembered that before eating, his current vitality was 2. Now, after just one meal, his vitality had skyrocketed by 28 points. What does that even mean? For ordinary people, without taking vitality elixir or similar restorative potions, vitality regenerates at a rate of 3 points per day. That's right, 3 points a day. According to his teacher, after taking a vitality elixir or similar potion, one can recover 40 points in an hour. 1 hour. 40 points. But now, from the moment he started eating until now, a mere 10 minutes, his vitality had actually recovered by 28 points. He had to admit, this was a super cheat. Zhu had originally planned to use Devour Progress to restore his status if Xianxian called people to cause trouble for him tonight, but now it looks like he won't need to. While eating regular food doesn't increase Devour Progress, it does restore current vitality. Since he is eating at an all-you-can-eat buffet now, there is no harm in eating until his vitality is fully restored. Tonzi Bao, are you still hungry? Zhu stood up, ready to grab some more food after the SSS Devour just now. His stomach still felt only half full. It seemed Tong Zibo was quite particular, devouring just enough to avoid going hungry. Sure thing. By the way, don't chew it too finely, it'll lose some of its texture. Haha, got it. Zhu quickly grabbed his meal tray, returned to the serving area, and began frantically piling food into it. Luckily, he arrived early. Any later and they would have stopped serving. He selected another 5 steaks, 2 pieces of salmon, and 4 lamb shanks. Meanwhile, the teacher who had been standing in line ahead of Zhu had already finished eating and was walking toward the dish return counter with an empty tray. Seeing Zhu helping himself to more food, the teacher smiled and teased, "I told you to take plenty, didn't I? Make sure to eat your fill this time, don't go hungry." Zhu smiled and nodded in response. What a sensible kid, so polite and even too shy to take more. The teacher smiled and shook his head, then turned and walked away. Zhu quickly carried his tray back to the table and began to eat heartily. This time, he deliberately didn't chew his food too finely. He swallowed the steaks whole and nearly choked to death. Tong Zibao, just devour it right away, don't wait until it's in my stomach. I'm afraid I'll get sick from eating it. Got it. Devour activated. A black hole appeared right in Zhu's mouth, and the food on the table was literally sucked right in, just like a water-sucking wua. 1 Neil 10s. Zhu stared blankly at the empty dining table, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Tong Zibo had even gone and eaten the cutlery. And the bones he'd just thrown up. Ugh. Vitality, 50 points 100 points. After retching, Zhu looked at the system panel. Not enough. Get some more. Zhu rushed back to the dining table, grabbed a brand new serving bowl, and began another round of helping himself. The teacher, who had left just moments ago, seemed to have realized they'd forgotten something important and turned back. Their gaze fell on Zhu, who was still busy picking out food. A warm smile spread across the teacher's face as they said kindly, "Looks like you're not done yet. Eat up, this is the time when you need nutrients to grow." Zhu responded politely, then turned around and took another tempting leg of lamb. The teacher nodded approvingly, turned toward the table where he'd been eating earlier, found the item he'd forgotten, and then hurried away. As he passed by Zhu, the teacher couldn't help but exclaim aloud, "What an amazing appetite! Youth is truly a blessing." Zhu didn't look up, merely responding with a casual remark. "You get used to being praised too much." Carrying a bowl of hearty food, Zhu returned to his own table, and the system once again began its devour process. Vitality, 80 points 100 points. What a glutton! A hint of weariness washed over Ju. He turned to look at the buffet table and saw that the food was nearly gone, the crowd had dispersed, and there was no one left eating in the cafeteria. The cafeteria staff were nowhere to be seen, and the security cameras had quietly shifted their focus elsewhere. "Oh well, I'll just eat it here," Ju decided silently, then quickly dashed toward the serving counter. "Don't eat the cutlery." He gave the warning and opened his mouth. Devour, activated. A powerful suction surged from Ju's mouth, causing the tablecloth to flutter in the breeze. The plate's points was holding on the table emitted a series of crisp clinking sounds. The food inside seemed to have been called by name and responded to Ju, as it was all sucked into the mouth of the little purple and gold Ju. "What time is it?" "It's time to start clearing the tableware, isn't it?" In the cafeteria's back of house area, a girl in a suit with her hair tied in a high ponytail glided in, signaling to the staff present to begin preparing to clear the tables. Upon hearing her instructions, the staff's previously weary spirits instantly brightened as if clouds had parted to reveal the sun. After all, once they finished collecting the tableware, it would be time for the employees to have dinner. Imagining the tables laden with steaming hot dishes, they couldn't help but speed up their remaining tasks. Soon, the group made their way to the serving table, filled with anticipation. However, when they arrived at the serving table, looks of astonishment spread across everyone's faces. Where was the table? Chapter 27, Dad, I want to eat fish. I told you not to eat the cutlery, and now you've gone and eaten the damn table too, haven't you? Ju ran frantically through the campus, angrily berating the system. As he ran, he kept glancing back to see if anyone was chasing him. Don't think you can get away with this just by staying silent. Have you ever stopped to think, if I really get caught, what am I supposed to say? Ju lectured the system with exasperation. From now on, you'll just have to eat whatever's in my stomach. Ju's nostrils flared in anger, but he still wasn't satisfied. No, from now on, you'll eat what's in my rectum. You're not allowed to eat anything from my stomach. Do you want your vitality to turn into shit? Say that again, you bastard. After taking care of business in the restroom, Joe walked around the playground a couple of times to work up an appetite. Then, glancing at his watch, he headed toward the cafeteria. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed the food was gone, even the tables were gone. The cafeteria staff stood in a circle, staring blankly at the empty space where the tables should have been. It's not time to clear the tables yet. Why are you starting to clear them? Joe asked, feeling slightly annoyed. This had never happened before. The cafeteria always served more than enough food, and they usually didn't start clearing tables until closing time, and there were still more than 10 minutes left until then. The cafeteria staff looked dazed, as if they'd lost their souls. No one answered. What's going on? Did the boss run off with his sister-in-law? Joe nudged the staff member next to him. The staff member froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. Looking up, he realized the person approaching was a teacher from the school. Aware of the teacher's status and position at the school, the staff member didn't dare show the slightest disrespect. He quickly turned and jogged over to the young female supervisor standing nearby, dressed in a crisp suit, with an elegant demeanor and a completely bewildered expression, to report the situation. Sister Mei Yun, a teacher is looking for you. The staff member stood with his back slightly bent, a hint of deference in his voice. Joe's gaze followed the staff member's. There stood Miss Mei Yun, her figure graceful beneath her meticulous makeup was a face that was serious yet undeniably charming. Her shoulder-length curly hair swayed gently with her movements, and the pearl earrings on her ears cast a soft glow. Her tailored suit fit perfectly, subtly accentuating her slender waist. She tilted her head slightly, looking at the staff member with a questioning gaze. Upon spotting Joe, she jogged over, her black high heels clicking crisply against the floor. Mei Yun walked up to Joe and explained the situation, struggling to hold back her tears. Upon hearing this, Joe looked surprised and stood there dumbfounded, muttering, "Everything is gone? And no one saw anything?" It was almost closing time, and everyone was cleaning up in the kitchen, so no one saw anything. Mei Yun replied. Didn't any of the diners see anything either? Joe furrowed his brow, a look of confusion crossing his face. Mayun pouted slightly, her face betraying a sense of grievance, and said in a soft, quiet voice, "No one saw it. There were no diners left in the restaurant at the time, and we couldn't figure out what happened. So many items were taken away, and not a single person outside saw anything?" Joe began to scratch his head. "We asked around, but no one did. It's as if they vanished into thin air." Mayun couldn't help but burst into tears. Losing items wasn't a major issue, but she was bound to face reprimands from her superiors. After overcoming many obstacles, and thanks to the arrangements made by her father, the general manager of a catering company, she had finally managed to get a job at this school and had just taken on a leadership role at the school's outsourced cafeteria. Who would have thought that on her very first day on the job, she'd run into such an embarrassing situation? "Didn't the surveillance footage show anything either?" Joe asked again for confirmation. "No, the camera wasn't pointed at the table at that time." Mayun's voice carried a hint of resignation, and she was on the verge of choking up. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Just then, Joe's stomach growled at the most inopportune moment. Mayun quickly snapped back to her senses and said urgently, "Sir, please bear with us for a moment and have some of our staff meal. Please don't file a complaint against us, we're actively working on a solution. I want to complain, I want to complain." Joe looked at the young woman, her face streaked with tears, and couldn't bring himself to say anything reproachful. A moment later, Joe sat down with the staff to eat chicken breast tossed with soybeans. "I'm starving." Zhao Gandhi lay limp by the stream at the foot of the mountain, his body submerged in the water from the nose down. His body was covered in bites from mountain mosquitoes and unidentified aquatic insects. Layers upon layers of red, swollen welts had caused him to swell up by 2.5 sizes. He had accidentally fallen from halfway up the mountain last night and was now unable to move. His bones and joints were damaged, his internal organs severely injured, and that single cry of "Give me back my fish" had drained him of all his vitality. Now, he could only lie there quietly, struggling to lift his head just enough to keep from choking on the water, helplessly waiting for rescue. "Young Master Zhao. Gandhi. Brother D. Brother gone. DD, where are you?" Wave after wave of calls came from afar, full of joy. After a long wait spanning an entire night and day, someone finally tracked him down. On the edge of his fading consciousness, Zhao Gandhi heard someone calling his name. He mustered his last ounce of strength and shouted, "Grandpa's here, gurgle, gurgle." Half an hour later, Zhao Gandhi was carefully placed onto a stretcher in a private ambulance. Zhao Xiaoyu gazed at Zhao Gandhi, who was almost unrecognizable, and fell deep in thought. "Dad, I thought I'd never see you again. I almost drowned. DD. Dad. DD." A father and son reunited. It should have been a scene filled with warmth and joy. But as Zhao Xiaoyu looked at his son, who had lost his bangs and had become bloated, he couldn't help but feel a pang of unease. "DD, your father Xiaoyu will definitely see that justice is served for you." Zhao Xiaoyu clasped Zhao Gandhi's hand tightly and spoke with firm resolve. "Dad, revenge." Zhao Gandhi's voice choked up, his eyes brimming with tears, as he spoke in an almost childish tone. "Do you recognize the killer?" Ung. Zhao Gandhi shook his head in response. "Then do you know who he works for?" Ung. Zhao Gandhi shook his head again, his eyes filled with helplessness. "Does he have any distinguishing features?" He was wearing a red headscarf. Zhao Gandhi closed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then began to describe the man's appearance. "I know Little Red Riding Hood, right? And he was wearing a white and blue outfit." "Daddy, what's wrong, Didi? I want to eat fish." Chapter 28, The Mysterious Man at the School Gate. Meanwhile, inside the Lin family villa. Lin lay quietly in his hospital bed, his expression vacant. A gentle nurse was carefully wiping his face. Given the long distance to the city hospital, Nate had decided to bring Lin home to recuperate and had specially hired a nurse from the hospital to care for him. That unlucky nurse, motivated by the hospital director's promise of a chance to become a permanent employee, had no choice but to come back once again to tend to Lin. Her name tag read by Ruijin. But everyone here called her Hey. Nate was sitting in Lin's room, silently smoking a cigarette. Bai Ruijin had tried to remind him, but after being yelled at, she didn't dare say another word. Nate stared at Lin on the hospital bed, his brow furrowed, his mind racing. The therapy fish were gone. That damn Zhao Xiaoyu hadn't even left him a single dried fish. With no other choice, he had to instruct Zeke to pull some strings in the provincial capital to procure a single Regan elixir. Zeke said he'd already bought it and it would be delivered tonight. 1.5 million. A whole 1.5 million. Of that, the cost of greasing the palms alone was a whopping 500,000. But for the sake of his idiot son's future, he couldn't afford to be picky. Zhao Xiaoyu, you deserve to die. I'll never be human again until I've avenged this. Just the thought of Zhao Xiaoyu made Nate's liver ache with rage. But now wasn't the time for revenge. He had to be fully prepared, aiming to defeat his opponent completely in one fell swoop. Half-hearted attempts were pointless. The top priority right now was to get Lin back in top form as soon as possible to face the upcoming martial arts college entrance exam. There was less than a month left. He couldn't count on getting into a prestigious war academy, but there was still a chance to try for a regular one. Once Lin finished her exams, he'd have his daughter, a peak third-rank cultivator, step in to help. Zhao Xiaoyu, you will pay the price for what you've done. Ring ring. Just as Nate was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Hello? Mr. Lin, it's bad news. Zhao Xiaoyu has mobilized his forces and is preparing to attack your villa. What? Nate froze instantly, seething with rage, and felt a dull ache in his liver. The caller was the informant he'd planted right under Zhao Xiaoyu's nose. The news was indisputable, there could be no mistake. But he hadn't provoked or offended him in any way. Was Zhao Xiaoyu never going to let this go? Did he think I was an easy target, trying to finish me off? Nate hung up the phone in a rage and immediately dialed another number. Round up the men. Everyone assemble at the villa complex. Today, I'm going to flay Zhao Xiaoyu alive. Nate hung up and dialed another number. Where the hell are you, you fucking bitch? Can't you keep an eye on the kids? He immediately turned and stormed out of the room, still cursing under his breath. Bai Ruijin had never witnessed such violent scenes before. She was so frightened that her small hands trembled slightly. As she wiped Lin's face, she accidentally brushed the damp cloth against his lips. Are you fucking blind? Lin snapped at her, his voice brimming with anger and frustration. He was already quick-tempered by nature, and upon learning that Qian Zihan had also fallen at Zhu's hands, his mood had plummeted to rock bottom. He frequently took his frustration out on Bai Ruijin, his words laced with insults. Bai Ruijin felt on the verge of a nervous breakdown, but she could only endure it in silence. With him constantly threatening to kill this person or that, she truly feared that one day they might kill her to silence her. Whenever she was alone and resting, tears would unconsciously roll down her cheeks. Ring ring. Lin's cell phone suddenly rang. Bai Ruijin, startled, quickly grabbed the phone from the table and handed it to Lin. Lin snatched the phone away with a look of displeasure. Hello. Are you feeling any better? No. Get to the point. Xian wants me to teach Zhu a lesson tonight. Upon hearing this, Lin's eyes flickered. After a moment's pause, he said, and then? What price can you name? Xian is asking you, what price do you want me to name? Lin frowned. The caller's identity and his relationship with him were somewhat delicate. Both were minor leaders in the Brotherhood of Loyalty Club, but the other was not only the club's top leader but also a member of the Zhao family. The feud between the Lin and Zhao families was common knowledge throughout the city, and this tension had even seeped into their school. That was why, from the start, Lin had sought help from the third brother instead of the first brother. If you don't name a price, I'll just help Xian and the third brother vent their anger. The voice on the other end of the line said indifferently. Suit yourself. Lin hung up the phone in a rage. Her dad had just had another blow-up over the Zhao family swindling their family out of money. How could she possibly hand over more money to them now? Was she out of her mind? As Lin thought this, her mood grew even more gloomy, and in a fit of anger, she hurled her phone at the young nurse standing beside her. The young nurse didn't dare flinch, afraid that if the phone hit the floor and broke, she'd get scolded. The phone slammed hard against her chest. The pain made her shudder involuntarily, but she still managed to catch the falling phone with her hands. Tears welled up in her eyes once again, sliding silently down her cheeks. Lynn snorted derisively, lay back on the bed with a sense of relief, and cursed Ju bitterly in his heart. Ju gazed up at the leisurely drifting white clouds in the sky, a dazed expression spreading across his face. Recalling what had just happened in the cafeteria, an indescribable sense of helplessness welled up inside him, leaving him utterly speechless. Vitality, 100 points, 100 points. The system, like a mischievous little imp, displayed the panel. Current vitality is full. Only then did Ju manage to force a smile. After finishing his meal, it was time to take a stroll and collect the money. With that in mind, Ju got up and strolled over to the gym. At the school gate, a tall, well-built man wearing a pair of sunglasses and sporting a bright, somewhat exaggerated smile stood out strikingly among the crowd of students. Every now and then, he would stop a passing student and ask them something in a friendly manner. Since Cole lived quite far away, after a busy day at school, he had just stepped out of the school gate and was dragging his weary feet on his way home. All the way there, Cole's thoughts kept circling back to Ju. As classmates who had once walked side by side, Cole's vitality had once been on par with Ju's, so why did it now feel as though the gap between them was growing ever wider? That Ju could single-handedly take on 10 opponents, such a feat was simply hard to believe. Could it be that he'd been possessed by some mysterious powerhouse? Cole began to imagine scenarios straight out of a novel. "Hey, classmate." Before he could even react, he was stopped by the man in sunglasses. "Classmate, do you know someone named Ju?" The man in the suit and sunglasses leaned in slightly, his face still bearing that seemingly friendly smile as he asked. His voice cut clearly through the noise at the school gate, carrying a hint of urgency that he was trying hard to hide, making him somewhat inscrutable. Upon hearing this, Cole narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What do you want with him?" As he spoke, Cole sized up the man standing before him. He wore a crisp black suit, but his slender build couldn't quite fill it out, and his face betrayed a slightly obsequious air. The man in the suit and sunglasses felt a surge of joy upon hearing Cole's reply, instantly convinced he'd found the right person. He hurriedly explained, "Oh, well, I'm his distant uncle. I knew he was studying here, so I came to find him." As he spoke, his body unconsciously leaned forward slightly, as if trying to close the distance between himself and Cole. "Why didn't you just call his parents to find him?" Cole's expression remained calm as he replied casually. His gaze was fixed on the man in sunglasses, trying to spot any telltale signs in his facial expressions. The man in the suit paused briefly, seemingly taken aback by Cole's question. He quickly regained his composure and hurriedly said, "Oh, well, that's exactly why I'm here. I did let his parents know beforehand. But I don't have Ju's phone number. Classmate, could you bring him over to see me?" Upon hearing this, Cole sucked in a sharp breath. Ju was an orphan. He had no parents at all, yet this man claimed to have spoken with Ju's parents. Something was definitely off here. He'd only made a slight feint, and the other man had already given himself away. This man had ulterior motives. He had to notify Ju immediately. "I've only heard of him. I don't really know him. It looks like he has already left." Cole remained impassive as he spun a tall tale, his gaze firm and calm, giving away not the slightest hint of deception. "Oh, I see. Do you have his contact information?" The man in the suit and sunglasses pressed further, a hint of urgency in his voice, and he unconsciously took a small step forward. "No." After giving his short, forceful reply, Cole turned and strode away at a brisk pace, leaving the man in the suit and sunglasses no further opportunity to pry. The man in the suit and sunglasses watched Cole's receding figure, gently pushed his sunglasses down to reveal a pair of eyes gleaming with cunning, curled the corners of his mouth upward, gave a soft hum, and then followed at a leisurely pace. The two men's shadows stretched long in the afterglow of the setting sun. Chapter 29. Are you sure you can? Are you sure you want to? At the service counter by the main entrance of the gym, Ju pulled the gym's VIP points card out of his pocket. After the staff member expertly activated it, he swiped the points card and entered the gym. Even though Xian had said she'd have someone bring him money tonight, Zhu wasn't about to waste his time sitting around waiting like a fool. Now that he finally had the chance to enter the gym, he had to cherish it and make the most of it. Zhu stepped into the gym's spacious, well-lit lobby and scanned the floor plan on the wall for his destination. The gym was massive, spread across 3 floors. The first floor was particularly open and bright, and it was also the most crowded level. The air was filled with the distinctive scent of sweat mixed with metal, and one could faintly hear the soft hum of exercise machines and the low panting of people working out. Various pieces of fitness equipment are neatly arranged. In the strength training area, rows of gleaming barbells and dumbbells are set out. The barbell bars shimmer with a metallic sheen under the lights, and weight plates of varying sizes are neatly stacked on both sides of the racks. The cardio area features treadmills, spin bikes, and other equipment. On one side of the wall hang all sorts of unsharpened relics. The overall layout bears some resemblance to the martial arts dojo, but the dojo has significant operational restrictions. It is open only during class hours and on specific event days, with strict access restrictions at all other times. In contrast, the gym is open from 7 a.m. until 11 p.m., including holidays, offering much longer hours of use. Furthermore, the martial arts dojo's selection of fitness equipment is nowhere near as comprehensive or diverse as that of the gym. Zhu's gaze quickly swept over the equipment. Not finding what he was looking for, he headed straight for the second floor without hesitation. The second floor was the personal training area. The first things that caught his eye were a series of private rooms. Each room was separated by frosted tempered glass walls, making it impossible to see inside from the outside and ensuring excellent privacy. Zhu walked slowly down the hallway, his eyes constantly scanning the various rooms. When he reached the door of an empty room, he reached out, gently pushed it open, and peered inside. Inside the room, a stack of cylinders of varying lengths stood on the floor, arranged neatly at equal intervals. To the left of the entrance was a touchscreen control panel. The screen emitted a faint glow, and it allowed him to set the equipment's operating modes. Zhu looked up at the sign hanging on the door. Pile room. This was the place. Since he had already found the equipment he needed, Zhu felt there was no immediate need to go to the third floor. He could explore it later when the opportunity arose. He turned around, gently closed the door, walked over to the control panel, and, filled with anticipation, tried to start the machine. The moment he pressed the start button, the cylinders on the floor began to rise and fall in a rhythmic pattern. Zhu looked down, intently studying the instructions on the display screen. This machine was called the pile machine. Each pile was driven deep into the ground, and a hidden central unit underground precisely controlled the up and down movement of every single one. Furthermore, users could select specific martial arts modes on the display screen to alter the rhythm of the pile's movement. Generally, those unfamiliar with pile training wouldn't know how to use the equipment even if they climbed onto the piles, making themselves a laughingstock. But Zhu wasn't here to just practice haphazardly. He reached into his pocket and carefully pulled out a somewhat worn copy of Pole Training, slowly opened the pages, and began to study it intently. The primary purpose of pole training is to lay the foundation for physical stability, agile footwork, and explosive power when practicing martial arts in the future. As the pole rises and falls unpredictably, if one step is off, every step is off. The training is all about maintaining stability. Warriors often say, in combat, first watch the footwork, then the next move. This highlights the importance of footwork in combat. The 5 basic stances are bow, horse, servant, empty, and rest. All leg techniques in the 4 tiers of martial arts heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow are derived from these 5 stances. Zhu pored over the book with complete concentration. Bow stance. The front leg is bent into a half squat, nearly horizontal. The back leg is straight, with the sole firmly planted on the ground, toes angled slightly forward, and the knee perpendicular to the toes. The upper body must keep the chest upright and the waist straight, displaying a posture of front bowed, back taut. Horse stance. The distance between the feet is approximately 3 times the length of one's foot, with the toes pointing straight ahead and turned slightly inward. Squat down so that the thighs are nearly parallel to the ground. The knees must not extend beyond the toes. Keep both feet firmly planted on the ground, with the chest lifted and the lower back arched. Push firmly outward with the heels to keep the center of gravity stable between both legs. Servant stance. Stand with your legs wide apart. Bend one leg completely into a squat, with the knee and toes pointing outward, while the other leg is extended straight out, close to the ground. Both feet should rest flat on the ground. Keep your chest lifted, your lower back straight, and your hips open. Empty stance. Stand with feet parallel, one in front of the other. The rear leg is bent in a half squat with the sole of the foot flat on the ground. The thigh is nearly horizontal, and the center of gravity is on the rear leg. The front leg is slightly bent, with the instep taut and the toes lightly touching the ground in a floating posture. The upper body should have the chest lifted and the waist straight. The distinction between empty and substantial should be clear. Resting stance. Cross your legs so they are touching and squat fully. One foot rests flat on the ground with the toes turned outward, while the other rests on the ball of the foot, with the knee against the outer side of the front shin. The buttocks should be close to the heel. Keep your chest lifted and your back straight, with both legs pressed tightly together. Once you have mastered these 5 basic footwork patterns, your future training in any martial art will yield twice the results with half the effort. When practicing standing postures, not only must your footwork be precise, but your upper body movements must also be coordinated with your strikes. While moving, your steps should not be light or floaty. Shift your center of gravity to the line of force, generate power from the lower body upward, and unleash it with full force. This is the channeling of explosive power. These 3 fundamentals form the core of standing posture training. Ju finished the training routine, feeling confident he had mastered it. He then walked over to the AI fully automated lib dummy activation platform to configure the settings. He selected general mode. There were no further settings to adjust. The moment he pressed the start button, the cluster of dummy beside him began a rhythmic up and down motion. Ju hesitated no longer and leaped onto one of the dummy. Standing on one leg like a golden rooster, Ju visualized the 5 great footwork techniques in his mind. He stepped forward with one leg, opened into a lunge, and then landed on the dummy all in one fluid motion. Whoa, that's unbelievable. Ju refused to accept defeat. He immediately got up and leaped onto the dummy again. His mind followed his eyes as he watched the ever-changing, undulating dummy in front of him, pondering the reason for his earlier failure. He slowly closed his eyes, focused his senses, and took a measured step forward. Then he landed on the pole once more. Tong Zibo, why can't you add that feature, the one where you just touch a book with your hand and the system instantly refines it into a peak martial art? Ju's face was etched with frustration, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. There is. Ju paused for a moment, then immediately caught on, saying eagerly, there is? Then give it to me. I kind of want to shut down. Forget it. Seriously. Ju's eyes nearly rolled all the way to the sky, his face a mask of helplessness and exasperation. I can let you join the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow sect, speedrun the high martial era, and conquer the world, but your life will last only 1 week. Are you willing? Are you sure you can? Ju tilted his chin slightly, his tone laced with skepticism and defiance. Are you sure you want to? For a moment, the two found themselves at an impasse, locked in a standoff. Chapter 30, Introduction to Pillar Training. In the end, Ju gave up trying to outwit the system. With such a great opportunity to practice pillar training now, it would be a shame not to make the most of it. There's nothing that can't be achieved through hard work. Even with the system, he'd still have to figure out how to find Abyss Beast meat on his own, work hard to raise his evolution threshold, and strive to acquire all the cultivation resources himself. The system had already helped him reincarnate and boosted his vitality to 100. Ju was well aware of this. After another half hour of practice, Ju was already able to perform the movements with some semblance of form. But martial arts training isn't just about appearances. As the Pillar Training Manual clearly states, the 3 fundamentals of practice are bodily stability, agility of footwork, and the free flow of explosive power. The benefits he'd previously recognized, such as deflecting force and stabilizing one's center of gravity, were merely byproducts of the pillar stance. As for Ju, he could only be said to be slowly mimicking the 5 major footwork patterns. Strictly speaking, he hadn't mastered a single one of the 3 fundamental points mentioned above. This won't do. He was surely overlooking something, and it was quite possible that this book was merely a rough draft, with some of the text even containing errors. He had to find someone to guide him. With that in mind, Ju opened his door and looked into the other rooms. What a coincidence! A teacher had just finished his practice and was stepping out the door. Martial arts teacher. As soon as Ju saw that it was his martial arts instructor, he was overjoyed and quickly greeted him. Ju, what are you doing here? The martial arts teacher was taken aback for a moment upon seeing Ju, then asked with a smile. His hand unconsciously rubbed his black eye. It was no wonder he was puzzled. Access to the gym required a VIP membership, and the exorbitant points fee deterred the vast majority of students. Ju's fitness points had been arranged privately by Du. Aside from Du and Joe, no one else knew about it. Even if students did come in, they mostly worked out on the first floor. It was rare to see students on the second floor, where stance training took place. That was why the martial arts instructor was puzzled. I'd like to practice stance training, but I haven't quite got the hang of it yet. Could you help me, master? Ju skillfully changed the subject, walking slowly over to the martial arts instructor and explaining his request, hoping the instructor would have time to offer some guidance. Ha, it's a bit too early for you to be practicing stance training right now. You can always start when you get to college. The martial arts instructor patted Ju lightly on the shoulder and said with a smile. Stance training is part of the college curriculum. Freshmen primarily focus on it. Practicing stance training effectively increases one's vitality, laying the foundation for the subsequent bone tempering phase. Teacher, I've already started practicing. I've found that this technique helps me in combat. If I can do well in the bonus points competition, I'll definitely be very grateful to you. As Ju spoke, he tugged at the teacher's sleeve, pestering him persistently. All right, I'll give you some guidance. The martial arts teacher was amused by Ju's persistence and finally nodded in agreement. Du had mentioned beforehand that he wanted to look out for these top contenders. They had a high chance of achieving great things in the future, so he naturally wanted to do his best to earn their favor. Let go, I'm not running away. The martial arts instructor awkwardly brushed Ju's hand aside. Ju chuckled. The two arrived at Ju's dummy room. The martial arts instructor looked down at the control panel screen, then looked up and asked, "Are you ready to practice the living dummy now?" Upon hearing this, Ju was slightly taken aback. He searched his mind for knowledge about stance training but discovered that the concept of a living dummy didn't exist. Seeing Ju's dazed and innocent expression, the martial arts instructor shook his head with a smile and said, Ju, it's not that I don't want to teach you. Practicing stance training consumes an enormous amount of vitality. If you do this once, it might take you several days to recover. I still suggest you focus primarily on strength training for now. After all, the bonus points tournament is just a few days away, and your priority should be the competition. It's not too late to practice stance training after the tournament is over. Upon hearing this, Ju immediately realized that the martial arts instructor believed he hadn't even begun to grasp the basics and was trying to politely decline his request. Without hesitation, he stood up, quickly took his stance at the dummy, and decided to practice a bit first. Seeing that Ju hadn't taken his advice to heart and was determined to practice, the martial arts instructor had no choice but to watch patiently. Ju concentrated intently on performing the 5 footwork patterns as best he could on the moving dummy, hoping the martial arts teacher would offer some advice. Even a single word would be better than figuring it out on his own. From what the martial arts teacher had just said, it was clear that this version of stance training wasn't the complete version. It didn't even include the concept of live dummy. How much further could he possibly get by figuring it out on his own? Besides, he didn't need to worry at all about the martial arts instructor's concerns regarding vitality supply. He could quickly replenish his vitality simply by eating heartily. Of course, he couldn't say that out loud. The martial arts instructor watched Ju's movements, walked over to the control panel, and pressed the button to activate the living dummy. The dummy beneath Ju's feet slowly returned to a stationary dummy of uniform height, no longer undulating up and down. Beginners should start by mastering the stationary dummy first. Once you've got that down, you can move on to the dynamic dummy. The martial arts instructor advised. Ju gradually realized that the stationary dummy was much easier to practice than the dynamic dummy at this stage. So he tried to execute each movement according to the proper form. Sink your chi into the dantian, engage your core, keep your hands moving, perform some techniques, and maintain your balance. The martial arts instructor instructed once more. Forms? Ju was taken aback, so he performed the only boxing moves he knew. Seeing Ju raise his hands to shield both sides of his head and throw occasional punches, the martial arts instructor couldn't help but chuckle. Hey, wait a minute, boxing is a foreign art, while stance training is Chinese. Don't you think that looks a bit awkward? Hearing this, Ju looked embarrassed, his hands momentarily at a loss, not knowing where to place them. Think about the martial arts movies you've seen. Try the moves from them, but don't use them haphazardly, focus on keeping your body stable. The martial arts instructor slowly paced back and forth, observing Ju's movements from every angle and offering careful guidance. Boxing is quite effective in real combat, but its application is limited to practitioners below the third rank. It is not a mainstream martial art for Chinese warriors precisely because it is incompatible with stance training. The martial arts instructor continued to explain the concept in simple yet thorough terms. Stance training not only lays a solid foundation for the early stages of martial arts cultivation, but more importantly, it helps one cultivate inner chi. Once a warrior reaches the third rank, inner chi becomes absolutely crucial. When you eventually reach the Zun realm, combat will no longer be merely hand-to-hand. What good will your boxing skills do, no matter how proficient you become? The core of martial arts training lies in cultivating chi, not merely pursuing the outward form of techniques. You should focus more on cultivating your breath rather than limiting yourself to the correctness and aesthetics of your postures. Try slowing down the rhythm of your movements and deeply feel the surging chi in your dantian. The martial arts instructor stepped around the pegs on the ground and walked to Ju's side, continuing to instruct him, find your center of gravity. Once you've stabilized it, feel the chi in your dantian. Ju followed the instructions and slowly slowed his movements. Since the pegs on the ground were now firmly secured, he was able to devote more of his energy to other aspects. He began to try to sense the chi in his dantian. Ju slowly closed his eyes, his breathing gradually steadying as he focused all his attention on his dantian. However, several minutes passed, and he didn't feel any noticeable change. Feel the energy in your dantian. Those words sounded simple, but putting them into practice felt so abstract. How could he truly sense this energy? Try breathing from your abdomen, the slower, the better. The martial arts instructor continued to remind him. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Time slipped by quietly, and fine beads of sweat gradually began to form on Ju's face. Suddenly, a strange sensation swept over him. Ju clearly sensed that with each breath, a form of energy was quietly gathering within his dantian. Even as he exhaled, that force within his dantian continued to slowly condense and accumulate. This force gradually compressed, becoming increasingly dense and powerful. Ding! Ding! The cultivation technique pillar stance has been identified as having reached the beginner level. Added to the panel for easy reference. It worked! Chapter 31, The Leader of the Brotherhood of Loyalty. Martial skill, boxing beginner. Cultivation technique, pillar stance beginner. Passive secret art, self-healing beginner. Tier 1 Devour progress, 10% available. Vitality, 95 points 100 points. Evolution threshold, 11. Ju stared at the panel before him, overjoyed. Not only had the cultivation techniques section been unlocked, but his evolution threshold had also increased by 1 point. The improvements gained from posture training and practical combat were both noteworthy. With that in mind, Ju continued to deeply sense the chi within his body. Now try combining those 5 footwork techniques you just practiced with upper body moves, and gradually stabilize your balance. The martial arts instructor reminded Ju and stepped in front of him, demonstrating a few moves for Ju to use as a reference. While practicing his footwork through stance training, Ju followed the instructor's movements, coordinating his footwork with appropriate techniques to maintain his balance. As time ticked by, Ju gradually grasped the essentials, and his movements became increasingly fluid. Although the martial arts instructor was guiding him step by step, he was inwardly filled with disbelief and astonishment. Back when he first began practicing the stance training, it had taken him several days just to maintain his balance while standing in the dummy. Not to mention footwork and breathing. It had taken him nearly half a semester to master those. But judging by Ju's appearance, clearly a beginner who'd likely been practicing for only a week or so, reaching this level was truly remarkable progress. What he didn't know, however, was that Ju had gone from his first encounter with stance training to this level of proficiency in less than an hour. And the system hadn't provided any assistance with the practice. Vitality, 70 points, 100 points. A status panel suddenly appeared before Ju's eyes, startling him so much that he lost his balance and stumbled off the dummy. The martial arts instructor laughed heartily. "Kid, you're doing pretty well. As long as you keep practicing like this, you'll improve in every aspect. But I'll say it again, I don't recommend overtraining before the bonus point competition. Your vitality won't be able to keep up." Filled with gratitude, Ju nodded in agreement. Deep down, however, he couldn't hide a hint of shock. Just now, he'd seen that his current vitality had dropped to 70. He'd only been practicing stance training for an hour, yet his vitality had plummeted by a full 30 points. It made perfect sense why stance training wasn't recommended before the martial arts exam. Who has that much vitality to burn? Fortunately, Ju had a clever way to restore his vitality. Otherwise, if he kept practicing, he wouldn't have been able to participate in the bonus round at all. "Thank you so much, Master. Once I make a fortune in the future, I'll definitely treat you to a big feast." Ju slowly stood up and sincerely expressed his gratitude to his martial arts master. I wouldn't dare accept a meal from you. Just don't name me as your master if you ever get into trouble in the future." Upon hearing this, Ju and the martial arts teacher exchanged a glance and both burst into hearty laughter. Many years later, when the martial arts teacher recalled this incident, he felt like slapping himself. But that's a story for another time. Just as the two were laughing, the door suddenly swung open. "You're here, kid," Xian shouted from the doorway. But when she noticed the martial arts teacher was also present, she instantly became demure again. "Teacher, you're here too? I needed to talk to Ju about something." The martial arts teacher glanced at Xian, then looked at Ju, and asked softly, "Is she your girlfriend?" Ju rolled his eyes. Feeling as if he'd been scolded, and not bothering to defend himself, he simply shook his head slightly. "It's fine. We've all graduated now, so dating is perfectly normal. You two go ahead and talk, I'll be heading out." The martial arts teacher gave Ju a "you know what I mean" look and walked out the door. All the petty grievances from earlier that day had now blown away with the wind. Upon hearing this, the martial arts teacher simply turned around and responded with a cool wave of his hand. After saying goodbye to the martial arts teacher, Ju turned his gaze toward Xian at the door, a hint of coldness clearly visible in his eyes. "Oh, so you were using a teacher as a shield? Well, now your shield is gone," Xian said smugly. "No one can shield you from your own despicability. Did you bring enough money?" Ju walked over to the control panel, turned off the machine, and saved some electricity. "Ha ha ha ha." Xian laughed as if she'd heard a joke, unable to resist her mockery. "Even if you sold all your organs, you wouldn't be worth 100,000. Got it?" Ju furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, he said slowly, "If I don't have the money, I won't fight." "Do you really think you can call the shots?" Xian snorted lightly, then turned and shouted toward the door, "Zhao Zihan, we've found Ju as hiding in here." Hearing Xian's call, someone outside hurried over, their footsteps thudding loudly against the floor. Before long, a figure appeared in the doorway. Zhao Zihan. Top ranked in vitality across the entire school. Like Ju, he was a seeded player in the bonus matches. Ju had seen him during the group photo yesterday. "There you are, bro. I had quite a time looking for you," Zhao Zihan said politely. Ju, of course, didn't believe the other guy was being genuinely polite, because he knew Zhao Zihan had another identity. The head of the Brotherhood Club. Most likely, he was cut from the same cloth as Lin, Xianzihan, and the rest. Seeing that Zhu wasn't responding, Zhao Zihan didn't seem embarrassed. He smiled and said, "I've heard your moves are sharp, brother Zhu. I'd like to learn a thing or two. Would you do me the honor?" Zhao Zihan vitality, 88 points. Zhu had a pretty good idea of what was going on. 100,000, I've said it before, don't make me repeat myself. Zhu said impatiently. Haha, 100,000 is too little. Let us up the ante a bit, how about it? Zhao Zihan said cheerfully. Zhu raised an eyebrow. So there was a good deal to be had after all? How much are we betting? If you lose, you'll have to pay back the 190,000 from Qian Zihan's crew and give up your spot in the bonus round. Zhao Zihan said calmly. Upon hearing this, Xian froze in her tracks. She still hadn't been able to get in touch with Qian Zihan, and Zhao Zihan hadn't mentioned a word about it on the way here. She knew absolutely nothing about this. When she heard that Zhu had taken 190,000 from Qian Zihan, she nearly ground her teeth to dust. No wonder he blurted out 100,000 right away, no wonder he went to that top-tier restaurant, no wonder he had the money to come to the gym. It's all my money he is spending. Zhu ignored Xian's murderous glare and simply stared at Zhao Zihan, asking, "What if you lose?" "I won't lose." Zhao Zihan said calmly, but his overconfident arrogance made Zhu feel a bit on edge. "Stop being so disgusting. If you've got the money, fight. If you don't, get lost. Who do you think you're showing off to?" Zhu didn't hold back at all, shoving Zhao Zihan aside as he turned to leave. He hadn't even started showing off yet, and here Zhao Zihan was already putting on a show. Not happy. "Brother Zhu, just kidding, I'll lose 200,000. How about that?" Zhao Zihan's face was terrifyingly cold, but he still managed a forced smile. "A spot in the playoff round is only worth 10,000? It's so a spot in the bonus round could boost one's chances of getting into War Academy. Once you became a warrior at War Academy, earning 500,000 would be a piece of cake. Wealthy families would definitely buy it. 500,000 might seem like a lot, but for the wealthy, investing that money in their future wasn't really money at all. Or maybe." Zhao Zihan was still a bit hesitant. 500,000 was half a year's worth of his pocket money. Sure, his family was wealthy, but this was still a lot. "You're such a drag. If you can't afford it, why are you even pretending?" Seeing that Zhao Zihan was still trying to haggle, Zhu quickly fired off a bit of sarcasm. Zhao Zihan took a deep breath, forced himself to suppress his anger, and suddenly burst out laughing. He really was making a fool of himself, haggling with the other guy as if he might actually lose. So what if the other guy wanted 10 million? Did he stand a chance of winning? It was his ultimate move, how could he not be confident? "Fine, 500,000. I'll take the bet. Please come with me to the third floor." Zhao Zihan extended his hand in a gesture of invitation. Zhu fixed his gaze on Zhao Zihan, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward. After clasping his hands together in a slight bow, he swept his right hand forward just as gracefully and said, "Please." Immediately afterward, the three of them made their way to the third floor. Chapter 32, The Battle on the Ring. The third floor of the gymnasium. Light poured down from the ceiling like a waterfall, illuminating several boxing rings so they gleamed like white jade under the blazing sun. Around the rings, there were no rows of seats, only a small group of school teachers standing loosely scattered about. Though few in number, their eyes were all intense, fixed firmly on the rings. The third floor is specifically designated for sparring matches between teachers and administrators. On one of the rings, two teachers were engaged in an intense sparring match. One was agile and lithe, moving like a nimble monkey, his steps light and swift, each shift perfectly timed. His punches flew like a gale, striking his opponent with ferocity, yet he could withdraw into a defensive stance in an instant. The other was as steady as a mountain, his feet firmly planted on the platform, his lower body as solid as a rock. His arms were taut with muscle, and every time he swung his arms to block, he applied a steady force, deflecting his opponent's fierce attacks one by one. Below the platform, the teachers stood in silence. Some stood with their arms crossed over their chests, nodding slightly, their eyes reflecting deep contemplation of the techniques on display. Others clenched their fists against their chests, their expressions slightly tense as their eyes followed the fighter's every move. Still others tilted their heads to whisper to those beside them, occasionally raising a hand to gesture, as if discussing the techniques being displayed on the platform. The ropes around the ring were taut, gleaming with a cold, hard sheen under the lights. The black leather of the ring floor gleamed faintly, bearing witness to every shift of foot and every impact of force. At that moment, on the third floor of the gymnasium, though there was no roaring crowd, every corner was filled with the intense clash of power and skill. The two found an empty ring, and Zhao Zihan suggested that Xianxian act as the referee. Zhu retorted that she didn't know a damn thing and rejected Zhao Zihan's suggestion. She turned to scan the crowd for someone she recognized. Xianxian was so furious her teeth itched, and she kept urging Zhao Zihan to give Zhu a good thrashing. Martial arts teacher. Zhu finally spotted a familiar face. It was the martial arts instructor who had left a little earlier. After saying goodbye to Zhu, the martial arts instructor had gone alone to the third floor to watch the ring matches. He was engrossed in the action when he heard Zhu calling out to him. Being a single guy with nothing else to do after work, and seeing that Zhu looked like he was about to step into the ring, he got excited and hurried over. Martial arts teacher, what a coincidence! Are you free right now? Zhu asked politely. Haha, so you're here to fight in the tournament? The martial arts teacher strongly suspected that Zhu had been following him, though he figured he might just be overthinking it. Yeah, someone offered 500,000 to have me fight in the tournament. I just wanted to earn some money to treat you to a meal, so I agreed. Zhu said with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the martial arts instructor immediately turned his gaze toward the stage. As soon as Zhao Zihan heard Zhu say this, his face darkened. A 500,000 challenge between students who could believe there wasn't some ulterior motive involved? This was supposed to be a private agreement between the two of them. Why did you have to spill the beans like that? Zhao Zihan, what are you trying to do? A fight to the death? The martial arts teacher's gaze turned cold as he snapped. The school's 50,000 prize money was enough to make people fight for their lives, and here you are offering 500,000? You must be rolling in cash. Besides, with only a few days left until the bonus round, what is the point of a fight to the death now? No. Teacher, don't listen to Zhu's nonsense. It's just a friendly sparring match, no life or death stakes, just a light touch. Zhao Zihan hurriedly explained. As soon as Xianxian heard this, she instantly got upset and stepped forward to tug at Zhao Zihan's sleeve. Zhao Zihan was getting a bit annoyed by this brainless girl, so he pushed her away with a shove. Otherwise, the martial arts teacher would most likely not allow the two of them to face off on the ring. The bonus points tournament wasn't just a matter for the students themselves, it also concerned the school's reputation. The school was counting on the results of this tournament for its pre-semester recruitment, so how could the martial arts teacher possibly let the two of them fight a life or death battle right in front of him? But Zhao Zihan had his own plans. Once on the ring, fists and feet have no eyes. Death or injury is inevitable. They certainly couldn't let their star player miss the bonus points tournament just because Zhu was out. You two, get back immediately. You're not allowed to fight. The martial arts teacher scolded them sternly. Martial arts teacher, we're really just having a friendly sparring session. Please trust us, official ring matches are protected by law. Zhao Zihan continued to insist on his demand. Zhu stood to the side, watching his opponent make a fool of himself. Even if they weren't allowed to fight here, they'd have to fight elsewhere. After all, 500,000 was at stake. Even if Zhao Zihan didn't want to fight, Zhu would have to track him down to his home. Now Zhao Zihan was getting anxious. Just thinking about how the other person had made such solemn promises, only to turn on him the moment he took the stage and then getting beaten to a pulp by him. Makes me happy. It brings me joy. Zhu, what do you think? The martial arts instructor was left speechless by Zhao Zihan's words, so he turned to Zhu for his opinion. Indeed, according to the rules of martial arts, as long as both combatants willingly participate in a duel, no one else is allowed to intervene. Since both were now adults and their actions were reasonable and lawful, the martial arts instructor had no right to intervene. Since Zhao Zihan has said he'll stop at the first sign of a hit, it won't affect the upcoming bonus matches. Please rest assured, teacher. Zhu smiled as he accepted the challenge, clearly pointing out to the martial arts teacher the agreement to stop at the first touch that his opponent had proposed. If his opponent failed to abide by this rule, it would be entirely justifiable for him to respond with more intense countermeasures. Alright, let us stop at the first touch, then. The martial arts instructor emphasized this once again. The corners of Zhao Zihan's mouth curled up slightly, almost reaching his ears, as he turned his gaze toward Zhu. Zhu returned Zhao Zihan's gaze. Why don't we transfer the money to the martial arts instructor first, so that if I lose, there won't be any haggling or refusal to pay? Zhu suggested. Upon hearing this, Zhao Zihan was taken aback for a moment, but then a confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he said nonchalantly, Brother Zhu, are you worried I can't afford it? As a member of the prestigious Zhao family, one of the three great families of Jiaxian, how could I possibly be unable to come up with this small sum? Upon hearing this, Zhu's face betrayed a look of surprise. Seeing this, Zhao Zihan and Xianxian mistakenly assumed Zhu was intimidated, and their faces immediately betrayed a look of contempt. What is your relationship with Xiao Gandhi? Zhu asked curiously. Zhao Zihan's lips curled up in a smirk as he retorted provocatively, Oh? You know my cousin? Zhao Xiaoyu was the head of the Zhao family, one of the three major families of Jiaxiang. Zhao Gandhi was Zhao Xiaoyu's biological son, and since Zhao Zihan referred to him as cousin, he must be from a collateral branch of the family. Just as expected of the Zhao family, even the collateral branches are this wealthy. I'd better milk them for all they're worth. Zhu calculated silently. Seeing that Zhu had fallen silent, the other two grew even more arrogant and smug. Zhao Zihan clasped his wrists and said sarcastically, Kid, don't think trying to butter me up will do you any good. On the fighting stage, there are no favors for family, especially since you and our Zhao family don't have much of a connection. We'll still have to go all out in a moment. Of course. Zhu's smile grew even brighter. Those words struck a chord with him. Just then, a figure slowly approached from the distance. Xianxian recognized her at a glance and hurried forward to greet her. Sister Qing, what took you so long? Where were you just now? The newcomer was none other than Luna. After finishing her business over there and being dropped off at school, Luna received a message from Xianxian saying that Brother Zihan was going to avenge Lin, so she rushed over out of curiosity. In Xianxian's mind, Luna was Lin's girlfriend. Since the guys were close, the girls naturally got along well behind the scenes. Luna gently swept a strand of hair aside and turned her gaze toward Zhu on stage. Just thinking about what Zhu was about to face tonight made her feel a twinge of unease. However, Zhu on stage seemed completely oblivious to everything happening below. He didn't even spare Luna a single glance. Zhu, you can't beat Zhao Zihan. Just admit defeat, don't make a fool of yourself. Luna blurted out, seemingly out of the blue. Zhao Zihan and Xianxian both raised an eyebrow, looking at Luna in confusion, unsure what she meant by that. Luna, meanwhile, felt a complex mix of emotions she couldn't quite put into words. First, Zhu's performance today had stirred something in her. She was a player, after all, prone to emotional infidelity. Second, she had once again set Zhu up. Right now, the assassin sent by Lin, my mother-in-law, was lying in wait at Zhu's place. Although she hadn't felt any guilt at the time, the thought that she might never see Zhu again made her feel a little queasy. That assassin was at the peak of the first rank. Zhu was bound to die tonight. Luna decided to ease her guilt by giving Zhu a heads up. Go ahead and act tough, you'll deserve to lose face later. Seeing that Zhu was ignoring her, Luna sneered indignantly. Zhu didn't look at Luna, he just said calmly. Don't worry. I'll kick him right over to you, just like I kicked Lin. Chapter 33, We're about to win, why give up now? As soon as those words were spoken, the expressions of everyone present became a sight to behold. The history between Zhu and Luna was common knowledge throughout the entire school. After all, both had outstanding academic records and striking good looks. They were often seen walking side by side, forming a striking and eye-catching sight on campus. Back then, during a match, Ju had kicked Lin off the stage and deliberately sent him crashing right at Luna's feet. After that, the two had gone their separate ways. Anyone with eyes could see what had happened. You! Luna seethed with rage upon hearing this. I was only offering a friendly reminder out of classmate camaraderie, yet you're so ungrateful. Hearing this, Ju couldn't help but chuckle. What a classmate bond first, she deliberately poisoned the competition before the match, then had someone stir up trouble during the event, and now she is putting on this phony act, claiming she meant well. If he were a suck-up, he might actually have believed it. Ju couldn't be bothered to respond to her and, together with Zhao Zihan, prepared to hand over their respective wagers to the martial arts teacher. Ju pulled out his phone, just as he was about to make the transfer, when he caught a glimpse of 9 missed calls on the screen, 7 from Cole and 2 from Joe. There wasn't time to call them back now, he'd deal with it after the match. After transferring the money, the two took their respective positions in the center of the ring and began preparing. When the martial arts instructor saw the amounts they transferred, he suddenly felt a pang of inferiority. Ju clasped his fists in a bow toward Zhao Zihan, already itching to count the money in his mind. Zhao Zihan's lips curled into a smirk as he returned the gesture. Ju had no idea why the old man was smirking like that. The more he looked at it, the more it annoyed him. Both contestants step onto the stage. Life or death is not at stake here. Out of respect for your status as classmates, stop at the first hit. Let the match begin. Although the martial arts teacher hadn't permitted a life or death duel, as the referee, he still habitually uttered this pre-match warning. After both combatants finished their bows, the referee gave the command, begin. This marked the official start of the match. Zhao Zihan's gaze turned icy as he struck first, swinging a fierce punch toward Ju's head. Ju reacted swiftly, planting his feet firmly in a horse stance and extending his arm to block the blow. Seeing this, Zhao Zihan followed through with a kick, intending to attack Ju's lower body. However, Ju was agile, using his waist as a pivot. He spun sideways in an instant, transforming his horse stance into a resting stance and deftly parrying Zhao Zihan's kick. Immediately afterward, Ju landed a straight punch to Zhao Zihan's abdomen. With his foot firmly locked, Zhao Zihan had nowhere to channel his strength and was forced to scramble backward, losing his balance and looking utterly flustered. A glimmer of approval flashed in the martial arts instructor's eyes. Good kid. He has only just learned these footwork techniques, yet he is already able to handle a challenge with such ease. Although his upper body techniques were still a bit clumsy, his agile footwork was more than enough to throw his opponent completely off balance. Xian watched as Zhao Zihan found himself at a disadvantage the moment he stepped onto the mat. Her heart sank, and cold sweat began to pour down her face. That's 500,000. It doesn't matter if you lose, but what about my 190,000? With that thought, she quickly cheered loudly for Zhao Zihan. Luna had also noticed this. Although she knew Ju was indeed quite skilled, she had witnessed Zhao Zihan's true strength firsthand, so she wasn't the least bit flustered. Instead, it was Ju's attitude just now that really annoyed her. She'd given him a friendly reminder, yet he was still pulling that sour face. What a clueless guy. Go to hell. Go, Zhao Zihan. Luna shouted just as loudly. Ju wasn't distracted by the raucous noise from the crowd. Seeing Zhao Zihan lose his balance, he quickly seized the opportunity, lunging forward and using his elbow as a weapon to land a precise, heavy blow on his opponent's calf. There was a dull thud. However, the expected sound of a bone snapping didn't follow. The sound was wrong. Hearing this unusually dull impact, the martial arts instructor couldn't help but let a flash of astonishment cross his eyes, and his eyes instantly widened. Zhao Zihan has already tempered his bones. What? Ju quickly withdrew his arm and stepped back, simultaneously planting his feet firmly and assuming a defensive stance. At that moment, he did indeed feel a slight twinge of pain in his elbow. After all, the bones in the elbow are among the strongest and most resilient in the human body. Now, striking the weakest part of his opponent's leg bone, not only had he failed to break through the opponent's defense, but he'd also taken a considerable blow himself. Now that's what I call bone tempering. Zhao Zihan slowly stood up from the ground and looked at Ju with a smile. Not bad, kid. You've got some skills. But I bet you didn't expect this. I've had my bones tempered. Your attack stands no chance of breaking through my defense. Zhu shook out his hand, neither confirming nor denying it. Zhao Zihan said arrogantly, you don't stand a chance of winning. You'd better just admit defeat. It's not worth risking your life for money that doesn't even belong to you. Xian Xian chimed in with a sneer from the sidelines, don't overestimate yourself. My brother Han is the top student in the school. He is not just all talk. Don't get cocky just because you've got a little skill. Even against 3 experts like Qian Zihan, my brother Han could handle them with ease. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Stop yapping and get out of here. Blah, 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 blah. What the hell are you even babbling about? Your boyfriend is such a wimp, yet you're actually happy about it, aren't you, you slut? Zhu had reached his limit. She was driving him crazy, so he finally lost his temper and lashed out, showing her absolutely no mercy. You. Xian Xian clenched her fists tightly and stomped her feet in frustration. Zhu looked at Zhao Zihan and gave a slight wave, signaling him to continue. Zhao Zihan's lips curled into a faint smile as he murmured, as you wish. With that, he assumed a ready stance, one hand extended forward with a slight bend, palm open at chest level and fingers pointing forward, while the other hand rested at his chest or waist, ready for attack or defense. The asking the way hand gesture. Wing Chun. A Xian tier martial art. The martial arts instructor couldn't help but gasp. Zhao Zihan's profound foundation deeply shocked him. Not only was Zhao Zihan's vitality second to none among his peers at school, but he also possessed a bone-tempering physique, was proficient instance training post-training, and had now demonstrated a superb advanced martial art. Moreover, the precision and standardization of his movements were undeniable. This was no superficial display, but genuine, solid martial arts skill. Truly worthy of the Zhao family, one of the 3 great families of Jiaxian with such profound heritage. Zhu was in a bit of a bind now. Take this. Zhao Zihan sprang into action once more, shifting from a loose stance to a fierce bow stance, and suddenly unleashed a punch. Zhu quickly blocked with his arm, just as he was about to counterattack, but unexpectedly, another heavy punch from Zhao Zihan had already arrived. In the heat of the moment, Zhu had no choice but to pull his fist back, switching from offense to defense. However, that punch was a feint and didn't land on Zhu. Just as Zhu was preparing to counterattack, Zhao Zihan's third punch, this time a full force, solid blow, came crashing down. Caught off guard, Zhu took the blow squarely in the chest, and his body lurched backward involuntarily. However, Zhao Zihan gave Zhu no chance to catch his breath. He swiftly grabbed Zhu's wrist, yanked him back into the fray, and then unleashed a barrage of punches, real and feints indistinguishable, that came at him in a relentless wave. Zhu hurriedly planted his feet firmly, doing his best to steady himself as he hastily parried Zhao Zihan's fierce onslaught. However, as time went on, Zhu's disadvantage gradually became apparent. He was clearly on the defensive, taking blow after blow. A Xian tier martial art, how terrifying. The martial arts instructor shook his head repeatedly, feeling deeply helpless. The gap in strength between the two was clearly too great. Although Zhu was able to skillfully use his footwork to stabilize his center of gravity and shift positions nimbly to balance offense and defense, his upper body techniques lagged noticeably behind and struggled to keep pace. The combination of stance training and boxing did not seem to complement each other as expected. Instead, it appeared somewhat incongruous. Each, the cultivation method and the martial art, had its own strengths, but forcing them together meant neither could shine. As Luna watched Zhu gradually fall into a disadvantage, the guilt she initially felt vanished without a trace. She sneered to herself, so easily defeated, yet still so arrogant. How could I ever have fancied you? You're such a loser. Meanwhile, Xian Xian stood nearby, cheering loudly for Zhao Zihan with great enthusiasm. Her voice sounded particularly jarring in the otherwise quiet third floor. The teachers around her turned to look, and some, driven by curiosity, even stepped forward to watch, gradually drawing a crowd. Zhou, who had just stepped onto the third floor landing, was also drawn in by this unusual atmosphere. He usually went to the gym to work out after meals. But today, Zhu had really put him through the ringer. At that moment, Xian Xian's melodious voice inadvertently drew him in, and his gaze naturally fell on Zhu. I finally found you. Zhou hurried toward the ring. Seeing Zhu locked in an intense standoff with Zhao Zihan, the school's top fighter, a surge of inexplicable anger welled up inside him. Not a single day goes by without trouble fighting one person after another. Is he on some kind of stimulant? Just as Zhou was about to shout a warning, the martial arts teacher beside him stopped him in time. Right now, Zhu needed to be fully focused, even the slightest distraction was out of the question. Though furious inside, Zhou had no choice but to suppress his anger and watch the match in silence. Zhu was once again knocked back several steps by one of Zhao Zihan's punches. He shook his hands lightly, exhaled slowly, and his face radiated an indescribable sense of satisfaction. He showed no signs of losing his composure despite being at a disadvantage. "Humph, you're putting on quite a show. Why don't you just admit defeat?" The corners of Zhao Zihan's mouth curled upward as he spoke with a touch of mockery. Zhu looked puzzled and retorted, "I'm about to win. Why should I admit defeat?" Chapter 34, I let you show off, go ahead and show off some more, you damn idiot. Zhu Vitality, 65 points 100 points. Zhao Zihan Vitality, 60 points. Zhu's Vitality was 70 points before the match. Zhao Zihan's Vitality was 88 points before the match. When the two officially clashed, the advantage in Vitality cap became instantly apparent, becoming the key factor determining the outcome of the battle. Although on the surface, Zhu seemed to be at a constant disadvantage. A closer look reveals that every move Zhao Zihan made consumed far more vitality than Zhu's. Whether it was the stability of his stances, the agility of his footwork, the resilience of his bone tempering, or the mastery of his martial techniques, these were merely external aids. What truly determined the outcome was that deep reservoir of vitality. Vitality alone would be enough to wear Zhao Zihan down to the point of exhaustion. Moreover, Zhu's prolonged engagement with his opponent was far from a simple standoff or exchange of blows. If a full power strike landed precisely on an unguarded vital point, no amount of defense could withstand it. He had his own strategy in mind. Through agile leaps, Zhu continuously accelerated his own pace, from initially struggling to block his opponent's 3 punches to now being able to steadily parry 10 of them. Admittedly, his opponent's gradually waning strength played a part, but the significant improvement in Zhu's own speed was a fact that could not be ignored. A Xian tier martial art is nothing more than this. You're all talk. Zhao Zihan continued to press the attack, while Zhu quickly steadied his stance, deftly dodging his opponent's assault with a single punch and, seizing the momentum, delivering a fierce blow to Zhao Zihan's chest. Zhao Zihan's move had originally been a ploy to lure his opponent. Seeing that Zhu had not only avoided the trap but was counterattacking, he hurriedly withdrew his hand to defend himself, but it was already too late. He took the full brunt of a heavy punch and staggered back several steps. After regaining his balance, Zhao Zihan's expression grew even more grave. He could clearly feel Zhu's speed gradually increasing. It was as if Zhu possessed boundless stamina and showed no signs of fatigue. If the fight continued like this, the situation would become increasingly unfavorable for him. Are you still in the game? What happened to that momentum from earlier? Seeing that his opponent hadn't immediately counterattacked and seemed to be pondering his next move, Zhu offered a measured taunt, intending to unsettle him. From the very beginning, he had come with the intention of honing his stances and footwork through real combat. This was also the perfect opportunity to probe what kind of hidden cards this group of self-important individuals was actually holding. If that's all you've got, you really won't be able to win. Zhu began to prod his opponent into revealing his true capabilities. That's a bold claim. Zhao Zihan once again took the offensive, while Zhu closed in with light, boxing-style footwork. Suddenly, he shifted into a bow stance and swiftly threw a punch straight at Zhao Zihan, who was once again forced back by this sudden attack. This scene bore a striking resemblance to their earlier clash. At that moment, the martial arts instructor watching from the sidelines witnessed Zhu's sequence of movements, and a glimmer of approval flashed in his eyes. Was this a clever integration of profound stance training footwork into boxing? Did it showcase both agile, wide feints and a powerful explosive force born of a stable center of gravity and pent-up energy? Is that even possible? Zhou stared intently at the move Zhu had just executed, and a sense of confusion inevitably crept into his mind. He turned to the martial arts instructor and asked, "Oldly, is this a move you taught him?" The martial arts instructor, Oldly, looked a bit embarrassed but nodded slightly in affirmation. What exactly is this move? How come it's so awesome? Joe looked completely bewildered, utterly at a loss. The martial arts instructor didn't know how to explain it to Joe. He was afraid that revealing the truth might make him look good, yet he was also afraid it might cause him to lose face. He could only let the outcome of the match speak for itself. Meanwhile, on the stage, Zhao Zihan was once again knocked back by a punch, and his emotions were clearly growing impatient. Xian and Luna cheered loudly. Go, Zihan! Go, Zihan! However, Zhao Zihan suddenly let out a furious roar. Shut up! Distractions are the worst enemy on the martial arts arena. The slightest lapse could allow an opponent to exploit a weakness. My composure was already a bit shaken, and with these two women nagging on and on, it was making me even more irritable. As girls, Xian and Luna inevitably felt their pride wounded by his rebuke, yet they had no way to retort. Blushing with embarrassment, they silently stepped aside. Why do you keep repeating the same Wing Chun pattern over and over? Feint, strike in an endless loop. Can't you try something new? Zhu began deliberately testing his opponent's mental state. Zhao Zihan paused in surprise. Clearly, Zhu had already seen through his tactical plan. No wonder he hadn't dodged the first two punches. He'd taken them head on. However, in the way of martial arts, every move is interconnected. If the previous move changes, the subsequent ones naturally become difficult to link together. Moreover, Zhao Zihan was still a novice, having not yet reached the stage of mastery. Watch this! Zhu roared. This time, Zhu chose not to defend passively. He took the initiative, stepping forward in a lunge and using his body's south momentum to drive a punch straight at Zhao Zihan's face. Zhao Zihan's mind was still grappling with how to change his technique when he was caught off guard by this sudden punch. It landed squarely, knocking him to the ground in an instant. So fast. Zhu's agility and versatile footwork combined perfectly, making him even faster than at the start. What? Xian and Luna watched in panic as Zhao Zihan fell to the ground. Yet, fearing another scolding, they dared not speak, and could only stamp their feet anxiously where they stood. Alright, your Wing Chun isn't up to par yet. Let us try your bone tempering technique. Zhu curled the corners of his mouth upward, beckoning his opponent to get back up, and returned the smirk his opponent had just flashed at him. I don't believe your entire body is bone tempered. There's bound to be a spot that hasn't been tempered yet. Come on, ordinary bone mode activated. Bone tempering my ass. He almost mistook it for whack-a-mole. Zhou couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, nearly bursting out laughing. Zhao Zihan's face darkened. He sprang to his feet and swept a fierce roundhouse kick toward Zhu, roaring, "Take this leg strike." Zhu wasn't provoked. He took a feint step, then swiftly moved his front foot to deliver a side kick to the ankle of Zhao Zihan's supporting leg. Crack! Before Zhao Zihan could fully execute his attack with his other foot, Zhu had already kicked him violently to the ground. Your ankle hasn't been fully tempered, then. Zhu shook his head slightly, then raised his foot again and mercilessly stomped down on Zhao Zihan's arm. Although Zhao Zihan reacted quickly and tried to pull his arm back, he was ultimately a split second too slow before his arm could escape the danger zone. Zhu had already struck it with pinpoint accuracy. A few faint crack sounds echoed faintly through the air. Looks like these claws haven't been tempered either. While attacking, Zhu didn't forget to deliver psychological blows to Zhao Zihan with his words, and his hands never paused for a moment. He quickly straddled Zhao Zihan and began unleashing a flurry of powerful hooks with both fists. So you're the one who has had your bones tempered, huh? So you're the one who knows stance training, huh? You're the only one who practices Wing Chun, right? You're the only one who smirks, right? With every remark Zhu made, he landed two punches, aiming straight for his opponent's mouth. I'll make you stop smirking. Go ahead and try, you son of a bitch. Chapter 35, Why won't you let me smirk? Zhao Zihan vitality, 45 points. Zhao Zihan's vitality was plummeting rapidly. With every strike from Zhu, he had to defend with all his might, and each defense drained a massive amount of vitality. But he didn't dare let his guard down for a moment, silently praying that Ju's vitality would deplete faster than his own so he could find an opening to counterattack. However, his plan fell completely flat. Ju actually kept attacking him for a full 3 minutes, and the intensity of his strikes didn't wane at all as Zhao Zihan had expected. It wasn't until that moment that it finally dawned on him. Ju's maximum vitality was higher than his own. Ju vitality, 50 points 100 points. Zhao Zihan vitality, 19 points. The gap in their vitality kept widening, and Zhao Zihan found himself in a tight spot. With his sharp reflexes, he decided to go all in. Resolutely, he braced his face to take Ju's heavy punch head-on. At the same time, his other arm swiftly bent at the elbow, skillfully activating a hidden mechanism. In the blink of an eye, a sharp fist dagger sprang forth, which he steadied in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung it toward Ju's chest. From the moment his opponent dared to take his punch head-on, Ju had sensed something was amiss. He reacted swiftly, leaping to his feet and retreating rapidly in an attempt to dodge the impending attack. However, the fist dagger still struck Ju's abdomen with lightning speed, embedding itself more than half an inch deep. Ju clutched his abdomen tightly despite his best efforts to stem the flow. Blood still seeped through his fingers, staining the front of his shirt red. Zhao Zihan, what are you doing? You've broken the rules. The martial arts instructor barked sternly. The use of hidden weapons is permitted in the arena, but opponents must be informed before the fight begins. That is the rule. Zhao Zihan had not given advance notice, so his sneak attack with a hidden weapon was against the rules. But Zhao Zihan was in no state to listen now. His eyes were bloodshot, his hair disheveled, his face covered in bruises and turning purple, and the corner of his mouth was so swollen he could barely lift it. As the school's top prodigy, he had never endured such humiliation before. In this world, the only person he truly respected was Zhao Gandhi. From the main branch of the family, he truly had what it took to earn Zhao Zihan's admiration. Whether it was vitality, bone tempering score, stance training proficiency, or martial arts rank, Zhao Gandhi far surpassed him in every aspect. Even just that single-minded determination left Zhao Zihan with nothing but admiration. But what did this Jew before him have? He was inferior to him in every way, so what right did he have to humiliate him? What right did he have to ride him down and slap him in the face? What right did he have to stop him from curling the corners of his mouth upward? This was the one area where he was stronger than his cousin Zhao Gandhi. He could curl his mouth higher than Zhao Gandhi, so why wouldn't he let him do it? Zhao Zihan suddenly let out a roar, clenched his fist, and thrust it fiercely toward Ju's head. If Ju had previously been engaging his opponent with the intention of honing his stances and footwork, that mindset had now completely vanished. His opponent was clearly in a state of confusion, at a loss, and completely thrown off balance. Continuing to grapple with him would be nothing more than a pointless waste of time. With that in mind, Ju narrowed his eyes slightly, precisely seizing Zhao Zihan's opening. With one hand, he swiftly seized the fist that was thrusting toward him, while his other fist slammed with tremendous force into his opponent's ribs. So fast! Only then did Zhao Zihan suddenly realize that Ju had been concealing his true strength all along. His speed was now even more ferocious than before. Why? Crack! You didn't even temper your ribs. A cold smile curled at the corner of Ju's mouth, his tone tinged with faint disdain. Ju immediately twisted the wrist of Zhao Zihan's striking hand, forcing his palm to face Ju, while his other hand swiftly retracted and bent at the elbow, delivering a precise elbow strike to Zhao Zihan's elbow joint. Zhao Zihan's elbow instantly suffered a powerful counterforce, and the crisp sound of a bone snapping echoed through the air. Ju immediately grabbed his opponent's now fractured arm, then firmly planted his foot on the opponent's face to restrict his movement, before swiftly seizing the fist from his opponent's hand with his other hand. That's not allowed. You can't do that. Zhao Zihan quickly snapped back to his senses, gritted his teeth to endure the pain, and began to struggle violently. You launched a sneak attack that's against the code of honor. Confiscated. Ju gave his opponent no chance, swiftly seizing the weapon and kicking him away. According to the official rules of the ring competition, any contestant who uses a hidden weapon without prior notification will have it immediately confiscated. However, it was supposed to be the referee who confiscated such prohibited items. But since Zhu had also been injured in the process, it wasn't too much to make up for it this way, was it? Zhao Zihan was a tough guy, after all. Once his body had slowly come to a stop on the ground due to momentum, he resolutely got back to his feet and charged at Zhu with reckless abandon. At that moment, his left hand had already suffered a devastating comminuted fracture, his right elbow had likewise been fractured, one ankle had not been spared, and a section of his ribs had also sustained severe fractures. Apart from his lower leg, none of the other bones in his body had undergone bone tempering. Zhu kicked him away once more and sneered contemptuously, "You've only tempered a tiny bit of your bones, and yet you dare to smirk?" Upon hearing these words, a trickle of crimson blood involuntarily seeped from the corner of Zhao Zihan's mouth. "What makes you so obsessed?" Zhu's tone mimicked Zhao Zihan's earlier speech, brimming with sarcastic mockery. "Is it a sense of duty? Is it a wager? Is it pride? Or could it be the corner of your mouth?" Put. Zhao Zihan fell to the ground once more, immediately spewing a mouthful of blood. Whether it was due to his severe injuries or the anger that had sapped his vitality. "Who is the referee? Call a stop to this." Fearing a fatality as Zhu moved in for the finishing blow, Zhou hurriedly called out to the referee. The martial arts instructor had been stunned by Zhu's performance. Only upon hearing Zhou's shout did he snap out of it, rushing onto the stage to pull Zhu away. "Zhu wins!" When the announcement rang out, Xian and Luna finally snapped out of their daze, sitting on the ground in a daze. Zhu's vitality was only 75. How could he have defeated Qian Zihan and Zhao Zihan one after another? Oh right, and Zhuangzi, plus dozens of those young punks. Is his vitality really that high? How could that be? Both Xian and Luna were completely baffled. Luna was also puzzled by the fact that he was immune to poison, but she couldn't ask him about it to his face, nor could she tell anyone else. She could only keep it buried in her heart and puzzle over it alone. Xian covered her face tightly with both hands, her inner emotions impossible to put into words. Isn't Zhu just a poor kid? Isn't he an orphan? How can his vitality be so high? Did I just lose those 500,000 to him? Can I get it back? What about my 190,000? That good for nothing Qian Zihan, I'm done with you. Luna's feelings were even more complicated and indescribable. Just moments ago, she had been sneering at Zhu and looking down on him, but in the blink of an eye, his heroic demeanor had made her feel a tinge of admiration. Would Zhu hate her because of her earlier mockery? Luna shook her head gently, trying to snap herself back to reality. Even if Zhu is as outstanding as he is, so what? He won't survive past tonight anyway. There's no need to feel any attachment to a man who is about to die. However, far from posing a substantial threat to Zhao Zihan, this strike unexpectedly revealed his trump card, his bone-tempering enhancement. In the ensuing battle, Zhao Zihan leveraged this advantage to exert overwhelming pressure on Zhu. But why did Zhao Zihan end up at a disadvantage as the fight progressed? That kid Zhu has significantly higher vitality than Zhao Zihan. A teacher with keen insight immediately pinpointed the crux of the problem. Upon hearing this, Zhou, though he had already suspected as much, couldn't help but gasp in surprise. In the high martial era, people can sense the level of vitality through their own perceptual abilities. However, this perception is often accompanied by a considerable margin of error. The margin of error typically ranges from 10 to 20. While training can further reduce this error, is it really necessary? In late-stage warrior battles, victory or defeat is often determined by rank and other abilities, so who would be willing to waste precious time cultivating such a useless skill? As cultivation deepens, the differences gradually become more subtle, and a margin of error of 20 is perfectly acceptable. Therefore, while the instructors cannot sense that Zhu's vitality cap is 100 points, through combat, they can clearly see that Zhu's advantage lies in his ability to suppress his opponent's vitality. Zhao Zihan's vitality has reached 88 points. If Zhu's is significantly higher than that, it would be truly staggering. Zhao Zihan relies on the backing of a prominent local clan and has abundant cultivation resources at his disposal. What does Zhu have? How did he cultivate to this level? Every instructor present wore an expression of shock and confusion. Faced with these intricate speculations, both the martial arts teacher and Joe were equally plunged into deep astonishment. If the martial arts teacher's surprise stemmed from Ju's ability to so quickly grasp the essence of stance training footwork and fuse it with boxing techniques to create unique moves, then Joe was even more stunned. Ju. Joe stepped onto the ring and walked slowly toward Ju. Joe? Hearing his homeroom teacher call his name, Ju looked at him with a puzzled expression. Did you beat up Erzuwanzi? Yes. Did you also beat up Qianzi Han and that group of thugs? And did you make that restaurant table disappear too? Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. What restaurant tables? I have no idea. Why are you suddenly asking about this? You're really weird. Ju almost didn't catch on at first, but quickly denied it, feeling guilty. You're on a roll today, aren't you? Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused me? Joe scolded him sternly. What trouble did I cause? Ju was a bit confused. The bonus round is coming up soon. Look, we've already lost 2 seeded players. If you get injured too, what are you going to do to the school? Joe's criticism wasn't entirely unfounded. His words also revealed his concern for Ju. As a homeroom teacher, he might sometimes reprimand students without fully understanding the situation, a common practice among many homeroom teachers in their daily work. Please forgive me, teacher, but it was self-defense. Someone was looking for a fight, and backing down isn't my style. Besides, I didn't want to be the one lying on the ground. Ju shrugged and said calmly. Nonsense. If they were looking for a fight, why didn't they come to me? Why did you settle it privately? Joe didn't accept Ju's explanation and remained convinced that he was in the right. Why does the school condone the bullying by the Brotherhood Club? Why did you turn a blind eye when they were picking on classmates? Didn't you say, they're all warrior trainees, if they don't dare fight back, they deserve to get beaten? So why are you getting so upset now? Instead of backing down and admitting fault, Ju challenged Joe. You? Joe hadn't expected Ju, who was usually so taciturn, to dare challenge him so openly at that moment. This sudden confrontation left him momentarily speechless. The Brotherhood was indeed a tacitly accepted presence at the school, established to foster a culture of martial arts practice among students. Previously, students had approached the school to report this issue, and Du's remark, "They're all aspiring warriors, if they don't dare fight back, they deserve to get beaten," had made the school's stance clear. But they had indeed overlooked something. Had they truly fostered an atmosphere of martial arts practice on campus? Bullying the outnumbered, preying on the weak, and disregarding the spirit of martial arts, weren't these incidents all too common? How the hell is that supposed to foster the of martial arts? But what could Joe do? The ringleaders of that club were all from wealthy and influential families. Even the school administration turned a blind eye to them. How was a lowly homeroom teacher like him supposed to handle it? And they had the nerve to tell Ju to come find him if anything happened. Even if Ju did come to him, could he really solve the problem? When they go off campus to places he can't see to stir up trouble, should he crack down on them or turn a blind eye and let it slide? Joe was torn, remaining silent for a long while. Come on. Ju is so strong as his homeroom teacher, you should be happy about that. Why are you so torn? The martial arts teacher looked up to mediate between the two while carefully examining Ju's injuries. After bandaging Ju's wounds, he turned to carefully examine Zhao Zihan's injuries as well, running back and forth between the two and kept incredibly busy. Sigh. Joe let out a soft sigh and slowly turned to walk down the steps. Ju said nothing more. He understood that the time to apologize hadn't come yet. He'd have to wait until the other person's emotions had calmed down to make his apology more effective. He wasn't intentionally holding a grudge against Joe. It was just that he was eager to collect his winnings right then, so he had no choice but to take a firm stance to get the homeroom teacher to step aside for the time being. Martial arts teacher, I won. Ju walked over to the martial arts teacher and whispered a reminder. I know. Congratulations. The martial arts teacher didn't look up, continuing to focus on setting Zhao Zihan's bones, hoping to provide emergency treatment before the school nurse arrived. Ju hesitated, then finally couldn't help but speak up again. Teacher, about that money. Oh, okay, I'll transfer it to you right away. Only then did the martial arts teacher realize what Ju was referring to. He hurriedly pulled out his phone, ready to send Ju the money. Just then. I'll kill you. Zhao Zihan suddenly leaped up from the ground and slammed his head violently into Ju. Unsportsmanlike, another underhanded move. Ju's reaction was as swift as lightning. He grabbed the other man's head and drove his knee mercilessly into his nose. There was a crisp crack. His nose collapsed instantly, his face contorted following in Erzuangzia's footsteps. He now had the honor of bearing a face similar to Lin S. Ju immediately delivered a kick, sending his opponent flying off the stage and landing right at Luna's feet. At that moment, Ju seemed to remember something and muttered to himself. No wonder I've been feeling like I've overlooked something important. Meanwhile, Luna's expression was terrifyingly grim. Chapter 37, A Worthless Relic. 500,000 credited. What a wonderful sound that was. Ju couldn't stop grinning. Counting the 50,000 from the school's previous reward, the 210,000 handed over by Qian Zihan's group, and the 500,000 that just hit his account, the balance in his bank account had now reached a staggering 760,000. Qian Zihan still owed him 10,000, and Lin owed him 1 million. Adding it all up, the total came to a whopping 1,770,000. I'm so rich. System, show me the panel. Ju mentally summoned the system. Martial skill, boxing proficient. Cultivation technique, pillar stance beginner. Passive secret art, self-healing beginner. Tier 1 Devour progress, 10% available. Vitality, 48 points 100 points. Evolution threshold, 12. The boxing martial skill had actually advanced by 1 level. Generally speaking, martial skill proficiency is divided into 4 levels: beginner, proficient, mastery, and supreme. Although he had only just learned this skill, after 2 real-world battles, he had already mastered it to the point where it felt second nature. Although I tried combining the stance training footwork with boxing during the recent fight and gained some initial insights, I'd only just learned stance training, so expecting to reach the proficient level quickly would be a bit unrealistic. Meanwhile, the evolution threshold has increased by 1 point. Both real combat and practicing stance training can effectively raise the evolution threshold. This is so much better than training my ass off for a month just to gain 1 or 2 points of vitality. Although I need to make progress on first, I've got plenty of money now, so I'll head to the pawnshop tomorrow to stock up. But seriously, my vitality is dropping way too fast. I finally managed to boost my vitality to 100 points, but after practicing the stance training for a bit and having a fight, it dropped by half. It's just not enough. Though if anyone else heard him say that, they'd probably spit blood. Without taking a vitality elixir, a normal person's vitality regenerates at a rate of 3 points per day. Even when training, people usually stop just short of exhaustion during competitions. They rely on rest or drugs to recover before the match. Yet Ju can fully replenish his vitality with just 1 meal and he is still not satisfied? Ju's gaze shifted back to the Arcana section. The self-healing passive Arcana probably won't level up through combat. Given the system's stubborn nature, he'd likely have to wait until he could devour a higher tier abyss beast with self-healing abilities to upgrade it. Still, even at this entry-level stage, it was already powerful enough. Ju looked down at the wound on his abdomen. The bleeding had already stopped, and it would likely heal completely in a few days. Fortunately, his internal organs weren't damaged otherwise. The bonus matches in a few days might have been affected. With that in mind, Ju looked down again at the relic he'd just confiscated. The relic was entirely black and ingeniously designed. It consisted of 2 parts, a bracelet that could be fastened around the wrist, featuring a points clasp, and a fist dagger connected to the bracelet by a thin metal rod. A hinge mechanism at the junction of the rod and the fist dagger allowed the fist dagger to fold inward, with the points clasp securing it to the bracelet. The entire relic was black, but the only drawback was that its surface lacked a glossy finish. It wasn't an alloy series relic. Then again, alloy series relics are so valuable, how could they possibly be found on every street corner? Not to mention the prices Nate and Zhao Xiaoyu had driven up at the auction. Even the 10-kilogram D-grader sold at the auction had fetched a final price of 30. Zhu jingled the fist spike in his hand. It weighed at least 1 gene. If it were made of the alloy series material, it would probably fetch a price of 1 or 200,000. Of course, that's assuming he didn't run into those two idiots, Nate and Zhao Xiaoyu, driving up the price. It'd probably sell for a few dozen yuan, though. He'd keep it for now. Just as Zhu was about to tuck the fist dagger into his pocket, Zhao Zihan down in the audience went berserk again and tried to charge onto the stage. Give it back to me. Do you know how valuable that is? Give it back right now. Zhao Zihan shouted at the top of his lungs. Hearing this, Zhu pulled the fist dagger out again and examined it closely. No light coating, not a series alloy, that's right. Could it be worth a few hundred yuan? Zhu began to admire the relic's design. Could it be that the design fees were so high? Give it back to me. My mom left it to me. I'd rather die than give it to you. Give it back to me right now. Zhao Zihan acted like a madman, completely ignoring his injuries as he scrambled onto the stage to fight Zhu to the death, only to be stopped by the martial arts instructor. Zhao Zihan's mother passed away. He comes from a single-parent family. Xian walked over to Zhu and whispered. Zhu glanced at her and said to Zhao Zihan, "Is this how you use the item your mother left you? Using underhanded tactics to hurt others with no regard for martial ethics?" Zhou and the martial arts teacher, upon hearing Zhu's words, also looked at him with disappointment. This item might not be worth much to you, but to Zhao Zihan, it's priceless. Even though he was in the wrong to begin with, he has now set aside all pride to admit his mistake, so why be so aggressive? But neither of them said anything. After all, this was a matter between Zhu and Zhao Zihan. Now that the fist dagger was in Zhu's hands, whatever demands he made, no one else could object. They could only offer a slight moral rebuke. Name your price. Zhao Zihan gritted his teeth and accepted the terms. His family was fairly well off, and money wasn't that important to him, but this fist stud was a keepsake his mother had left him. No amount of money could buy it back, especially from someone like Zhu. Fine. You made a mistake, so you have to pay the price. Don't expect me to feel sorry for you. Zhu withdrew his hand, held out the knuckle duster to Zhao Zihan, and said indifferently, "Treat me to a meal. Consider it payment. Fighting you nearly starved me to death." What? Zhao Zihan froze the moment he heard those words. Chapter 38, Missed Call. A meal? He thought Zhu would take advantage of the situation and demand an exorbitant price. I didn't expect it to be just a meal? Zhao Zihan wiped away his tears and smiled, accepting the fist dagger with deep gratitude, then tried to kowtow again. But Zhu pulled him to his feet. A man kneels neither to heaven nor to earth, but only to his parents. Remember, you must never again use this relic for any unjust deeds. Otherwise, I will not spare you. Zhu spat out these words coldly. Zhao Zihan froze. Seeing the chill in Zhu's gaze, he quickly nodded in agreement, his eyes still brimming with gratitude. This wasn't about the amount of money. Zhao Zihan could clearly sense that Zhu was giving him a way out, albeit in a slightly aloof and proud manner. After witnessing Zhu's actions, both Zhou and the martial arts instructor couldn't help but pause for a moment, a hint of surprise flitting across their faces. Then, the two exchanged a smile, their gazes toward Zhu brimming with approval and recognition. Indeed, mistakes deserve to be met with appropriate consequences. Unexpectedly, Zhu had demonstrated such unwavering principles, not only holding the other party accountable but also prompting him to reflect deeply and recognize his own mistakes. Xian's gaze toward Zhu quietly, and she found herself involuntarily re-evaluating this young man. This boy, who seemed cold, arrogant, and prone to hitting women, was actually filled with a sense of justice and warmth deep down. Had she been prejudiced against him before? Had she gone a bit too far? Xian felt a mix of emotions, her thoughts in disarray and impossible to untangle. She simply turned away, refusing to look directly at Zhu anymore. Humph, he even slapped my face. I can't just forgive him that easily, humph. At that moment, Luna witnessed the subtle shift in the teacher's attitudes toward Ju and couldn't help but feel a wave of inexplicable irritation welling up inside her. How ridiculous! What are you playing at? You love putting on an act, but don't think I don't know what you're up to. Playing hard to get ISNT that the trick you use to win people over? I'm not falling for your act. Putting on that face just to get my attention, you think I don't see through it? A broke ass like you pulling this stunt? Ridiculous. You're just enjoying a moment of triumph. Once tonight is over, humph. Luna's gaze toward Ju was once again filled with murderous intent. Any trace of pity she felt earlier had long since vanished. I'm leaving. Since Ju had gotten what he wanted, there was no point in staying any longer, so he stood up and left. Ju, come here for a sec. Joe watched Ju's retreating figure and called out, waving to him from a short distance away. Hearing the voice, Ju quickened his pace and reached Joe in just a few steps. Even if Joe hadn't called him over, Ju had something to ask anyway. He'd been planning to consult Joe later about finding a place to stay. You kid. Joe extended a finger and gently tapped Ju on the shoulder, momentarily at a loss for words. Teacher, I acted too impulsively just now. I shouldn't have talked back to you. I apologize. Ju reacted quickly, skillfully giving Joe a way out. Seeing Ju take the initiative to show humility, Joe, who hadn't expected him to apologize on his own, began to hold him in even higher regard. Even if he hadn't apologized, what could he have done about it? Now that Ju had become a highly touted top contender with a promising future as his homeroom teacher, he naturally had a responsibility to guide and care for him. Looking at the situation objectively, Ju wasn't the one who started the trouble. Even if, as he suggested, Ju had come to him to resolve these issues, he might not have handled them properly himself. However, Ju had taken the initiative to come to him and admit his mistake. This maturity and composure, rare among his peers, couldn't help but make him look at Ju in a new light. I found you an apartment. When are you moving in? Joe deliberately dragged out his words, his tone tinged with a hint of displeasure. He had to put on a bit of an air, after all. Upon hearing this, Ju's heart immediately leapt with joy. Teacher, I can go check it out tonight. Are you free tonight? Joe didn't respond directly, but waved his hand and said sternly, go to the school infirmary and get your injury treated first. It's fine, it's not that bad. As he spoke, Ju tore off the band-aid the martial arts teacher had hastily applied for him and showed the wound to Joe. The wound was about half an inch long and had already stopped bleeding. It was healing at an extraordinary rate, surprising even Ju himself. Seeing this, Joe furrowed his brow slightly and instinctively leaned in for a closer look. Seeing this, Ju quickly reapplied the band-aid and urged, Joe, let us go check out the house now. Joe looked away. Seeing that Ju was indeed fine, he felt relieved and said irritably, let us go, little prince. Ju hurried to keep up with Joe, apologizing as they walked, Joe, I was wrong. Please don't be mad at me. Meanwhile, Luna quietly gazed at Ju's receding figure, lost in thought. Xiaoqing, come help out. Xian called out to Luna as she and the martial arts instructor worked together to place Zhao Zihan on a stretcher. Hearing this, Luna paused slightly, her gaze turning toward Zhao Zihan with a hint of barely perceptible contempt. What does such a useless person have to do with me? I'm busy. You guys go ahead. I have something to take care of, so I'm leaving. With that, Luna turned and walked away resolutely, leaving Xian staring at her in astonishment. As for Zhao Zihan on the stretcher, he merely let out a soft grunt, saying nothing, but clutched the fist dagger in his hand tightly, as if it were a treasure. Cole called you so many times, why didn't you answer? Joe, with his hands clasped behind his back, was walking ahead when he suddenly turned around and tossed the question at Ju. Ju had been lost in daydreams about how Zhao Zihan would treat him, but Joe's question abruptly snapped him back to reality. He suddenly remembered that while he was transferring money for his martial arts teacher a moment ago, he had indeed caught a glimpse of the missed calls notification, but had instantly pushed it out of his mind. A look of embarrassment flashed across Ju's face as he turned to ask Joe, what was the call about? Nothing, just for fun. Joe replied irritably. He'd already asked everything he wanted to ask earlier, and Han Ti had time to give any instructions, so what else was there to say? Hearing this, Ju couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth slightly. When he bought this phone, its main purpose had been to stay in touch with a certain someone named Qing. After letting go of that attachment, the phone had basically become nothing more than an alarm clock. He usually only remembered to check it when looking up information, checking maps, checking the time, or receiving payments. It seemed he should turn off silent mode when he wasn't practicing his martial arts. The most recent call was from Cole, 3 minutes ago. What could be so urgent that Cole was calling him so many times in a row, and still calling this late at night? Ju dialed the number in confusion. After 2 short rings, the call connected. Hello. Ju took the initiative to speak. 3 seconds later. Hello Ju, is that you? Where are you? A slightly nervous voice came from the other end of the line. I'm at school. Is something wrong? Ju furrowed his brow slightly and asked. Are you free right now? I want to see you. There is something I need to tell you. A hint of unease crept into the other person's voice. Can't you tell me over the phone? Ju asked tentatively. You just come over. The other person seemed to find it hard to bring up the subject. Ju asked, where? North of the school, that warehouse on the north side. How many people? A hint of wariness crept into Ju's tone. When I am alone, I said I'm the only one. Okay, I'll be right there. Ju hung up the phone with a decisive gesture. What is wrong? Joe noticed Ju's unusual behavior after hanging up and asked with concern. Ju stared at Joe and said in a low voice. Something S happened to Cole. Chapter 39, Devour Vitality. At night, a bright, full moon hung high in the deep blue sky. Not far away, dark clouds were silently gathering, foreshadowing an impending storm. In the fading moonlight, one could faintly make out a massive blue tent standing in the middle of the desolate wasteland. That was a forgotten, abandoned warehouse on the north side of the school. Once a puffed snack processing plant, the building had fallen into disuse with the changing times. The advent of the high martial era brought about a sudden shift in social norms. Everyone sought to hone their martial arts skills and became increasingly discerning about food quality. The junk food industry was dealt a severe blow by this wave of change. In just over a decade, numerous companies went bankrupt one after another like dominoes, and this food processing plant was no exception. Weeds have overgrown the warehouse's surroundings. Some have spread unchecked, growing nearly as tall as a person, underscoring the desolate scene. Government fiscal policy has directed the majority of funds toward industries related to the high martial era. Sectors such as metal processing, elixir manufacturing, high martial era education, and the core world mercenary industry all embody the characteristics of the high martial era. Of course, the grain industry and the military-civilian integrated high-tech sector continue to firmly hold their positions as the cornerstones of the economy. However, once thriving industries such as luxury goods, the restaurant business, and real estate have gradually been marginalized, their former glory a thing of the past. This is a true microcosm of the history of this era. Inside the warehouse, the light from a kerosene lamp flickered erratically. A peculiar man in a suit, his face hidden behind sunglasses, was twirling a sharp military bayonet in his hand. Beside him, a student in a school uniform was curled up on the floor, eyes brimming with tears, staring at the man in the suit and sunglasses with sheer terror. Uncle, I did exactly as you said. Can you let me go? I won't tell anyone. Although the student looked nearly grown, he couldn't help but burst into tears at that moment. The teenager in the school uniform was none other than Cole. Earlier, when he had noticed the man acting suspiciously and tried to tip off Ju, the man had unfortunately snatched the phone from behind him, exposing his identity in the process. Subsequently, threatened by the man's relic, he was forced to follow him into this dimly lit warehouse. Although Cole was in decent physical condition, with a vitality of 74, that advantage was limited to the school grounds. Now, facing this powerful man in a suit and sunglasses, he felt a sense of helplessness and despair unlike anything he'd ever experienced. Because the man was a warrior at the peak of the first rank in the spirit realm. Don't worry. Once he arrives, you can go. The man in the suit and sunglasses gave the boy a smile that seemed gentle yet inscrutable. Had Cole's leg not been broken earlier, he would never have associated that smile with the word terror. Is there some kind of misunderstanding between you two? Can't we just sit down and talk? Why resort to violence? Cole said timidly. With that phone call just now, he hoped Ju would get the hint and call the police to rescue him. Already conveyed everything he could. Late at night, in a warehouse out in the middle of nowhere, all alone. The two had been close friends since middle school for over 7 years now. While he wouldn't go so far as to say they reached the point of reading each other's minds, they surely shared at least some level of understanding. Shut up! The man in the suit and sunglasses suddenly kicked Cole hard in the shoulder. A crisp crack of breaking bone echoed, and pain instantly shot through Cole's entire body. The sudden impact jolted Cole's insides, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with indescribable fear and despair. The man in the suit and sunglasses paid no heed to Cole's agony. He looked down, intently fiddling with the display in his hand, which seemed to show footage from a hidden camera. Second by second, time passed. Since the phone call had ended, more than 10 minutes had quietly slipped by. Based on the known distance from the school to this location, Ju should theoretically have arrived by now. Yet the surroundings were unusually quiet, with not the slightest sign of anyone approaching. A tinge of unease crept into Cole's heart. Ju wouldn't just abandon him, would he? Just as Cole was fretting inwardly, the man in the suit and sunglasses suddenly stood up straight. When a young man who looked like a student appeared in view, the man in the suit and sunglasses couldn't help but let a cold smile curl at the corners of his mouth, his eyes flashing with a sinister gleam. Here he is. The man in the suit and sunglasses muttered under his breath, then walked over to Cole. After whispering a few words in his ear, he patted him on the shoulder. Do as I say, and I'll give you a chance to live. Got it? Cole's eyes were vacant and dull, his heart shrouded in the gloom of despair. The man in the crisp suit, his face hidden behind sunglasses, patted his shoulder firmly once more, then stood up and slowly walked into the dark shadows. Just then, a frantic shout came from outside the warehouse door. Cole, are you in there? Cole was instantly overcome with panic, tears up in his eyes. He longed to escape this place and didn't want to watch Ju get hurt right before his eyes. He could only pin his hopes on Ju, praying she would bring reinforcements strong enough to stand up to the peak first-rank warrior lurking in the shadows. However, when Cole saw Ju standing alone at the warehouse entrance, the light in his eyes dimmed instantly. Cole? What are you doing there? Come here quickly. Ju did not step inside the warehouse, she simply paused outside the doorway, calling out to Cole from within. Moonlight streamed in from outside the warehouse, stretching Ju's silhouette and casting it toward where Cole stood. Cole sensed something, yet the distance between them felt like an uncrossable chasm, as if they might be separated at any moment. From within the shadows, a man silently raised his bayonet, his gaze fixed coldly on Cole. Cole's heart and mind were instantly shaken, his mind went blank. He pressed his lips tightly together, but finally couldn't help but choke out, Ju, I am here, don't come over. Cole was torn. He didn't want to betray Ju, but if he didn't say something, the figure in the shadows might take his life at any moment. The man in the suit and sunglasses rolled his eyes, then crouched low, ready to lunge at any moment. Come on out. Where are you? It's the middle of the night, this is creepy as hell. Ju remained standing in place, making no move, just shouting from the doorway. Don't come in. I sprained my ankle. Cole issued another frantic warning, on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Why didn't you bring anyone with you when you called me to a deserted warehouse in the middle of the night? This is so ridiculous and absurd. I'm alone. I'm scared. I'm not going in. If you don't come out soon, I'm leaving. Ju shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Cole actually felt a tinge of relief well up inside him, but the moment his gaze fell upon that heart-stopping white light in the shadows, his heart clenched again. I don't want to die either. It was as if he had already foreseen his own fate. I'm leaving, okay? Ju shouted suddenly, then turned and sprinted away. The man in the shadows sprang into action at the sound, flashing forward to stand before Cole. He delivered a heavy kick to Cole's chest, then instantly burst through the door, chasing after Ju. The kick sent Cole flying backward several meters. He slammed into the wall and lay half collapsed on the floor, unable to move. He tried to move, but found his legs had gone numb. Every slight movement felt like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart, the pain unbearable. He silently wondered if his liver had been severely damaged. Cole clenched his teeth, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, and struggled to take a breath, but his repeated attempts all ended in failure. In the end, he could only lie helplessly on the ground, letting his thoughts drift back to the past as he recalled all those memories. Meanwhile, Ju and the man in the suit and sunglasses were chasing each other through the thicket, one ahead and one behind. Zeke, Vitality 190. Ju had long since figured out the other man's identity, and he sprinted frantically without looking back. Stop! Zeke roared angrily, quickening his pace. The distance between them closed in an instant. Just as Zeke was about to reach out and grab Ju swiftly drew a flexible sword from his belt and slashed violently at Zeke. Clang! The flexible sword struck Zeke's arm, yet it felt as though it had struck solid metal. No, even harder than that. A bone-tempering physique. For a warrior to reach the first-rank realm, the core lies in the cultivation of bone tempering. As a peak first-rank warrior, Zeke had clearly already tempered most of the bones in his body. With bone tempering perfected, his bones were hard enough to surpass ordinary metals. Catching a blade with his bare hands was no problem at all. Fortunately, it was a grade D alloy. Had it been ordinary metal, it would have snapped in an instant. Ju's strike missed, and he quickly pulled back, turning to flee. The two were once again locked in a fierce chase. However, Zeke's speed was far beyond Ju's reach. In just a few breaths, Ju was caught up with again. Before Ju could repeat his previous maneuver, Zeke was one step ahead, firmly locking Ju's wrist and pinning him to the ground with a grappling hold. Devour! Ju's heart raced, and he couldn't help but cry out inwardly. He had previously imagined the consequences of applying the Devour function to a human body. Now was his chance to test it. Devour activated. Devouring the target's vitality to replenish my own. Do not move to avoid disconnecting. Vitality, 45 points 100 points. Vitality, 46 points 100 points. Vitality, 47 points 100 points. Ju's eyes widened instantly. Holy crap! Why didn't you tell me about this awesome feature sooner? How many more things are you hiding from me? Zeke had just raised his palm, intending to end Ju's life, when he suddenly felt his vitality draining rapidly. What's going on? He looked in horror at the hand clutching Ju and the knee pinning him down. It seemed his vitality was draining precisely from the points of contact with Ju. Before he could think it through, an overwhelmingly fierce aura suddenly surged toward Zeke. Zeke keenly sensed this aura and hurriedly withdrew his hand to defend himself, but was still sent staggering half a meter backward by a kick from the attacker. In an instant, Zeke accurately assessed the attacker's strength based on their aura. Peak first rank. Joe quickly rushed to Ju's side, shielding him behind him. Ju quickly regained his footing, gasping for breath as if he'd just struggled back from the brink of death. Vitality, 60 points 100 points. In just a few breaths, Zeke had actually lost a full 15 points of vitality. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he swiftly drew a sharp combat knife from his sleeve, pointing it directly at Joe. However, just then, the sound of police sirens suddenly rang out in the distance. Zeke's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 40, What concrete evidence do you have to support your conclusion? When Ju received Cole's call, he immediately sensed something off in the other man's tone. Asking him to meet at an abandoned warehouse in the middle of the night was, in itself, highly unusual. Moreover, Cole's voice trembled with fear. Recalling the conspiracy between Nate and Zeke that he'd learned about earlier at the pawn shop, Ju quickly pieced together the general outline of the situation in his mind. But there was one thing he couldn't figure out. Why did they attack Cole? Why didn't they come after him directly? At the time, Nate hadn't revealed any information about himself to Zeke, so Zeke naturally didn't have a photo of him and knew nothing about his appearance. Perhaps while trying to gather information, Zeke accidentally discovered that Cole might know him, which is what put Cole in this unknown danger. That was the only explanation that made sense at the moment. After Ju laid out the entire situation to Joe, the two of them immediately rushed off to investigate the truth. Although Cole had mentioned that there was only one enemy, Ju didn't take any chances for safety's sake. He still called the police. He still hoped that all of this was just his imagination running wild, but that possibility was slim to none. As Ju and Joe approached the warehouse, Ju had no intention of waiting for the police to arrive before taking action. First, there was a risk of alerting the enemy, who might then take harmful action against Cole. Second, Ju wanted to draw the enemy's attention as much as possible so Joe could secretly scout the area in advance and carry out a rescue if necessary. After all, as a martial artist himself, if he couldn't win, he could always run, right? Unless the enemy was armed with a thermal weapon. But in a country where thermal weapons had been strictly regulated for decades, that possibility was virtually non-existent. Even if it were the case, as long as he moved through the waist-high grass surrounding the area, the enemy would have a hard time locking onto him. With this in mind, Ju suggested that he go in first to draw the enemy's attention while Joe secretly scouted their layout. Such an arrangement might prove remarkably effective at a critical moment. Joe glanced at Ju, inwardly amused by how meticulous the youngster was despite his young age, yet he wholeheartedly agreed with his strategy. With the enemy in the dark and the two of them in the open, and given that the enemy was well prepared, it would undoubtedly be reckless for them to reveal their presence outright. Having reached a consensus on the strategy, Ju entered boldly through the main gate, while Joe scaled a wall nearby to slip inside. This was why Zeke hadn't been able to spot Joe on the surveillance feed. Ju weaved through the thick grass, remaining constantly vigilant and keeping a close watch on his surroundings. The system displayed the vitality levels of nearby individuals in real time, allowing Ju to use this powerful tool to accurately detect whether any hidden enemies were lying in wait. As Ju slowly approached the warehouse door, he spotted Cole in the distance, and at that moment, the system panel lit up. Cole, Vitality 74. Zeke, Vitality 190. Zeke's information panel was mounted on an abandoned machine. Ju realized that Zeke was hiding behind that machine, so he stopped in his tracks and stalled for time by engaging Cole in conversation. When Joe signaled to him from a short distance away, indicating that he should lure the enemy out, Ju turned and ran. Sure enough, Zeke darted out of the shadows and charged straight at him. Ju had originally planned to distract Zeke first, giving Joe a chance to rescue Zhang Chang, but he hadn't expected Zeke's speed to be so astonishing. In just 4 or 5 breaths, Zeke had already caught up to him. At that moment, Joe had no choice but to abandon his plan to rescue Cole and turn to save Ju instead. That was the complete sequence of events from the previous scene. The alarm bells ringing and Zeke's ears grew louder. He knew his plan had been foiled and that he had now missed his chance. He hadn't anticipated that Ju would be able to summon a warrior at the peak of the first rank so quickly to come to his aid. He lowered his head and thought, mentally calculating his next move. With his sunglasses on, it would be difficult for anyone to recognize him. Calling the police wouldn't be a problem as long as he evaded capture. None of his troubles would matter. As for Cole in the warehouse, Zeke had already inflicted internal injuries on him. Without a Regan elixir, he likely wouldn't survive much longer. Furthermore, Zeke hadn't left any traces at Cole's location. As long as the police couldn't find him and have Cole identify him in person, he would be safe and sound. With that in mind, Zeke was certain he'd left no loose ends and resolutely turned to flee. Joe wanted to chase after him, but feared there might be others nearby, so he decisively abandoned the pursuit to stay behind and protect Ju. Just then, police cars pulled up at the entrance. Ju had called the police, reporting a kidnapping. 8 officers arrived at once, including as many as 2 warriors at the peak of the first rank. Shortly after, the sound of an ambulance siren in the distance grew louder and clearer. With so many people around, Ju felt a sense of security. The group rushed into the warehouse, racing against the clock to rescue Cole. When Cole was carefully lifted into the ambulance, Ju and Joe resolutely followed the vehicle to the hospital. By this time, Cole had already fallen into a coma. Faced with this urgent rescue mission, the police quickly cleared a green channel for the ambulance and planned to take detailed statements from Ju and Joe after Cole had been safely delivered to the hospital. According to the doctors, Cole's injuries appeared to involve internal organ damage, making his condition particularly critical. Given this, the doctors refrained from rushing into excessive emergency procedures, instead focusing on monitoring his vital signs and placing him on a ventilator to ensure he could lie still and calm while awaiting further treatment and observation. Cole. Ju gazed at Cole lying on the ambulance stretcher, trying to rouse him. Seeing Cole in this state, Ju felt deeply responsible and was filled with an indescribable sense of heaviness and anguish. Ju, are you okay? I'm sorry. Cole's voice was faint and trembling, every word tinged with deep self-reproach. With each breath, wisps of moisture condensed on the face mask. Don't say that, Xiao Qian. It's not your fault. Just focus on getting better. Ju's words were gentle yet firm, gently dispelling the gloom in Cole's heart. He didn't feel that Cole had betrayed him. The hint Cole had given was clear enough. Besides, if Cole hadn't called him but had instead taken the other person to his home to ambush him, what then? That would been truly disastrous. Cole knew where he lived, and he hadn't revealed it. That alone was a sign of true brotherly loyalty. Thinking of his home, Ju seemed to remember something else and furrowed his brow. That person wants to kill you. You have to be careful. Cole's voice gradually grew fainter. I know. Don't talk right now. Just keep your eyes open, try not to close them. We'll be at the hospital soon. Ju whispered reassuringly. Fortunately, Cole didn't hang up unexpectedly after giving his final instructions. Eventually, Cole was successfully admitted to the emergency room. Tell us what you know. The police led Ju and Joe to the patrol car to give their statements. Nate hired Zeke to kill me to avenge Lin and take my sword. Ju clearly laid out the killer's identity and motive. The police officer took notes and then asked, "What concrete evidence do you have to support your conclusion?" Ju pulled out his phone, found the recording, and pressed play. Oh, come on, you're being too modest. You can't say not much that means nothing. Losing a leg would be too easy on him. Leave it to me, I'll make him disappear completely and put an end to this once and for all. Alright, I'll leave it to you. Remember, whether it works out or not, Nate has nothing to do with this. And I must have that sword. You can rest assured. As for that vitality elixir supply. Chapter 41, Regan Elixir. After carefully reviewing the evidence Ju provided, the police took down his contact information and then left. Now, all that remained was to wait for the results. Ju and Joe returned to the emergency room area. By then, Cole's mother and younger brother, having received an urgent call from Joe, were waiting anxiously outside the emergency room door, desperately hoping for any news about their loved one's safety. Joe, how could this have happened? Our Xiao Qian is such a decent, law-abiding person. He has never picked a fight with anyone. How could this happen? The moment Cole's mother caught sight of Joe, tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao Qian's mom, please don't worry. Xiao Qian will be fine. The police have already identified a suspect and will give you an update. Joe said softly, trying to comfort her. Ju didn't know what to say at that moment. He simply waited anxiously outside the emergency room. Cole's younger brother clutched his mother's hand tightly, his eyes filled with fear. Cole's father had been a warrior, but he died in Abyss World a few years ago, a tragedy that had left the family feeling as if half their world had collapsed. If something were to happen to Cole now, it was unimaginable what would become of this family. Ju furrowed his brow, looking down in silence. About 2 hours later, the lights in the emergency room finally went out. When they saw the lead surgeon emerge from the emergency room, everyone quickly gathered around, rushing forward to ask about the progress of the surgery and the patient's condition. Which of you is a family member of the patient? The lead surgeon asked, looking around at the crowd. This is Cole's mother. I'm Cole's homeroom teacher. Doctor, please feel free to speak openly, there are no outsiders here. Joe spoke up. Since Cole didn't have a father and only his mother was present, Joe took the initiative to step up. The lead surgeon glanced at Cole's mother and, seeing she had no objections, said, "The patient is now being transferred to the ICU. Please go to room 302 shortly, and I'll brief you on his condition." With that, he hurried away. ICU. Intensive Care Unit. Typically, only patients in extremely critical condition are admitted here. Upon hearing this, everyone's heart sank. Cole was still in critical condition. Just then, Cole was wheeled out of the emergency room, and everyone instinctively stepped aside to make way. Xiao Qian, Xiao Qian. Cole's mother's heart broke as she watched her son, clinging to life and unconscious. Big brother. Cole's younger brother, who was still quite young, probably in elementary school, hadn't said a word since they arrived, but now, seeing his unconscious older brother, he began to cry as well. The group followed closely behind Cole's hospital bed as it was wheeled into the ICU. When they reached the ICU entrance, they were stopped at the door and had no choice but to head to room 302 to speak with the lead surgeon and learn about his condition. "Is Cole a martial artist?" The lead surgeon asked point blank as soon as he saw the group, while carefully examining a CT scan under the viewing light. "Yes, he is a student at 1st Combat Academy." Joe, who was leading the group, nodded in response. "Have a seat." Noticing that everyone was standing, the lead surgeon quickly pointed to the chairs and benches nearby, gesturing for them to sit down. "Since he is a martial artist, I'll try to explain his condition using terms from martial arts." The lead surgeon took out another film, placed it under the light, and pointed to various areas on the image. From the X-ray, we can see fractures in the right humerus, scapula, and 3 ribs, as well as fractures in the left fibula and tibia. In your terms, these are injuries to the tendons and bones. Most are incomplete fractures, so it's not too serious. There is no internal bleeding or organ damage, but the lead surgeon paused, picked up another X-ray, and continued, "But the patient's condition is extremely serious. In the terms of martial arts practitioners, this is an injury to the lungs and viscera. The meridians have been severed or damaged." With every sentence the lead surgeon spoke, everyone's heart sank a little more. In a normal person, massive bleeding and meridian damage would only occur if the internal organs were traumatized. The lead surgeon took out another color X-ray and placed it on the light box, but that is not the case with this patient. This is a CMI scan, which can visualize the body's meridians. Look, all the meridians in the patient's chest are severed. The meridians are the pathways through which vitality flows in the human body. The result is that the patient's vital signs will gradually fade over the next 1 to 2 months, and he will suffer greatly during that time. "Doctor, you have to save him. How am I supposed to go on living otherwise?" After hearing the doctor's words, Cole's mother instantly broke down. She slumped to the floor and began sobbing, pounding the ground with both hands. Everyone rushed to help Cole's mother up from the floor. His internal organs are undamaged, and the meridians have suffered comminuted fractures. Surgery won't be very effective. Do you understand what I mean? The lead surgeon looked around and announced calmly to the group. "Is there any other way?" Ju seemed to grasp the doctor's unspoken meaning and immediately asked. "I won't beat around the bush. Regan elixir, do you know it?" The lead surgeon stared at the group, enunciating each word clearly. "If you're able to find even a single dose of this elixir, he might survive. If not." Having said this, the doctor couldn't help but sigh and gently shake his head. Ju and Joe were both startled at the same moment, feeling as if half their inner energy had been drained. Regan elixir, for those who practice the warrior path, even if they never seen it firsthand, they surely heard of it. This was by no means something an ordinary person could easily obtain. "Doctor, how much does the elixir cost? Please treat the child first, we'll find a way to raise the money for his treatment." Cole's mother, who wasn't a martial artist, had no idea what this elixir was and asked through her tears. "The hospital doesn't have such a rare elixir. You'll have to find a way yourselves, and you must act quickly. It's best to administer it within 3 days." The lead surgeon trailed off mid-sentence. Never mind ordinary people, even the wealthy would have to go to great lengths to get their hands on a single pill of this elixir. At this point, Cole's fate was as good as sealed. Everyone fell silent. The lead surgeon had nothing more to say. After instructing the family to settle the bill and answering a few final questions, everyone slowly filed out of the room. "Joe, how much does that Reagan elixir cost?" Tears welled up in Cole's mother's eyes. She seemed to already have an answer in her heart, yet she still couldn't suppress the urge to try. "Mrs. Xiaoqian, don't worry. The police will find the killer soon, and they'll cover your medical expenses. Just stay by Cole's side and help him recover. Don't worry about anything else, I'll keep you updated on the investigation as it progresses." Joe comforted Cole's mother without mentioning the elixir. Bringing it up would only cause unnecessary trouble. As for the elixir, he didn't dare make any promises. "Joe, you absolutely must help Cole. I've worked so hard to raise him all these years. If he doesn't make it, then what am I supposed to do?" Cole's mother had cried herself hoarse. Please don't be so upset. It's just that." Joe was at a loss at that moment, unsure of what to do. Ju cut Joe off and said, "Auntie, don't worry. I know a way to get the Reagan elixir." Chapter 42, Is Money Really That Easy to Make? Ju, you. Seeing Ju make such a bold promise, Joe was momentarily speechless. He didn't feel it was appropriate to say anything to his face. "Little Ju, I remember you. You and Cole have been classmates since middle school, right? You've got to help little Qian, otherwise, I really won't be able to go on." Cole's mother, desperate in her distress, was grasping at straws, pinning her hopes on a student the same age as her son. "Don't worry." Ju nodded slightly in response, quickly glanced at the ICU doors, then walked away. Staying here now wouldn't do any good. He had to find a way to save Cole. It wasn't out of some overflowing sense of self-righteousness. Ju believed he bore some responsibility as well. First, Zeke's target was him, and Cole had taken half the blow meant for him. Second, although Cole had told him to go into the lioness den, he had done his best to remind him in a way anyone could understand that this wasn't a betrayal. If Cole had intended to betray him, he knew Ju's home address. He could have easily led the killer straight to Ju's house for an ambush, or used other means to catch him completely off guard. But Cole didn't do any of that. Finally, and most crucially, Cole and he shared a deep friendship spanning 7 years, and Cole had come to his aid countless times. He was loyal and dependable. If he remained silent now, what kind of person would he be? He had to save him. The two walked out of the hospital and onto the street. Parking was prohibited at the hospital entrance, and it was hard to hail a cab, so they decided to walk a bit further. Just then, a light rain began to fall from the sky again. Drip, drip, drip. "You don't need to take the blame for this." As they walked down the street, Joe puffed on his magic stick and suddenly blurted out to Ju. Ju looked up at the streetlight ahead and offered no explanation. "The police will take care of everything. Whether we can get the money back or not is still up in the air. Why are you making such a guarantee?" Seeing that Ju hadn't responded, Joe continued with another well-meaning reminder. "That guarantee you're making, you'll have to figure it out on your own. You know, getting a Reagan elixir in 3 days is impossible. Do you understand?" Joe took a deep drag and then added, "That stuff is super rare. Even with money, you might not be able to buy it. You have to pre-order it half a year in advance. You know that, right?" Ju remained silent. "Do you know how much a Reagan elixir costs?" Seeing that Ju still wouldn't say a word, Joe got fired up and asked again, "1 million. Ju answered truthfully. "So you do know, huh? You won 500,000 all at once and thought money was easy to make, didn't you?" Joe stubbed out his cigarette and shot Ju a sidelong glance. Ju stopped in his tracks, spun around abruptly, and fixed his gaze on Joe. Joe was a little worked up. He was furious at his own incompetence, and he was also angry at Ju's reckless talk. "How much is 1 million? Joe blurted out the question out of the blue, clearly worked up. Before Ju could reply, he added, "That's more than an average office worker might earn in 10 years. It's more than a worker making 3 or 4,000 a month could save in 20 years even if they never ate, drank, got sick, or got scammed. It's a number that people living on welfare wouldn't even dare to dream of in a lifetime. You just won 500,000 all at once, and now you're getting carried away, aren't you? You think you can easily earn another 500,000, don't you? Do you think there are a lot of people as rich as Zhao Zihan? Do you think just anyone would agree to take on a 500,000 challenge for you? Do you think? Coach, give me Nate's phone number. Zhu didn't argue with Joe any further, he just said it matter-of-factly. What do you need his number for? Old Zeke suppressed his anger, taking deep breaths to calm his agitated emotions. I'm figuring something out. Zhu said calmly. What could you possibly do? Didn't you hear me? Regan Elixir, you can't get it for 1 million, and even if you could, you'd have to pre-order it half a year in advance. Joe grew increasingly agitated. It was hard to tell whether he was recalling some painful memory or if something had struck a deep, sensitive chord within him. I know. Just give me the number. Zhu remained unperturbed as he asked for it again. Fine. Let us see what kind of trouble you can stir up. Joe pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hey, so-and-so, look up the phone number for Lin's family from your class. I need it urgently. After hanging up, the two of them crouched by the roadside in unspoken agreement, patiently waiting for the message to come through. Before long, a message arrived as promised. Joe gently handed the phone to Zhu, who quickly took it and dialed the number back without hesitation. Wait, don't use my phone to call. Joe nearly choked on his anger. Hello? The call had already connected, and Joe had given up. Zhu opened the voice recorder on his own phone and played back the evidence until it was finished. Then he spoke up, Nate? There was a long silence on the other end, broken only by heavy breathing. I'm the Zhu you're looking for. Zhu spoke up again. Speak. The voice on the other end replied curtly. I want 1 Regan Elixir. Zhu said flatly. Oh, and then what? The voice on the other end snorted lightly. 1 Regan Elixir for your life, take it or leave it. Zhu said flatly. Joe's jaw practically hit the floor. What do you mean by that? The person on the other end was clearly intrigued. Zeke seriously injured my classmate. I have a recording of your conversation with Zeke enough to convict you. Zhu said bluntly. Oh, and then what? The other person was still trying to feign calm, but Zhu could clearly sense their breathing starting to quicken. The evidence is already with the police. Zhu admitted frankly. Then what's the point of this call? Nate asked, his tone beginning to betray a growing, uncontrollable anger. I can withdraw the police report, claim the recording is fake, or prove in any other way that you're not involved in this, but I want 1 Regan Elixir. Got it? Zhu's tone was unusually firm. Joe finally grasped what Zhu meant, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Zhu grew complex. So this kid had been plotting this all along? Were the words he'd spoken to Cole's mom not just a white lie, but a genuine, all-out effort to resolve the problem? Damn it, I really did judge a gentleman by my own petty standards. No. Nate hesitated for a moment before flatly refusing. Both Zhu and Joe furrowed their brows. Then, silence fell on the other end of the line, but the call remained connected as both sides waited in silence for the other to speak first. A minute later, Nate couldn't hold back any longer and spoke first. I can't do it. If you want to call the police, go ahead. I'm hanging up. With that, the other party was about to hang up. Wait. Zhu's mind was racing. Is there something else? I'll send a copy of the recording to Zhao Caoyu. Zhu said firmly. As soon as those words were out, silence fell again on the other end of the line. If Nate wasn't afraid of his own recording, it was highly likely that someone higher up was backing him and those below couldn't touch him. Or perhaps, even if they did take action against him, the cost to him would be minimal, far less than the value of a single Regan Elixir. If that were the case, there was someone who definitely had powerful backing, and this person had no intention whatsoever of letting Nate off easy. If he handed over the evidence of Nate's crimes to Zhao Xiaoyu, how much would Nate have to pay to make amends? It was even doubtful whether he'd have a chance to make amends at all. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That was exactly the point Zhu was banking on. 1 minute later, it was Nate who spoke up again. That's interesting. Give me your points account number. I'll transfer you $1 million, and from then on, we'll have nothing to do with each other. Upon hearing this, Zhou's chin, which he'd just lifted, slammed back down to the ground, and he instantly began to question the meaning of life. Is money really that easy to make? Didn't you get it? I want the Regan elixir. Zhu wouldn't budge. Right now, 1 million wouldn't be enough to buy the Regan elixir in time. No, didn't you get it? I'll throw in another 100,000, take it or leave it. The other party's tone was aggressive. I only want the Regan elixir. Zhu didn't budge an inch. 1.2 million, that's my absolute limit. Nate roared. I'm here to bid against you, I told you, I only want the Regan elixir. Zhu stood his ground. Cole's life was now, so to speak, in his own hands. Nate, even if you gave me 10 million right now, if I can't get the Regan elixir within 3 days, it's all just a pile of worthless paper. The other side fell silent once again, but this time Zhu was the first to break the silence, speaking up on his own. Here is another choice you have to make, Lin, a future at an ordinary war academy or your destiny for the rest of your life. Make your choice. Zhu spoke calmly as always. But he had already started sweating. His clothes were clinging to his body, though it could have been rain. Zhou couldn't tell for sure. Still, the way Zhu looked really made him feel like the other guy wasn't just some kid who'd just turned 18. Zhu had his own theory. Nate hadn't gotten the Regan elixir. Assuming there were no other healing items available, it was highly likely he'd pull some strings to buy one for Lin. Zhu couldn't be 100% sure, so he had no choice but to bluff. If the bluff worked, there was hope for the Regan elixir. If it didn't, he'd turn around and try bluffing Zhao Xiaoyu instead. Aren't the two of you part of the big family in Jiaxiang City? I just don't believe you couldn't get your hands on some Regan elixir. 3 minutes. Neither of them spoke. 3 minutes felt like an eternity, making Zhu feel as if each second were a year. 3 minutes can also be very short enough to make Cole lose all hope in life in an instant. Deal. With that single sentence, the other party hung up. Zhu instantly slumped to the ground, gasping for breath. Meanwhile, Zhou's jaw had dropped so low it wouldn't come back up. Chapter 43, Jiaxiang City, High Martial Era Warrior Residential Compound. Was he really just a kid who'd just turned 18? Zhou found it hard to believe. Cautious and far-sighted Zhou would absolutely agree with these two words used to praise Zhu. From the moment he received Cole's call to now, finding a way to rescue Cole. Every single step along the way had been guided by Zhu, who had steered the course of events. Had he taken even one wrong step, things could very well have taken a turn for the worse. Zhou pulled out a magic stick, lit it, and handed one to Zhu. Zhu didn't hesitate and lit his own. Zhou took a deep breath and ran through the entire sequence of events in his mind. Zhu knew in advance that someone was out to get him, that much was clear from the recording. But he didn't call the police beforehand. Instead, he chose to wait for the other party to make the first move. Was that the right thing to do? Zhou thought it was the right call. If he had called the police right away before the other party had actually committed a crime, the other party wouldn't have been guilty of a crime and wouldn't have been sentenced. Would the other party have stopped after the fact? Not necessarily. Would calling the police have guaranteed that nothing would happen to Cole? Would it have guaranteed that no one else would be harmed? Not necessarily. So, was Zhu right to go rescue Cole after Zeke kidnapped him? He could have easily chosen to call the police instead of going to rescue Cole himself. Whether Zeke had decided to kill Cole or had been tipped off and killed Cole before fleeing, Zhu wouldn't have been held responsible either way. But he didn't do that. He chose to go in person to keep Zeke at bay, fight for Cole's survival, and strategically call the police partway through the operation. This way, he wouldn't have wasted time coordinating a rescue plan with the police after calling them, which could have aroused Zeke's suspicion. It also allowed him to leverage the police's deterrent presence at a critical moment to counterbalance his opponent. Of course, there's one prerequisite: having a peak first-rank warrior like himself on the scene, otherwise, this approach wouldn't have worked. Was it the right decision to proceed with one overt and one covert approach during the rescue? If both had gone in at the same time, Zeke would certainly have used Cole to exert pressure, putting them at a disadvantage, the same as if the police had intervened directly. Ju skillfully positioned himself within the situation, successfully diverting the opponent's attention and giving Cole a glimmer of hope. Looking back now, this approach was likely the safest option. How would you evaluate negotiating terms with Nate afterward? This was a move even Joe hadn't anticipated. Originally, Nate had already been arrested by the police, becoming a lost cause, and the Reagan elixir had become nothing more than a pipe dream. However, Ju cleverly thought to leverage the evidence in his possession, successfully turning the situation around. Not only did he reach a verbal agreement with Nate, temporarily ensuring his own safety, but he also secured an extremely valuable Reagan elixir for Cole. Even Joe secretly gave him a thumbs up for this move. But what happens next? Will Nate let Ju off the hook? The answer is no. Now that things have been laid bare, everyday Ju is alive as a thorn in Nate's side. What should Ju's next move be? Let us go back. Ju handed the phone back to Joe, then reached out to hail a taxi. Joe scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Felt incredibly awkward right then, as if he were the one who needed looking after. As far as Cole was concerned, Joe felt he'd already done everything in his power, and he intended to leave the rest entirely to the police. Looking back now, his attitude seemed to betray a detached and passive indifference, as if it were none of his business. He was Cole's teacher, after all, a role model, yet he hadn't been able to help his student at all. While Ju was trying to find a solution, he'd been spouting all those ridiculous platitudes. Thinking back on what he'd done just a moment ago, Joe wished the ground would swallow him whole. Just before this incident, at the gym, Ju had expressed dissatisfaction with his approach to handling the situation, and Joe had flown into a rage and acted petulantly. Looking back now, Ju hadn't done anything wrong at all. He, on the other hand, had been narrow-minded. Not only had Ju done nothing wrong, but he'd consistently taken a proactive approach to handling problems. When someone bullied him, he fought back. When the other person admitted their mistake, he was magnanimous enough to forgive them. When a friend was in danger, he risked his life to save them. When one path didn't work, he tried another. All these incidents, one after another, made Joe feel ashamed of himself. Was he really just an 18-year-old kid? Could it be that a higher being had taken possession of him? Joe couldn't help but get lost in a whirlwind of thoughts. Ju had been busy non-stop since opening his eyes at noon today and was now utterly exhausted. As soon as he sat in the car, his head lolled to the side and he began snoring. Joe still had many questions he wanted to ask him, but he decided not to disturb him for now. The ride passed in silence. Soon after, the car pulled up at the school's staff housing compound. Joe scanned the QR code to pay in cash, then nudged Ju awake. Ju, we're here. Wake up. Ju slowly opened his eyes. Jiaxiong City, High Martial Era Warrior Staff Housing Compound. It was late at night, and the entire staff housing complex was shrouded in silence. The bold, powerful calligraphy on the gate sign, bathed in soft moonlight, took on a mysterious silvery glow. At the main gate, a few lights flickered dimly, and the occasional chirp of insects added a touch of serenity to the late-night stillness. The school was only 2 traffic lights away, so it was relatively close. This residential compound served both the faculty and staff of 1st Combat Academy and was also the exclusive housing complex for the Municipal Public Security Bureau. At the main gate, armed police officers stood guard and patrolled around the clock, ensuring extremely high security standards. Ju followed Joe to the guard post to register. Joe pulled out his temporary points for Ju to activate and process the entry. After more than 10 minutes of paperwork, Ju finally stepped into the compound. Just as the two of them walked in, a black sedan slowly pulled up and stopped on the side of the road opposite the compound entrance. The armed police quickly identified the vehicle and signaled for it to leave immediately. Security's really damn tight. The person in the car gave a soft snort, then had no choice but to drive off in a hurry. That person was none other than Zeke. After escaping the warehouse, he hadn't gone far instead. He'd been tailing Ju from a distance from the warehouse to the hospital, and then to the residential compound, constantly looking for the right moment to strike. It's not easy to make a move with a peak first-rank warrior right by his side, he muttered to himself. Originally, his plan was to kill Ju tonight, then return to Nate to report back and hand over the Regan elixir he'd just bought at a high price through his connections. But he hadn't expected Ju to find a peak first-rank ally so quickly. He'd underestimated his opponent. After all, this was his first assassination attempt, and he lacked a bit of experience. If it weren't for expanding his sales channels for elixirs in Joseon City, who would want to get involved in this mess? Now that the situation had changed, Zeke decided to wait until tomorrow to see Nate. With that in mind, he pulled out his phone and called Nate. He dialed several times in a row, but the call never went through. A tinge of frustration welled up inside Zeke. He then slowly got out of the car, opened the trunk, and carefully pulled out a black box. In the dim light, the box's surface gave off a mysterious sheen. He gently set the box on the ground and, with steady, practiced hands, opened the lid. He took out components one by one and began assembling them with intense focus. As time passed, an intricate device gradually took shape. A Gauka drone. It was with this very drone that he had conducted surveillance while at the warehouse. Just then, in his haste, Zeke heard a clack. His phone had accidentally slipped out of his pocket. Startled, he hurriedly stepped back and bent down to pick it up, but in his panic, his foot came down uncontrollably. With a crunch, his foot crushed the phone to pieces. Damn it! Zeke looked down at the shattered phone, and a wave of frustration washed over him once again. The screen was shattered beyond recognition. Clearly, it was beyond repair. Unable to continue using the phone for surveillance, he sighed helplessly, disassembled the drone once more, and reassembled the parts with movements that were slightly hurried yet still methodical. His brow furrowed as he pondered how to proceed with the surveillance mission. Anxiety hung over him like a dark cloud. Chapter 44, New Address. The Lin Family Villa. Zhao Xiaoyu, are you out of your mind? What did I ever do to you? Will this never end? Nate stood on the second-floor balcony, shouting at Zhao Xiaoyu outside the villa's main gate. Outside the villa, Zhao Xiaoyu led a massive force of over 100 men, surrounding the Lin family villa so tightly that not even a drop of water could pass through, their imposing presence overwhelming. Hey! You scoundrel! How dare you lay a hand on my son? I won't rest until I've flayed you alive today to satisfy my hatred. Come down here and face your death. Zhao Xiaoyu showed no mercy either, brandishing a D-grade alloy dagger as he pointed it at Nate enraged. When did I ever harm your son? Stop spouting such lies. Your idiot son doesn't even need me to harm him. He'd probably drown just from taking a sip of water. There were also over 100 people standing inside the Lin family villa's courtyard. Nate wasn't the least bit intimidated by him, and seeing the other man holding the relic that had once belonged to him only made him even angrier. Wah! You vicious little scoundrel! So you really did try to drown my son? Brothers, let us take him down. At Zhao Xiaoyu's command, his numerous henchmen began pounding furiously on the door. Forget about some so-called battle arena today. Whoever shows up, we'll take them all down. Zhao Gandhi had been found yesterday by the stream at the foot of the mountain, his body already bloated from being submerged. The murder of his son was an unforgivable, blood-boiling offense. Just then, one of Zhao Xiaoyu's henchmen came running in a panic. Report! The police are here. Zhao Xiaoyu froze for a moment, then, overcome with rage, pointed his finger right at Nate's nose and began cursing furiously. You fucking bare-faced bastard! Calling the cops? You've got no guts. You've brought shame to the high martial era clan of Joseon City. Pfft, you're nothing. Let us go. Zhao Xiaoyu cursed under his breath as he led a group of men in a furious charge, only to rush off just as angrily. The clamor of footsteps and angry shouts gradually faded into the distance, and the air around him seemed to finally begin flowing slowly once more. Nate watched as Zhao Xiaoyu and his group disappeared from view, yet his face showed not the slightest trace of joy. His heart was filled with resentment and helplessness. He hadn't called the police at all. It was a complete injustice. The police had actually come looking for him. In the dozen or so years since the three major families of Jiaxiang had established their dominance, there had been no fewer than hundreds of conflicts, large and small, between them. Each time, they'd been resolved through private negotiations among the three parties, never once wasting police resources. As Nate thought of this, his face burned with embarrassment. He'd made a complete fool of himself. His brows were furrowed, and the look of helplessness on his face simply wouldn't fade. Seeing this, one of his underlings hurried forward to suck up, praising him. "Brother Tian, you're so clever, you sent the Zhao family packing in just a few moves." Upon hearing this, Nate's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure. He hurriedly replied, Okay, I'll go with you. It's all a misunderstanding. Zhao and I are old friends." He forced a smile, but it came across as stiff and unnatural. Nate obediently followed the officers into the police car. The two police cars started their engines, their lights flashing and sirens blaring once more, and slowly drove away from the villa. Peace returned to the villa's entrance as if nothing had happened, yet a lingering sense of tension still hung in the air. The henchmen stood inside the villa, exchanging bewildered glances. They looked at one another, unsure of what to do. After a brief silence, as if an invisible signal had been passed between them, the group dispersed in an orderly fashion. At that moment, Bai Ruijin stood by a first-floor window, quietly gazing outside. She furrowed her brow slightly, lost in thought as she watched the police cars drive away. Sitting in the police car, Nate seemed to remember something and instinctively reached for his phone, intending to call Zeke back. However, when he looked at the screen, he discovered the battery was dead. "Du personally found this place for you. You'll stay here until the college entrance exams." As Joe spoke, he pushed open the door and stepped into the room first. As the door slowly swung open, Zhu's gaze was instantly drawn to the room's clever layout, and his eyes lit up. The apartment featured an elegant two-bedroom, one living room layout with a total area of about 80 square meters. The spacious interior exuded a sense of comfort and coziness. The apartment had been tastefully renovated, with every detail reflecting refinement and care. The appliances were neatly arranged, the sofa was soft and comfortable, the bed was clean and tidy, and the place was fully equipped with all the necessary amenities. Standing in the center of the room and looking around, Zhu couldn't help but feel a wave of gratitude welling up inside him. "Thank you so much, Joe, but this is way too luxurious. How much does it cost?" Zhu was very satisfied with the room, but he couldn't help but have some concerns about the price. Although he currently had 750,000 in his points balance, Zhu had no intention of squandering this money carelessly. Money should be spent wisely. Besides, even this 750,000 might not be enough to ensure his current Devour progress reached 100%, so funds were still tight. The houses in the staff compound aren't available for rent. As Joe spoke, he slowly walked over to the refrigerator. He reached out and pulled open the door. A blast of cold air hit him in the face. He then took out 2 bottles of mineral water and, with a gentle toss, accurately threw one of them to Zhu. Zhu reached out and caught it steadily. The cool mineral water bottle conveyed a hint of chill through his hand. "This room is the one Du set aside for his daughter. We will be back around the time you finish your college entrance exams. You're free to use the items here, but remember to replace them when you leave, and don't make a mess or leave the place dirty," Joe instructed. Zhu nodded slightly in agreement. But the moment he heard free, he knew a debt of gratitude was inevitable. As the saying goes, the most priceless things often come at the highest cost. Nevertheless, this arrangement did indeed solve his urgent need for a safe place to stay. As for Zhu's instructions, there was really no need to say more. Given Zhu's way of doing things, he would naturally arrange for professional cleaners to tidy up the room before leaving, ensuring it was restored to its original condition. Zhu quickly and sincerely expressed his gratitude. He understood all too well that although this house seemed to have been given to him so effortlessly, it actually left Joe in Du's debt. As for Du, needless to say, offering his own daughter's brand new apartment for Ju to live in was no ordinary debt of gratitude. Ju was well aware of the weight of this kindness, but at the moment, he didn't possess any special talents. The only thing he could do was repay their kindness by getting accepted into the prestigious War Academy. Joe then went into detail about some issues Ju might encounter in his daily life, covering every little detail and showing his genuine concern. After finishing his instructions, Joe immediately left the house. The room fell silent instantly, leaving Ju all alone. Ju let out a soft sigh, his heart filled with mixed emotions. After washing up, he finally lay down on the bed. But there was still one thing on his mind that he couldn't shake off. Chapter 45, The Target Has Yet to Appear. In Ju's former rental apartment. Sean stood quietly by the window, his silhouette appearing somewhat lonely in the dim light. His mind was filled with boredom and restlessness, his mood shrouded in an invisible fog. Mrs. Lin and the female student had brought him here to identify the room and then left, leaving him alone to lie in wait for Ju. He would occasionally pull out his phone to check the time, and each glance only added to his impatience. It was now 1 a.m. 6 hours had slipped by unnoticed. Sean had been standing by the window the whole time, his gaze fixed like a nail on the entrance to the apartment complex, yet Ju still hadn't shown up. He pulled his gaze away from the window and let it rest on the photo on the table. In the photo, a couple was holding a baby. Although the baby didn't look anything like Ju, the word Ju was clearly written on the textbook on the table. There was no doubt about it, this was Ju's room. But why hadn't he come back yet? What could a high school student possibly be doing out so late at night? Sean was filled with confusion, unconsciously and absent-mindedly fiddling with the thorn in his hand. In the pitch-black room, the tip of the thorn silently reflected the faint light seeping in from outside, casting a chilling, eerie glow. That glow mirrored the look in his eyes at that moment, cold and profound. The Lin family villa. Mrs. Lin sat dazed on the sofa, one hand gently massaging her temples, her face etched with exhaustion and worry. She had just left the Ju residence, then rushed straight to drop Luna off at school, and afterward hurried to the hospital to buy some medicine for Lin. After all that running around, she was completely exhausted. As soon as she stepped through the door, before she even had a chance to catch her breath, Lin told her that Nate had been taken away by the police. According to Lin, the police said he was suspected of involvement in an assassination attempt, which had given away his whereabouts. What a useless idiot, good for nothing but causing trouble. Mrs. Lin muttered under her breath, her heart filled with rage. Although she didn't know who Nate had been sent to assassinate, she knew she'd now have to spend a fortune pulling strings to get him out of this. The thought of money only made Mrs. Lin even more frustrated. Yesterday, $3 million had mysteriously vanished from her account. When she asked Nate about it, that good-for-nothing old man stammered and couldn't make any sense of it, just telling her not to worry about it. That's my damn money. You transferred that much money from my points, why won't you let me ask about it? Before she could press him further, he asked for another $1.5 million, saying it was to buy Regan elixir for Lin. Who the hell knows what kind of pills could be that expensive? You've poured $4.5 million into this in 2 days and now you're in it too? You good for nothing. The more Mrs. Lin thought about it, the angrier she got. In a fit of rage, she grabbed a cushion from the sofa and hurled it at the coffee table. Crash! The tea set on the coffee table toppled over, scattering across the floor as shards flew everywhere. Jean rushed out of Lin's room, anxiously assessing the situation. When she saw Mrs. Lin, she asked softly, "Mrs. Lin, are you all right? What's wrong with me? Are you hoping something's wrong with me?" The moment Mrs. Lin laid eyes on Jean, her anger flared. They spent so much money, only for the hospital to send over a clueless intern. It was an outright insult. I didn't mean it that way. I was just... Jean didn't know what to say. She only meant well, but her good intentions had earned her a scolding. Just what? What are you even doing here? You're not keeping a proper eye on Lin, who gave you permission to sneak out. Mrs. Lin began to fly into a rage, taking out all her pent-up frustration on Jean. Tears the size of beans instantly rolled down by Ruijine's cheeks, her heart filled with a sense of injustice. For some reason, her tear ducts had become more sensitive these past few days. She burst into tears at the slightest provocation. "Get out of here! Don't you dare take a single step outside Lin's bedroom. If I catch you wandering around again, I'll break your legs." Mrs. Lin Woon-T let it go. She quickly grabbed another throw pillow nearby and hurled it viciously at Bai Ruijin. "Ma'am, if you think I..." Bai Ruijin mustered her courage, attempting to suggest to the Lin family that they replace the staff member. She simply could not endure her current situation any longer. Although her family wasn't wealthy, at home she was the apple of her parents' eye, cherished and pampered. Now, however, she was facing unwarranted accusations and scolding from others, which made her feel deeply wronged. "What do I think? Cry, 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 all you know how to do is cry. Watch out, or I'll report you to your hospital." Mrs. Lin panted, "Get out." Bai Ruijin had just been about to suggest that the Lin family find a replacement for the hospital, but upon hearing that Mrs. Lin was going to report her, she was so frightened she couldn't bring herself to speak. If she were reported, her chances of becoming a permanent employee would surely be gone. After all these years of hard work studying medicine, it would be such a waste if it all came to nothing like this. "I'll go right away. Please don't report me, please don't report me." Bai Ruijin wiped away her tears, her face filled with hurt and sadness. She turned and went back into Lin's bedroom, her fragile figure carrying an endless sense of sorrow. Inside the bedroom, Lin's shouts rang out once more, sharp and piercing. Mrs. Lin paid no heed to the commotion. Her mind was entirely elsewhere. She picked up her phone, just as she was about to call Sean to ask about the progress, but after a moment's thought, she changed her mind. She opened a messaging app called Tor and cautiously sent a message. At this thought, Ju's eyes suddenly lit up. He sat up abruptly, a hint of urgency in his movements. That's right, he, too, had mementos left to him by his parents. A photograph. Right now, that photograph was still lying quietly in his old rental apartment. Should he go get it back now? A look of conflict crossed Ju's face. He lowered his head slightly, one hand unconsciously rubbing the hem of his shirt. He finally managed to stay safe. Should he really put himself in danger again? But he already made a promise to Nate. Zeke probably wouldn't strike again after all. The police were already involved, so there was absolutely no reason for him to act now. Ju's gaze kept shifting, at times resolute, at times hesitant. He stood up and paced back and forth across the room, his hands clenching and unclenching. Maybe I should go another day? If there's still danger, any day is dangerous. Besides, it's already late at night, and I'm still in the staff housing compound. Zeke can only watch me from the entrance, looking for an opportunity to strike. There's absolutely no way he'd be lying in wait for me at that old rental apartment. Zeke probably doesn't know his old address, otherwise, he wouldn't have let Cole take him to an abandoned warehouse. Wouldn't it have been more convenient to lie in wait for him at his own home? If he climbed over the wall now, would he really be able to shake off any potential surveillance or tail? After much deliberation, he finally decided to go get that photo back right now. Should he ask Joe to come with him? Ju pulled out his phone to check the time. 1 a.m. It's so late, wouldn't it be a bit rude to bother Joe now? But then again, no matter when he went, he couldn't seem to find a good enough reason for Joe to come along. After weighing his options repeatedly, Ju carefully considered every factor in his mind. Satisfied that everything was in order, he got up, got dressed, and headed out. Chapter 46, The gears of fate have begun to turn in strange ways. The rain was still falling steadily. The raindrops tapped gently on the ground, making a faint sound. On the road, the streetlights cast mottled patterns of light and shadow. The dim, yellow glow appeared somewhat hazy through the curtain of rain. The staff housing compound was deserted, so quiet it sent a chill down his spine, exuding an inexplicable, eerie atmosphere. Ju unconsciously ran his hand over the flexible sword at his waist, feeling a little more confident. Although he judged that Zeke wouldn't reappear and attack him again, he still cautiously scanned his surroundings, not daring to let his guard down for a moment. He had originally planned to scale the wall to get out, to avoid being followed if he left through the main gate. But when he caught a glimpse of the barbed wire and surveillance cameras densely covering the wall, he abandoned that idea. If he really jumped over, Zeke wouldn't be the only one out to catch him. Upon reaching the guard post, Ju was questioned again for a full 2 minutes before finally being allowed to leave. His former residence was located on the outskirts of the city, about 10 kilometers away from here, so Ju decided to take a taxi. After stepping out of the compound's main gate, Ju cautiously hid behind a small tree, carefully surveying his surroundings. His furtive behavior made the armed police officer standing beside him roll his eyes. But Ju didn't care. "It's not like I'm sneaking a peek at the residential compound, I'm just looking at the main road. What is it to you?" Not far away, in a patch of shadow, a black sedan sat quietly parked. Since the car's windshield was made of privacy glass, from Ju's perspective, it was pitch black. Inside the car, the interior was dim. The driver's focused, stern gaze pierced through the windshield, fixed intently on the entrance to the family compound. "Damn, what a stroke of luck. I was actually planning to make my move on the road tomorrow morning. If you're looking to die, don't blame me." Zeke grinned, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth that looked particularly terrifying in the dim light. Zeke had originally planned to spend the night in the car, waiting until early tomorrow morning when Ju emerged from the staff housing complex to find an opportunity to take him out on the road. Just as he reached into his pocket to pull out a fairy cheese stick to light it, his gaze inadvertently swept toward the entrance of the staff housing compound, where he spotted a shadowy figure lurking and peering around suspiciously. Zeke's heart lurched. He quickly stopped what he was doing, hurriedly extinguished the burning stick, and instantly tensed up. He lowered his head slightly, crouched down, and kept his eyes fixed on the figure. As his vision cleared, he was surprised to discover that it was indeed Ju. A look of astonishment spread across Zeke's face. His eyes widened slightly and his mouth fell open a little, unable to believe what he was seeing. At first, he was completely baffled. He never would have imagined that Ju would be so bold as to show up at the entrance to the staff housing compound at a time like this. A wave of confusion swept through him, and all sorts of theories instantly flooded his mind. He furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of unease flashing in his eyes. He feared that Ju's actions might be part of a police operation designed to lure him out. But his identity hadn't been exposed yet, and the car was an unlicensed vehicle with no official paperwork. There was simply no way to trace it, so he definitely didn't need to worry about being found out. Still lost in his own thoughts, Zeke shifted his posture slightly, leaning back a little in his seat. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his gaze revealing a hint of exhaustion and ruthlessness. After a moment's thought, Zeke decided to take a chance. Ju had ultimately overlooked one crucial detail. He never could have imagined that Nate and Zeke had failed to connect regarding the arrangement he'd made with Nate. When Zeke called Nate, Nate was in the middle of a gunfight with Zhao Xiaoyu. And when Nate called Zeke, Zeke's phone had been accidentally crushed under Ju's foot. At this very moment, Ju, Nate, and Zeke all seemed to be caught in a foggy, bizarre cycle, as the gears of fate had begun to turn in strange ways. After confirming that everything around him was normal, Ju finally pulled out his phone and hailed a ride online. He was now in the city center. Even though it was already quite late, hailing a ride was still fairly convenient. As Ju's car slowly pulled away, from the shadows not far away, the headlights of a black sedan suddenly lit up. Those two blinding beams instantly sliced through the darkness, and immediately afterward, the black sedan quietly started its engine, emitting a low rumble. The car moved slowly forward, using the cover of the deep night to trail far behind Ju's vehicle, maintaining a distance of about 2 intersections between them. The nighttime streets were empty and quiet, with few cars on the road, so Zeke wasn't the least bit worried about losing track of them. At this hour, although there weren't many vehicles on the road, the occasional passing car would break the silence. Ju sat in the back seat, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes full of vigilance as he carefully scanned his surroundings. So far, he hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary. "Hey, buddy, it's you." The taxi driver suddenly struck up a conversation. Ju was startled by the sudden voice. Sitting in the back seat, he hadn't seen the driver's face at first, but when the driver turned his head, Ju finally got a clear look at him. To his surprise, it was the older brother of the guy who'd given him a ride when he was chasing Nate. What a coincidence! Ju sat up slightly, a trace of lingering fear on his face, and replied politely, though his eyes still held a hint of the panic he'd felt moments ago. The driver's older brother curiously struck up a conversation. So, what's that jerk up to these days? Ju paused for a moment. The lie he'd concocted that day flashed through his mind. He quickly regained his composure and continued to cover his tracks. He got sentenced. Whoa, that's something, the driver said casually as he kept driving. He gave Ju a thumbs up with his free hand, then his face clouded with confusion. What was he convicted of? Kidnapping and murder, Ju replied truthfully once more, her calm tone tinged with a hint of resignation. Huh? No way, that's way too harsh a sentence. The driver's eyes widened in disbelief as he began to ramble on. It's not that bad, Ju said, furrowing his brow in resignation. He massaged his temples, closed his eyes slightly, and didn't he feel like explaining further. Man, what a mess. How did your sister end up with someone like that? No offense, but as her older brother, you should have kept a closer eye on her. The driver shook his head, forcing the conversation forward even though they weren't really on the same page. You're right. Ju let out a soft sigh. Well, you'll have to watch your sister more closely from now on. The driver said earnestly. Yeah, I know. Ju nodded slightly. Man, kidnapping and murder, that's the absolute worst, the driver said, pursing his lips. You're right, Ju agreed. How harsh was the sentence? The driver pressed. Death by slow torture, Ju said flatly. Never heard of that. Before long, the taxi came to a slow stop. The two large characters Wang Yuan caught his eye. This residential complex was the temporary place Ju had found to live after taking the college entrance exam. Wenqing also lived in this complex. Back then, the two of them went to school together, crammed onto the bus together, and walked home from school together. Those memories flooded back like a tidal wave, instantly filling Ju's mind. He shook his head vigorously, trying desperately to banish those memories from his thoughts. How annoying. After paying the fare, Ju hurriedly got out of the taxi and walked briskly into the complex. He didn't ask the driver to wait for him. After all, this was downtown, and hailing a cab wasn't too difficult. More importantly, he didn't want to be the one making small talk anymore. Building 3, apartment 201. Ju hurried into the building, thinking only of grabbing his things and leaving as quickly as possible. A sense that something was off lingered in the back of his mind, though he couldn't quite put his finger on what it was. It wasn't until he reached the door of apartment 201 and his gaze fell on the direction the keyhole was facing that his heart suddenly clenched, and he couldn't help but gasp. That wasn't the direction he usually left it. Someone had been there. Ju's body tensed instantly. Without a second thought, he spun around, ready to head downstairs. But then something even more spine-chilling came into view. In the shadows at the bottom of the staircase, Zeke stood there silently, his combat knife glinting menacingly in his hand. Chapter 47, Wang Yuan, Building 3, Apartment 201. Ju's eyes widened instantly as fear washed over him like a tidal wave. His body froze in place, paralyzed by uncertainty. The air around him seemed to solidify, leaving only endless terror to spread. Ju's heart raced, his mind racing to devise a plan. Zeke walked toward Ju step by step, his footsteps sounding like the drumbeat of death, each one striking a chord in Ju's heart. The obsequious smile that had once been etched in Ju's memory was now completely gone, replaced by a face as demonic as any. His features were contorted, his eyes brimming with murderous intent, and his icy gaze sent chills down Ju's spine. Didn't Nate tell you? Ju backed away step by step, panic in his voice, and blurted out. Zeke paused in his tracks, raised an eyebrow at Ju, said nothing, and continued forward. Ju panicked. Could it be that Nate wanted to kill him to silence him? What kind of logic was that? The police already had the evidence in his possession. Killing him now wouldn't solve anything, it would only add to his own prison sentence. As far as Ju could tell, Nate didn't seem like a brainless fool like Zhao Xiaoyu. Ju slowly backed up, his hand accidentally brushing against the door. At that moment, he also bumped into the wall behind him. There was nowhere left to retreat. He couldn't go down the stairs, and going up was a dead end. What could he do? Just as Ju was on the verge of despair, the door suddenly burst open from the inside. Ju was blocked behind the door, and the first thing the person inside saw upon opening it was Zeke, wielding a combat knife. Both men were taken aback. "Sean, holy shit, what's going on? Did you find out and send someone to ambush me?" His eyes widened in shock, and he gripped his Amade dagger tightly. "Zeke, damn it, another peak first-rank cultivator. Is Ju setting another trap for me?" A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, and his body tensed slightly. The two stared each other down, neither speaking, each trying to gauge the other's intentions. Zeke gripped his military dagger tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Sean clenched his Amade dagger, the veins on his arms bulging. Sweat trickled slowly down both their cheeks, glistening faintly in the dim light. The quiet hallway made the scene feel even more eerie. Both were at the peak of the first rank, but on the surface, it was impossible to gauge the other's true strength. Neither made a rash move, they simply wore each other down. Sean worked for Nate and had always carried out only underground missions aside from Nate. The only person who knew of him was Mrs. Lin. Zeke, on the other hand, was Nate's distributor. Their relationship had always been one of money and goods exchanged, and as for hiring each other to kill, this was Zeke's first time doing it. Zeke and Sean didn't know each other. Both were breathing a bit heavily, their eyes betraying a hint of tension and unease. Ju was hiding behind the door, his heart pounding in his throat, praying that neither of them would notice him. What you fear most is exactly what happens. In the quiet hallway, Ju's cell phone suddenly rang. Ring ring, ring ring. The ringtone echoed through the quiet hallway like a thunderclap. "I'm never turning off silent mode again, damn it." Ju was on the verge of a breakdown. The other two were even more freaked out. Since both were already on edge, the sudden noise caused the taut string of their nerves to snap completely. "Ah!" Sean let out a terrified scream, his body trembling involuntarily. "Yikes!" Zeke also jumped in fright, nearly dropping the combat knife in his hand. The two clashed instantly, the clang of their weapons echoing through the stairwell, a sound that cut through the silence of the night. Sparks flew from the clash of their weapons, flashing brightly. Sean, with the height advantage, gradually gained the upper hand as the two fought their way downstairs. Ju was still hiding behind the door, too afraid to make a sound. But the phone kept ringing. The two fighters gradually retreated downstairs, and it wasn't until they had fought their way out of the building that Ju quietly slipped out from behind the door. He pulled out his phone and saw it was Joe calling. What could he possibly want so late at night? Ju quickly darted back inside, closed the door, and answered the call. "What the hell are you doing? Open the door!" Joe yelled on the other end of the line. "Sir, I'm not at home. I'm at Wang Yuan, Building 3, Unit 201. Someone's trying to kill me. Call the police. Come quickly. I repeat, Wang Yuan, Building 3, Unit 201. Wang Yuan, Building 3, Unit 201. Ju replied urgently. "What the hell are you doing out there this late at night? Are you on speed or something? Are you?" Ju hung up immediately. He didn't have time to chat with Joe right now. The two assassins might suddenly finish their fight and come back to kill him. The top priority now was to grab his things and find a way to get out of there fast. Ju hurried over to his small desk. Seeing that the photo on the desk was undamaged, he breathed a sigh of relief, tucked it into his shirt, and rushed out the door, running upstairs. With the two assassins fighting downstairs, going down now would be suicide. The building wasn't tall, only 5 stories. Ju decided to hide on the rooftop and wait for help. If the assailants came up, the rooftop was connected to other buildings, so he could escape by going down through one of them. When Ju reached the rooftop, the sounds of the fight below were still going on, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet residential complex. Ju clutched the photo tightly to his chest, crouched down, and peered over the edge of the rooftop to assess the situation below. Sean and Zeke were constantly shifting their footwork, clearly displaying elements of stance training. But their footwork also included many variations. They must be using techniques from some martial art. Zeke, Vitality 190. Sean, Vitality 192. there was little difference in their vitality levels. Judging by the fight, they were evenly matched in bone tempering, martial arts techniques, stance training, and relics. The two were evenly matched, neither could quickly subdue the other, and the battle remained tense. At one moment, both opponents pointed their relics at each other's throats, neither daring to move. At the first rank realm, practitioners have achieved bone tempering but haven't yet tempered their flesh, so the neck and abdomen remain vulnerable points. The two were locked in a standoff. Ju watched the situation unfold, a bead of sweat forming in the palm of his hand. Joe had already called the police. This was a suburban area, so the police should arrive on the scene within 10 minutes. Once they arrived, he'd be safe. But before Ju could relax, the two men downstairs began to speak. Ju's heart sank. He hurriedly looked downstairs, straining to hear what they were saying. "Bro, what's your goal?" Sean's voice was a bit hoarse, and a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. "You go first." Zeke's gaze was filled with wariness. "I asked first." Sean's tone was somewhat urgent. "I don't care." Zeke's attitude was firm. "I don't care either," Sean retorted, refusing to back down. The two glared at each other, continuing the standoff. "You're not a teacher?" A flicker of suspicion crossed Zeke's eyes. "You're the teacher. Your whole family are teachers." Sean's voice was filled with rage. "Zeke, you fucking." Both of them pressed their relics hard against each other's throats with each swallow. The skin around their throats gradually began to tear. "If you're not a teacher, why are you helping Ju?" Zeke demanded. Sean looked completely bewildered. "Speak up." Zeke's voice rose a few notches. "I'm here to kill Ju," Sean said firmly. A hint of sarcasm flashed across Zeke's face. "Oh, you think I'll believe that? What the hell is wrong with you?" Sean's emotions flared. Both men continued to press down hard with their relics, leaving a trail of blood on their necks. "What are you here for?" Sean retorted. "I'm here to kill Ju, too." Zeke's tone was flat. Sean found the other man's expression somewhat comical. "Oh, guess if I believe you." Zeke snapped angrily, "Don't copy me." Both men's relics had already pierced the other's throat, and they were both gradually finding it difficult to breathe. "Since we have the same goal, how about we let go at the same time?" Sean's voice was faint. "Fine, you let go first." A hint of hesitation flashed in Zeke's eyes. "Let us let go at the same time," Sean insisted firmly. "Fine, I'll count. 1, 2, 3, Zeke said, his voice trembling slightly. Sean, 1. Zeke, I said I'd count. Just fucking count already. Sean's voice rose a few notches. Zeke, 1. The two slowly began to withdraw their relics. Zeke, 2. The relic had already left their bodies. Count the hell faster. Sean expressed his strong dissatisfaction impatiently. Zeke got nervous, and his hand trembled. It slipped back in. Chapter 48, Sean and Zeke. Sean reacted quickly and, not to be outdone, thrust it back in as well. By now, the relic had already been inserted half a finger's length. I knew you were a fucking liar. Sean's eyes widened in rage, and the relic in his hand trembled slightly, ready to pierce the other guy's throat at any moment. Bullshit. What the hell are you yelling about? You scared the hell out of me. Zeke's face turned bright red, veins bulged on his forehead, and his eyes blazed with anger. It's your fault for counting so slow, Sean said through gritted teeth. Then you count. Zeke stuck out his chin, gripping the relic tightly, looking utterly defiant. Sean, 1, 2, 3. A gust of wind swept past. Neither of them moved. Sean's eyes widened in fury as he roared again, I knew you were a fraud. Zeke's face was also contorted with anger as he retorted, you counted so damn fast, I didn't even have time to react, okay? Excuses. Sean gritted his teeth, the muscles in his face taut. If you were counting, why you let go? Zeke's expression was defiant, but his breathing had clearly become rapid, his chest heaving violently. You're not letting go, so why the hell would I be the one to let go? Sean's mouth twitched slightly, a hint of cunning flashing in his eyes. This is never going to end. Let us both swear we came here to kill Ju. May the liar die a horrible death. Zeke suggested. Fine. Whoever lies will have a child with no ass. Sean agreed to the proposal. Zeke's expression darkened slightly, a hint of hesitation flashing in his eyes. You don't dare swear, do you? A smug smile spread across Sean's face. A trace of tenderness unconsciously flickered in Zeke's eyes. I really do have a child. I don't want to use him as a pledge. Oh my, you little rascal, acting like it's the real deal. Sean pursed his lips, his face full of disdain. Are you fucking crazy? Zeke was enraged once more, pushing the relic in his hand forward a little further. Sean wasn't about to back down either. Neither of them spoke. The air was thick with tension. A showdown between masters is sometimes decided in an instant. They stared intently into each other's eyes, not daring to blink, but neither wanted to die. In unspoken agreement, they slowly withdrew their relics from each other's bodies. Ju saw right through the situation. Both had mistaken the other for an enemy and were now suspicious of one another. As the two were about to uncover the truth, Ju watched with growing anxiety. No, he couldn't let them come to an understanding. Wang Xiang. Make your move. Ju roared. Both men simultaneously turned to look at Ju on the rooftop, their eyes filled with surprise. Sean, holy shit, how does Ju know my name? Wait, no, does this asshole in front of me go by Sean too? Zeke, holy shit, how does Ju know my name? Wait, no, does this asshole in front of me go by Zeke too? Sean and Zeke exchanged a glance and said in unison, so you two do know each other, you're both liars. Anger flashed across both their faces. The relics in their hands instantly lunged toward each other, only for them to simultaneously tilt their heads to dodge. Immediately afterward, they quickly created some distance between them and resumed their fight. I could tell you were a liar the moment I saw you. You don't even look like a good person. Sean cursed loudly as he attacked, his expression ferocious. You're a fucking good guy? That long scar on your face, who knows, maybe some widow scratched it there. Zeke wasn't about to back down, countering Sean's attacks with a mocking grin. You've never even had a kid. Sean's eyes flashed with rage as he spat out the insult. Don't you dare say that. Zeke's expression darkened even further, and he swung the relic in his hand with even greater ferocity. I'll say it anyway, you're lying. Sean, feeling he held the moral high ground, mocked him without restraint. I'm not lying. A hint of determination flashed in Zeke's eyes as he continued to attack Sean with the relic. Seeing that the two were once again locked in a fight, Ju instantly felt relieved. He slowly lay down on the rooftop, ready to gaze at the stars, but as soon as he looked up, he realized the sky was overcast and thick with dark clouds, and raindrops had begun to fall. Alright, it's raining no stars tonight. Since we're both after Ju, why are you still fighting me? Let us team up and kill Ju. Sean took a step back and stopped attacking. Fine, whoever doesn't kill Ju will have their whole family wiped out. Zeke also stopped attacking, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Whoever doesn't kill him won't have kids with assholes. Sean reiterated the curse. Zeke's eye twitched. Do you have some fucking obsession with assholes or something? Never mind that. Let us go kill Ju. Sean turned and pointed toward the rooftop. Let us go. Zeke replied just as decisively. With that, the two walked side by side, running up toward the rooftop. Ju heard their conversation from a distance and couldn't help but freeze in surprise. How did they suddenly make up? Ju quickly turned, crouched on the rooftop, and looked down. There wasn't a soul in sight. Oh no! Ju quickly got to his feet and dashed toward the stairwell door next to him, planning to escape through another building. Locked. Next one. Still locked. Ju tried every door, they were all locked. Is the heavens out to get me? Last time I was putting up flyers for my part-time job and got chased by the property management, none of the doors were locked. Ju stood frozen in place, panic evident in his eyes, his body trembling slightly. His face was pale, and a fine sheen of sweat had broken out on his forehead. Just then, Zeke and Sean arrived on the rooftop side by side, moving swiftly. Both had cold stares, their hands clenched tightly around their relics, their eyes fixed intently on Ju. As the three met, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Ju's heart began racing instantly as he nervously watched Zeke and Sean. "Huang Chang, make your move already." Ju's voice trembled slightly as he resorted once again to his tried and true trick. Sean and Zeke both shifted to one side at the same time, pointed at each other, exchanged a smile, and then continued walking toward Ju. "It's over, they don't believe him anymore." Ju felt like crying but had no tears to shed. "Did you hear that?" "He is bluffing us again," Zeke said, the corners of his mouth curving slightly upward, his eyes brimming with disdain. "Only a fool would believe that," Sean nodded in agreement, his expression cold and his eyes completely unreadable. "But how does he know our names?" Zeke frowned as he walked, a puzzled look on his face. "Yeah, that's weird," Sean said, lost in thought. The two suddenly froze, stopped in their tracks, and turned to look at each other. "Your name is Wang Xiang?" Sean asked, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "And yours is Huang Chang?" Zeke asked, a look of surprise on his face. "Actually, you're the one named Huang Chang, right?" Sean said, a touch of uncertainty in his voice. "So your name really is Wang Xiang," Zeke said, a look of sudden realization flashing in his eyes. "That raises a question, how did he know your name was Huang Chang?" Sean furrowed his brow, deep in thought. "I was going to ask the same thing, how did he know your name was Wang Xiang?" Zeke's face also betrayed his confusion. "So you really are his sidekick, aren't you?" Sean grew wary again. "You're finally dropping the act, aren't you?" Zeke was about to explode with anger at being set up. "Lying will get your whole family killed. You'll never have kids." Sean's face flushed red, his eyes brimming with rage. "You fucking..." Zeke was about to lose his cool again. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing again, Ju slowly exhaled, a look of relief flitting across his face. "Anyway, let us just kill Ju first." Zeke's gaze turned cold once more. "Exactly what I was thinking." Sean nodded in agreement. Both of them turned their heads simultaneously to look at Ju. Ju swallowed hard, sinking back into despair. Chapter 49, It's okay, just live well in the next life. Fortunately, Ju had nothing left to lose. He took a step forward, ready to face death, and said, "Go ahead." Sean and Zeke exchanged a smile, paused for a moment, and both made a go-ahead gesture. After that, the two fell silent, neither taking any further action. The atmosphere grew awkward once again. Both men narrowed their eyes simultaneously, staring at each other, their gazes betraying deep suspicion. Earlier, as they'd gone upstairs, they'd walked side by side, each wary of the other. Now, if one of them struck to kill Ju, he'd leave his back exposed to the other who would be foolish enough to do that. Sean furrowed his brow and said coldly, "You go first." Zeke responded with a soft snort, "You go first." Sean narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "You really are up to something. Stop fucking beating around the bush. This kid might be already called the cops. How about we take him out together?" Zeke cut to the chase. After all, he'd already learned his lesson the hard way. Sean's eyes darted about. After a moment's thought, he nodded slightly. Both of their gazes turned toward Ju at the same time. Ju swallowed hard and took a deep breath. "System, save me." Ju cried out in his heart. "It's okay, just live a good life in your next life." Upon hearing this, Ju nearly fainted. He couldn't even count on the system at a critical moment. Resigned, Ju drew his flexible sword from his waist, preparing to fight to the death. Just as Ju drew his sword, Sean and Zeke's eyes lit up. Sean spoke up, "I'm taking this relic back to report on my mission. You don't mind, do you?" Zeke immediately retorted, "How could I not mind? I'm taking it back to report on my mission too." Sean said in a deep voice, "Then there is no room for negotiation. Just as Zeke was about to say something, Sean struck first, lunging at Zeke. "You really are a troublemaker, Jew. That's some move." Zeke scrambled frantically to defend himself. He felt he'd been double-crossed by Jew twice tonight. If word of this got out, he'd have no face left to show in the underworld. As for Sean, he didn't give Jew a second thought. In his eyes, Jew was nothing more than a lowly unawakened. A single glance from him could kill Jew 3 times over. His top priority now was to take down Zeke. Regardless of whether Zeke was Jew's accomplice, the mere fact that he'd just expressed a desire for that sword meant that even if Sean killed Jew later, the two of them would inevitably clash again over it. Rather than fighting another 300 rounds later, it would be better to catch him off guard with a sneak attack right now. Sure enough, Sean's sneak attack was highly effective. Though Zeke tried to defend himself, he was still half a beat too slow. When masters clash, victory or defeat often hinges on a split-second decision. SMA stab plunged viciously into Zeke's side, piercing his kidneys right through. Although Zeke failed to block the strike, he swiftly turned defense into offense, spinning his military dagger to stab at Sean's side, piercing his kidneys with such force that his heart seemed to leap out of his chest. Both men winced in pain and, almost in unison, kicked out to send the other flying. A Tier 1 warrior is only at the bone-tempering stage and hasn't yet tempered their kidneys. Getting stabbed there at this point would leave them gasping for air and unable to utter a sound. Zeke, still seething with rage from the sneak attack, launched the first strike. The military dagger-esque techniques follow the sequence of first thrust, second thrust, third throat slash. With the two so close together, a thrust and lift maneuver was ideal. Zeke swiftly flicked the tip of his military dagger upward from below, aiming straight for his opponent's chin. At such close range, the opponent had no way to dodge. Sean also saw through his opponent's move. Realizing he had no way to evade it, he immediately executed lifting, piercing, and penetrating, one of the 3 major techniques of the MMA dagger style, abandoning his defense to thrust forward, forcing his opponent to defend. Zeke was startled to see that his opponent showed no intention of defending and was actually willing to fight him to the death. But at this point, how could he possibly dodge? The relics in both their hands were only half a meter away from each other's vital points. Whoever backed down now would be at a disadvantage. In reality, both were holding their ground, intending to dodge only at the very last moment. Until that critical instant, it all came down to sheer determination. Just as their relics were a fist's length apart, the sirens of a police car in the distance suddenly blared. Both men were momentarily distracted, and their spears plunged into each other's throats, emerging from the back of their necks. Their eyes widened, their faces frozen in shock. Jew's eyes widened, his face frozen in shock, too. 3 seconds later, Sean and Zeke both collapsed to the ground. Jew remained on edge, his eyes fixed intently on them, his body trembling slightly. It wasn't until quite a while later, after he was certain they weren't moving, that Jew slowly slumped to the ground, gasping for air, his face showing relief at having narrowly escaped death. By then, police cars had pulled up in front of Building 3, and Jew could hear the officers getting out and rushing into the building. Jew's eyes darted toward the 2 men lying on the ground, still twitching. According to the rules of the underworld, as long as he searched them for anything useful before the police arrived, it would be his to keep. With that in mind, Jew quickly stepped forward to search them. Jew rushed toward Zeke first, cursing as he searched him, "You bastard! You harmed the innocent, you deserve to die." Just as his hand reached into Zeke's shirt pocket, Zeke suddenly reached out and grabbed Jew. Jew's heart skipped a beat, and his face turned deathly pale in an instant. He wasn't quite dead yet. "Devour!" Jew shouted inwardly. A surge of intense vitality energy rapidly flowed from Zeke's gripping hand into Jew's body. Zeke sensed this familiar sensation and immediately widened his eyes. Encountering this strange feeling again made him instantly realize that something was wrong with Jew. But it was too late. As Jew cast Devour, Zeke's grip grew weaker and weaker, and he soon let go of Jew. Jew hurriedly fished a bottle of pills out of the inner pocket of Zeke's shirt and, without even looking at them, quickly stuffed them into his own pocket. After searching Zeke's entire body and finding nothing else of use, Jew quickly turned to search Sean. This time, he learned his lesson. Before searching him, he cast Devour on him first. However, Sean seemed to have been struck in a vital spot and showed no reaction to Jew's Devour. Ju felt a slight sense of relief and quickly fished a bottle of elixir out of Sean's inner shirt pocket. Without pausing to examine it, he hurriedly stuffed it into his own pocket. Just then, the door connecting the building to the rooftop swung open, and a police officer pushed his way onto the rooftop. When the officer shone his flashlight on Ju, a look of wariness instantly flashed across his face, his eyes brimming with suspicion. He quickly drew his gun and aimed it at Ju, crouching slightly into a defensive stance, then shouted down the stairwell, "Someone's here, send backup." His voice echoed through the stairwell. Soon, footsteps echoed through the stairwell as more police officers ran up the stairs. 3 officers shone their flashlights in this direction. The light flickered in the darkness, illuminating Ju and the 2 bodies on the ground, already cold to the touch. Their faces wore serious expressions as they carefully assessed the scene. Chapter 50, The Agreement is Null and Void. Soon, Ju was taken to the local police station to give a statement. In the cramped interrogation room, the lighting was dim, and the atmosphere felt exceptionally solemn. Ju tried hard to recall the sequence of events and answered the police officer's questions accurately. Joe arrived half an hour later. By then, it was already 3 a.m. He burst into the police station with a look of anxiety on his face, but when he saw that Ju was safe and sound, Joe's tense expression instantly relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Afterward, Joe kept calling Ju "my little treasure," which made Ju feel a bit embarrassed. Indeed, he put Joe through quite an ordeal today, making him run around with him all day, and a twinge of guilt welled up in Ju's heart. After taking their statements, the police linked this case online to the one Ju had reported previously and merged the 2 investigations. After a series of investigations and on-site examinations, they preliminarily determined that the 2 victims had died as a result of a mutual fight and that Ju was not involved. As a victim in the case, Ju provided all the information he could in detail. Finally, the police had Ju sign the statement, and after the interview was complete, they left. Given Ju's special circumstances, the police, concerned that someone might still be out to kill him, personally drove Ju and Joe back to the staff housing compound. The atmosphere in the car was somber all the way. Everyone remained silent, each lost in their own thoughts. The car slowly pulled into the compound. Under the dim lights, Ju and Joe got out and watched the police car drive away, their hearts filled with mixed emotions. Once back in Ju's room, Joe finally lost his temper. He grabbed Ju by the collar and demanded, "Where the hell did you go in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? Are you tired of living? If you don't want to live, at least don't drag me down with you." Joe looked haggard, his eyes bloodshot, and the glare he shot at Ju seemed as if he wanted to devour him. "Wasn't it you who called me?" Ju asked timidly, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Hearing this, Joe was instantly at a loss for words. He let go of Ju, strode quickly to the fridge, and impatiently pulled out a bottle of ice-cold mineral water. He gulped it down in one go, then heaved a series of heavy breaths. At that moment, he seemed somewhat dazed, his eyes filled with resignation. "Why did you run off so far?" "Give me an explanation," Joe asked after clearing his throat twice, his tone tinged with reproach. Ju made no attempt to hide anything and slowly pulled the photo from his chest. "I missed Mom and Dad," Ju said softly. Joe froze for a moment, looking at the photo in Ju's hand, and was suddenly overcome with mixed emotions. After clearing his throat twice, his tone softened slightly, and Joe continued, "Did you really have to go out in the middle of the night? Couldn't you have gone during the day, or asked me to go with you?" Ju had thought about these things before, but now that it was over, he didn't want to dwell on the subject. So he changed the subject and asked, "What brings you to my room so late?" Earlier, when Ju had answered Joe's call for help, Joe had made it clear that he only called because he knocked on Ju's door and gotten no answer. Joe turned to look at Ju and said with a serious expression, "Your arrangement with Nate might have to be called off." Hearing this, Ju couldn't help but freeze, his brows furrowing tightly as he asked, "What's going on? Did Nate change his mind?" At the time Ju had spoken with Nate, he'd been using Joe's phone, and Nate would only call Joe. Ju knew nothing about this. Joe shook his head, then pulled a bottle of ice-cold water from the fridge and began chugging it down with a series of gulp, gulp, gulp. "Nate has been arrested by the police," Joe said after drinking half the bottle and letting out a belch. "I know." Ju wasn't surprised by this. He'd already called the police. It would have been strange if they hadn't arrested Nate. Although Ju and Nate had made an agreement, Nate would certainly wait until Ju had obtained the elixir before testifying that the recording was fake. Now that Nate had been arrested, it didn't seem to conflict with their agreement. Joe glanced at Ju, downed the remaining half of his bottle of water in one gulp, and continued, "He might not make it out of this. Your agreement with him is probably null and void now." Ju massaged his Jingming acupoints, thought it over carefully, and asked, "Is it because of Zeke's second assassination attempt?" That was the only possibility Ju could think of. He had clearly made an agreement with Nate, yet Zeke had still come to assassinate him. Although Zeke was now dead, Ju hadn't yet revealed the previous incident to the police. If the police were to link the two cases, there would be little point in giving false testimony now. It would take time for the police to connect the two incidents, and Ju was banking on that time lag. But Ju and Joe had been together the whole time at the police station, and he hadn't heard the police mention anything about it to him. The investigation is still ongoing, and since he left his own phone number at the police station, he should be the first to know if there's any new information. So what does Joe mean by all this? Sure enough, Joe shook his head, leaned against the fridge, looked Ju straight in the eye, and said, word by word, "That's why I came to your room in the middle of the night. Ju knows about this." What? Upon hearing this, Ju's brow furrowed even deeper. It was only natural that Du would know about an incident involving a student from his school, but Ju had originally planned to inform Du only after obtaining the Regan elixir. Letting Du know now would do more harm than good. But how did Du find out? Ju looked at Joe. Joe spread his hands in a helpless gesture and said, "I thought about it. If I didn't notify Du about something this important, I'd definitely be held accountable for dereliction of duty afterward. I had no choice." The day before yesterday, while Ju was competing, Joe had already been labeled derelict in duty by Du and Deputy Du for not caring about the students. Now that such a major incident had occurred, if he didn't report it to Du promptly, who knew how he'd be criticized and punished afterward? Ju reached out to steady himself on the chair beside him, slowly sat down, closed his eyes, and began to think of a plan. "That's exactly why I came to see you just now. Du has already rushed to the hospital overnight and, using his authority, is personally urging the police to solve this case as quickly as possible. Du also knows about the second attempt on your life just now. I don't think Nate will be getting out of this one," Joe said slowly, scratching his head. Upon hearing this, Ju had a clear picture in his mind. As an institution, 1st Combat Academy ranked among the top organizations in Jiaxiang City during the High Martial Era in terms of the number of warriors it produced. Precisely because of this, 1st Combat Academy held considerable influence and played a pivotal role in the martial arts community through Jiaxiang City. Now, Nate had done more than just defend himself or Cole. He had offended the entire 1st Combat Academy. From intimidation to hiring thugs to injure others, and even murder, Nate had committed heinous crimes. No one could save him now. Likewise, Cole had no chance either. "You should get some rest. First thing tomorrow morning, we'll go see Du to report the situation." Joe didn't linger any longer. Today had truly taken its toll on him, and he needed to get some sleep quickly to prepare for what lay ahead. Ju didn't try to keep him either. He, too, was utterly exhausted. He went to the restroom, splashed some water on his face to clear his head, and continued to think through his next move. He didn't care whether Nate lived or died. In fact, he was hoping this criminal would be brought to justice as soon as possible. But what about Cole? He was innocent. Everyone was focused on catching the killer as quickly as possible, but had anyone considered how to handle the matter of the Regan elixir? Within 3 days. If he couldn't get his hands on the Regan elixir, Cole would have no choice but to wait agonizingly for death. Once Nate was convicted, the Regan elixir would most likely be forgotten. What should he do? Ju couldn't pin all his hopes on others. Suddenly, Ju seemed to think of something. He looked down and pulled 2 bottles of medicine out of his pants pocket. Chapter 51, Joe's Story. These 2 vials were taken from Sean and Zeke. Ju stared intently at them. One vial contained 3 small red pills, each about the size of a fingernail. Ju recognized them. They were vitality elixir, quite expensive at 100,000 each. He'd seen wealthy kids at school show them off before. The other bottle contained only a single pill, jet black as ink, about the size of a marble, and resembling a black sesame ball. Ju wasn't very familiar with this one, so he quickly pulled out his phone to do an image search. The quickly returned 3 results. When Ju saw one of the results, his breath caught in his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed to find Joe. Joe, open the door. I know you're in there. Ju pounded on the door with all his might, making a loud bang, bang, bang sound. Joe had once told Ju the address of his place, which is why Ju was able to find it so easily. Before long, the door swung open. Joe, bare-chested and looking utterly despondent, stared at Ju and said helplessly, "What did I do to you in a past life?" Ju didn't respond, but hurriedly pulled out the bottle of black sesame pills for Joe to examine. "Joe, take a look. What kind of elixir is this?" Ju asked eagerly. Joe cast his gaze on the pill. In an instant, his eyes widened like copper bells, and his mouth gaped open just wide enough to fit an egg. He stood frozen in place, motionless, as if struck by a spell that had turned him to stone. It took quite a while before he slowly raised his hand and rubbed his eyes hard, as if unable to believe what he was seeing. Then he slapped himself hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the quiet hallway. "Holy shit, this isn't a dream, is it? Holy shit, please don't let me wake up, please don't let me wake up." Joe screamed at the top of his lungs, his voice booming like a thunderclap through the quiet, enclosed hallway. "Where did it come from? Where did it come from?" Joe's voice trembled with excitement. His hands gripped Ju's shoulders tightly, shaking him vigorously, his eyes filled with a complex mix of shock, excitement, and confusion, as if he were witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. "Can you confirm first, is this really that one?" Ju suppressed his own excitement and, remaining cautious, asked Joe to confirm it once more. Yes. Joe quickly quelled his inner turmoil, opened the bottle cap with trembling hands, held it under his nose to take a light sniff, and his lips began to tremble uncontrollably. "That's right, there's no mistake, it's this one. I wouldn't be wrong about it, it's definitely this one." Joe's tears suddenly began streaming down his face like a burst dam. Overcome by intense emotion, he turned away and burst into loud sobs. Seeing Ju couldn't help but wonder, was there a story behind this? To think Joe was this emotional just because Cole might be saved, it seemed a bit excessive. But there was no time for him to dwell on it. He gently nudged Joe and said, Joe, if you're sure this will work, I'll rush it to the hospital right now. Every second counts at spare Shao Chin a second of suffering. Hearing this, Joe snapped out of it as if awakened from a daze. He hastily wiped his tears with his sleeve, rushed back into the room, and frantically pulled on his clothes. As he locked the door, his movements were so hurried and frantic that he nearly failed to insert the key into the lock. The two quickly set off for the hospital. When they reappeared at the security checkpoint, the young armed police officer on duty looked utterly exasperated, on the verge of a breakdown. How many times had these two come and gone that night? If he hadn't known Joe, he would thought they were criminals disguised as residents. The two didn't have time to explain anything after signing in. They ordered a ride online and headed straight for the hospital. In the car, Joe still couldn't stop sobbing. His cries were heart-wrenching. Ju gently patted Joe on the shoulder, trying to offer him some comfort. Joe's frantic and anguished heart settled slightly, and his emotional defenses gradually crumbled. Memories buried by the passage of time surged up like a tide, impossible to hold back any longer. Trembling slightly, he spoke slowly, his voice low and hoarse, filled with endless emotion and nostalgia, as he began to recount the story of those days on his own. 16 years ago in 2012 I hadn't yet become a warrior. I lived in the West Old District with my pregnant wife, and our family led a simple, uneventful life. It was ordinary, but we were happy. I remember December 21st of that year very clearly. Yes, it was at 3 p.m. that day when the number 7 Earth's core entrance suddenly appeared. The entire West Goo district instantly collapsed into a massive pit, a 100,000 square meter pit, as big as 14 soccer fields. You can't even imagine it. It was an abyss, it was hell. At the time, I was living right on the edge of the pit, so I didn't fall in. The good news is I didn't T-fall in, the bad news is I didn't T-fucking fall in. How much better it would have been if I died than it would have put an end to everything. By this point, Joe was sobbing uncontrollably. His heart-wrenching cries echoed through the car, breaking everyone's hearts. Even the driver was moved by the sorrowful atmosphere and quickly handed him a few tissues. Joe continued to gently pat him on the back. Joe took the tissues the driver handed him, wiped away his tears, and tried to compose himself. After a moment's pause, he spoke again, his voice still slightly choked with emotion. I'm such a failure. I just stood there, helpless, watching my wife get dragged into the cave by that pack of abyss beasts. I was paralyzed with fear. I'd never seen those things before, and I was terrified. Thankfully, our comrades from the People's Liberation Army arrived just in time and risked their lives to save my wife and me, but we couldn't save the baby. My wife was severely injured all over, and the doctor said only a Regan elixir could save her life. My God, what is a Regan elixir? I'd never even heard of it before. I asked around everywhere, asking everyone I met. Finally, I got an answer. This Regan elixir costs $1 million per pill, and you need connections to get it, plus, you have to wait half a year. As Joe spoke, he banged his head hard against his hand. Again and again the dull thuds were an outlet for his inner anguish. He had completely broken down, his whole being plunged into a state of utter chaos. His eyes were hollow and despairing, and his body trembled slightly, as if he had lost all his strength. At that moment, he bore no resemblance to his former self. It was as if a Pandora's box had been opened within his heart, and all the emotions pent up deep inside him had erupted like a surging tide the instant he laid eyes on the Regan elixir. That pain, regret, and longing intertwined, transforming into endless tears and the frantic pounding of remorse. Promise me you must make something of yourself. When you enter the Earth's core someday, kill as many abyss beasts as you can, kill as many demons as you can. Promise me you must promise me. Joe spun around abruptly, gripping Joe's shoulders tightly with both hands and shaking him violently. I promise you, not just for your sake, but because I have my own blood to avenge. Resolve rang through Joe's voice. Finally, the car slowly pulled up to the hospital. With a soft click, Joe decisively pushed open the car door and stepped out. Joe remained seated inside the car, his expression dazed, his eyes severely red and swollen. His emotions clearly hadn't fully settled yet. He stared blankly ahead, his gaze hollow and lost. Joe stood outside the car, quietly watching Joe. Then he reached out, firmly grasped Joe's slowly extended hand, and pulled him forcefully out of the car. Joe's body was somewhat stiff, but with Joe's support, he managed to steady himself. What's done is done, but the future can still be shaped. Every second they wasted now meant one more moment of suffering for Cole. Soon, Joe and Joe broke into a hurried jog, rushing through the hospital corridors as their footsteps echoed through the empty space. Before long, they arrived at Office 302. However, when they eagerly pushed open the door, they found the office completely empty. Chapter 52, One Mansion, 4 Courtyards. The lights in the hospital corridors were dim. It was indeed too late. The doctors had long since gone home. Let us go to the emergency room. There's a doctor on duty there. Joe's eyes were filled with anxiety as he urgently suggested. Joe nodded quickly, and the two of them rushed off toward the emergency room. Their hurried, frantic footsteps echoed sharply through the silent hallway. Halfway there, they ran into Cole's mother and younger brother at the ICU entrance. They were huddled closely together, sleeping right there at the door. Cole's mother looked haggard, her hair slightly disheveled, with traces of dried tears still on her face. She was curled up slightly, clinging to her last shred of hope. Cole's younger brother, meanwhile, was fast asleep, clinging tightly to his mother's arm. Joe watched this scene, and a wave of heartache welled up inside him. Normally, family members aren't supposed to stay with patients admitted to the ICU, but as a mother, she still quietly kept vigil at the door. Her determination and love were deeply moving. Joe walked over softly and gently touched Cole's mother's shoulder. She slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were bloodshot, clearly revealing her exhaustion and worry. Upon seeing Joe and Joe, she hurriedly sat up, her movements somewhat frantic, emotion that also woke Cole's younger brother. Joe, what's going on? Cole's mother asked, her voice hoarse and her face filled with confusion. Cole can be saved. We found the Regan elixir. Come on, let us go find the doctor. We might need a family member's signature shortly, Joe said excitedly as he placed a hand on Cole's mother's shoulder to help her to her feet. Upon hearing this, a sudden spark of hope lit up Cole's mother's previously clouded eyes, and soon, tears welled up in her parched eyes. Her lips trembled slightly, and her voice choked with emotion. Is this real? This isn't a dream, is it? This isn't a dream, is it? Cole's mother wasn't fully awake yet. She'd clearly just fallen asleep and was still a bit dazed. She was afraid this was just another dream, because she had this very dream just a short while ago. It's not a dream. Let us go. Joe supported her, his tone firm. The four of them hurried toward the emergency room. On the way, Cole's mother mentioned that Dew had just arrived, and that he had already rushed off to the police station. Dew and Joe exchanged a glance. No wonder they hadn't run into Dew. Upon arriving at the emergency room, the four explained the situation to the doctor on duty, making it clear that this was an exceptional case and that only Regan elixir could treat it. Upon hearing this, the on-call doctor quickly checked the medical records on the computer. After learning the specifics of the condition and realizing that there was no time to waste, he asked Cole's mother to sign several informed consent forms and power of attorney documents immediately. Cole's mother had no choice but to pin all her hopes on this single pill, so she signed her name without hesitation. Since the ICU was staffed 24 hours a day, the doctor didn't hesitate for a moment. He grabbed the Regan elixir and hurried off. As their figures disappeared down the hallway, everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. The elixir had been found. All that remained was to wait for the results. Where on earth did this elixir come from? Joe had regained his composure by then, though his voice was still a bit hoarse. We found it on Zeke. Joe had no intention of hiding it, not that he could have anyway. This matter was closely tied to Cole's condition, and Cole's condition, in turn, directly determined the severity of Nate's crime. The sudden, unexplained appearance of a Regan elixir that allowed Cole to recover smoothly and the Lynn family's unexplained loss of a Regan elixir meant the police would inevitably investigate such a valuable item. But now that Cole had already taken the elixir, let them interrogate him all they wanted. Joe would simply stick to his story that he picked it up off the ground. Whatever else happened was their problem. There were also 3 vitality elixirs, which Joe hadn't mentioned. He had to keep some for himself. Joe, do you know what's in the vitality elixir? Joe looked at Joe beside him and asked curiously. If I knew that, I'd be rich by now. Joe snorted lightly. That made sense. The formula for this elixir was completely confidential. How could anyone possibly know? However, one thing was certain: the formulas for the vitality elixir and the rejuvenation pill definitely didn't contain abyss beast tissue. Joe had come to this conclusion because he'd been carrying the 2 bottles on his person for so long, and the system hadn't issued any alerts indicating the presence of abyss beast tissue. Joe didn't know what effect consuming the vitality elixir would have, but one thing was certain: his vitality cap definitely wouldn't increase. Joe looked up at the window. It was already daylight. 7 a.m. Joseon City, downtown police station. Officer, I've said everything I needed to say. Could you please let me make a phone call to that kid? Nate was in the holding cell, his hands clinging tightly to the door as he shouted urgently. His cell phone had been confiscated the moment he got into the police car. After arriving at the station, he'd undergone more than 2 hours of interrogation and was now being held in custody. Nate felt he'd already reached a settlement with Joe and saw no need to hire a lawyer. He was convinced that as long as he could get in touch with Joe and Zeke, all his problems would be easily resolved. However, the police officers turned a deaf ear to his requests, leaving Nate utterly perplexed. He had clearly spoken with Chief Zhao beforehand, yet the current situation made him feel that something was off. Nate had a vague sense that something was wrong. He had absolutely no idea who he had actually crossed. Was it Cole? Was it Joe? Neither. It was the First Combat Academy. The nation's power structure consists of 1 office and 4 academies. One office refers to the office of the head of state, the nation's highest authority. The four academies are the Legislative Academy, the Executive Academy, the Judicial Academy, and the High Martial Era Academy. Within the High Martial Era, the High Martial Era Academy undoubtedly wields the greatest power, controlling numerous critical functions such as education and training, martial resource allocation, assessment and certification, and warrior management. All warriors in the country fall under the jurisdiction of the High Martial Era Council, and since warriors generally hold high-ranking positions within the other three branches, this ensures that the High Martial Era Council's power completely overshadows that of the other three major branches. Although the High Martial Era Council bears the title Council, its supreme leader is actually the head of state, who wields absolute authority. First Combat Academy and Jiaxiang No. 1 High School are worlds apart. The latter falls under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education within the Executive Yuan, while the former is administered by the Martial Arts Department of the High Martial Era Academy. In terms of rank, First Combat Academy is on par with the Jiaxiang Education Bureau and Public Security Bureau. DUA First Combat Academy personally urged the Municipal Public Security Bureau to investigate the case, yet he still failed to realize just how serious Nate's offense was. Although the Lin family was one of Jiaxiang's three major clans, it was utterly insignificant in the face of absolute power. Nate had openly laid hands on a student from First Combat Academy. This was undoubtedly a serious act of provocation. If the school failed to take effective measures to address the situation, what would become of First Combat Academy's prestige in the future? Nate crouched on the ground in a daze. As the head of one of the city's most prominent families, he was now powerless to act and could only wait quietly for the police department's findings. Chapter 53: A Medical Miracle. In the conference room of the Municipal Police Department. Zhao from the police department sat in the chairperson's seat, with Du from First Combat Academy seated beside him. The meeting had been organized as early as 4 a.m., with all police department leaders at the rank of squad leader and above in attendance. Has the investigation not been completed yet? Zhao furrowed his brow slightly and looked at the head of the Criminal Investigation Division, who was in charge of the case. The head of the Criminal Investigation Division had just hung up the phone and hurriedly reported to Zhao and Du of First Combat Academy. Zhao, Du, let me brief you on the current progress. Through our investigation, we've established a connection between the Cole kidnapping case and the Warrior Fatal Brawl case. Both cases were committed by the same person, Zeke. These two incidents can be classified as a single serial kidnapping and murder case, so the police force has consolidated the two cases for joint investigation. Now that Zeke is dead, after sifting through all the clues, we can draw the following conclusions. First, Nate instigated Zeke to assassinate Ju, a student at First Combat Academy. During the crime, Cole was seriously injured. As an accomplice to the kidnapping, Nate's instigation triggered the entire kidnapping offense, and his actions fully meet the legal criteria for the crime of kidnapping. Second, even after being summoned by the police, Nate did not cease his criminal activities but continued to dispatch Zeke to assassinate Ju. Although Zeke died in a fight with another man during the assassination attempt, this does not affect the determination that Nate is an instigator. Nate's incitement was a key factor in triggering the entire criminal act, and it played a significant role in driving and facilitating Zeke's murder. Based on the current circumstances, it can be determined that Nate has indeed committed a crime and may be arrested and prosecuted. Third, regarding the other victim, based on information provided by Ju, the victim learned from Zeke that the other man's name was likely Sean. This individual also carried out a premeditated assassination attempt, with Ju as his target as well. However, it appears an irreconcilable conflict arose between him and Zeke, leading to a shootout between the two, resulting in the deaths of both men. Based on the information gathered so far regarding Sean, it can be concluded that his entire background is fabricated. The true culprit behind this is still under investigation. The head of the Criminal Investigation Department recounted the current progress of the investigation with remarkable clarity. Everyone was inwardly astonished. Was this Jew so hated that so many people wanted to kill him? Zhao looked at Du and said politely, Du, that is the full situation of the incident. Please give us your instructions. Although Du of the First Combat Academy was of the same rank as Zhao, in terms of warrior rank, Du was half a grade higher than Zhao. Furthermore, since Zhao was also a graduate of First Combat Academy, he was subordinate to Du in terms of position, warrior rank, and personal ties. Although Zhao still occupied the seat of honor during the meeting, his demeanor was extremely humble, and he consciously kept a low profile. There are still a few issues regarding this matter, and I hope the police department will provide a response as soon as possible. First, the Lin family must promptly and fully compensate for Cole's medical expenses. Second, the Lin family dared to openly attempt to assassinate a student of the First Combat Academy. They must provide an explanation for this. Third, the identity and background of that unknown assassin must be investigated as soon as possible. I do not want such an incident to happen again. Du slammed his fist down on the table. If the police department cannot provide me with a satisfactory response within 3 days, I will report this directly to the High Martial Era Academy and have the higher-ups handle it. Upon hearing this, cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhao's forehead. As a warrior, Zhao was under the jurisdiction of both the Ministry of Public Security and the High Martial Era Academy, with the latter's authority carrying even greater weight. In that sense, even if the police department were to dismiss him, he would still remain a warrior and could make a living anywhere. But if the High Martial Era Academy revoked his warrior status, not only would he have to leave the police department, but he would also lose all warrior benefits, and he'd be no different from an ordinary person. So after Du moved out of the High Martial Era Academy, Zhao immediately took the matter very seriously. Don't worry, Du, within 3 days I'll definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Zhao immediately pounded his chest in assurance. After Zhu and Zhou had dinner with Cole's family at the hospital, they rushed back to school. Du already called, urging them to go to his office immediately to report on the situation. The three of them hadn't slept a wink since last night and had been working non-stop. This incident was simply too serious. Never in the history of First Combat Academy had such a heinous event occurred. Although students had sustained injuries or disabilities during sparring matches in the past, those incidents were confined to the campus and were part of official, legal sparring matches. The school would provide as much medical assistance as possible in the worst-case scenario. It would merely delay their training for a short time. However, the nature of an off-campus assassination attempt was entirely different. It was a criminal offense. Just as Zhu and Zhou were about to knock on the door of Du's office, Du came walking down the staircase. He had just returned from the Municipal Public Security Bureau. The three of them engaged in an in-depth discussion about the case. After some discussion, Du realized there were still some oversights on his part. For example, Cole needed to take Regan elixir within 3 days. Zhu's home address had been leaked and there were questions regarding Sean's identity and motives. After sorting through the vast amount of unknown clues provided by Zhu, Du personally called Zhao to share this information, in order to help the police speed up their investigation. Afterward, Du told Zhu and Zhou to finish up their current tasks and then go home to rest. Zhu returned to his apartment, first washing his dirty clothes, then thoroughly washing up, before collapsing into a deep sleep, utterly exhausted. As for what happened to him afterward, we'll leave that for now. Fast forward to that afternoon. After waking up, Zhu immediately called Cole's mother to ask about Xiao Qian's condition. When he learned that Cole had already been moved out of the intensive care unit, was not only able to walk but would be discharged tomorrow, Zhu was so shocked his mouth dropped open and his jaw nearly hit the floor. Damn that Regan elixir, I'm definitely going to stock up on it from now on. Last night, Cole was still unconscious and nearly kicked the bucket, but after taking just one pill, he is already ready to be discharged this quickly. How the hell is anyone supposed to make sense of that? However, Zhu also knew that Regan elixir should only be used as a last resort, given its exorbitant price. These days, even a craniotomy usually only costs a few $100,000. Who in their right mind would be willing to spend that much on Regan elixir? There are only two situations where Regan elixir is used. First, when the condition can only be treated with Regan elixir. Second, when the cost of using Regan elixir is lower than that of surgery. Of course, there is one more important prerequisite: you have to actually have Regan elixir on hand. Upon learning that Xiao Qian had nearly fully recovered, Zhu breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to devote himself entirely to his cultivation. The bonus points tournament was set to begin in 5 days. Although earning extra points wasn't all that important to Zhu after all, his current vitality score was already high enough to gain admission to a top-tier university. The rewards for the tournament had Zhu salivating. Not only would the top 3 finishers receive guaranteed admission to the 5 great universities, but they'd also be rewarded with half a Regan elixir. Before, when Ju didn't know much about this elixir, he'd roll his eyes in disdain whenever he saw the words half a. But things were different now. A single Regan elixir could literally save a life. Half a Regan elixir, it would make even the most severe, life-threatening injuries seem like nothing. Combined with his passive self-healing secret art, wouldn't that be like gaining an extra life? A spot in the top 3, it's a sure thing. Chapter 54, The Blood-Eating Beast. Ju was brimming with confidence, but that didn't mean he was arrogant. His battle with Zhao Zihan had given Ju a clear understanding of the school's top talents. Pillar training, bone tempering, martial arts techniques. Ju had originally thought these were standard fare only after college, but he never expected that even high school students today had already dabbled in them. Although Zhao Zihan possessed these cheats and still couldn't beat him, Ju asked himself honestly, if Zhao Zihan were replaced by Zhao Gandhi, would he really be able to defeat him? To put it simply, Zhao Gandhi's vitality alone was higher than his own. As one of the 3 major families of Jiashan, the Zhao family, would they possibly lack training, instance training, bone tempering, and martial arts? Moreover, Zhao Gandhi was close to his own age. Could he be a candidate from another school, also participating in the bonus point competition? What should he do if he ran into him? Ju mulled this over in his mind for a long time, but ultimately decided he couldn't afford to be complacent. He had to improve himself. It wasn't just about preparing for the martial arts college entrance exam. The world was so chaotic these days. Just the fact that Nate had sent a tier 1 warrior to assassinate him had nearly cost him his life. If he kept wallowing in the lap of luxury, he'd end up like a frog slowly boiled to death in lukewarm water. After all, he still had a major vendetta to settle. Ju clenched his fists, got up, went to the balcony to grab his sun-dried school uniform, and slipped it on. He had to level up fast. Speaking of leveling up, the quickest way was undoubtedly to buy Abyss Beast meat to eat. With that in mind, Ju took out his phone, opened the Gongfa Pawnshop mini program, and started browsing the latest auction listings. Treasures of the Earth S-Core 3. Ju's interest was instantly piqued when he saw the theme of tonight's auction. It turned out that 2 new themes had been added to the Treasures of the Earth S-Core themed auction series. They probably added them on the spot because the first themed auction had gone so well. Ju had no doubt that this was connected to Nate and Zhao Xiaoyu. He had attended the auction on the very first day. The second day was last night, and the final day was tonight. Ju scrolled through the listings for the 3 days in chronological order. Since he'd already participated in the first day's auction, Ju scrolled straight through until he reached the listings for Treasures of the Earth S-Core 2, at which point he slowed down. It was much the same as the first day. The highlight of the auction was a D-grade alloy sword, which ultimately sold for a staggering 800,000. It was likely the price of D-grade alloy equipment that had driven Nate and Zhao Xiaoyu to inflate the price. After all, his own D-grade flexible sword had only sold for 500,000. In terms of quality and design, if that flexible sword were put up for sale today at current market rates, it would easily fetch over $1 million. Ju looked at that gilded D-grade alloy treasure sword but felt no particular interest in it. Scrolling further down, another mysterious plant from the Earth S-Core appeared. Poison Thicket Immortal. According to the description, the Poison Thicket Immortal had no medicinal value whatsoever. Its bare leaves were covered with a dense network of tiny black holes. Anyone with trypophobia would likely break out in goosebumps at the sight of this thing. It was neither medicinal nor ornamental, yet its final selling price reached a staggering 100,000 yuan. Ju's interest was immediately piqued, and he began to read the description. It turned out that the Poison Thicket Immortal itself is not toxic. The reason for its name stems entirely from its symbiotic relationship with a highly venomous insect. The Poison Thicket Immortal provides the insect with a habitat and food, while the insect continuously releases toxic gases to protect the plant and help pollinate it. That's right, those tiny black holes in the leaves of the Poison Thicket Immortal are home to this highly venomous insect. Humans have given this highly venomous insect a rather casual scientific name, poison insect. Its venom is colorless and odorless, with anesthetic effects and extremely potent toxicity. Martial artists below the third rank who remain in this toxic environment for more than 3 minutes may experience full body paralysis and loss of control, not to mention those below the third rank. Although the poison insect has no rank, it makes up for it in sheer numbers. If vast swaths of venomous insect thickets were widely distributed, their power would rival that of a second or even third tier abyss beast. However, Ju wasn't particularly interested in these venomous insects. Since they have no rank, even if he devoured a metric ton of them, his devour progress likely wouldn't increase. They're of little use to him. The two most eye-catching items from last night's auction were these, so Ju quickly scrolled down to tonight's auction display section. The first item to catch his eye was a C-Class series alloy piece of armor, the training belt. The belt in the picture was a deep, inky black. Under the soft glow of the lights, it mysteriously reflected a faint, mysterious green sheen. That sheen seemed almost magical, exuding an air of nobility and allure. Without a doubt, this final day of the auction was indeed the grand finale, and its spectacular nature was plain to see. Ju's gaze was instantly captivated by this unique belt. His eyes brimmed with awe, and he couldn't help but look at it again and again. Recalling the heart-pounding battle between Sean and Zeke, warriors below the fourth rank primarily focused their cultivation on bone tempering. The parts of the body not tightly protected by bones naturally became a warrior's vulnerabilities. Of all the body's areas, the abdomen is undoubtedly the most exposed and vulnerable. The emergence of this training belt perfectly addresses this major weakness of warriors. Calling it the most practical piece of armor below the king realm is certainly well deserved. Ranks 1 through 3 constitute the spirit realm, while ranks 4 through 6 constitute the king realm. People often refer to warriors by, such as spirit realm, rank 1, spirit realm, rank 3, or king realm, rank 6. For example, a 4th rank golden pang is generally respectfully addressed as a venerable of the king realm. Ju was well aware of his own strength and financial resources. He struggled to suppress the intense longing within him. Although he had been eyeing it for quite some time, he ultimately relied on his self-awareness to decisively skip this lot and continued flipping through the listings with anticipation. Soon, an image appeared clearly before Ju's eyes, and in an instant, his eyes widened in shock. In the image, a living, breathing abyss beast leapt out at him. It was about the size of a rat, yet far more robust than an ordinary one. Its short limbs were veined with muscle, their contours sharply defined, harboring strength that could not be underestimated. Its entire body was covered in a layer of dark purple, short fur, shiny, smooth, and incredibly resilient, which shimmered with an eerie and mysterious luster in the light. Its head was triangular, with 2 small yet razor-sharp ears standing straight up, exuding a chilling aura. Its pointed mouth revealed a row of teeth as sharp as daggers. The 2 front teeth, protruding from its mouth like those of a saber-toothed tiger, added an extra layer of ferocity and terror. When Ju's gaze shifted to the description, his breath caught in his throat for a split second. There, in bold letters, were 3 words. Blood-eroding beast. Chapter 55, Devouring 100,000 in one bite. Ju was all too familiar with that name. The blood-eroding venom of the blood-eroding beast was the very poison used by a certain woman to poison him. It was also the crucial item that had activated his golden finger in this lifetime. Only after learning the name of this abyss beast and looking back at its appearance did Ju realize what those 2 fangs the blood-eroding beast had bared were for. Presumably, like a snake, the structure of these fangs resembled a tiny syringe. When the blood-eroding beast bit into its prey, the blood-eroding venom would be forced into the fangs by muscle contractions and then injected into the animal's body. The system had mentioned that devour an entire core creature would activate its corresponding encyclopedia entry. I wonder what skill the blood-eroding beast's encyclopedia entry will grant me. Ju's curiosity was piqued, so he scrolled down the screen to check the starting bid again, 20,000. Not too expensive. Based on Ju's experience as a veteran of these auctions, if Nate were absent and Zhao Xiaoyu was also fortunate enough not to show up, the final hammer price for this item would likely fall between 30,000 and 60,000. Ju switched his phone to the banking app to check his balance. 760,000. Snagging this lot shouldn't be a problem. Of course, Ju wouldn't even consider resorting to robbery to get it for free. This is a society governed by the rule of law, and getting caught would mean jail time. Last time, it was pure luck that he managed to snag the healing fish from those two masters. However, opportunities like that don't come around every day, so Ju decided it was best to stick to legal means. Ju stretched, getting ready to wash up, get out of bed, and eat breakfast to prepare for tonight's auction. He happened to notice a medicine bottle sitting by his pillow. It was the bottle of vitality elixir he found on Sean last night. Ju had always wondered about one thing. He wasn't sure if taking the vitality elixir himself would have a different effect than it did on others. He reached out, picked up the bottle, unscrewed the cap, and poured some into his hand. The smooth pills were uniformly red, about the size of a fingernail, and a rich medicinal scent rushed into Ju's nostrils the moment he opened the cap. The system still didn't emit any notification sound. Perhaps these pills didn't contain any abyss beast tissue at all. Hey, system, wake up. Scan the ingredients of these pills, Ju tried asking. Ding. Host is still alive. Congratulations. Abyss beast tissue detected, gelatin from a level 1 healing fish. Devour? Ju froze when he heard the system's prompt. Damn it to hell, you spiral bibap whirlwind charge big spin. Ju nearly lost his cool. The system hadn't spoken a word since Sean and Zeke's battle last night. Ju had assumed there was no abyss beast tissue in the Regan elixir or vitality elixir. Turns out the system thought he was dead and had gone into hibernation. Ju was so furious he started thrashing around on the bed like a little kid. If the system weren't invisible and intangible, Ju would given it a good scolding. Host, don't be angry. Let me tell you a little secret. I'm not listening. It's like a turtle chanting sutras. Ju pretended to cover his ears. The ingredients of the vitality elixir have been analyzed. Does the host need it? Ju froze for a moment, his eyes lighting up, and he immediately stopped throwing a tantrum, spit it out. Do you want to know? Do you want to tell me? Do you want to know? Do you want to tell me? Do you want to know? Get out of my body. Go find a good home. Stop following me. Ju's tone was firm. With that, he decisively stood up, walked toward the bathroom, and ignored the system. I've given you enough leeway. Do you really think you can give me the cold shoulder every day? If it comes down to it, I'll just do without you. I won't put up with this nonsense. Ju's heart was filled with resentment. The system was wrong, host. Please don't be angry. The elixir formula is on its way. Ju's lips curled slightly upward, but he didn't respond. Instead, he picked up his toothbrush and began brushing his teeth diligently. The system is just like a woman. You can't give her a friendly face. The moment you give her a smile, she thinks you're sucking up to her. Ugh, she is so trashy, so high maintenance, and the moment she turns on you, she is a total monster. The more aloof you act, the more clingy she gets. There's a whole science to this. Vitality elixir formula: ginseng, reishi mushroom, deer antler, astragalus, angelica, fish glue, prepared rehmannia root, longan, large red dates. Stop. Seeing that the system had been rambling on for 3 minutes with no sign of stopping, Ju immediately spoke up to interrupt. He might as well do without this formula. Besides the healing fish, is there any other abyss beast meat in there? Ju asked, getting straight to the point. Yes, there are 18 other abyss beast body parts. Whoa. Ju let out a gasp of surprise. No wonder such a tiny pill was so expensive. It was practically a hodgepodge of ingredients from the depths of the earth to the surface. How much will my Devour progress increase if I take it? Ju waited eagerly for the system's answer, but the system fell silent. Why aren't you talking again? Ju said, a bit exasperated. Ju rolled his eyes, too lazy to keep pressing the issue. Whenever he asked questions that might influence his decision on whether to proceed with a Devour, the system would clam up. After experiencing this multiple times, Ju had finally figured out the system's tactic. He shook his head slightly with a look of resignation, though a hint of determination shone in his eyes. Under these circumstances, he really had no choice but to rely on his own judgment and figure things out on his own. After washing up, Ju reached out and poured out a single vitality elixir. He gazed at the tiny pill in his hand with a pang of regret, then tilted his head back and swallowed it decisively. He might as well test it out for himself. It's only 100,000, what's the big deal? Why? I'm someone who has actually taken a vitality elixir before. Ju consoled himself inwardly. Chewing away, he found that the vitality elixir tasted somewhat similar to the Monkey King pills, eaten as a child. Overall, it was actually quite tasty. Ju licked his lips. 100,000 yuan was just like that gone. Tonzi Bao, check my stats. Ju spoke slowly, his face a picture of regret. Name, Ju. Talent, Devour SSS. Level, Unawakened. Martial skill, Boxing proficient. Cultivation technique, Pillar stance beginner. Passive secret art, Self-healing beginner. Tier 1 Devour progress, 10.3%, 10% available. Vitality, 50 points, 100 points. Evolution threshold, 12. Vitality, 50.1 points, 100 points. Vitality, 50.2 points, 100 points. Ju looked at the interface, furrowing his brow slightly in dissatisfaction. Devour. Devour activated. Devour successful. Vitality, 90 points, 100 points. Ju kept his eyes fixed on the panel, narrowing them slightly as a pensive expression crossed his face. A single vitality elixir restores a total of 40 points. Using it through the system allows for rapid recovery, so it's not exactly useless. Besides, he wouldn't dare let it go to waste. That's a damn 100,000 yuan. Chapter 56, Who is going to eat at the dining table, anyway? Ju summarized the advantages of the vitality elixir. If used wisely, the vitality elixir allows for rapid recovery of vitality during combat, which compensates for the inability to eat whenever and wherever he wants. After all, he can't exactly chow down while fighting. There's another way to quickly restore your vitality: devour your opponent's vitality. But this method comes with a strict prerequisite: you must be in zero-distance contact with your opponent. Just like during the battles in the warehouse and on the rooftop, when Ju and Zeke were in zero-distance contact, and he devoured a significant amount of Zeke's vitality. However, in actual combat, situations like this rarely occur. The reason is that it's an extremely dangerous maneuver. When two fighters engage in close-quarters combat, their vulnerabilities are laid bare without reservation. Their arms and legs essentially lose their defensive capabilities. Even the slightest mistake can leave them directly exposed to a devastating attack from their opponent. In ordinary wrestling matches, there are numerous rules in place to prevent such dangerous situations, but in high martial era combat, there is no such protection. Imagine this: when you're choking someone, they could easily counter with a move like stealing peaches under the moon. How would you respond? Therefore, in actual combat, it's difficult to effectively exploit close-range devour to drain an opponent's vitality. Vitality elixir can fully compensate for the shortcomings of these two methods of vitality replenishment. Admittedly, this lesson cost me 100,000 yuan in tuition. Ju didn't really mind, just kidding, though after all, he mastered a new method of recovery. Ju looked at the two remaining vitality elixirs in the bottle and carefully tucked them into his pocket. What to do now? Cultivation? No way. Cultivation only raises your evolution threshold, and the best ways to boost it are either stance training or fighting. In terms of cost effectiveness, fighting wins hands down. So why the hell would I bother with cultivation? Time to eat. He checked the time. There was still half an hour until dinner. Although his vitality was almost fully replenished, his stomach was still growling. This isn't some immortal cultivation world. He still had to deal with the basics of daily life. Might as well head out a bit early. With my super-duper, top-tier restaurant points, there's no way I'm spending money on some rundown dive outside. After stepping out, Ju strode up the stairs with a spring in his step. Arriving at the door to Joe's room, Ju raised his hand and knocked gently. The knocking was steady, neither too rapid and annoying nor too soft to be heard. "Joe teacher, wake up. It's time to go." Ju's voice echoed down the hallway. After a moment, Joe's groggy reply came from inside, his voice carrying the laziness and drowsiness of someone just waking up. Ju stood at the doorway, waiting patiently. Before long, Joe opened the door, his hair disheveled, his eyes half closed and bloodshot, looking as if he hadn't fully woken up yet. Still, he quickly smoothed out his clothes with his hand, trying to look a bit more alert. "I let you get away with calling me bald mouth yesterday, and now you're getting addicted to it, aren't you?" Joe slapped Ju on the shoulder, the blow carrying a hint of feigned anger. Ju didn't flinch, letting Joe hit him on the shoulder. He grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. "Joe, are you hungry? Let's go eat." "Wait a minute, I'll just wash up." Joe turned and walked back into the room. Seeing Ju standing motionless at the doorway, he called out, "Come on in. Sit down for a bit." Only then did Ju step into the room. The room was the same layout as his own and about the same size. As soon as he walked in, a wave of stale air hit him, mingled with the scent of incense sticks and stinky socks. The smell was pungent and overpowering. Ju couldn't help but cover his nose, his brow furrowing slightly. That smell was really something else. Just as he was about to step back outside to wait, he caught a glimpse of a yellowed photograph quietly nestled in a picture frame on the table. It was a photo of Joe and his wife, both beaming with radiant smiles, their eyes brimming with happiness and tenderness. But now, things had changed beyond recognition. "All right, let us go." Joe emerged from the bathroom in less than a minute, so quickly that even Ju was taken aback. Joe quickly tidied himself up. Though he still looked a bit tired from just waking up, he was already in much better spirits. The two locked the door and walked side by side, chatting as they headed to the school cafeteria. Although Zeke was now dead and Nate had been arrested, the two major threats had been eliminated. There was still an unidentified killer at large. Given the current delicate situation, where it remained unclear exactly who had sent this person, Ju remained highly vigilant, taking every step with the utmost caution. As for Joe, this ready-made, natural bodyguard, Ju certainly wasn't going to let him go so easily. Although Ju didn't have a precise understanding of Joe's exact strength within the first-rank realm, based on his past observations and knowledge of Joe's behavior and performance, he surmised that, within the first-rank realm, Joe was highly likely capable of holding his own against an opponent at the peak of that realm. Moreover, the title of First Combat Academy instructor was no joke. What kind of blind fool would dare to attack an instructor? If caught, not only would they have their warrior status revoked, but they'd also be wanted nationwide. Faced with such enormous risks, surely no one would be willing to make such a sacrifice just to assassinate him. Along the way, Ju's gaze darted around from time to time, keeping an eye on his surroundings, while Joe walked with an air of nonchalance, though he too remained on high alert. When they arrived at the restaurant, it was right at mealtime. The place was already bustling with people, and the air was filled with the clatter of voices and the aroma of food. As for the fact that his Devour ability had taken a table at this high-end restaurant, Ju wasn't overly concerned. After all, at least so far, no one had come looking for him, which meant he hadn't been exposed yet. Compared to yesterday, the restaurant had undergone a complete transformation. Standing in front of the takeout counter was a young woman in a crisp, tailored uniform. Her gaze was piercing, her eyes were wide as light bulbs, fixed intently on everyone who came to pick up their meals. Under her stare, Ju instantly felt a cold sweat break out on his back, as if she had seen right through some guilty secret he was hiding. Glancing around, he saw many electricians busily installing security cameras all along the walls. Even more surprising was that the legs of the food pickup table had been firmly bolted to the floor. The color of the metal at the welded joints was slightly different from the surrounding area, and the weld marks were clearly visible. Obviously, the welding had been completed just today. Fortunately, his vitality was fairly high now, so he wouldn't have to frantically use Devour like he did yesterday. Ju's throat instinctively twitched slightly. The sound of him swallowing seemed distinctly audible in the somewhat quiet atmosphere, drawing the young woman in the suit's gaze. The dining table mysteriously vanished yesterday, so the cafeteria has stepped up security today, Joe remarked, noticing Ju's nervous demeanor and offering a well-meaning reminder. Ju grimaced, feeling a little uneasy, but said nothing. "Aren't you curious?" Joe asked, looking at Ju with a puzzled expression. Ju gave an awkward smile and said, curious, curious. Who would eat a dining table, though, heh? Chapter 57, Bone Tempering. Eat a dining table? Joe looked at Ju with a puzzled expression, his mind filled with confusion and curiosity. Ju cleared his throat to cover his embarrassment, then quickly sat down to eat without saying a word. Since he didn't need to frantically replenish his vitality like he usually did, Ju took a portion suitable for an ordinary person. His plate held only 2 steaks, 4 pieces of base, a pot of meatballs, and 20 skewers of lamb. His portion was slightly smaller than Joe, as such an appetite was considered normal among ordinary people, and wouldn't arouse the restaurant staff's suspicion. During the meal, people all around were engaged in lively discussions about yesterday's theft at the restaurant, their voices rising and falling in a constant chorus. Hey, did you hear? There was a theft at the restaurant yesterday. I found out this morning. As soon as I walked in and saw the restaurant manager staring right at me, I knew something was off. Why would anyone steal from a restaurant? It sounds like they took tables, plates, and stuff like that. Who knows? Maybe the thief has some weird kink or something. Didn't the security camera catch the thief? That camera's broken, it can't swivel, so it didn't catch anything. Didn't you see they installed a new one? Hearing these discussions, Ju felt a pang of unease. He practically buried his head in his bowl, focusing solely on eating and trying his best not to draw attention to himself. Joe narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Ju's strange demeanor. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but whisper, "It wasn't you, was it?" "What are you talking about? What camera? What does this have to do with me? What are you saying? Are you accusing me?" "Huh? That's a really strange question." Ju instantly panicked. His eyes darted around nervously, and his speech became hurried and disjointed as he tried to make his words sound more convincing. As soon as Joe heard Ju's flustered explanation, he understood 7 or 8 parts of the story. This matter was definitely connected to Ju. There were 2 students in the class who couldn't tell a lie, Ju and Luna. After all, having taught them for 3 years, he knew these 2 students quite well. However, Joe didn't want to call him out on it. After all, it had nothing to do with him, so he simply buried his head in his food. After finishing his meal, Joe put down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and said, "I'm going to find you to do some more work on Cole's case." He glanced at Ju and added, "You're about to compete in the bonus points tournament, so you don't need to come with me. Just focus on your training and don't get distracted." With that, Joe stood up, ready to leave. Ju looked at Joe. He originally wanted to invite Joe to accompany him to the auction as his bodyguard, but seeing how busy Joe seemed, he swallowed the words before they left his mouth. He'd just have to come up with another plan. So he nodded and said to Joe, "Okay, Joe, I'll practice hard. Don't worry." After that, the 2 parted ways at the restaurant entrance. With nearly 4 hours left before the auction began, Ju decided to head to the gym to practice his stance training. Perhaps because Ju had arrived a bit, Ju shook his head and resumed his practice. Just over a minute later, Ju suddenly opened his eyes again. He had indeed sensed it. His vitality was being depleted at an absurdly rapid rate. Tong Zibao, check the interface. Vitality, 74 points, 100 points. System, give me an explanation. Losing 1 vitality point in 1 minute and you still say you're not cheating? Ju felt like he'd caught the system red-handed and said accusingly, "I give up on you. You're doing bone tempering. It's normal for vitality to drain faster, okay? You don't understand a thing. This is seriously exhausting." Ju froze up. This process of bone tempering was by no means easy or pleasant. It was accompanied by excruciating, unbearable pain. The pain was nearly enough to drive one to the brink of collapse. Chapter 58, What I've Lost, I Will Take Back. While the pain in bones such as those in the arms or thighs could still be barely endured through sheer willpower, the agony in nerve-rich areas such as the fingers, toes, and the tiny bones inside the ears nearly drove Ju to the brink of collapse. Every twinge of pain felt like a sharp needle constantly pricking his nerves. The agony that penetrated to the very marrow of his bones brought him to the brink of fainting. Bone tempering is like the process of a caterpillar emerging from its cocoon to become a butterfly. The journey is excruciating, but as long as one can persevere, the rewards will be unimaginably great. Ju clenched his jaw so tightly that his lips turned slightly white, his eyes gleaming with determination. Despite the excruciating pain, it wasn't until his vitality had dropped to nearly zero that his body shook so violently he could no longer hold himself up. He fell limply from the post, collapsing onto the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for breath. Vitality, 1.100 points. Bone tempering value, 0.1%. Evolution threshold, 15. Ju eagerly checked his progress, but when he saw the results, he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. All that grueling effort for just 0.1%? Are you kidding me? Ju couldn't help but complain, his face etched with disappointment. He simply couldn't accept that after enduring such agonizing torment and expending so much energy and sweat, he'd only gained such a minuscule improvement. But in reality, Ju's progress was already quite remarkable. After all, ordinary practitioners of bone tempering wouldn't use vitality as recklessly as he did. They tend to proceed with great caution during bone tempering, carefully conserving their vitality resources, so their progress often amounts to only 0.1% every few days. Reaching 100% is a feat reserved for peak third-rank experts. Yet Ju had achieved this level in just 1 hour, a pace that could only be described as blistering. It was just that Ju himself hadn't realized this. Now activating the method to convert Earth's core metals into bone tempering points via Devour. The host can directly convert D-grade and higher alloys into bone tempering points by using Devour, no longer having to endure the hardships of bone tempering. D-grade metal detected. Do you wish to devour? Ju? Since the host has not responded for an extended period, the system is initiating automatic Devour. Devour activated. As if sensing what was about to happen, Ju froze in place. Just as he realized the situation was dire, it was already too late to stop it. He could only watch helplessly as the scabbard sword at his waist began to vanish bit by bit. Damn it, no! That was so expensive. Ju shouted in a panic, his voice filled with reluctance and heartache. In a fluster, he hurriedly reached out to cover the spot on his waist where the flexible sword had been, trying to stop it from vanishing further. But it was already too late. His hand merely flailed futilely in the air, grasping nothing, leaving him empty-handed. He stared blankly at his empty hand, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. That precious soft sword had vanished without a trace right before his eyes. Devour successful. Bone tempering value, 14%. Evolution threshold, 15. When he saw the displayed on the interface, Ju felt a sudden jolt run through his body, as if an electric current had instantly coursed through his entire being. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming surge of power. His previous exhaustion seemed to have been swept away by a gale, vanishing without a trace. A strange, refreshing sensation inexplicably filled his senses. He even felt as though his hearing had been heightened. Now, he could hear the sounds in the surrounding room with greater clarity, and even the faintest noises were suddenly amplified. Ju instinctively looked down and clenched his fists as a wave of complex emotions welled up inside him. He desperately wanted to curse the system, but in the end, he held back. Although the loss amounted to well over 500,000, these resources had, after all, been used for his own benefit. Host, if you wish to further upgrade your bone tempering value, you must devour higher tier alloy series. There are 7 series of alloys in total. Now, host, you only need 6 more to achieve great perfection in bone tempering. Keep it up. Ju stared blankly at the ceiling, his inner resentment impossible to quell. Suddenly, he felt that this system was a complete and utter scam. 7 series of alloys, SSS, IG, B, C, and D. Just the D-grade alloys alone cost hundreds of thousands. Just how expensive must the SSS-grade alloys be? Did he even stand a chance of breaking through to the 4th rank in his lifetime? Give me back my sword. I'd rather endure the pain and do bone tempering on my own. Ju's voice trembled with tears. His eyes were slightly red, his heart brimming with grievance and resentment. Bone tempering conversion mode activated. Reversal not supported. Take comfort. No, please forgive me. You said it. You accidentally let it slip, didn't you? Ju, overcome with grief and anger, banged his head against the ground and wept uncontrollably. This is your revenge. You're not human. His sobs echoed through the room. No sooner had Mei-Yun stepped into the kitchen than Ju rushed in. Since he had already used his points earlier and points could only be used once during a designated time slot, he entered this time without using any points. Most people wouldn't dare to eat for free without scanning their points. Scanning points was usually left to individual discretion. After Ju ran in, he quickly scanned the area. Seeing that no one, the bowls were scattered everywhere, not a single drop of vegetable soup left inside. They were absurdly clean, even cleaner than if they'd been washed in a dishwasher. Mei-Yun just stared blankly at the scene before her, her eyes gradually welling up with tears. Immediately, 2 streams of tears began to flow uncontrollably down her cheeks. Her eyes were filled with confusion and hurt as she muttered to herself, "Why? I was only gone for less than half a minute. Why? Who was it? Who could be so mean? Didn't Dad say that at this school, we'd have meat at every meal and life would be wonderful? Are we going to have to eat soybeans again today? This isn't even as good as the food at a regular school cafeteria." As she spoke, she crouched down on the ground, sobbing wah-wah with her shoulders heaving. The staff members nearby had been feeling a bit disgruntled at the prospect of missing out on the extra meal, but seeing Mei-Yun like this, they all gathered around to comfort her. One staff member patted her on the shoulder and said, it's okay. At least the meal trays are still here." Another added, "Right, and the serving tables are still here too, they're just welded to the floor." Someone else suggested, "Should we weld the meal tray holders to the floor too?" Someone else tried to comfort her, saying, "Actually, soybeans are pretty tasty." Yet another pointed at the food tray and said, "We won't even have to wash the tray now, how clean is that?" However, these words of comfort seemed to have little effect. If anything, Mei-Yun cried even harder. 2 streams of bitter tears, a pile of absurd events. Her sobs echoed rhythmically and wistfully through the dining hall. Evening. At the Lin family villa, Mrs. Lin sat by Lin's hospital bed, her face clouded with worry. She furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes filled with anxiety, her hands clasped together restlessly. She hadn't heard from Nate all day, which gave her a vague sense of foreboding. She kept trying to reach some friends at the police station, but no one answered the phone. Her expression grew increasingly somber, and her unease intensified. Moreover, Sean hadn't contacted her since replying to her text last night. Mrs. Lin hesitated, unsure whether she should call him. Although she was just a housewife, she didn't know the specific implications of the rule that assassins avoid contacting each other while on a mission. But she also understood that by taking the initiative to text Sean yesterday, she had already committed a major breach of protocol. The prolonged wait for Sean to contact her made her increasingly anxious. Just then, Lin, lying in bed, called out, "Mom, hasn't the Regan elixir arrived yet? Then hurry up and ask them. What are you dithering about here? Ask them. Hurry up." Lin began to shout, his emotions flared up, and his voice echoed through the room. Bai Ruijin stood to the side. Seeing Mrs. Lin, who was usually arrogant and domineering, now looking completely at a loss in front of her son, she gaped slightly, feeling a surge of surprise. "What are you staring at? Get out." As soon as Mrs. Lin noticed Bai Ruijin staring at her, she felt her dignity threatened. Her expression darkened, her eyes filled with rage, and she shouted at him. Bai Ruijin didn't dare say a word. He lowered his head and hurried out. Once Mrs. Lin saw that Bai Ruijin had closed the door behind her, she took out her cell phone and, without a moment's hesitation, dialed Sean's number. Her fingers trembled slightly as she stared intently at the screen and pressed the call button. Chapter 60, The Bus. Although it hadn't yet grown dark outside, the Municipal Public Security Bureau building was already ablaze with lights. In the Criminal Investigation Division's office area, the atmosphere was tense. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Division stood before his team, solemnly analyzing the discrepancies in the Cole case. Everyone's gaze was fixed on him as they followed his words, pondering the key points of the case. The focus, without a doubt, was on the information about the suspect provided by Duchan. However, once Sean S. information was retrieved, the team was surprised to discover that his background was suspiciously clean. Every piece of information clearly indicated that Sean S.'s identity had been fabricated. Those seemingly normal resumes and records revealed unnatural traces at every turn. From his date of birth to his educational background, from his work history to his social connections, every detail had been meticulously crafted, yet it all seemed too perfect to be true. The investigators scrutinized this information repeatedly, their brows furrowed. This information was completely useless. Sean S.'s phone data had also been completely wiped clean, with no call or text message records remaining. A check of his contact list through the mobile carrier likewise yielded nothing. All of Sean S.'s communications were conducted via encrypted internet channels, similar to the Tor network used for dark web communications, featuring multi-layered encryption, relay forwarding, and read and delete functionality, ensuring a high degree of anonymity that left investigators with no place to start. The police also attempted to recover data from the phone's memory but were unable to retrieve even a single piece of information. The sophistication of the methods used was staggering. The entire investigation had reached a dead end. Everyone was at a loss, and an oppressive atmosphere hung over the office. Who exactly had hired him? At this moment, there was simply no way to find out. Just then, the phone connected to the computer which had been reverse engineering the encrypted messaging app suddenly rang. That distinctive ringtone stood out sharply in the quiet office area, instantly drawing everyone's attention. It was Sean S.'s phone. Ju stood at the school gate and let out a long sigh. He could feel that his vitality had now fully recovered, and he was brimming with energy. He glanced down at his phone. With plenty of time to spare, he decided to take the bus to the pawnshop. What kind of family would hail a cab the moment they stepped out the door? The bus would get him there in about half an hour, not much slower than a cab, and, more importantly, it was crowded. He wasn't out of danger yet. There were still unidentified people out to kill him. If the killer was still planning to strike, they'd think twice about doing so in a crowded place. On the bustling street, with people coming and going and vehicles streaming by, the cacophony of noise filled his ears. This gave Ju a peculiar sense of reassurance, though deep down he remained on high alert. He narrowed his eyes slightly, running through various possible scenarios in his mind. Was there a chance that someone might take advantage of the crowd to sneak up on him and stab him out of the blue? It was possible. But he was, after all, someone who had at least one foot in the ranks of the warriors. If someone with higher vitality than his came into contact with him, he'd be able to sense it. As for those with lower vitality than his, the likelihood that they could pose a threat to him was practically negligible. He had that much confidence. Ju stood by the bus stop, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the end of the street. A gentle breeze blew, ruffling the hem of his shirt, and the teenager's hair fluttered slightly in the wind. I'll just take it one step at a time. I have to go to the pawnshop today. He shrugged lightly, looking much more relaxed, and continued to wait patiently for the bus. It was a summer evening. The sky hadn't yet turned dark, and passengers waiting for the bus were slowly gathering around the stop. Most were students from First High School and elderly residents from the nearby neighborhoods. A familiar rumbling sound drifted over. As the sound grew closer, the silhouette of a bus gradually came into view. As the bus approached the stop, its tires screeched against the pavement, and the brakes let out a faint squeal. The doors slowly opened, and a rush of cool air poured out from inside the bus, forming a stark contrast to the sweltering heat at the bus stop. Ju boarded the bus along with the crowd, remaining constantly on guard. This was the bus he had ridden every day to and from school after renting an apartment to prepare for his liberal arts college entrance exams, and memories of those days involuntarily flooded his mind. Back then, every day with that certain shine. Oh, man. So annoying. Ju shook his head, a hint of irritation crossing his face. He decided to close his eyes and lose himself in thought, trying to push those jumbled thoughts out of his mind. The bus began to move slowly. Once on board, Ju found a seat in the very back by the window and sat down. This spot made it easy to observe what was happening inside the bus. The bus came to a stop at a traffic light. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. How much did you pay for that car? Ju couldn't help but tilt his head curiously toward the window. He saw a flashy pink two-door sports car parked slowly by the roadside, with a man and a woman inside chatting animatedly. The boy wore a pair of stylish sunglasses. His jet black, lustrous medium-length hair fell casually like a waterfall over his broad shoulders, swaying gently with his movements. He exuded a carefree, unrestrained air and radiated the unique charm of a wealthy young man. As for the girl, Ju recognized her at a glance. She was all too familiar. Luna. Today she was wearing a pale yellow dress with a neckline that was a bit too low, revealing of her fair skin, and her face was caked in rather heavy makeup. The mature aura she exuded, one that didn't belong to a student, made people feel extremely uncomfortable, even a bit awkward. The moment Ju's gaze fell on her, his brows instantly furrowed tightly. He seemed to run into her everywhere he went. What bad luck! Ju turned his face away and, without hesitation, reached out to roll up the car window. Just as Ju rolled up the window, Luna's gaze happened to sweep in his direction. The instant she saw Ju, her body froze. Her eyes widened in shock, and then, as if she'd seen something utterly terrifying, her face turned as pale as paper. Her lips trembled slightly, her eyes widened, and the fear in her gaze surged to the surface like a raging tide. Why is he still alive? Didn't he die last night? The police cars were here last night, I saw them. They even took the body away. How could he be okay? He isn't a ghost, is he? These thoughts flashed through her mind like lightning, causing her heart to race and her breathing to become rapid. Luna's strange expression naturally caught Ju's eye. He furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes, then followed her gaze. When he happened to spot Ju sitting on the bus, he turned his head and asked Luna softly, "What's up? Is that your ex-boyfriend?" Upon hearing Ju's question, Luna seemed to snap out of a state of terror and hurriedly replied, "In no way. How could I possibly know some penniless guy like that?" She spoke extremely quickly, her tone laced with a hint of panic and urgency. The words practically burst out instinctively, beyond her brain's control. Although she vehemently denied it, deep down, that lingering fear refused to fade, constantly gnawing at her heart and preventing her from truly calming down. "Kiss me," Ju said out of the blue. Luna froze on the spot, completely caught off guard. "What, mm?" Before she could finish her sentence, Ju suddenly pressed his lips firmly against hers. Luna pushed him away gently, lowering her head with feigned shyness, but inside, her heart was still pounding with nervous excitement. Ju immediately turned to look at Ju, his gaze openly brimming with defiance and contempt. "He really isn't your ex-boyfriend?" Ju turned back to Luna and pressed her again. "He really isn't," Luna said, furrowing her brow. She then held up two fingers in a vow, "If I'm lying, may my whole family die. Is that good enough?" By then, the traffic light had turned green. Ju nodded in satisfaction, slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car sped off. As they drove away, he couldn't resist glancing back at Ju one last time. Luna, too, couldn't help but glance at Ju, her eyes filled with fear. Ju hadn't so much as glanced at the two of them the entire time, but thanks to his exceptionally keen hearing, a side effect of his bone tempering, every word they said had registered in his ears without missing a single syllable. Hearing Luna swear on her family's lives again made Ju feel a wave of nausea wash over him. The thought that he'd actually been in love with someone like this all these years left him speechless. Still, out of the corner of his eye, Ju caught Luna's gaze. What exactly was the meaning behind that look of fear? Ju furrowed his brow. What unconscionable thing had she done to him now? Chapter 61, Fine, I'll wait. The bus slowly made its way toward the stop. With a faint, slightly muffled screech of brakes, it came to a steady halt. Ju stepped off the bus with a nimble stride. The moment his feet touched the ground, he instinctively looked up ahead. At that moment, the rows of buildings lining both sides of the street seemed to be awakened by the afterglow of the setting sun, gradually lighting up with colorful neon signs. The flickering lights stood out strikingly against the fading twilight. Ju's gaze swept past the bustling traffic on the road ahead, settling on the building across the street with its antique charm. Gongfa Pawn Shop. With a composed expression and steady stride, Ju made his way through the bustling street, teeming with people and vehicles, heading straight for the pawnshop. As he stepped inside, the heavy door closed slowly behind him. In an instant, the clamor and commotion from outside were completely shut out. Ju glanced around the interior of the pawnshop and noticed that there were significantly more people here today than the last time he'd been there. The aisles were now packed with bidders, and their conversations revolved almost exclusively around one hot topic: the treasure of the Earth S-Core. It seemed that the C-class alloy belt up for auction today was indeed a highly sought-after item, attracting a great deal of attention. Ju didn't linger, he walked straight to the service counter. Once there, he deftly pulled out his phone, quickly scanned the QR code to pay the 20,000 yuan deposit, and then methodically began the process of obtaining his bidding pass. "Hey, isn't that your ex-boyfriend?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind him, laced with a touch of mockery and arrogance. Ju furrowed his brow slightly at the sound and slowly turned to look. Not far away, Diu stood with his arms crossed over his chest, glancing at Luna with a smug expression. Luna stood to the side, her brow slightly furrowed. Her gaze toward Ju was filled with confusion, but she still turned to Diu and retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Do I really have that bad of taste?" "Indeed." Diu turned his head back to Ju, his face hidden behind sunglasses radiating arrogance. Luna looked at Ju, unable to suppress her curiosity, and couldn't help but ask, "How did you end up here?" The fact that Ju was still alive was something she simply couldn't wrap her head around. Yesterday, Mrs. Du had ordered the assassin to kill Ju and retrieve Lin's flexible sword. Yet here Ju stood, safe and sound. How could she not be astonished? Ju didn't even glance at her, let alone respond. Ju took the auction pass handed to him by the receptionist, gave her a polite nod of thanks, and then, holding the pass, turned and headed toward the auction hall. "Wait." Diu quickened his pace to catch up with Ju, swiftly reaching out to block his path without hesitation. "Didn't you hear what Qingqing said to you?" Ju acted as if he hadn't heard a thing, pretending not to see him. His gaze remained fixed straight ahead as he shifted his steps slightly to walk around Diu and continue on his way. "Diu wouldn't let it go?" He quickly moved in front of Ju, blocking his path once again. "Your name is Ju, right?" Ju shook his head slightly, a hint of impatience crossing his face. "I don't want to know you. Get lost." "What did you say?" Diu's eyes widened, and rage flared instantly in his gaze. The veins on his forehead bulged, clearly enraged by Ju's words. "Need an explanation?" Ju lifted his chin, looking down at Diu. "Get lost. Got it? What the hell are you playing at? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Diu was beside himself with rage. He jutted his finger toward Ju's nose and started cursing. Ju wasn't about to put up with it. His gaze turned cold, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and slapped Diu across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the air, sounding particularly loud. "Do you never imagine Ju would dare to lay a hand on him?" Clutching his stinging cheek, he froze in place, completely dumbfounded. "This is a pawnshop, for God's sake, how dare you hit me? How dare you make me look like a fool in front of a woman?" Luna stood there dumbfounded, her eyes wide and her mouth involuntarily agape, her face a mask of disbelief. She was genuinely shocked by the scene unfolding before her. After all, Diu held a very high status, far higher than Zhao Zihan's. Diu was usually arrogant and pampered by everyone. No one had ever dared to publicly humiliate him like this, let alone someone like Ju, who had mercilessly slapped him right there on the spot. This scene completely caught Luna off guard. But in the blink of an eye, her heart began to swell with glee. It looked like Ju's good luck was about to run out today. After landing the blow, Ju quickly took 2 steps back to create some distance, his body slightly tensed, ready to counter Diu's retaliation at any moment. Anger and humiliation filled Diu's heart. His expression was dark as he glared at Ju and said coldly, "Not even my own father has ever hit me like that. Call me Dad, and I'll go easier on you next time." Ju shrugged in response. "You're asking for it." Diu instantly lost his composure. He assumed a fighting stance, leaning forward slightly with both hands clenched into fists, ready to charge at Ju. "Who dares to start a fight here?" A voice as clear as a silver bell rang out, accompanied by the tap-tap of high heels that struck a chord in their hearts. Ju and Diu both turned to look at the source of the sound. They saw a woman in a navy blue cheongsam gliding toward them. The cheongsam clung tightly to her body, flawlessly outlining her graceful curves. The high slit on the side of the cheongsam moved just right with her steps, occasionally revealing a glimpse of her fair, slender legs. Every movement exuded an air of nobility. Sister Ling. Diyu suppressed his anger, quickly changed his expression, and called out sweetly. Kim's vitality stat was very low, but Diyu showed no sign of underestimating her. Ju knew full well that this was all because of Kim's father, that fourth-rank powerhouse. In this world where strength reigns supreme, one's background is also a powerful force in its own right. The auction is about to begin. Don't go causing trouble, Kim said with a smile, her gaze sweeping lightly over Diyu and Ju. Though she was smiling, she exuded an aura of natural authority. No big deal. He's just my classmate, we're just messing around. Diyu explained with a smile, while secretly shooting Ju a glare. I don't know him. He's just looking for trouble, Ju said coolly, showing no intention of staying silent. He didn't want to be misunderstood, nor did he want you to get away with it so easily. Do you? Kim raised an eyebrow at Ju, then turned back to Diyu and said in a somewhat cold tone, if you want a bid, go get your auction eligibility certificate right away. Don't cause trouble for me. Yes. Diyu forced a smile, turned around, and obediently started walking toward the service counter. As he passed Ju, his expression instantly darkened. He glared coldly at Ju and mouthed, you just wait. Fine, I'll wait, Ju replied loudly. Hearing this, Kim frowned and scolded Diyu, are you never going to stop? Diyu was instantly thrown off balance. Chapter 62, Big Sister. Diyu inwardly thought, holy shit. In that moment, his mind went completely blank. He stared blankly at Ju, unable to snap out of it for a long time. He never expected Ju to be so direct. Diyu was seething inside, but he didn't dare lose his temper in front of Kim, so he quickly jogged over to the service counter. No one dares touch you inside the pawnshop, but once you step outside, you'll have to watch your back, Kim said, looking at Ju and offering a well-meaning warning. That crisp hiss reached Kim's ears, and she couldn't help but pause slightly, a momentary look of bewilderment flashing across her face. However, it was only a brief moment of bewilderment. She quickly snapped back to her senses. She offered no further verbal response, merely pursing her lips slightly before elegantly turning her head and striding off with light, rhythmic steps toward the backstage area of the auction hall. Viewed from behind, her departing figure appeared all the more graceful and alluring. Her slender waist swayed gently with each step, tracing a captivating curve. The hem of her cheongsam lightly in her wake, like a blooming flower gently swaying in the breeze. Ju's gaze inadvertently fell upon her receding silhouette, and he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. That single breath was enough. The faint scent of perfume wafted up his nostrils, stimulating his brain and causing Ju to lose his focus for a moment. What a temptress! Ju shook his head slightly, shaking off that momentary distraction. He took a deep breath, striving to steady his mind, before stepping forward with steady strides toward the auction hall. Luna stood quietly by his side, not having spoken a single word from start to finish. Yet her eyes radiated a calm yet keen intensity as she silently observed everything that had just unfolded. Her gaze was fixed firmly on Ju, keenly picking up on the slightest details. Ju's flexible sword was gone. Luna knew that flexible sword all too well. The blade was extremely supple, possessing a unique natural resilience that allowed it to bend into a circle with ease. The hilt was meticulously crafted in the shape of an exquisite belt buckle, designed to securely fasten into a tiny loop at the tip of the blade. This design made it easy to wear the sword at the waist, both concealed and convenient to carry. Once, Lin had worn that flexible sword at his waist for half a day. Luna had once examined it closely up close. Later, after Ju snatched the sword from Lin's hands, Ju kept it with him at all times, never parting with it. Over the past couple of days, Luna had run into Ju several times, and every time she saw him, she noticed the flexible sword securely fastened to his waist. Yet now, it was gone. A bold thought flashed through Luna's mind and gradually took shape. Could it be that Ju had traded his life for that flexible sword last night? But was that all there was to it? Didn't he have to pay to save his own life? At the time, Mrs. Lin had demanded both the sword and his life. Besides, even if Ju had paid to save his life, why did he still have the money to attend this auction now? If Ju and the person who wanted him dead had both come out unscathed last night, why did the police cars show up later? Luna furrowed her brow slightly. The doubts in her heart were tangled like a ball of yarn, swirling endlessly in her mind, intertwining, colliding, and leaving her thoroughly flustered. But no matter how long she thought about it, she couldn't make head or tail of it. Finally, she shook her head gently in resignation, deciding not to dwell any further on these headache-inducing questions. For now, she simply assumed that Ju had traded the sword for his life. With that thought, Luna's gaze toward Ju's retreating figure grew even more dismissive. Ching, let us go. After Ju finished processing his qualification certificate, he stepped forward, took Luna's hand, and headed toward the auction hall. He failed to show off in front of Luna earlier, leaving him seething with frustration, and he was already plotting how he'd give Ju a proper lesson later. Come here. I need to tell you something. Luna pulled Ju toward her and whispered something softly in his ear. The corners of Ju's mouth slowly turned upward, revealing a meaningful smile. Kim went backstage to get ready for the upcoming auction. Although she had hosted well over 100 auctions, that familiar sense of nervousness still crept up on her every time before the bidding began. Her gaze unconsciously drifted to a photograph on the table. The photo showed Kim as a child, snuggled tightly in Rex's arms alongside a little boy. Kim's eyes brimmed with deep tenderness as she revisited those cherished memories through the photograph. If only you were still alive, you could be living a life of comfort with Dad. Kim murmured to herself, her voice filled with sadness and longing. A figure approached Kim silently from behind. His footsteps were so light that Kim hadn't noticed him at all. What are you thinking about? The shadow gently tapped Kim on the shoulder. Kim startled, her body trembling slightly, then she teased playfully, "How many times have I told you not to scare me?" Her face showed a hint of playfully annoyed anger, but it was mostly affection for her father. Rex scratched his head with a sheepish look at that moment. He bore no resemblance to the dignified air of a fourth-rank powerhouse, and his gaze toward his daughter was filled with tenderness. You're thinking about your little brother again. It's all in the past now, it's time to let it go. Rex comforted her in a low, gentle voice. Kim shook her head without speaking, though the sadness in her eyes deepened slightly. Being called sister by that kid just now had truly touched the softest part of her heart. After entering the auction hall, Ju let his gaze sweep across the spacious room. He then found the seat marked with his number and sat down, preparing to wait quietly for the auction to begin. Ju looked around. The hall was nearly full, but he didn't spot Zhao Xiaoyu anywhere. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Zhao Xiaoyu had shown up and also set his sights on the blood-eating beast, given the other guy's temperament, Ju would have had absolutely no chance. If he wasn't here today, then Ju was confident he could secure the lot he had his heart set on with cash. Ju and Luna also entered the hall and sat just ahead and to the left of Ju. Ju kept standing up to glance at Ju, his eyes brimming with defiance. Ju, however, treated him as if he were air, not giving him the slightest bit of attention. Ju, vitality 95? Not as high as mine. Since he wasn't as high as Ju, if he came for trouble, Ju wouldn't mind giving him a proper facelift. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is about to begin. Before we start, as is customary, I'd like to go over the auction rules. Kim took the stage at that moment. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain spring flowing, instantly drawing the attention of the entire audience. Ju, of course, listened quietly and with great interest as she explained the auction rules. Soon, after Kim finished explaining the rules, the auction was set to begin. The auction begins. Chapter 63, All for the Sake of Showing Off. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, the auction officially begins. Please bring out the first lot. Kim signaled to the staff to carry the lot onto the stage. The two staff members looked exceptionally cautious as they steadied a glass case covered with a red cloth with both hands, carefully carrying it step by step onto the display platform. Under the expectant gaze of the crowd, Kim, dressed in a navy blue cheongsam, glided gracefully forward. Her slender fingers gently pinched a corner of the red cloth, then slowly and elegantly lifted it away. In an instant, a rather massive ore suddenly came into view. Bathed in the spotlight, it radiated a unique luster. Ladies and gentlemen, this lot is a grade D alloy ore weighing 10 kilograms. It is an excellent ore for forging grade D relic equipment. This weight is sufficient to craft a small to medium-sized relic set, and the ore itself holds significant collectible value. The starting bid for this lot is 100,000, with increments of 10,000. Verbal bids must be no less than 30,000. Now, please begin bidding. Kim's crisp, melodious voice rang out across the auction hall, reaching every ear with clarity. People all around began bidding enthusiastically, and the entire auction hall instantly came alive with excitement. Kim moved gracefully back and forth on the podium, her bright, expressive eyes fixed intently on the bidders' movements. She swiftly and accurately tallied the bids while skillfully encouraging everyone to continue bidding. A full 50 kilograms of grade D metal ore compared to the mere 10 kilograms from the last auction, this was indeed a much more generous offering. Ju narrowed his eyes slightly, and memories of the previous auction involuntarily flashed through his mind. He clearly remembered that at that auction, the final price difference for the 10 kilograms of grade D ore had been just over 30,000. If calculated proportionally, this full 50 kilograms of grade D ore should, in theory, fetch a final price ranging between 150,000 and 180,000. However, to Ju's utter surprise, the final selling price of this ore block actually reached a staggering 220,000, far exceeding his previous estimate. It seemed that items like core ore also followed the general rule that, under certain circumstances, larger quantities were more valuable, and in this case, a significant premium had even been applied. That said, Ju had been placing his bids all along. Because just a moment ago, when he felt a slight twinge of temptation, the system seemed to sense his thoughts and immediately issued a reminder. This system only devours relics with a purity greater than 99%. It does not devour raw ore. The faint urge to bid that had crossed Ju's mind vanished instantly. After all, he knew full well. This series of relics all required an alloy purity of over 99% to form that colored light film on the outer layer. In other words, any relic in this series with a light film would essentially meet the system's purity requirements. This system sure is picky. Several more lots were auctioned off in quick succession, and in terms of both quality and size, they surpassed anything seen at the previous auction. Prices soared, and every bid sent hearts racing. Soon, the auction reached today's highlight. A Class C Series alloy training belt. Wearing gloves, Kim picked it up with great care. Although the belt was quite large, thanks to the magical properties of the alloy, Kim showed no sign of strain as he lifted it. I'm sure you've all heard of this lot, but I'd still like to give you a detailed introduction. This C-Series alloy training belt is crafted entirely from C-Series alloy. Its size can be adjusted via the buckle-style switch on the back, and its design is exceptionally elegant. But that is not the most important part. What really matters are the functions this C-Series alloy training belt possesses. Kim paused briefly and quickly called over a staff member standing nearby. Holding it up for so long was starting to take its toll. Kim gently pursed her cherry-pink lips. The slight pout unintentionally carried a hint of hurt, making her look like a little child who'd been wronged. Utterly adorable. The audience below, seeing her like this, was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. However, behind the laughter, many couldn't help but focus their gaze on Kim's seemingly delicate frame. Watching her struggle slightly to hold up the lot, everyone couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Kim pointed to the belt held up by a staff member and continued her introduction. This lot has the ability to reduce impact by 25% to 30%. When worn around the waist, it can withstand a full-force strike from a warrior of the 4th rank or lower. Furthermore, the C-Class alloy possesses extraordinary properties when worn during training. It effectively slows the depletion of vitality. This is why it's called a training belt. Interested bidders, please don't miss this opportunity. The reserve price for this lot is 500,000. The minimum bid increment is 50,000, and verbal bids must be no less than 100,000. Now, let the bidding begin. Ju didn't hesitate for a moment and quickly called out, 700,000. That shout instantly drew the attention of many in the room to Ju. Even Kim couldn't help but glance at Ju. Luna and Yu exchanged glances and both snorted lightly. They both knew Ju had about that much money on him. Ju, however, was completely unconcerned. He didn't think he could actually win this C-class alloy belt for 700,000. Of course, it would be great if he could win it. He could use it for bone tempering himself. However, with D-class relics currently priced at around 700,000 to 800,000, this C-class piece was absolutely not going to go for less than 1.5 million. Soon, someone up front finally raised a red card. 2 million, you said leisurely, his voice laced with smugness and bravado. Entire hall fell silent. Everyone was stunned by the exorbitant price. Kim remained completely composed in her mind. There was still room for the price to rise. You turned to look at Ju, his eyes brimming with scorn and disdain, and said casually, "This is how you show off. If you don't have the skills, don't even try to." 3 million. Before you could finish, someone else shouted from the distance. The crowd looked over and realized the person holding up the red bid card wasn't a familiar face. It seemed this auction was exceptionally heated, with quite a few unfamiliar faces from outside the city in attendance. The crowd didn't recognize him, but Kim did. He was a member of a prominent family from Jining. You hadn't even finished showing off when this bid left him speechless? Go on, then. Let us learn a thing or two about how you show off. Ju watched Yu with a mocking smile on his lips. Yu's face turned ashen, and he huffed and puffed but said nothing. Why was it that every time he tried to show off today, he ended up getting humiliated before he could even finish? If you don't have what it takes, don't try to show off. Ju's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just loud enough to reach Yu's ears as he decided to put a little pressure on him. Yu was rendered speechless by those words. Gritting his teeth and steeled his resolve, all for the sake of showing off 3.5 million. Chapter 64, 759,800. Alright, this gentleman has bid 3.5 million. Any higher bids? Kim's voice rang out again. A murmur of whispered conversation suddenly filled the room. Who is that guy? He jumped right in with 2 million. What a big spender. He looks like Du to me. Yeah, that's right, it's Du, the son of the Du family, one of the 3 major families of Jiaxiang. No wonder he is so generous. Looks like we don't stand a chance today. What a bummer. Exactly. 3 days in total. On the first day, 2 idiots drove the price through the roof. On the second, there wasn't anything worth buying, and now the Du family has just killed the bidding with a single bid. Sigh, all the good stuff ends up in the hands of the rich. When will we ever be that wealthy? Maybe when your dad becomes the Du of First Combat Academy. The murmurs echoed through the hall, making the atmosphere even more tense and complicated. Ju sat in his seat, furrowing his brow slightly. As he listened to the murmurs below, it finally dawned on him. So Du was Du's son. The Du family was actually one of the 3 major clans of Jiaxiang. This came as a bit of a surprise to Ju. Ever since Du had called out his bid, no one else in the room had bid again, leaving Du basking in the limelight for the moment. Luna looked at Du with stars in her eyes and couldn't help but give him a kiss. Du didn't forget to stand up, glancing smugly at Ju with a defiant smirk. Asshole, Ju cursed without holding back. So what if it's Du's son? It's not my son. What did you say? Say that again, Du snapped, his face flushing bright red. Ju, don't go too far. If you don't have money, who is to blame? Why are you cursing at people? Luna chimed in, a look of displeasure on her face. A whore and a dog, one is an asshole, the other is ugly. Ju folded his arms and fired back without a hint of fear. Du had been playing the part of a tough guy perfectly, but after Ju's insult, his act suddenly fell flat. He rolled up his sleeves and strode toward Ju. He'd barely taken 2 steps when exactly what Ju had anticipated happened. Rex suddenly appeared beside Du, grabbed him by the throat, and yanked him back. Uncle Gene, don't get involved. I'm going to kill this kid today, no matter what. Do you clearly knew Rex's tone was polite, but it still infuriated Ju? If you want to fight, go outside. If you keep causing trouble, I'll beat you up. Rex didn't give you an inch of leeway. So what if they were from one of the three great families? Even Nate and Zhao Xiaoyu had to act like little boys in front of Rex. Du clearly wasn't in the same league. Du was angrily pinned to his seat, but he still couldn't resist hurling threats at Ju. Ju had clearly figured out the trick. Whenever Du glanced at him, Ju would just smile defiantly without saying a word. The moment Du lost his temper and cursed, Rex would slap him across the face. After a few rounds of this, Du finally settled down? Ju, of course, wasn't looking for trouble either. Seeing that Du had calmed down, he stopped glancing in his direction. Kim, needing to maintain order in the room, interrupted their argument and immediately brought down the gavel to announce the winner of the Class C alloy training belt. At that moment, Du felt not the slightest sense of accomplishment from showing off. His mind was entirely focused on how to get back at Ju. Soon, bidding began on the next few lots. After the Class C series of alloy training belts, the subsequent lots gradually lost their appeal. By then, quite a few people had already left their seats. But for Ju, the real climax was yet to come. Soon, the lot Ju had been eagerly anticipating was up for auction. The Blood Eater. Staff members carried a cage covered with a red cloth onto the auction podium. As Kim lifted the red cloth, the creature inside seemed to be startled and began frantically gnawing at the cage. The blood-eroding beast wasn't very large, just a bit bigger than a rat. The layer of dark purple, short fur covering its body couldn't fully conceal its exceptionally well-developed muscles. The two prominent, long fangs at the front of its mouth secreted blood-eroding. The murmurs also reached the stage, leaving Kim feeling quite awkward, though he maintained. This bid left everyone present completely baffled. What does 750,908 mean? Why is there a fraction? Everyone looked at Du in confusion. Damn, why did someone suddenly bid so high? The crowd exchanged glances, their faces full of bewilderment and surprise. The Du family must have caught the bug from the Zhao family, someone quipped, sparking a burst of laughter. Kim was also taken aback by the bid, but since someone had made an offer, she signaled the staff below the podium to record it. Ju's gaze toward Luna was as cold as ice. Others might not know what this bid meant, but he certainly knew exactly what Du was up to. His entire net worth was 760,000. By leaving himself a 2,000 yuan margin for bidding the minimum increment for this lot, Du was forcing him to put up every last penny if he wanted to win it. Luna knew exactly where that money came from: school scholarships, funds confiscated from Chen Zihan and her crew, and money taken from Zhao Zihan. She was the one who leaked the information. Ju narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. Should he bid next? If he did, he'd practically be bankrupt, and that would really sting. If he didn't, was he supposed to just snatch it from Du? This was a society governed by the rule of law. He couldn't count on being as lucky as he'd been when he snatched it from Nate. Ju's gaze toward Du and Luna was as cold as ice. Du, meanwhile, looked smug as hell, shaking his head and wagging his tail, his chin practically in the air. That 700,000 plus was a drop in the bucket to him. If Ju doesn't bid, that money's as good as gone, no big deal. If he does bid, then let him bid. We'll see if his life savings are more than my pocket money. Anyway, for every item you bid on from now on, I'll outbid you right at your bottom line. I've got money to burn. Luna also let out a soft snort, the corners of her mouth curling up in smug satisfaction. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Du, but when she turned her head to look at Ju, her gaze was full of disdain. Both of them were absolutely certain in their hearts that Ju wouldn't dare make any reckless moves. After all, Du was Du's son, while Ju was just a poor kid. What could he possibly do? Could he really risk everything and try to snatch it away? He has been humiliated this time. Meanwhile, Ju had completely regained his composure. Whenever he showed interest in something, Du would stop at nothing to drive the price up. He'd actually noticed this much earlier, during the bidding for that C-class alloy belt. Should he keep bidding? Ju began to ponder. Time ticked by second, and Kim began the countdown. She knew the price had gotten a bit out of hand, and judging by Ju's demeanor, he really did seem like the type who could get carried away and bid again on a whim. Ju had made a good impression on Kim, and she didn't really want to take advantage of him. Just as Kim counted down to 1, Ju finally placed another bid. 760,000, Ju said calmly as he held up the green card. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm. Kim was dumbfounded. She never expected Ju to be so Zhao-like, and for a moment, she didn't know what to say. The other bidders in the room couldn't help but burst out laughing. Holy crap, so there's actually someone even more Zhao-like than Zhao Xiaoyu. Which family is he from? He looks totally unfamiliar. I've never seen him either. Could he be from a prominent family in another city? No way. Have you ever seen anyone from a prominent family wear a school uniform out in public? You can't say that. Some people just don't flaunt their wealth. The crowd below watched Ju and whispered among themselves. Ju had his own thoughts. Bidding 760,000 for this item seemed like a massive loss in reality. He wasn't making a profit at all. But he didn't think Du would let it go. If Du did let it go, he certainly wouldn't let him off the hook either. As long as Du didn't give up, he'd have to cough up the money. Are you going to bid higher? Seeing that Ju had placed such a high bid, Kim sensed that Du might still have room to raise his offer, so he turned to Du and asked. Du was taken aback. It almost seemed as if Kim was hoping he'd bid higher. Du shook his head. Kim looked at Ju, didn't start the countdown right away, and tried once more to encourage the crowd to bid. Finally, with no further bids, Kim brought down the hammer. Ju successfully won the first item of his life at auction and successfully went from a comfortable life to being completely penniless. After this lot was sold, the auction was nearing its end. Without much of a closing speech, Kim briefly introduced the theme of tomorrow's auction and brought the session to a close. Ju didn't linger either. Accompanied by a staff member, he headed backstage to pay and collect his winning lot. Under the staff's stunned gaze, Ju got exactly enough money after getting a refund on his qualification certificate. Now he had just enough left for the bus fare. Carrying the cage, Ju took a look at the little creature inside. It looked very lively. Ju didn't want to devour it right there first, because there were too many people around, and second, because if someone noticed the abyss beast was missing along the way, it would inevitably cause a panic. It would be extremely dangerous if an abyss beast were to escape into a human city. After all, there were so many civilians there, and no one could afford to take responsibility for that. Moreover, all living abyss beasts were registered with the pawnshop. If such a creature were discovered in the city in the future, the bidder would certainly be questioned immediately. This is also why people generally avoid bidding on abyss beasts, with the exception, of course, of those that are non-aggressive and have medicinal value. Ju stepped out of the pawnshop's front door, and a wave of bustling energy washed over him. Right next to the pawnshop was the bus stop for the return trip, but Ju had no intention of catching a bus back just yet. He still wanted to try his hand at fishing. Before long, his target appeared. Hey, isn't this Mr. Rich? What a coincidence. Du appeared behind Ju, dragging Tiao Tiao, who was barely conscious as he taunted him. You're not planning to take the bus home, are you? TSK, TSK, TSK. A millionaire with over 700,000 actually taking the bus now that's down to earth. Du's mockery made Luna, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Why aren't you leaving yet? What are you doing blocking the door like this? A crisp voice called out from behind them. The three of them turned to look. The girl speaking was none other than Kim. She was now dressed in casual attire, a fitted white shirt simple yet stylish, and dark blue jeans that perfectly showcased her long, straight legs. The white sneakers on her feet, with their clean uppers and simple design, stood out strikingly on her, adding a touch of youthful vivacity and making her look both fresh and at ease. Hey, Kim, you're off work, Du greeted her sweetly. Kim nodded in response with a neutral expression. Her almost aloof demeanor was a world apart from how she'd been on stage just moments ago. What are you up to? Kim came to a stop beside the three of them, glanced at Ju, then raised an eyebrow at Du. I want to give him a little training, Du said, this time speaking his mind directly. Now that they were no longer inside the pawnshop, Du had no reservations? Go back to your school and fight there. Don't fight right outside my house. Kim shot Ju a glance, turned her back to him, and turned to Ju, winking as she said, "Let us go. Don't hang around here." Ju glanced at Kim, nodded in thanks, then turned and walked toward the bus stop, deliberately slowing his pace. Kim was taken aback when she saw Ju heading toward the bus stop. He'd spent 760,000 without batting an eye, and now he's taking the bus? Earlier, while Ju was paying, Kim hadn't been able to resist checking his background. As far as she knew, there were no prominent families with the surname Ju in the surrounding cities, which had already surprised her. Now she was even more surprised. "Hey, who told you to leave?" Sure enough, Ju took 2 steps forward, blocking Ju's path. Then he turned to Kim and said, "Sisterling, I haven't done anything to upset you lately, have I? Why are you always taking this kid's side?" "You have." Kim knew exactly what Ju was getting at and didn't give him an inch. "How?" Ju was completely baffled. "You're ruining my business, upsetting me, and wasting my breath." Kim's little mouth chattered away as she berated Ju. Ju smiled wryly, bit his lip, and said, forcing back his anger, "Sisterling, I've always given you face, can't you see that? You're taking your favoritism a bit too far. If you like this pretty boy, just say so, and I'll leave right away." Smack! Kim slapped him across the face without a second thought. Ju clutched his face and lurched to one side, turning to stare at Kim in disbelief. "Why is everyone slapping me in the face today? I'm the one playing the victim, why am I the one getting slapped?" Ju glared at Kim, grinding his teeth, and roared, "You dare hit me? Do you know I could crush you with a single finger?" Kim crossed her arms, the corners of her mouth curving upward, and pointed behind Ju. Ju turned his head to look. Rex had leaned against the bus stop sign at some point and was staring coldly at Ju. "Who are you going to crush to death?" Rex asked, his gaze icy. Chapter 66, I'll bet my life against you. Ju was also startled. He, too, hadn't noticed when Rex had arrived. He was only 2 steps away from the bus stop sign. How could a person have appeared out of nowhere in the blink of an eye? Rex had a neat, flat-top haircut. His short, even hair stood straight up, the roots tinged with a faint bluish gray, exuding a crisp, decisive air. His physique was incredibly muscular. His bulging biceps resembled 2 solid little hills, with hard, defined lines. With every movement, the muscles beneath his skin powerfully tensed and relaxed, exuding an unparalleled sense of strength. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, one was immediately struck by his overwhelmingly imposing physique at first glance. He appeared to be in his 50s. The years had etched the mature marks unique to that age onto his face, yet they had not diminished in the slightest the rugged aura he radiated from the inside out. Ju couldn't help but freeze, a look of astonishment flashing across his face for an instant, before he blurted out in a panic, "Uncle, I spoke out of turn. My target today is this kid. You guys don't need to get involved. I'm asking you, who are you trying to crush to death?" Rex didn't even listen to Ju's explanation. He walked toward him slowly, his stride steady and powerful, each step landing right on Ju's heart. Rex's gaze was as cold as ice, sending a chill down one's spine. "Uncle, I was wrong." Rex stepped forward, "Do you buy the hair?" and, ignoring his pleas, yanked him off the ground. Ju's feet left the ground. He covered his hair with both hands, his eyes filled with fear, his face contorted in pain, and his voice trembling with tears. "Uncle, I was wrong. I really was wrong." Rex reached out with his other hand and slapped Ju 3 times in quick succession. "You know your own father wouldn't dare act so arrogant here, right? What kind of person are you, anyway? What does it mean to be arrogant? It means that when I hit you, you have to beg for mercy. I don't just pick on you, I pick on your father, too. But you can't do a thing about it." He flung Ju to the ground and spat in his face. Ju clutched his face, seething with pent-up rage but unable to vent it, and turned to look at Ju, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. "Say something. Who are you trying to crush to death?" Ju asked Ju, equally puzzled. Upon hearing this, Ju was so enraged he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Put!" Kim burst out laughing at Ju's remark. Rex was also fighting back the urge to laugh, inwardly rolling his eyes. "Do you even know what borrowing the tigress might means?" Do you have to be this arrogant? What has it got to do with you, anyway? Do you almost begin to question the meaning of life? Why? Why is it that even though I've been the one showing off all day, I'm the one getting humiliated? Why, despite having such a huge advantage whether in money, power, or strength, was I still no match for Jew? Why can't I pull off this act? I won. Take this lying down. Do you pointed at Jew and shouted fiercely, if you're a real man, come challenge me in a fight. Do you dare? Then I'll get my money back. Jew was overjoyed inside, but he still shook his head lightly with composure. I'll play the underdog first and let you drive up the stakes. Upon hearing this, Rex and Kim both turned to look at Jew. Du's lips curled upward as he snorted derisively at Jew, covering his face with his hand as he did so. Luna had been standing by, acting like a non-entity, but when she saw Jew meekly refuse the challenge, her eyes betrayed her disdain. Rex's face remained completely expressionless, but inwardly, he looked down on Jew. Kim, on the other hand, didn't seem to care much. She walked slowly over to Jew, nudged him to hurry up, and whispered, "Let us get out of here. Do you isn't someone you can afford to mess with?" She didn't think Jew, who took the bus home, had what it took to go head-to-head with Du. "The bus isn't here yet," Jew said timidly. Kim was left speechless by Jew's remark. Seeing that Kim kept siding with Jew, Du gritted his teeth in anger. Pointing at Jew, he shouted, "Jew, you're such a coward. How dare you even ask for a spot in the bonus round? I'll let you off today, just hand over that spot." As soon as those words came out, Rex immediately looked at Jew in confusion. A spot in the bonus round. First Combat Academy, the best high martial era middle school in Jiaxing City. The value of a spot in this school's bonus round goes without saying. This student, who looked like such a wimp, actually had a spot in the bonus round. Although Kim wasn't a martial artist herself, with a warrior dad hanging around all day, she naturally understood a thing or two about the ins and outs of the martial arts world. She looked at Jew with a hint of surprise. Kim knew that martial arts training was expensive, most people couldn't afford it. Those who participated in the bonus round or received special admissions, which of their families didn't have at least a few million? She simply couldn't believe this kid's family wasn't wealthy. But why take the bus if you're rich? Just for fun? The more Kim thought about it, the less sense it made, but she still turned to Du and snapped, Didn't you get a direct admission? Why do you need a spot in the bonus competition? Are you just looking for trouble? Although Kim was willing to mingle with influential people, she had her own limits. She deeply despised second-generation brats like Du who enjoyed bullying others. Du stood up, panting heavily, ignoring Kim entirely as he fixed his gaze on Jew. "Humph, what a coward hiding behind a woman." "You're quite the man," Luna said, unable to resist a snide remark now that she'd finally seen Jew make a fool of himself. "You found a backer today, but that backer won't always be around, will he?" Du stood up, walked slowly toward Jew, closed in on him, and threatened him menacingly. "Du, are you never going to stop?" Kim hadn't finished speaking when Jew gently pulled her behind him, then looked at Du as if he were an idiot. "You keep talking about fighting, what's your bet? You think I'm just going to let you beat me for nothing?" Du paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. He turned to Jew, covered his face with his hand, and reached to pull open his shirt. The C-Series alloy belt was already strapped around his waist. Du pointed to the C-Series alloy belt at his waist and said, "How about this? Is that enough?" Jew smiled inwardly, feeling quite satisfied, but refrained from saying anything. Rex also looked over with interest, wanting to see if Jew really intended to fight or was just talking big. Jew glanced over, looked down at the blood eater he was holding, and gave Du a meaningful look. "This is the only blood eater I have left. It's not an equal bet against yours, so we can't fight." Du narrowed his eyes and looked at Jew with amusement. To everyone's surprise, he shook his head and pointed at the belt, saying, "I paid 3.5 million for this. Your rat and that bonus round spot together, they don't even add up to 1 million. Here's the deal, if you lose, you'll have to kowtow to me 250 times 10,000 per kowtow. How about that? I'm cutting you a deal. Can you stop being so disgusting? Your father is due. How could he have raised such a spoiled brat? Kim found herself growing increasingly annoyed with Du the more she looked at him. She hated it when these rich kids and officials' offspring bullied ordinary people. Do you dare? Ha! Say something. Didn't he dare respond to Kim instead? He yelled at Ju. Don't let him get to you. I'll take you home. Kim was also fed up with Du and intended to stand by Ju no matter what. Sis. Ju looked at Kim, a hint of tenderness in his eyes. Trust me, I can win. Kim was taken aback. Being called sis left her momentarily at a loss, a wave of emotion surging through her heart. Ju walked over to Du and said softly, let us not make this complicated with all this kowtowing nonsense. Du. I'm betting my life against yours. Chapter 67, Superpowers. Upon hearing this, Du was taken aback at first, then covered his face and burst into laughter. His laughter sounded as if he'd just heard the funniest joke in the world. Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about students admitted through special recommendation? Du looked at Ju defiantly, his eyes brimming with arrogance and disdain. I do have a misunderstanding. Ju nodded in acknowledgement. I've always thought students admitted through special recommendation were smart. Ju's tone was calm, yet tinged with a hint of sarcasm. Ha ha. Rex chuckled at this. This kid was actually quite entertaining. Kim shot Rex a playful glare, then turned to Du and said, my car is worth 3.5 million. I'll put it up as collateral for Ju. You two can spar, but stop before it gets serious. Upon hearing this, Ju was taken aback and stared blankly at Kim. Wait, why is she being so nice to me? This feels so awkward. Ju's mind was filled with confusion, but there was no time to dwell on it now. Du closed his eyes, clearly furious at Kim's favoritism, then opened them to look at Ju, waiting for his response. Ju didn't hesitate. He nodded in agreement. Seeing that the challenge had been accepted, Rex stepped forward and called out to Ju and Du, I've got nothing else to do today anyway, so I'll referee. There's an empty courtyard behind the pawnshop. How about we go there? Du was still fuming over Rex's public humiliation and didn't respond? Ju, however, nodded and replied, thank you for your trouble, Venerable Wang Jing. Hey kid, no need to be so formal. Rex couldn't help but chuckle, seeing that Ju was a student yet using all that street slang. Before long, the group arrived at an empty courtyard behind the pawnshop. The area wasn't very large, about the size of a basketball court, but it was spacious enough to move around freely. Ju handed his blood-eating beast to Rex, and Du likewise handed his gold belt to Rex. To ensure the stakes were fair, Kim's 3.5 million car was also included in the wager, so Du paid an additional 1 million as a bet. That's what you get with rich people, they're so reckless. Ju and Kim weren't even related, yet with just one phrase from Ju, trust me, Kim didn't even hesitate to bet her 3.5 million sports car. He figured that even if he lost, Kim wouldn't make him pay it back. She was simply spending that money to save Ju's life. Ju really couldn't figure out Kim's motive for doing this. It just didn't make any sense. But when someone suddenly trusts you that much, if you lose, how could you possibly go on living? Ju had to win this round. He couldn't afford to lose. Deep down, Kim was also regretting her impulsiveness, but since the words were already out, it wouldn't look good to back out now. In fact, even she didn't fully understand why she'd gone to such lengths to help Ju. They only just met for the first time. They weren't even related. Why was she doing this to herself? But Rex understood. Ju's call of sis had made Kim miss her younger brother. If it meant bringing her brother back, Kim would give up not just her car, she'd even give her own life. And now, her brother had indeed come back, even if it was just the feeling of hearing him softly call her sis. After Ju and Du each handed their stakes to Rex, they made their way to the center of the ring. If you walk out of here on your own 2 feet today, I'll take your last name. Du said viciously, his eyes blazing with rage. Zhu Yu? What an awful name. Ju waved his hand dismissively, a look of disgust crossing his face. Kid, you're asking for it. Zhu Yu lunged forward and punched Ju in the face. Ju didn't fight back, he simply let himself fall to the ground. What are you doing? Do you know the rules? Rex shouted, rushing onto the stage to yank Ju away and shove him aside. They haven't exchanged bows yet, and I haven't called start. Who gave you permission to strike first? Do you understand the rules? As Rex spoke, he slapped Ju across the face with a Rex glanced at Ju lying on the ground, his eye twitching slightly, then looked at Ju, but said nothing. Hey, why do you sneak attack like that? That's against the code of honor. Luna hurried over and pulled Ju to his feet. Ju's face was contorted with rage as he roared at Ju, did I really hit that hard just now? Ju nodded. You did. That really hurt. Ju was so furious, but who could have imagined that Ju's spinning motion in midair showed no sign of stopping? Just as Ju had barely managed to block the flying kick with that foot, Ju, with incredible agility, shifted his body once more, launching a relentless series of side kicks at Ju's cheek with the very same foot. Ju had just given it his all to block the previous side kick, and now that side of his face was once again hit by Ju's ferocious attack, this time with even greater force than before. The immense impact left him momentarily unable to defend himself. His arms instinctively reached out to block once more, but they were ultimately a split second too late. The side kick knocked him off balance, sending him stumbling backward. Do you? Luna, who had been watching from the sidelines, was instantly overcome with anxiety and couldn't help but shout, use your psychic powers. Psychic powers? Chapter 68, Psychic Attack. Upon hearing Luna's shout, Ju's expression instantly, I let my guard down. Seeing this, Rex couldn't help but gasp. Ju has actually awakened his innate talent. No wonder he was still granted a spot even with a vitality score under 100. This is the reason. Ju is in danger. Kim usually disliked the bloodshed between warriors, but at this moment, he found himself paying close attention to the match, silently sweating for Ju. Ju seized this fleeting, golden opportunity and, without hesitation, unleashed a ferocious roundhouse kick that swept toward Ju like a howling whip. That kick contained all of Ju's rage and resentment, carrying a force as overwhelming as a tidal wave, and struck Ju squarely. Ju felt a massive impact slam into him, sending his entire body flying backward uncontrollably in an instant. And at the very moment Ju launched this fierce attack, the sensation Ju had been experiencing as if restrained by some mysterious force vanished without a trace, as if an invisible set of shackles had suddenly been broken. Ju's reaction was equally swift. In midair, he used the momentum from being kicked to execute a clean, crisp roll, spinning rapidly to adjust his posture. Ju, you're not human. Just as Ju was cursing the system in his heart, Ju charged at him again, landing a punch on Ju. A flash of resolve crossed Ju's eyes. Facing Ju's sweeping side kick, he didn't flinch or dodge. Instead, he used the momentum of Ju's attack to surge forward, mustering all his strength to unleash a fierce punch at Ju. Trading injury for injury, risking his life for his life. Seeing Ju charge at him so recklessly, Ju's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. His eyes flared up once more as he glared intently at Ju. This time, Ju was prepared. As soon as he saw Ju about to fix him with that same intense stare as before, he immediately closed his eyes. But in that split second, the intangible mental assault still swept toward Ju like a surging tide. Ju felt an invisible force enveloping him like a giant net, binding him tightly in an instant. Closing his eyes didn't work? Ju clenched his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, and strained with all his might to. Mental attacks were like a dimension-lowering strike, completely shattering the balance of conventional combat. To use an analogy, it was like being in the age of hot weapons. Even if your archery skills were unparalleled, capable of hitting every target, and your armor was forged to be indestructible and incredibly sturdy. But if you can't even reach your opponent, what good are all those formidable cold weapons? Right now, this mental attack is just like those advanced relics from the era of hot weapons, out of reach, intangible, yet immensely powerful, making it impossible to defend against. Earlier, during the intense clash with Ju had actually tried to summarize and analyze the patterns of Ju's mental attacks. First, closing her eyes didn't help. That mental attack bypassed visual transmission and acted directly on the person. Second, the attack wasn't constant, it seemed to vanish once certain conditions were met. Ju observed Ju's signs of fatigue were evident on his face as he gasped for breath. It seemed this mental attack was more draining than a conventional physical attack. But how could she break free from this mental attack? Whether she launched a proactive attack or adopted a defend by advancing strategy, in that case, let us give it a shot. Chapter 69, A Near Sudden Gender Shift. Ju and Du glared at each other from the stage, neither making the first move to attack. The crowd below watched the tense situation on stage, not daring to breathe a word. Du has only recently mastered psychic attacks and can't use them properly yet? His psychic power and vitality aren't working in harmony, but even so, if Ju can't withstand his next lethal attack, he is in trouble. Rex commented, drawing on his experience. Luna shot Ju a cold glance. Seeing him at a loss, she felt an immense sense of satisfaction and couldn't help but sneer, trash is trash. With skills like that, you're trying to show off like everyone else? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? You think you're so cool? Every time I catch a fish, you cripple one. Now it's your turn to taste what it's like to be pinned to the ground and humiliated. Hearing Luna speak like this, Kim immediately grew annoyed. Why are you such a troublemaker, little girl? What are you mocking? Listen to yourself, is that something a student should say? You have absolutely no manners. Mental energy is different from vitality. Vitality depletes rapidly and in large amounts, but as long as it doesn't drop below 5, a person's condition remains largely unaffected. Mental energy, however, once activated, causes immediate fatigue with every point expended in the early stages. This is why lower-tier warriors don't focus on mental energy in the early stages. Because they have so little of it, using it offers too low a return on investment. However, as things stand, this kind of mental energy attack remains a dimension-lowering strike when dealing with unawakened beings. Du couldn't help but inwardly groan? Originally, the best-case scenario would have been for Ju to admit defeat on his own, then kowtow him so he could savor the thrill of showing off and humiliating his opponent. But Ju just stood there in silence, gritting his teeth and holding on, refusing to surrender. I'm seriously fed up with this. Do you seem to have recovered almost completely? He didn't plan to drag this out any longer and was ready to unleash his final move on Ju. His eyes flashed with determination as he charged forward. This time, I'm going to take your life. Du extended his palm. His fingernails had grown to half a centimeter in length and, using his palm like a spear, rapidly closed in on Ju. Just admit defeat already. Kim saw that things were taking a turn for the worse and finally couldn't help but shout, looking anxiously at Ju. Although she didn't understand the rules of the arena or these fighting techniques, judging from what had just happened, if Du immobilized Ju again and then attacked his weak spot, Ju's chances of survival were slim. Rex was also ready to intervene. As long as Du attacked a vital point on Ju's body, he would definitely step in. Before this arena match began, Kim had used her prized card to set the match's rules to stop at the first sign of injury. Therefore, no one was allowed to die in this arena match. This was how Kim had saved Ju's life. Ju's gaze was fixed firmly on Du, but he didn't act rashly. Instead, he waited quietly for the right moment. When Du was just 2 steps away from Ju, he was about to widen his eyes in an attempt to cast a paralyzing spell to trap Ju. At that critical moment, Ju suddenly struck, reaching out his hand to meet Du's outstretched hand with precision, then clenched it tightly, refusing to let go. Freeze! The very instant Ju successfully grabbed Du's hand, Du also successfully launched his mental attack? Seeing that Ju had already seized his hand, Du couldn't help but smile coldly? He immediately raised his hand and slammed it viciously against Ju's arm, snarling, I'll cripple this hand of yours. I'll teach you a lesson. Dad! Kim looked at Rex and shouted anxiously. Rex, however, did not move. Du's attack did not yet pose a life-threatening danger to Ju, so he could not intervene. Thud! Du struck Ju's arm with all his might, but the smug look on his face vanished instantly. Bone tempering. Ju had activated bone tempering. No wonder Du was surprised. It was extremely rare for someone to undergo bone tempering while still unawakened. In Ju's class at First Combat Academy, only Ju and Zhao Zihan were bone temperers. Needless to say, Ju was on another level. As for Zhao Zihan, it was only because of the Zhao family's immense backing that he had the resources to undergo bone tempering. Take Xian Zihan, for example. Although she has just begun her stance training, her family's circumstances are far inferior to Zhao Zihan's, so she has been unable to undergo bone tempering for a long time. Bone tempering before awakening is not something an ordinary family can afford. Zhu has neither money nor resources. How could he possibly have undergone bone tempering? Upon realizing this, Du was completely stunned. But it was only for an instant. Now was no time to waste. The final strike Du had just unleashed, which had cost him 8 points of mental energy, had held Zhu in place for 3 seconds, intended to defeat him in a single blow. 1 second remained. Success or failure hinged on this moment. Du's eyes instantly turned cold. I'll accept that you've undergone bone tempering, but there is no way you've tempered your little Zhu. Du's gaze darted toward Zhu's lower body, specifically, his little Zhu. You rely on women, don't you? I'll make sure you can't rely on them for the rest of your life. Du's eyes flashed with savagery. Without a moment's hesitation, he reached out and stabbed toward Zhu's little Zhu. Dad! Kim hurriedly called out to Rex for help. Rex's eyes narrowed slightly, his muscles tensing as he braced himself, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, the immobilization effect on Du wore off, and the restraining force vanished instantly. What? Du was taken aback, his heart screaming, this is bad. Meanwhile, Zhu watched the attack closing in on him. His pupils contracted sharply. At the last possible moment, he violently pulled his right leg back, a movement as swift as a shooting star executing the bow stance from the pillar technique. Du's palm, pressed tightly against Zhu's crotch, surged forward with great force. With a loud rip, his hand actually plunged straight into Zhu's pants. That was close. Zhu felt cold sweat instantly soak his back. He had no time to dwell on the harrowing moment when his gender had nearly been reversed. Seizing the momentum, he sidestepped, then swung his arm around to wrap it tightly around Du's neck. Devour. Chapter 70, Double Testicle Explosion. Devour activated. Du, Vitality 80. Du, Vitality 70. Du, Vitality 60. Du, Vitality 50. Zhu's grip on Du's neck was tight, and with one hand awkwardly trapped inside Zhu's already torn pants, Du was completely unable to exert himself properly. Left with no choice, he tried to pry open Zhu's arm with his other hand, which was clamped tightly around his neck. But immediately afterward, he realized his vitality was plummeting. What was going on? Could this be an after effect of overusing his mental energy? He'd never heard of such a thing. As his vitality continued to drain away, Du gradually felt his strength failing. In a moment of desperation, he activated his immobilization ability once more, instantly depleting his mental energy. A wave of helplessness washed over him. It was nothing more than a last-ditch struggle. At that moment, although Zhu's body was immobilized, his hand still clamped down on Du with deadly force. Du's face flushed red, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and rage as he struggled, twisting his body frantically in a desperate attempt to break free from Zhu's grip. He raised his other free hand, pounding and tugging at Zhu's arm with all his might. But Zhu's grip didn't budge an inch. If anything, it tightened even further. Du could feel his breathing growing labored, as if a massive boulder were pressing down on his chest, suffocating him. The two remained locked in this standoff, time seeming to stand still in that moment. It wasn't until Zhu had devoured all of Du's vitality that his previously frantic struggles gradually lost their strength. His gaze grew unfocused, and his body, like a puppet that had lost its support, slowly went limp. Finally, he gave up struggling entirely, collapsing to the ground with a thud and passing out. Du, Vitality 0? Only after seeing this notification did Zhu slowly release his grip. Du, like a pile of mud, slid down from Zhu's arms. The audience below was stunned by this outcome, completely unaware of what had just happened. It all happened too fast. From Du's humiliating attack on Zhu to Zhu's stunning comeback, it all unfolded in just 3 seconds. No one could believe their eyes. What just happened? Why did Du, who clearly had the upper hand, suddenly pass out? If he'd been choked unconscious, the time frame was far too short, it didn't seem realistic. But it had happened, so what was the point of questioning it? The facts were right there before everyone's eyes. Luna, seeing this outcome, was momentarily dazed and collapsed helplessly to the ground. Why? Am I really that unlucky in love? Why does every new relationship of mine end before it even begins? And it's all because of Ju. Luna unconsciously clenched her fists, her teeth chattering as she struggled to accept this reality. Kim was also stunned to see Ju win. She hadn't believed Ju could win from the start. She bet on him in a moment of impulse and had regretted it somewhat afterward. Although she never trained in martial arts herself, her father was the president of the Martial Arts Association, so she been exposed to it from a young age. The U.S. status as a special admissions student spoke for itself. How bad could he really be? But Ju clearly didn't have the U.S. kind of background. Whether in his speech, demeanor, or attire, he didn't give off the slightest hint of being backed by a powerful faction, and Kim was absolutely certain she wouldn't misjudge that. At that moment, Ju was completely helpless. Ju, what are you doing? Rex suddenly realized what was happening and quickly shouted at Ju to stop. Ju tilted his head slightly, quickly glancing at Rex below the stage. Out of the corner of his eye, a peculiar expression seemed to flicker in his gaze. Immediately afterward, his movements came to an abrupt halt, and then, without warning, he suddenly raised his foot and kicked viciously between Ju's legs. Seeing Ju's sudden move, Rex reacted instantly. His expression changed drastically as he desperately tried to stop him. However, it all happened too fast. By the time he realized he needed to act, it was already too late. With no other choice, Rex swiftly unleashed his powerful, domineering aura, attempting to suppress Ju on the ring. An incredibly mighty aura radiated from Rex's body. This aura was identical to Ju's mental attack from earlier. Waves of perceptible mental energy surged toward Ju. Thud. Thud. Two muffled sounds rang out. Not only did Ju's eyes widen, but even Rex's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A double testicle blast. Chapter 71. What is the most heartless thing in the world? It took Ju 3 seconds to finally come to his senses. The excruciating pain caused him to pass out instantly, without even a chance to let out a scream. Kim covered her face and turned away. Luna stood there with her mouth agape, utterly dumbfounded. Rex was at a loss for what to do at that moment. Ju ground his foot down on little Ju a few times. Only after confirming that he was completely done for did he withdraw his foot with satisfaction, release his grip on Ju's legs, and then turn to look at Rex. Announce the results, Ju said indifferently. Rex took a deep breath and hurried onto the stage to assess the situation. You're in deep trouble, old man. Rex was at a loss for words. He frantically pulled out his phone to call emergency services, and while dialing, he said to Ju, You may not be very likable, but his father is the principal of the school. He's got real power. Do you have some kind of connection that let you go all out like that? Ju only has one son and one daughter. Now, with that kick of yours, you've cut off the Ju family line. Do you think the dust will let you off the hook? Ju, you're done for. Your good days are over. Luna stood where she was and snorted lightly, her gaze toward Ju brimming with schadenfreude. Kim, meanwhile, shot Luna a glance, walked over to Ju, examined his injuries, and asked softly, Are you okay? Ju shook his head, signaling he was fine. Only then did Kim say, Why did you have to do that? Ju shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. Do you really think he'll let you off like this? Why make an enemy out of him? Kim's tone carried a hint of reproach, but her concern was genuine. I didn't do this, would he have let me go? Ju retorted. Kim paused, knowing the answer was no, and fell silent. She knew full well that rich kids and officials' sons like Ju were extremely concerned about saving face. If they couldn't get the upper hand, they certainly wouldn't let it go. Ju was absolutely right about that. But what should they do now? Kim let out a soft sigh and looked at Rex. Rex finished examining Ju, sighed softly, and shook his head. There was no hope left. That area was a man's most vulnerable spot. Even a fourth-ranked powerhouse like Rex would be completely ruined if attacked there. He has already lost his ability to fight. Why go so far as to do this to him? Rex stood up and asked Ju. Tit for tat, Ju said nonchalantly. Ju had even tried to cripple himself, so why should Ju play the saint? Sparing his life was already doing Ju a favor. Venerable of the King Realm, can we declare the result of this match now? Ju asked indifferently. Rex let out a soft sigh, then stood up, raised Ju's hand, and solemnly announced, Ju wins. As soon as the announcement was made, Luna could no longer contain herself. Pointing at Ju, she shouted, Ju, are you out of your mind? What's the point of this? You've ruined my plans time and time again. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? If you like me, just say so. There's no need to go through all this. Everyone's gaze turned to Luna, and for a moment, the atmosphere became incredibly awkward. Venerable Wang Jing, please go ahead and give me my reward. Ju completely ignored Luna and addressed Rex directly. Ju believed that even a single word spoken to Luna would disgust him so much he wouldn't be able to sleep that night. All right. Rex said nothing more. He scanned the transfer code on Ju's phone, transferred $1 million to him, and handed Ju the C-Class Ally training belt that Ju had won. At that moment, the ignored Luna was nearly driven mad with rage. If there is one thing in the world that's truly heartless, it's when you're treated like a non-entity in front of that person. He doesn't even want to say a single word to you, or even glance at you. In that instant, Luna's defenses completely crumbled. She had always believed that Ju might still love her, that perhaps everything he'd done these past few days was just to get her attention or simply out of jealousy and revenge. With so many rich kids she'd easily swept off their feet, how could Ju possibly be immune to her? He'd been fawning over her for 3 whole years. But Ju's disregard just now made it crystal clear to her. It turned out that his previous neglect meant he'd truly given up on her. It wasn't a game of hard to get to attract her attention. With that thought, Luna couldn't take it anymore. She turned and ran away in tears, not even bothering with Ju, who was lying on the ground. None of the 4 paid her any attention, including the unconscious Ju. After receiving the money, Ju turned to Kim. Sis, I'll transfer this $1 million to you first. Give me your payment code. Kim froze at the sound of his voice. She was taken aback because Ju had called. If he'd grown up this much, perhaps he'd be running after her all day, calling her sister too. Seeing that Kim didn't respond, just staring blankly at him, Ju assumed she'd rejected his request. Not wanting to push his luck, he found Rex's number on his phone, transferred $1 million to him, returned the training belt to Rex, picked up the blood-eating beast from the ground, and walked away. She might be poor, but she would never be petty towards someone who had done her a favor. It was just $1 million and the C-level training belt. She'd just pretend it never happened. Ju walked away with such nonchalance, but she left Rex and Kim, the father and son, completely baffled. Rex looked at the belt in his hand and the notification sound on his phone confirming the $1 million had been deposited, then glanced at Kim. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Kim let out a soft sigh, took the belt from Rex's hand, and ran after him. Rex listened to the sound of an ambulance in the distance, looked at Ju on the ground, then at Kim running away, shook his head, and raised his hand to wave. A figure emerged swiftly from the shadows in the distance, clad in a black robe, even his head hidden in the shadow of his hood. He approached Rex and said, bowing his head, "Venerable One. Follow Kim and protect her from the shadows." "Yes, sir." After speaking, the man in black took a step back and vanished into the shadows. Chapter 72, You know Bai Hejin, right? Wait. Kim, clutching her C-Class Ally training belt, quickened her pace to catch up with Ju and reached out to grab his sleeve. "Sis?" Ju looked at Kim with a puzzled expression. Hearing that term of endearment, Kim's defenses crumbled instantly. Her tender heart felt as though it had landed on a pile of cotton. Seeing Kim with her head down again, saying nothing and shyly kicking a pebble at her feet, Ju couldn't help but twitch the corner of her eye. "What's wrong with this girl?" Ju shook her head and turned to leave, but Kim grabbed her again. "Sis, what do you want anyway?" Ju was getting a little impatient. Kim lowered her head again and began fiddling with the hem of her shirt. It felt like 10,000 cotton balls were bumping around inside her heart, so annoying. Kim was overflowing with happiness, unconsciously lost in the moment. She had absolutely no resistance to that long-missed term of endearment, even though deep down she knew he wasn't him. But right now, she felt that deceiving herself was a form of relief. It was a release from her endless longing over the years, a redemption for not cherishing those youthful days. Ju was speechless and quickly turned to walk away. Kim snapped out of it and stepped forward to tug at his sleeve again. Ju was on the verge of breaking down. "Sis, please don't do this." Kim. 9 p.m. Municipal Public Security Bureau, Criminal Investigation Division. The two police officers looked at the woman in front of them with growing impatience. "Why did you call Sean?" one of the officers demanded, slamming his fist on the table. He's my family's housekeeper." "Why?" Mrs. Lin suddenly realized something was wrong and hurriedly hung up. Half an hour later, the police arrived at the Lin family villa, questioned Mrs. Lin, Bai Ruijin, and every other woman in the villa, and finally took her back to the police station. Mrs. Lin realized it was that phone call that had allowed the police to track her down. If they still had to rely on tracking, how could Sean have turned her in as the police claimed? With that in mind, Mrs. Lin quickly changed her tune. "I have nothing to say. I know absolutely nothing about this matter." The police officer stared into Mrs. Lin's eyes for a long moment, then looked down and began jotting something down in his notebook. Mrs. Lin silently breathed a sigh of relief. She had almost given herself away. "When you called earlier and asked, 'How's the matter coming along?' what exactly were you referring to?" the officer asked, looking up again. Mrs. Lin swallowed hard and said nervously, "It was just a hygiene issue at home." Her mind went blank on this matter. She could only say whatever came to mind, but she had to stick to her story that she had nothing to do with it. The police officer jotted something down and, "Yes, that's exactly what she did do. To avenge Lin, you ordered Sean to kill Ju. Do you know how many years you could be sentenced to for that?" The police officer leaned forward slightly, staring intently at Mrs. Lin's face as he asked. The police had already thoroughly investigated the history between the Lin family and Ju. Mrs. Lin's motive was clear, but the key issue was a lack of evidence. The police were trying to apply psychological pressure to force her to confess. Mrs. Lin's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably in the quiet room. The sound was crystal clear. She realized what was happening and tried to control it, but she simply couldn't. This was fear stemming from the depths of her soul, fear of the uncertainty of her future. Mrs. Lin couldn't help but lower her head, trying to gather her thoughts. Had her involvement been exposed? No, it couldn't be. When she made the deal with Sean, although it had taken place in the car, the passenger seat of her vehicle was equipped with a signal jamming device. She was certain that the footage from any security cameras would only show an empty seat. When she driven Sean to his drop-off point, she chosen a secluded spot with no cameras or pedestrians. She wouldn't have been exposed. As for the messages on her phone, they were self-destructing and couldn't be recovered. Even when she called Sean, she hadn't mentioned anything about the assassination. Based on these 3 points, the police couldn't link the assassination of Ju to her. As for evidence, the bottle of medicine she gave Sean wouldn't have her fingerprints on it. She considered that from the start. Even if the police obtained that bottle of medicine, they wouldn't be able to connect it to her. Of course, that's assuming Sean didn't rat her out. Would he? Sean was a professional hitman who'd been with old Lin for over 20 years. He'd been in and out of prison countless times. Didn't he understand that as long as he didn't implicate the Lin family, they'd find a way to get him out? How could he possibly turn her in? If he had, would the police even be here trying to trick her like this? Mrs. Lin seemed to realize something. Her eyes suddenly widened. The police were bluffing. "I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know anything." Realizing this, Mrs. Lin quickly insisted. "I've told you, we have evidence. Your best option right now is to come clean and cooperate." The officer's tone turned serious again. "I told you I don't know. If you have evidence, just arrest me." Mrs. Lin was now certain the police were bluffing, so she decided to stop playing along and flatly refused to admit anything. The officer nodded and began taking notes in his notebook again. then suddenly looked up and asked, "You know by Roué Jean, don't you?" Hearing that name, Mrs. Lin's scalp instantly prickled. "Sis, what exact?" The transfer fee from earlier had wiped out the last 10 or so yuan he had left. It wasn't too close to the family compound, and running back would take too much time. Besides, the world isn't safe these days. Who knows if some bad guys are secretly out to get him. Ju let out a soft sigh and reluctantly walked toward the red convertible. "Where to?" Kim asked after Ju buckled his seatbelt. "The High Martial Era Warrior family compound in Jiaxiang City." Holding the blood-eating beast in his arms, Ju gave his address. Chapter 73, The Man in Black, a third-rank warrior. Kim started the car. He said nothing, but inwardly confirmed his suspicions. Sure enough, his family had some connections. Anyone living in the High Martial Era Warrior family compound couldn't possibly be an ordinary person. As the sports car passed the entrance to First Combat Academy, Ju couldn't help but glance up a couple of times. Whenever parents drove sports cars to pick up their children before, Ju had always wondered what it would feel like if he had family members coming to pick him up that way. Ju couldn't help but turn his head to look at Kim. Whether it was her nose, her chin, or her ears, the word distinctive perfectly described her. Ju had never had an older sister, so he didn't know what it would be like to have one. Maybe it would be like this, or maybe she wouldn't look after him constantly and meticulously the way he imagined. Perhaps she'd even pick on him all the time. But even so, if Ju had the chance to choose, he would still choose to have an older sister without hesitation. That way, he wouldn't be alone in this world. Before he knew it, Ju's thoughts had drifted far away. After passing the entrance to First High School, the car soon arrived at the gate of the staff housing compound. Kim slowly pulled over a short distance from the main gate. It wasn't her first time here, so she knew parking wasn't allowed at the entrance. "Here, take this." After pulling the handbrake, Kim reached over and handed Ju the Class C alloy training belt. Ju looked at the belt Kim was handing him, not quite understanding her intention. Earlier, when he offered Kim a deal, she hadn't responded at all. Ju had assumed she thought his offer was too low, which was why he left the belt with her in the first place. Now she was giving it back to him. What did that mean? "Sis?" Ju asked, puzzled. "Eat?" Kim was once again engulfed in a sweet, magical cloud of cotton candy and water droplets. She felt so incredibly comfortable she couldn't stand it. It was only then that Ju suddenly realized, it seemed that whenever he called Kim sis, she turned into a completely different person, becoming incredibly coy, overly girly, acting strangely, and making him feel terrible. Fortunately. Big sis, big sis, big sis, big sis, big sis, big sis. Kim felt dizzy and nearly foamed at the mouth, so she quickly reached out and covered Ju's mouth. With her mouth tightly covered by Kim's hand, Ju's face flushed instantly. They were so close that Ju could make out the pores on Kim's face and even feel her heartbeat through the capillaries in her hand. Or maybe it was his own. Gulp. Ju looked at Kim's fluttering eyes, filled with a look of resentment, and unconsciously swallowed. Although Ju didn't have any romantic feelings for Kim, they weren't related by blood after all, and she was so beautiful, with such a sweet scent. For a moment, the atmosphere in the car grew awkward. "Don't shout anymore." Kim still held Ju's mouth tightly covered as she said petulantly. Ju nodded, and only then did Kim, already startled by the sudden noise, instinctively followed Ju's lead, obediently lowering her head and curling her body slightly. After about 10 seconds, no more strange noises could be heard. The car was still exposed to the open air, and Ju felt this wasn't safe. So he released Kim, slowly unbuckled his seatbelt, and quickly scrambled out of the car. He crouched beside it, his eyes wide with alertness as he rapidly scanned the surroundings. Just as Ju got out of the car, the man in the black robe who had been lurking in the shadows not far behind the vehicle gradually vanished into the inky darkness, as if he were a ghost merging with the night. By the time Ju's watchful gaze swept over that shadowy area, it was already. He didn't directly reveal the location of the third-rank warrior, because he hadn't actually seen the person. He only received a system notification. He couldn't explain it, nor did he have time to. Upon hearing that he was a resident of the family compound, the armed police officer didn't stand idly by but immediately began asking for details. Ju briefly described what had just happened, and after listening carefully, the officer offered his opinion. Isn't it a bit hasty to conclude there was an attack based solely on a strange noise? No. Ju shook his head and pointed to a spot on the sports car's body. Look at that. The armed police officer looked in the direction Ju was pointing. He saw a dent the size of a basketball on the rear section of the car's gas tank. Chapter 74, Unlocking the Blood-Eating Beast Encyclopedia. Hey, hold on a second. Just then, Kim had also gotten out of the car. Upon hearing the armed police officer's intention to call the police, she hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Hearing Kim's words, Ju and the armed police officer both looked up at her in confusion, wondering why she would stop them from calling the police at that moment. Are they our own people? Kim shouted, scanning the surroundings as she spoke. Her clear voice echoed through the slightly quiet surroundings, but it seemed to fall on deaf ears for a moment. There was no response. Not far away, a tree stood quietly. Within the shadow it cast, the branches suddenly began to move of their own accord, as if uncontrolled by any breeze. They swayed gently a few times, producing a faint rustling sound that seemed particularly eerie in the stillness. That was precisely where the mysterious shadow shown on the system notification panel was located. Ju, who had been keeping a close eye on that spot all along, now looked even more grave. Kim and the armed police officer, hearing the sound of the swaying branches, also turned their gaze in that direction. As they strained their eyes and scrutinized the area for a while, only to find that there didn't seem to be anyone within that shadow, the armed police officer couldn't help but instinctively gasp. He felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head, and every muscle in his body tensed instantly. Bro in the black robe? Kim quickly waved her little hands at the two of them, then called out in that direction, "Did you smash my car?" But the branches in the shadows began to move again without warning, swaying gently as if an invisible hand were plucking at them. It's okay, it's my bodyguard." Kim exhaled in relief and explained urgently to Ju and the armed police officer. Since Kim had never trained in martial arts, she was always accompanied by someone protecting her from the shadows, either Rex or the man in the black robe. Rex usually didn't hide himself very well, so she instinctively thought of the man in the black robe. Besides, even if someone had been impersonating him just now, someone would surely have seen through the ruse. Hearing Kim's explanation, Ju and the armed police officer finally let out a slow sigh of relief, and their tense bodies gradually relaxed. But after fully exhaling, Ju couldn't help but secretly gain a newfound respect for the Kim family. A third-rank warrior that's no ordinary figure. After all, in a place like Joseon, a legitimate third-rank warrior is firmly at the section-level cadre rank, with a status that's anything but low. Yet in the Kim family, such a formidable third-rank warrior was merely a bodyguard? Just how formidable was the Kim family's true strength? To be able to recruit a third-rank warrior as a bodyguard, it seems the Jean family's resources are definitely not to be underestimated. Alright, you can go now. As for the money, my dad should have already even if they did trace it back to him, he could simply show the police the blood-eater's carcass that should resolve any issues. Once he was sure the armed police officer had walked far enough away, Ju quickly pulled back the blood-eater's red hood. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab the blood eater, simultaneously commanding the system to activate Devour. Devour activated. The moment his hand made contact with the blood eater, it lunged to bite him, but the spot where it bit Ju's hand seemed to be amiss. Its teeth sank into empty space. The life force of the blood eater, held firmly in Ju's grip, was rapidly draining away. Realizing the danger, the blood eater struggled frantically, but after only a few desperate thrashes, all its strength vanished, its body rapidly withering and turning into a desiccated corpse. Devour successful. In that very instant, a refreshing energy, as soothing as flowing spring water, spread slowly from Ju's hand where it touched the blood eater like delicate, living threads, then rapidly coursed through his entire body. The sensation was utterly wondrous. Every pore opened wide in that moment, greedily absorbing this invigorating energy, sweeping away all previous fatigue and discomfort. Just as Ju was immersing himself in this sense of relief, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang. In the vast majority of cases, the outcome is decided within a mere 3 minutes, and the battle ends. So in such real-world combat scenarios, this feature seemed to serve little practical purpose and appeared rather superfluous. However, just as Ju was silently grumbling to himself, a sudden flash of insight struck his mind, and he seemed to realize another, extremely terrifying possibility. He couldn't help but instinctively suck in a sharp breath, feeling a chill race up from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. What if this were used in an assassination scenario? First, quietly and discreetly touch the target, then wait 10 minutes before striking back by surprise. Take Nate, for example. His vitality is as high as 282 points. If he were affected by this effect, his vitality would drop to 0 in about 8 minutes. Even if he took a vitality elixir during that time to boost his vitality, the rate at which it would recover simply couldn't keep up with the rate at which it was dropping. After Ju ran the numbers carefully, he realized that you really don't know until you calculate it, and the result was truly startling. When he took another close look at the description, he was even more surprised to discover that this was actually a percentage-based life drain effect, meaning that no matter how high the opponent's vitality was, it would inevitably drop to 0 after 10 minutes, without a doubt. Seen this way, this wasn't some useless feature at all. It was clearly a technique worthy of being called divine. It's important to note that whether it's martial arts, stances, or arcane arts, their levels are typically divided into 4 tiers: beginner, proficient, mastery, and supreme. Right now, this passive arcane art was still only at the beginner stage. If one day it could reach supreme, just how powerful would it become? At this thought, Ju felt his heart racing uncontrollably, pounding thump, thump, thump like a frantic drumbeat. The rhythm pounded against his chest, causing his breathing to quicken involuntarily. Martial art, boxing proficient. Cultivation technique, pillar stance beginner. Passive arts, self-healing beginner, blood erosion beginner. Tier 1 Devour progress, 20% 10% available. Vitality, 48 points 100 points. Evolution threshold, 16. Devour progress has increased by 10%. The last time he used Devour to heal the fish, it also increased by 10%. It seems that to fully level up, he'll need to devour a total of 10 Tier 1 Abyss beasts, which he still has 8 more to go. Ju loosened his tight grip on the Blood Eater, then slowly withdrew his hand through the crack in the cage. He gently closed the cage door and picked up the red cloth lying nearby, draping it over the cage. After finishing all this, Ju took a deep breath, composed himself, and slowly walked toward the family compound. Sure enough, the armed police officer conducted a routine inspection of the items in the cage, recorded them, and reminded Ju that he was not allowed to bring creatures from the abyss world into the family compound, not even mummies, in order to prevent the spread of infectious diseases. After saying this, he confiscated Ju's blood-eating beast mummy. The entrance to the Earth's core had been open for quite some time, and a wave of creatures from the Earth's core had already made their way up, yet no infectious diseases had been detected. But since the armed police officer had spoken, Ju decided to cooperate fully. Anyway, since he had already devoured it, Ju didn't care about this blood-eating beast anymore. He handed it over without hesitation, figuring it would save him trouble down the road. Due to this little incident, the registration process actually took over half an hour and still wasn't finished. Ju was both relieved and frustrated by the strict security measures at this residential compound. It was too much of a hassle. Using a temporary residence permit, the daily registration procedures alone were consuming a huge amount of Ju's time and energy. This couldn't help but make Ju wonder, once the police had investigated Sean's case and uncovered the mastermind behind it all, should he move out? He'd already asked Du to cover for him. Even if Du didn't say anything, it didn't seem right to keep staying in his house. The armed police officer finally finished reporting to his superiors about Ju carrying jerky made from a core world creature. After receiving a response, he gave Ju the all clear. Ju returned to his room with slightly heavy steps. The exhaustion from the day's hustle and bustle seemed to wash over him like a tidal wave at that moment. He gently closed the door behind him and couldn't wait to start undressing. He casually tossed one item of clothing after another onto the chair beside the bed, then headed straight for the bathroom. Ju stepped under the shower, tilted his head back slightly, reached out to grasp the shower head, and gave it a gentle twist. With a whoosh, warm water immediately gushed from the nozzle, cascading down like a fine mist of rain. Standing under the shower, Ju let the water wash over him from head to toe. The soothing sensation made him close his eyes slightly, and his thoughts began to drift away. He thought of Du, the person who had always looked out for him. Although these acts of kindness might have been no big deal to Du, they had meant a great deal to Ju, and he had always been grateful. However, the moment he thought of Du's son, Ju's brow furrowed involuntarily. Time and again, the provocations, the contemptuous glances, the barbed remarks, the relentless harassment, and finally, the attempt to lay a hand on him. Ju's hands clenched into fists without his realizing it. The water trickled through the gaps between his tightly clenched fingers, yet it couldn't wash away the resentment in his heart. If it weren't for the system, he'd likely be the one lying in the hospital right now. Ju had not a shred of regret for what he'd done. Du's kindness toward me, I'll repay to Du as for his son. What does he have to do with me? Why should favors be passed down and benefits inherited? What era is this? Ju deeply despised such disgusting feudal practices. Besides, he'd already shown restrained spending. That extra $700,000 was just to spare Du's life. But the other party wouldn't let it go and even resorted to violence. If he was so desperate to die, wouldn't it be a disservice to him not to grant his wish? Ju knew only one thing: an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Repay my injustice tenfold. Water kept streaming down his face. Now that he'd come to terms with it, Ju felt not a shred of guilt left in his heart. He stood under the shower for a long time. Only when his emotions had gradually settled did he slowly reach out, grab the body wash beside him, and begin to wash his body thoroughly. Just as he was showering, the cell phone in the pocket of his pants hanging on the clothes rack suddenly rang. Chapter 76, Chairman Jean. On the other end of the line, Du stood outside the emergency room, his face ashen, holding the phone and dialing Ju's number over and over again. But no one answered. Furious, Du slammed his fist into the wall beside him. Just as his fist was about to hit the wall, it was effortlessly blocked by another hand. Don't you realize that punch could knock the wall down? Du turned to look at the person who had stopped him, took 2 deep breaths, and spoke with an unmistakable catch in his voice. I'm almost 60. He is my only son. Beside Du, a burly man with a crew cut patted him gently on the back to comfort him. Each well-measured pat sent Du's vitality surging. Enough already, Chairman Jean, stop patting me, Du said, his voice trembling. The burly man with the crew cut standing next to him was none other than Rex. Rex was the president of the High Martial Era Association in Jiaxiang City. The High Martial Era Association served as a local branch of the High Martial Era Academy, responsible for the unified management of local warriors. All High Martial Era activities in Jiaxiang City required approval from the High Martial Era Association, including the operations of High Martial Era schools. Du also served as vice president of the High Martial Era Association and reported to Rex. How is it going? The click-clack of high heels echoed from the stairs in the distance. A striking figure slowly emerged from the staircase. As she walked briskly toward Rex with light, graceful steps, she called out from afar. Rex merely shook his head with a despondent expression, his lips pressed tightly together, and did not respond. At that moment, Du heard the woman's voice, raised his head slightly, and looked in her direction. Once he recognized her, he asked, Xiaoling, where is Ju? Du's voice carried a hint of indescribable complexity. Kim had just jogged all the way from the parking lot. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, and beads of sweat had formed on her forehead. As she approached, she first bent over slightly, resting her hands on her knees, and gasped for air. After catching her breath, she straightened up and replied, he went back to the staff housing. Du, this is just a normal sparring match. There is no need to go out of your way to confront you face to face. Upon hearing Kim's words, Du's eyes instantly became unfocused, as if they'd lost their focus. He stared blankly ahead, muttering under his breath, normal sparring match, normal sparring match. His voice grew fainter and fainter. Du was the one who provoked this in the first place, and he was the one who suggested the duel, Kim said, unable to resist reminding him again as she saw Du in this state. She felt it was necessary to make the whole story clear to Du. She couldn't let Ju be misunderstood for no reason. So let us just fight, then. So what if he wins or loses? Why did he have to resort to such a vicious attack? Du seemed to have completely ignored Kim's reminder, continuing to speak to himself. As he spoke, he slowly tilted his head back, his eyes tightly shut, and 2 clear tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes, sliding down past his ears. Du struggled to control his emotions. His body trembled slightly, and his hands unconsciously clenched into fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the pressure. It was Du who was the first to plan to strike. Ju was just returning the favor. Seeing Du like this, Kim couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness, but he still spoke impartially once more. Fine. Upon hearing Kim's words, Du slowly nodded, swallowed hard, and forcibly suppressed the indescribable emotion welling up inside him. He kept nodding, muttering under his breath, "So much for an eye for an eye. I treated him so well, I fed him, gave him a place to stay, and this is his an eye for an eye? Fine. Fine. Just fine." Rex and Kim exchanged glances, both with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Judging by Du's words, it seemed the relationship between Ju and Du was quite close. "Is Ju related to you in any way?" Rex couldn't help but ask. He asked this to determine whether this was a family matter. If so, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to interfere too much. Du shook his head, took a few deep breaths, and said, "He is an orphan. He is not related to me at all. I saw he had some talent and wanted to support him in getting into the war academy, but how could someone be so ungrateful?" As soon as Du said this, not only Rex but even Kim was taken aback. An orphan? The two had always assumed that Ju had powerful backers behind him, which was why he'd been able to bid such a huge sum and take such ruthless, decisive actions as cutting off his own lineage. They never expected his backer to be Du, and their relationship didn't seem particularly close. "Did you give Ju the money to participate in the auction?" Kim asked, puzzled. "What money?" "I've never given him any money," Du replied, taken aback, not understanding why Kim was suddenly asking this. Kim and Rex exchanged a glance, and it all became clear to them. If it was just room and board, then Du's support for Ju wasn't as substantial as they imagined, though, of course, they both still had their reservations. "Chairman Kim, what am I supposed to do?" Du suddenly stood up, visibly agitated, his voice choked with emotion. Rex didn't know what to say either and remained silent. How was an outsider like him supposed to comment on this? He hadn't even done a good job protecting the contestants in the first place. What good would it do to say anything now? Du, as the principal of the school, you wouldn't abuse your power for personal gain, would you? Kim raised an eyebrow slightly, fixing her gaze on Du as she issued a subtle warning. Deep down, Kim didn't believe for a moment that Ju was at fault in this matter. Through her brief observations and interactions, she had already realized that Ju was by no means the kind of ungrateful, despicable person. In her view, a truly ungrateful and despicable person, when faced with danger, would think only of themselves, completely disregarding the safety of others and concerned only with their own survival. But the incident just now, when the man in the black robe attacked, had actually allowed Kim to see Ju's true character crystal clear. Ju's first instinct was to unhesitatingly shield her head tightly against his chest, using his own body to form a protective barrier around her rather than, like those selfish individuals, pushing her forward as a human shield to ensure his own safety. If Du hadn't repeatedly provoked trouble and even gone so far as to strike first with such ruthless violence during their battle, how could Ju, a man so loyal and protective of others, have been driven to such a decisive response? Upon hearing Kim's words, Du couldn't help but look at her in confusion, his eyes filled with bewilderment. How could he fail to hear that Kim was clearly speaking on Ju's behalf? However, he knew deep down that now was not the time to get bogged down in such trivial details. Just as Kim had said, as the principal of a school, he bore many responsibilities and obligations. He couldn't simply lose his composure and take revenge on Ju just because the victim was his own son. That would be unbecoming of his position and would violate the principles he had always upheld. "You may go. I'd like to be alone for a while." Du let out a soft sigh. His tone had lost the courtesy and warmth he usually showed toward Rex, his superior. His mind was in such turmoil right now that he had no energy left to worry about such formalities. Chapter 77, Will Protect You. Seeing this, Rex expressed his deep understanding of Du's current state of mind. After all, for Du, this was the heart-wrenching tragedy of a parent burying a child, a grief so profound that no one could easily accept such a cruel reality in such a short time. Everything that needed to be said had already been said, and as for what would become of Ju, that was no longer his concern. With that thought, Rex walked over quietly, placed a hand on Dua's shoulder, and then, taking Kim with him, turned and walked away, leaving Du standing there alone, immersed in his endless grief. The two walked in silence, neither of them speaking first. Their minds were filled with questions they couldn't fathom, and the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Based on what Du had said earlier, Ju was just an orphan, and Du had explicitly stated that he hadn't given Ju any money. So the question arose, when Ju participated in the auction earlier, where did the money he used to bid come from? That wasn't a small sum. And what use would a student have for spending that much money on a blood-eating beast? Furthermore, Du was the only student in Jiaxiang City this year to receive a direct admission to the War Academy, a status that alone attested to his exceptional qualities. Setting aside other factors, his early awakened talent alone was enough to demonstrate that his abilities were by no means lacking. Yet, despite appearing so formidable, Du still suffered defeat in his battle against Ju. Even if Du had once offered Ju some assistance, common sense dictates that he wouldn't have helped Ju more than he would have helped his own biological son. Father and son watched the entire duel from the sidelines. Every move was genuine martial arts, no holds barred. Ju's ultimate victory was undeniably legitimate and universally acknowledged. There was no question of it being rigged. But how exactly did Ju manage to reach such an astonishing level of skill? Rex himself had climbed his way up step by step, struggling his way from a poor boy to where he is now, so he understood this all too well. The path of martial arts is fraught with thorns and countless difficulties. For a young man like Ju, who essentially has no background to speak of, to reach such a high level at such a young age is truly nothing of mind-boggling. It's like a piano virtuoso emerging from a poverty-stricken mountainous region where people can't even get enough to eat. Rex was becoming increasingly intrigued by this kid, Ju. The two of them slowly made their way to the parking lot. Then, they got into the eye-catching red convertible. Kim skillfully started the car and, as he slowly backed it out, turned to Rex and asked, "Dad, should we help Ju?" Upon hearing this, Rex was momentarily taken aback. He couldn't help but turn his head toward Kim, a hint of surprise in his eyes, but he didn't speak right away. He just looked at Kim quietly. Feeling a bit uneasy under Rex's intense gaze, Kim quickly added, feigning nonchalance, "I think Ju has good character, a lot of potential, and a clean background. He's worth our investment." Upon hearing this, Rex furrowed his brow slightly and pondered for a moment before silently nodding. Indeed, judging by the current situation, Du could be considered the top player in Jiaxiang City's high school basketball scene. Now that he lost to Ju, the title of the number one warrior in Jiaxiang City's high school basketball scene naturally belonged to Ju. If they could secure the favor of Jiaxiang City's top martial arts scholar, this deal would be a surefire win no matter how you looked at it. Moreover, Ju was an orphan. Bringing him under their wing would be a massive boon for the Jin family. The Jin family is arguably the most powerful faction in Jiaxiang City, yet it isn't listed among the three great families mainly because they lack male heirs, and Kim shows no signs of looking for a partner anytime soon, which has led to the current situation. If only they could take Ju in as an adopted son. Rex narrowed his eyes slightly, his thoughts drifting away unconsciously. But how should he handle the situation with Du? Rex wrestled with this issue for a but after thinking about it for a long time without coming up with any solutions, he simply decided to stop worrying about it. He felt that worrying about things before they even happened wasn't in his nature. With that in mind, Rex immediately began searching for Ju's phone number on his phone. Whether it was through transfer records or auction information, finding Ju's phone number wasn't difficult. Before long, Rex found Ju's number, quickly composed a text message, and sent it off. After his shower, Ju felt refreshed. He dried himself off briskly and hopped into bed. No sooner had he settled in than he noticed the notification light on his phone flashing incessantly. He lazily reached for his phone, tapped the screen lightly, and it lit up. 2 text messages and several missed calls. Ju casually glanced at the numbers for the missed calls and saw they were all from Du. He wasn't particularly surprised by this. After all, he turned Dua's son into a daughter who could possibly put up with that? It was only natural for him to call and yell at Ju a bit. However, after giving it some thought, Ju decided not to call back right away. He knew full well that old Dew must be in a state of extreme agitation right now. If he called back at this moment, it wouldn't just be a matter of getting an earful, it would be much worse. Who knows? Under the influence of his emotions, old Dew might act on impulse, he might let his temper get the better of him and say something without thinking of the consequences. So, it was best to let him cool off first. It wouldn't be too late to talk once his emotions had settled a bit. With that in mind, Dew put the missed call out of his mind for the moment and turned his attention to the text messages. The first message was a transfer confirmation, clearly showing the amount received 1 million. He instinctively opened his banking app to check the sender's information. As soon as he saw the profile picture of Buddha making an OK gesture. It must have been sent by Rex. That profile picture was quite distinctive. Next, Dew tapped on another text message, this one from an unknown number. He looked at the message with curiosity, paused in surprise, and then stared intently at the phone screen. It simply read: "If you're in trouble, call me. Kim will protect you, Rex." Chapter 78, Why do you have a toothbrush in your mouth? The Kim family is going to protect me? Dew's heart leapt with excitement. It was as if he'd suddenly seen a dazzling beam of light in the darkness, a feeling that was hard to put into words. After all, in Jiaxiang City, Rex was a household name. If he could secure Rex's protection, it would mean he'd finally have a powerful backer here. However, after that initial surge of excitement, Dew quickly regained his composure. He knew full well that no one in this world would do anything without expecting something in return, and Rex was certainly no exception. He had just defended the most powerful family in Jiaxiang City, and the head of that family, Dew, was the biggest obstacle he'd faced on his academic journey. Although Rex was Jiaxiang City's top warrior, he certainly wouldn't go out of his way to offend a massive and influential family just for the sake of a nobody like him. Come to think of it, Rex must have seen potential in him. What great insight! As for the line in the text message, "Kim will protect you," perhaps Rex just wanted to make sure Dew remembered Kim in a positive light. Or maybe Kim had gone to Rex to ask him to protect Dew. Dew gently set down his phone, slowly closed his eyes, and Kim's face involuntarily appeared in his mind. What a wonderful older sister she was! How wonderful it would be if she were his real older sister. As he thought about these heartwarming scenes, Dew's mood gradually relaxed, and before he knew it, he drifted off to sleep. At that moment, a message appeared on his phone screen: battery at 1%. Phone will shut down in 10 seconds. The fade light flickered a few times in the darkness before finally going out. The next morning, sunlight streamed gently through the cracks in the curtains, softly bathing Dew's face. He slowly opened his eyes, his mind still a bit foggy. Reaching for his phone to check the time, he suddenly realized it had died and shut down. With no other choice, he plugged it into the charger and headed to the bathroom to brush his teeth and wash up. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks suddenly rang out. Who is it? Dew asked through the door, his mouth full of toothpaste foam, his words slurred. Do you think you're on summer break? Why aren't you in class? Joe's voice, clearly laced with anger, boomed like thunder from outside the door. Dew froze for a moment, thinking, oh no, and hurriedly put down his toothbrush to rush to the door. As soon as he opened the door a crack, Joe forcefully pushed the half-open door wide, stormed in, pointed a finger straight at Dew's nose, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Are you out of your mind, huh? Why aren't you in class?" I just woke up." Dew was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events and could only stammer out an explanation. He thought to himself, his nerves had been on edge these past few days, and after everything that happened yesterday, which had taken such a toll on him, it wasn't too much to ask to sleep in today. How could you even fall asleep? At your age, how could you possibly fall asleep, huh? What time is it, huh? How many days until the martial arts college entrance exam, huh? And you're still sleeping, huh? You. Joe was standing right at the doorway, launching into a tirade that rained down on Dew like machine gun fire, tap tap tap. Seeing this, Dew thought to himself that being cornered like this in the hallway would look terrible if word got out, so he quickly reached out to pull Joe in, hoping to get him inside. You want me to come in? You just want to go back to sleep, don't you? Hurry up and get to class. Joe wasn't having any of it. He grabbed Ju by the ear and yanked him forcefully toward the door, muttering all the while, "You don't answer my calls or reply to my texts, you sure think you're something special." "No, Jojo, I haven't even finished brushing my teeth yet." Ju winced in pain but didn't dare break free. He could only follow Joe out while explaining himself with a look of grievance. "Don't you dare call me Joe again." Hearing Ju get his name wrong once more, Joe flew into a rage and tightened his grip even further. And so, the two of them tugged and shoved at each other in the hallway, Ju looking utterly bedraggled. In the end, Ju couldn't overpower Joe after all. He was dragged all the way out of the residential compound and headed straight toward the school. By the time Joe dragged Ju back into the classroom, it was right in the middle of the morning break. Some students in the classroom were laughing and roughhousing, while others were chatting and relaxing, but Ju's arrival instantly drew the attention of many classmates. The moment Ju stepped through the classroom door, the crowd's gazes filled with curiosity, surprise, or anticipation swept toward him all at once, like a spotlight. "Bro, Ju!" Before Ju could even figure out what was going on, a figure pounced on him as swiftly as a young cheetah and wrapped their arms tightly around him. Ju felt a powerful force hit him, causing his body to sway twice involuntarily. Judging by the strength and build, Ju instinctively concluded it couldn't be a girl. Ju furrowed his brow slightly, then gently pushed the person away. When he finally got a clear look at the person's face, Ju's eyes widened instantly, his face filled with disbelief. "Cole!" Ju blurted out, his voice brimming with astonishment. "Bro, Ju!" Cole's face beamed with overwhelming excitement, his eyes seemed to sparkle like little stars as he wagged his head and tail with glee. His excitement was off the charts. "Holy crap, that was fast!" Ju was so stunned his jaw nearly hit the floor. He'd only just spoken to Cole's mother on the phone yesterday, and she told him that Cole was already able to get out of bed. That news alone had left Ju absolutely stunned. But who would have thought that today, the kid would actually show up at school? And judging by how lively and energetic he looked, there wasn't a trace of illness about him. His was simply astonishing. "It's all thanks to brother Ju's help. My mom even told me you stayed up all night to find that magic pill for me. The doctors couldn't cure this illness, but you cured me with just one pill. Brother Ju, you're so awesome." Cole's face flushed with excitement as he gestured wildly, his tone brimming with admiration and gratitude toward Ju. "No big deal, no big deal." Ju was a bit flustered by the praise and waved his hands repeatedly. "By the way, do you have any more of those spring elixirs? All of us classmates want to buy some." As Cole spoke, he instinctively stepped aside, revealing a group of friends behind him who all peered out, their eyes sparkling as they looked at Ju. "Ha!" Ju was suddenly at a loss for words. "What the hell is spring elixir? Would I even dare give it to you guys, and would you dare take it? Besides, even if I had some, you couldn't afford it anyway. Given our class's situation including me, I doubt the entire class combined would be worth even that 1 million. Still, seeing how lively and energetic Cole looked now, Ju put that worry aside and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few perfunctory words with his classmates, he turned and walked back to his seat, ready to settle down and study. But Cole wasn't about to let it go. He trailed right behind Ju, bouncing along gleefully, his mouth firing off a barrage of questions like a machine gun. "Bro Ju, what has been going on with you these past couple of days? Bro Ju, where is that sword of yours? Bro Ju, why are you holding a toothbrush in your mouth? Bro Ju." Chapter 79, Show Some Self-Control. Time flew by amid Cole's relentless questioning and the classmates' laughter and horseplay, and before long, the long break was over. Luna's seat was empty. Ju didn't ask and there was no need to. This class was another history lesson. According to the requirements of the Martial Arts College entrance exam, there were a total of 3 components to the exam. One was the vitality assessment, and another was the interview. There was also a written exam, though its score was categorized under the interview and calculated together with the interview score to form a single overall score. Furthermore, the weighting of these 3 components was quite specific. Specifically, the scores from the vitality assessment and the interview are weighted in a 5-to-1 ratio. In addition, there is a 4-point weighting component, which comes from the liberal arts exam scores that had already been completed. Needless to say, Ju's liberal arts scores had already comfortably surpassed the key university cutoff, so there were no major concerns on that front. Consequently, all his focus now rested squarely on the vitality assessment and the interview. Since Ju's vitality score has now reached 100 points among all high school students, while he wouldn't dare claim to be among the top few, he is firmly in the top tier. Based on this alone, getting into the War Academy is essentially a foregone conclusion. However, to actually gain admission to one of the 5 top-tier War Academies, his hopes rest primarily on the bonus competition and this interview. Ju pulled his notebook from the bookshelf on his desk, its pages filled with dense, handwritten notes from history class, and began flipping through it. The interview was all about rote memorization. It wasn't very realistic to expect to pull ahead of the competition based on that alone. He felt that the only way to truly set himself apart was through the bonus rounds. That said, this didn't mean the interview wasn't important. After all, the bonus rounds hadn't started yet, so he still needed to study the interview material thoroughly. If he ended up failing to get into the prestigious War Academy because of a poor interview performance, that would be a massive embarrassment. Just as Ju was mulling these things over, the history teacher entered the classroom right on time after the bell rang, striding in with his usual gait. He was wearing a slightly worn-out outfit. It was hard to tell if that was his only set of clothes, but he wore it year-round, even in the middle of summer, and the sight was actually a bit bizarre. However, having been with him for 3 years, everyone had long since gotten used to his style of dress. Class, there isn't much time left before the exams. Hang in there for just over half a month. A bright future awaits you all. As soon as the history teacher entered the classroom, he addressed the class with these words. His tone was like a shot of adrenaline, and instantly, the classroom came alive. Everyone sat up straight, their eyes shining with hope for the future. Today we're going to discuss. Just as the history teacher was about to begin, the classroom door was flung open with a loud bang. Du stood in the doorway, his face ashen and his gaze icy. His narrow eyes swept around the classroom, and finally, like a predator locking onto its prey, they settled on Ju. You come out. Du extended a finger, pointing directly at Ju. His tone was deep and impassive, yet it carried an inexplicable sense of oppression. Everyone froze in surprise. The history teacher turned to Du and said in a conciliatory tone, "Could we wait until after class is over before letting him go find?" However, Du completely ignored the history teacher's words and shouted at Ju once more, "Come out. Hurry up." Ju couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Then, calmly and unhurriedly, he closed his textbook, stood up, and walked toward the classroom door. When he reached the doorway, he saw that Du had already made his way to the staircase. Du was pointing at him, gesturing for him to follow him upstairs to Du's room. Ju sighed softly, knowing full well that what had to be faced could not be avoided, so he might as well get it over with. So he followed Du without hesitation. As soon as they entered Du's room, Du, looking thoroughly displeased, began to reprimand Ju. "Why didn't you answer my calls or reply to my texts?" Ju remained calm and, with neither subservience nor arrogance, asked in return, "Is something you need?" Only then did Du slowly sit down in his chair, his gaze fixed coldly on Ju, his eyes brimming with intense hostility. For a moment, the atmosphere in the room grew exceptionally heavy. The two sat in silence for nearly 3 minutes, neither of them uttering a single word, the entire atmosphere filled with awkward tension. Finally, Du could no longer contain himself and was the first to break the silence, saying, "Ju, put your hand on your heart and tell me honestly, how have I treated you all this time?" Ju replied truthfully, "You've been very good to me. I'll never forget your kindness." "Ah, all right. Du hurriedly waved his hand, then continued, "You know that Du is my son, right?" "I know," Ju admitted calmly and honestly. In his view, there was no point in lying at that moment. It was better to tell the truth. "You know, and yet you crippled him?" Du slammed his fist on the table and jumped to his feet, visibly agitated. Ju looked straight into Du's narrow eyes and asked in return, just as Du had just questioned him, "Do you know that he provoked me?" "No matter how much he provoked you, you still shouldn't have crippled him." Du grew even more agitated, his voice rising involuntarily. "You know he was trying to cripple me, don't you?" Ju continued. "Did he cripple you?" Ha! It's obvious you're the one who crippled him. Du's eyes widened, bloodshot with rage, as he roared. Seeing this, Ju fell silent. He knew full well that, under the circumstances, reasoning was completely pointless. The other party had no intention of listening to any explanation. He was solely focused on pinning all the blame on Ju. Since that was the case, there really was nothing more to say. Du berated Ju for over half an hour, and Ju didn't utter a single word in response. Finally, Du asked Ju point blank, "How can you live with yourself? Why should I feel guilty?" Ju finally spoke up, asking in return. Du's eyes widened as he stared at Ju in disbelief. Pointing a finger at Ju's nose, he shouted, "You ungrateful wretch! How could I have raised a creature like you? I'll repay your kindness, but that has nothing to do with your son. He bullied me, so I'm going to get even and I'd do the same all over again." Ju said firmly. "Bullshit. Look what you've done to the Du family. How the hell can you say you're being kind to me? You son of a bitch." Du was so furious he burst into a tirade. Ju narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. "Please control yourself." Chapter 80, Du Hui. There was no longer any respect for Du in Ju's eyes. He slowly pulled 2 points cards from his pocket and placed them gently on the table. "I'll clean up the house and return it to you today." With that, Ju made no further delay. He turned and headed for the door. "You ate my food for free these past few days, used my gym for free, stayed in my house for free, and now you're just going to walk out the door? Ha!" Du said with a smirk, his gaze toward Ju brimming with contempt. "Is that how you conduct yourself? Ha! I didn't eat for free, I didn't use it for free, and I didn't stay for free. It was less than 3 days in total, and I spent over 700,000. Ju reminded him. "Bullshit. Why the hell don't you just say 100 million? Du scoffed at Ju's statement. "At the auction, I could have won that item for 22,000, but your son forced the price up to 760,000. You know that, right?" Ju said calmly, struggling to suppress his anger. "You could have just not bid. He forced you to bid." Du wouldn't listen to any explanation. "If your son had won that lot, he wouldn't just be a failure. He might even be dead by now," Ju said coldly. "How dare you!" Du slammed his fist on the table, taking a deep breath to try to hold on to what little sanity he had left. "He ripped you off for over 700,000. What's that got to do with me? Ha! How are you going to repay me for all I've done for you?" "Exactly. What does your to me have to do with him? Why should I hold back?" Ju countered, seizing on the crux of the matter. Upon hearing this, Du slumped back into his chair, closed his eyes, and clutched at his hair in agony. "Get out! Get out of here!" Ju didn't hesitate. He stood up, walked out of the office, and gently closed the door behind him. "Ah!" Ju howled in agony. Ju had nothing left to say to comfort him. A parent who fails to raise his own son properly and still shields him when trouble arises, what kind of decent person could such a parent possibly raise? Ju didn't think he'd done anything wrong. He'd crippled Du back then precisely because Du had tried to cripple him. If it hadn't been for the last-minute activation of the directional timer and his own mastery of the bow step technique from stance training, he'd be the one lying in that hospital bed right now. If it had been him, what would have become of the Du family? It would have been nothing more than paying a little money as a consolation. And that money would have been mere pocket change to them. He had lost his future, yet they showed not a shred of remorse. Could he accept such an outcome? Are the rich the only ones who count as human beings, while we common folk aren't even human? Do we deserve to die? Do we deserve to be scolded by them? Do we deserve to bear the blame for everything for no reason at all? Fuck off. Ju didn't go back to the classroom either. He immediately reached for his phone to book a cleaning service, but after fumbling around for a while, he realized his phone was still charging at home. He'd left it behind in the rush. He had no choice but to head back to the staff housing complex. He had to get the Xu family to vacate the apartment immediately. He didn't want to accept their charity for even a single second longer. He already had nothing left, he couldn't lose his dignity too. Ju sprinted back to the residential compound, ran up the stairs, pulled out his keys to unlock the door, and froze the moment he swung it open. There was a girl in his room. Naked. The girl stared at him with a look of sheer terror. Then, a bright red handprint marked Ju's cheek. He was still in a state of complete bewilderment. Who is she? Why is she in my room? Why isn't she wearing any clothes? Why did she hit me? Why didn't I fight back? Why am I the one locked out of my own room? Ju was starting to question the meaning of life. Before long, the door that had slammed shut moments ago swung open. A girl poked her head out from behind the door, her wet hair hung loosely around her face, with a few strands still clinging to her cheeks. Her narrow, almond-shaped eyes bore a striking resemblance to Du's. She had a high, straight nose and slightly upturned eyes, her face etched with a complex expression. She was wearing a loose, extremely casual set of pajamas, yet even the delicate floral pattern failed to lend her a softer air at that moment. Instead, her tightly pursed lips and slightly furrowed brow made her appear somewhat somber. Her gaze fell directly on Ju, who was crouched in the hallway, covering his face with a look of grievance, her eyes brimming with anger. Her cheeks flushed slightly with anger, yet beneath that anger lay a faint, unmistakable sense of humiliation. After all, she'd just been caught in an embarrassing situation by Ju. This mix of anger and shame made her look like a small animal that had been provoked yet was utterly disheveled. The two stared at each other in silence, neither willing to be the first to break it. After a long standoff, Ju finally couldn't hold back any longer and muttered, "Not even my mom has ever hit me this hard." "Oof. If you call me mom, I'll go easier on you next time." The girl showed Ju no mercy whatsoever, her tone brimming with hostility. "Why did you come into my room?" Almost at the same moment, the two of them shouted the question in unison. As soon as the words left their mouths, they both froze. "Are you shall we?" Ju looked as if he'd suddenly remembered something, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. "You know me?" Doohui stared at Ju in astonishment, her eyes betraying a touch of surprise. Joe had once told Ju that Du had bought this room for Xiao Hui and was just letting Ju stay there temporarily until she returned. But why had she suddenly come back? The mere thought of the Du family made Ju feel a bit annoyed, and he suddenly lost all interest in continuing the conversation. Ju decided not to dwell on it any further. He gave a soft snort, then abruptly stood up, forcefully pushing Du Hui aside, and without another word, turned and strode toward the room. "Hey, why are you going into my room?" Du Hui was instantly displeased and hurriedly reached out to grab Ju's hand tightly, trying to stop him from entering. "Let go. I'm just going in to grab my stuff and then I'll leave." As Ju spoke, he forcefully shook off her hand and walked straight inside without looking back. "I'm going to call for help." "You pervert!" Du Hui shouted, her face flushed with anger. "Go ahead and shout if you're not afraid everyone will find out you were exposed." Ju, however, looked completely unfazed as he replied calmly and unhurriedly. "You." Du Hui stomped her foot in anger, but for the moment she was powerless against Ju and could only stand there, glaring at him helplessly. Before long, Ju emerged from the room holding his fully charged phone and said to Du Hui, "I've already scheduled the cleaning crew for this afternoon. They'll come by to tidy up the room. Give me your phone number so they can contact you directly." "Humph, asking for my contact info like that is so cliché," Du Hui snorted lightly, standing there without moving a muscle. "Well then, why don't you teach me how I'm supposed to ask for contact information?" Ju asked, looking thoroughly impatient. "You should at least." Du Hui had just started speaking when she suddenly seemed to realize something. Strangely enough, throughout the chase, the two maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Logically speaking, with Du Hui's strength as a third-rank powerhouse, catching up to Ju unawakened should have been a piece of cake. But the key question was, even if she caught up, what then? She couldn't help but worry. Was she really going to fight him? As a third-rank powerhouse facing an unranked opponent, what if she accidentally killed him? What would she do then? And even if she didn't kill him, if word of this got out, how could she ever continue to live in this area? But if she didn't hit him, she simply couldn't shake the frustration gnawing at her. She might as well just keep chasing him, she'd wear him out, even if it killed him. Meanwhile, as Ju ran, he gradually noticed that Du Hui seemed to be deliberately maintaining this specific distance from him. He couldn't help but feel suspicious, so he tried to test her a few times, sometimes deliberately slowing down, other times suddenly speeding up. Hey, would you believe it? Du Hui behind him played along perfectly, slowing down a bit one moment and speeding up the next, maintaining that exact distance from Ju at a steady, unhurried pace. Seeing this, Ju realized what was going on and burst out laughing. Hearing his laughter from behind, Du Hui's face turned ashen with rage. She gritted her teeth, seething with the urge to charge forward and tear Ju to shreds right then and there. Finally, Ju actually stopped dead in his tracks, which left Du Hui at a loss. Now she didn't know whether to keep chasing or to stop. She stood there, shifting her weight awkwardly from foot to foot, filled with regret. She regretted giving in to her impulse and chasing this kid so far. Now she'd put herself in a real bind. Ju took a couple of quick steps forward. When he realized Du Hui wasn't chasing him anymore, he became taunting again. You're just a third-rank piece of trash. No wonder everyone saw you naked. You're such a piece of trash. Hearing Ju's infuriating words, Du Hui was so furious she felt like she was about to spit blood. She screamed at the top of her lungs, you fucking stop right there. I'm going to flay you alive today. Was seething inside, wondering how Ju could say such shameless things. Wasn't he at him who'd been the one seen by others in the first place? How could someone be so shameless? The two began a new round of chase, racing frantically to the entrance of First High School. Ju was wearing his school uniform. The security guard recognized him as the student who greeted him earlier and let him through without a word. But Du Hui wasn't so lucky. She didn't have a school uniform at all. When the security guard saw her, he immediately stepped out of the guardhouse, frowned, and shouted, which class are you in? Why aren't you wearing a uniform? Get lost. As soon as she heard that, Du Hui was so furious she nearly fainted. She cursed inwardly, wondering if the security guard even knew how to speak properly. What did he mean by not wearing a uniform? Was he blind or something? Ju, who was ahead of her, heard the security guard's remark and burst out laughing again. His laughter was incredibly grating, making Du Hui so angry her face turned bright red, just like a fully ripe apple. However, Ju's smugness didn't last long before his smile faded. He originally thought that once he ran into the school, he'd be able to shake off Du Hui's clinginess, but he never expected this girl to be so stubborn. She had absolutely no intention of letting him go and kept chasing after him relentlessly. Earlier, she deliberately kept her distance, but now, the moment he slowed down even slightly, Du Hui would quickly close the gap between them. Ju inwardly groaned. The thought of getting beaten up by a girl right on school grounds would be a massive loss of face. Besides, the Du family had never been known for being reasonable. Even if he really did get beaten up, he'd probably have nowhere to turn for justice. And if he ended up seriously injured, he could forget about the upcoming bonus match. What was he supposed to do? You crazy woman, are you never going to stop? Ju couldn't take it anymore and shouted over his shoulder as he ran. I'm going to kill you today. Du Hui had completely lost it by now. Her eyes were fixed solely on Ju, the guy who made her seethe with rage, and she was determined to catch up to him and teach him a lesson. Help! A third-rank warrior is trying to kill someone. Ju didn't care about saving face anymore. As he ran toward the academic building, he shouted at the top of his lungs. That shout caused quite a stir. Soon, one little head after another began peeking out from the windows of the academic building as everyone curiously watched the commotion unfolding below. At the same time, quite a few teachers, hearing the commotion, emerged from their classrooms, intending to step in and stop her. But the problem was, Du Hui was, after all, a third-rank warrior. Even Du's rank wasn't as high as hers. In this school, she was now practically a boss-level figure who would dare to step forward and stop her. When Ju saw that the teachers were just standing by, not daring to utter a word, cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He hurriedly begged for mercy. Sis Hui, I was just joking with you. I won't say a word about what happened today. Please stop chasing me. I won't take responsibility for this. You're going to die today. Du Hui, however, remained relentless. The fury in her eyes showed no sign of abating as she continued to stare intently at Ju, her stride not slowing in the slightest. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a thunderous roar echoed from the distance. "Stop!" The voice carried an air of unquestionable authority. Upon hearing it, both Ju and Du Hui instinctively stopped in their tracks. Du strode over, glanced at Ju and Du Hui, then pointed a finger at Ju's nose and shouted, "Are you never going to stop?" Chapter 82, When it rains, it pours. With that, Ju strode away without looking back, leaving a group of people still in a daze standing frozen in place. What just happened? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Looks like Ju beat up Du's son. Come on, do you as a specially admitted student he is incredibly strong? He can even go toe-to-toe with a first-ranked junior warrior. Does Ju really have what it takes? Or maybe that's why Du's acting this way toward Ju. Don't spout nonsense, you want to get yourself kicked out? The teachers below tactfully dispersed, though they continued to whisper among themselves as they walked away. It took quite a while before Du Hui finally snapped out of it. Looking puzzled, she asked old Du, "Dad, who is he, exactly?" Du's eyes were dull and lifeless as he said weakly, "My ancestor." After this incident, Ju's image in the eyes of his classmates grew even more towering. He'd practically risen to a whole new level. Ju's heroic deeds spread like wildfire throughout the school, and all sorts of legends about him began to circulate. His classmates even gave him one nickname after another: the great savior who brings relief and revival, the god of death who hunts down killers, teacher Du's bane, the terminator of blonde and green-haired kids, the man third-year senior girls can't catch up to, and so on. Moreover, as these tales were passed from mouth to mouth among the students, they grew increasingly fantastical. Many years later, these classmates had become fathers and mothers themselves, and when teaching their own children martial arts, they still couldn't resist mentioning Ju's legendary titles from back in the day. But with the good came the bad. Ever since that incident, all the teachers' attitudes toward Ju had undergone a noticeable shift. Essentially, the teachers began to deliberately keep their distance from Ju and treated him with extreme coldness. Take Joe, for example. He used to get along fairly well with Ju, but now, whenever he saw Ju in public, he would barely acknowledge him. If Joe hadn't later taken the time to explain to Ju in private, saying he was afraid Ju would cause trouble for him, Ju would have genuinely thought that even Joe had completely given up on him. However, Ju seemed completely unfazed by this change in the teachers' attitudes. After all, graduation was just around the corner. Let them do whatever they want as long as it doesn't affect his ability to graduate on time. He couldn't care less. But it really did prove the saying, when it rains, it pours. Just 2 days before the bonus round, Joe sneaked up to Ju and, with a look of utter helplessness on his face, delivered some extremely bad news. Ju's spot in the bonus round had been revoked. This time, Ju was thoroughly enraged. A blazing fury instantly ignited in his eyes, and the anger surging within him was nearly impossible to contain. Upon learning that his spot in the bonus round had been revoked, the first solution that flashed through Ju's mind wasn't to go confront Du. According to Joe, Du's reason for revoking the spot was that Ju had seriously violated school rules and regulations. Furthermore, Du had instructed the teachers attending the meeting not to reveal this to Ju in advance, stating that the matter would only be announced the day before the bonus round. It was only thanks to good old Joe's kindness that he secretly told Ju otherwise. Once the registration deadline for the bonus round passed tomorrow, Ju would truly have been played by Du. Ju knew full well that, with things having come to this, going to Du to argue the point would be completely pointless and serve no purpose whatsoever. After school at noon, Ju returned to the rental apartment he'd just moved into. Once he closed the door, he pulled out his phone and dialed Rex's number. If anyone could help him now, it was undoubtedly the president of the High Martial Era Association. "Hello," a voice came from the other end of the line. "Hello, Venerable Wang Jing, it's Ju," Ju said hurriedly. "What's up?" Rex's tone was quite concise and direct. "I do have something I'd like to ask for your help with." "I'm not sure if you're free right now," Ju asked cautiously. "Go ahead," Rex replied, still keeping his words brief. "Du has inexplicably stripped me of my spot in the bonus point tournament," Ju said, sounding a bit aggrieved. "What reason did he give?" Rex asked, his tone suggesting he wasn't at all surprised by this. Violation of school regulations, Ju replied truthfully. Alright, I'll look into it for you. Wait for my word, Rex replied. After hanging up, Ju was overcome with deep anxiety. If even the venerable Rex couldn't help him, what was he supposed to do? After all, the college entrance exam bonus points were crucial for him. They would likely determine whether he could get into the prestigious War Academy. And the loss of that half-dose of Regan elixir was no small matter either. It could mean the difference between life and death. Ju felt as though he had once again fallen into the same helpless predicament he'd faced in his past life. Even if he had the ability, securing a fair chance was still as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Those powerful figures could always find a few seemingly appropriate justifications within the vast web of rules, reasonable, legal, compliant, and by the book, yet they oppress the common people in ways that defy humanity. What a ruthless world this is! Unless Ju could devour this world right now, sooner or later he would be devoured by it. Chapter 83, Seize the Opportunity, I'll Make You a Permanent Employee. City Hospital. Do you lay on the hospital bed, his tongue hanging out, his eyes blurred with tears, his face expressing utter despair? Little brother, are you okay? Du Hui sat by the hospital bed with a concerned look, her face full of sympathy. Don't even mention those two words to me, Du said, a tear rolling down his cheek. Why did you have to provoke him? Du Hui sighed softly, picturing Ju in her mind, and her blood began to boil. Do you know him? Du turned his head slightly to look at Du Hui. No, I don't. How could I possibly know that thug? Du Hui said through gritted teeth. Ha, a thug? Du looked completely baffled. Du Hui cleared her throat to hide her embarrassment and quickly explained, he broke all your bones, of course he is a thug. Don't even bring that up. Do you burst into tears? Okay, I won't mention it. I won't mention it. Du Hui was also a bit at a loss. Just then, Du pushed open the ward door and walked in. As soon as Du saw his dad arrive, he cried even louder. Come on, stop crying. You're making a fool of yourself. Du, who had come empty-handed, sat down on a nearby chair with his hands in his pockets and said with a frown. Dad, you're not going to be a grandpa anymore, aren't you worried? Du shouted, completely distraught. Du took a deep breath, and the image of Ju flashed through his mind. Becoming a grandpa? I'm about to become a grandson myself. Alright, I've contacted a renowned doctor back home. He'll fit you with a fake one when the time comes. Du massaged the Qingming acupoint. A fake one? How am I supposed to use a fake one? Du banged his head against the pillow, completely overwhelmed. Du Hui, overhearing the father and son's conversation, discreetly took the hot water bottle and went out to fetch some water. Who told you to provoke him? Why did you have to provoke him? Du said with a worried frown. I don't care, you have to find a way to get revenge for me. Du gritted his teeth against the pain, forcing himself to sit up. His bloodshot eyes blazed as he roared. Du looked at him but said nothing, falling into a moment of silence. Just then, a young nurse pushed open the door and walked in, carrying in 4 drip to Du's bedside. She carefully hung the drip on the 4 stand. Before leaving, she thoughtfully tucked Du's blanket back in. Old Du noticed this detail. His eyes darted around, and he immediately asked, Hello, nurse. I'd like to hire a full-time nurse to look after my son. Where is your head nurse right now? Upon hearing this, the nurse looked at old Du and politely replied, the head nurse is making her rounds, she'll be here shortly. Before she could finish speaking, the head nurse pushed open the door to the room, stepped aside, and the senior officials and doctors behind her filed in one after another. Hello, Du. The doctor leading the group extended his hand and greeted old Du. Hello, Director Zhang. Old Du also stood up, stepped forward, shook the man's hand, and replied formally. I'm sorry about what happened to your son. I know. Let us not dwell on that. I actually have a favor to ask of you. Old Du cut Director Zhang off mid-polite remark and got straight to the point. Go ahead. We'll do everything we can to help. Director Zhang pushed up his glasses and gave an affirmative reply. He, too, was blaming himself for failing to save Du's son. Last night, the hospital had disciplined him over the matter even though it wasn't his fault. Any other doctor would have faced the same outcome. It had nothing to do with individual skill, because current medical technology simply cannot restore a mayonnaise-like mass to its original state. This disciplinary action wasn't so much a self-criticism by the hospital as it was a way to offer old Du some closure. After this incident, Director Zhang also gained a clear and sober understanding of old Du's social standing. I'm busy with work and can't be here all day long, and since this child doesn't have a mother, I'd like to hire a dedicated nurse to take care of little Du. Old Du expressed his thoughts. Of course, absolutely. We'll hold a meeting right away to assign the best nurse to care for little Du. Director Zhang immediately agreed, making it clear that they would treat this minor matter as a major one and handle it properly. No need to go to all that trouble. I think that young nurse over there seems quite attentive. I wonder if she'd be willing, old Du said, glancing in the direction of the young nurse from earlier. Director Zhang followed old Du's gaze and immediately addressed the young nurse. By Ruijin, Du is giving you this opportunity. Make the most of it. If you do well, I'll make your position permanent. As soon as Director Zhang finished speaking, without waiting to see if Bai Ruijin was willing, he immediately replied to Du, you have excellent judgment. Although this nurse has relatively little seniority, she has indeed worked in one-on-one nursing care before and has more experience than some of our more senior staff. We'll arrange for her to care for little Du full-time right away. If there are any areas where she isn't performing well, you and little Du can bring them up at any time, and we'll make the necessary adjustments. Alright, thank you for your help, old Du said to Director Zhang. You're too kind. Director Zhang replied quickly. The two discussed Du's condition for a while longer before parting ways. Throughout the entire conversation, neither of them asked Bai Ruijin for her own opinion. Did Bai Ruijin want this? She didn't. Having finally managed to escape back here, she didn't want to do any more private nursing work. Her expectations weren't high. She just wanted to care for ordinary patients, do her job well, get a permanent position, and then live out the rest of her life quietly, simply, and with a modicum of dignity. That would be enough for her. She didn't want to serve those in power. They didn't seem like good people at all. If the police hadn't come knocking and taken them away this time, she would have even doubted whether she'd ever make it out alive. After all, she knew so many of their secrets. She couldn't forget how viciously Lin had berated her on the day she left. Even though she'd already handed over her duties to the family's housekeeper and carefully explained all the nursing precautions, doing everything in her power to be thorough and considerate, she was still met with abuse and humiliation. She didn't think she'd done anything wrong by the Lin family. As for the Lin family's crimes, she had no recordings and no evidence. She simply answered the police's questions truthfully. She had no obligation to be an accomplice, nor to cover up anything for those villains that would be unfair to the victims. She didn't think she'd done anything wrong. But the hospital had penalized her for dereliction of duty. This punishment likely meant she was expected to leave once her internship period ended. She didn't know, nor was she sure. So now, taking care of Du had become especially important. She didn't know what the Du family was like, but since they were a family of scholars, they should be polite, right? It was because she considered this that Bai Ruijin hadn't flatly refused earlier. She still wanted to secure a permanent position. She didn't want to be asked to leave after her internship just because of the Lin family affair. Now that she'd been assigned here to provide dedicated care, Bai Ruijin began assisting with the nursing duties to the best of her ability. No sooner had Director Zhang stepped out of the room than Du Hui returned with a pitcher of water. Chapter 84, The Underground Arena. Du seemed to feel a weight lift off his shoulders. He exhaled and looked at Du Hui. You're here this time because you were assigned to provide security for the bonus round, right? Upon hearing this, Du Hui nodded, her mind filled with mixed emotions. Father is finally looking at me with respect. After saying that, Du seemed at a loss for words, and the atmosphere grew awkward once more. Not wanting the conversation to end there, Du Hui quickly continued, if I hadn't taken on this assignment, I probably wouldn't have been able to come back to visit my little brother this time. Don't even mention those two words. Du began wailing in agony once more? Jean was startled by this sudden wail. A pang of dread washed over her, giving her a sense of foreboding. All right, stay at the hospital these next couple of days and keep a close eye on him. When the time comes, you can go about your business, but remember to practice diligently once you're back at school, Du said. Okay, Hui replied, unable to hide the sense of satisfaction on her face. The three of them fell silent once more. Du checked the time, stood up, and headed for the door, leaving one final remark: take good care of your brother. Upon hearing those two words, Du broke down again, burying his head in the pillow and weeping bitterly. Hui nodded in agreement, but when she turned to look at Du, she too looked at a loss. All she could do was step forward and stroke his